Xiao Kei walked down the eerie street at nearly 10 o'clock. The main avenue was still bustling with traffic, but this small alley beside it seemed even more desolate. Under the dim glow of a few streetlights, her mood mirrored the streetscape, miserable to the point of despair. She had to constantly fend off her boss's lecherous gaze at work. His oily, fat face almost made her want to vomit. But what could she do for a living? She gritted her teeth and endured it as best she could. However, the so-called home she now has thoroughly shattered her heart. Xiao Kei's husband had a face that was very appealing to women, but he wasn't ambitious and made advances towards his colleague, the female accountant at their workplace. If not for his repeated heartfelt pleas not to leave him, she would have kicked this useless man out of the country long ago. Today's streets seemed somewhat eerie, with not a single car in sight, giving Xiao Kei an uneasy feeling, as if they were being watched. As Xiao Kei stepped under a streetlight, the lamp suddenly went out, and the sudden darkness startled her. She instinctively quickened her pace. From far behind, she could hear an array of creaks from what sounded like a cheap bicycle, echoing like the dying breaths of someone unwilling to give up. Xiao Kei's mind settled, and she wasn't as afraid anymore. After all, there were still others passing by the street, which reduced her fear significantly. Though the bicycle moved slowly, it was much faster than Xiao Kei's pace. Before long, the wheezing sound of the bicycle could be heard behind Xiao Kei. And just 50 meters ahead lay the still bustling main street. The darkness pressed down on me, almost suffocating. But Xiao Kei's mood lightened. She let out a long sigh and suddenly felt the air around her turn icy cold. The sound of a bicycle approached, and Xiao Kei glanced sideways at the cyclist next to her. The person on the bicycle had no head, and Xiao Kei's first reaction was that she must be hallucinating. Upon a closer look, her blood seemed to stop flowing as she realized the man truly had no head. Extreme fear left her legs trembling and rendered her powerless throughout her body. Leaning against the wall next to the alley, her legs involuntarily twitched like a plucked lute. She strained to cover her mouth to prevent herself from crying out, but tears streamed down uncontrollably. Terrified of making any sound that might awaken the headless man and have him tear her to pieces. Fortunately, the headless rider on the bicycle didn't seem to have noticed Xiao Kei and continued riding on his own. When he turned at the end of the alleyway, he disappeared from Xiao Kei's view. Kexu was still immersed in the fear from just a moment ago and hadn't recovered when suddenly there was a loud ring, making her scream in fright. It turned out that her phone had started ringing. Only then did she realize it and ran toward the street, while rummaging through her bag to find it. When Xiao Kei answered the phone, she was already on the pedestrian walkway in the street. The call was from La Sai, and Xiao Kei cried into the phone, telling him about the scene she had just witnessed, urging him to come and pick her up right away. Only after La Sai agreed did Xiao Kei hang up, her voice still choked with sobs. She looked back at the street, which seemed as dark and sinister as a demon's throat, and her legs were still trembling slightly. Xiao Kei was waiting by the streetlight for Senior 4, his lover who taught at a medical university. After Xiao Kei discovered that his husband had been unfaithful, he had sunk into a depressed state for some time. To alleviate his inner pain, he spent most of his days immersed in online chat rooms in his city. It was there that he met Wu Dongliu, Senior 4, who was well-educated, humorous, and composed quickly, earning Xiao Kei's affection. Perhaps feeling too lonely, too heartbroken, or seeking Revenge against his cheating husband. On their second meeting, Xiao Kei obediently lay down on Senior Four's elegantly appointed bed. Four quickly found Xiao Kei, and in Four's embrace, Xiao Kei felt warmth and safety gradually calming down. Xiao Kei fumbled with La Sai's body, moving fervently. Sweat slicked her milky skin like fine jade. La Sai's rough breath mingled with Xiao Kei's moans. The dim bedside lamp cast a hunger-driven expression on Xiao Kei's face, while La Sai's hands caressed the fluttering white rabbit atop Xiao Kei's chest. Xiao Kei was so engrossed in her moment that she had completely forgotten the terror of the headless figures in the narrow alley. The sense of safety she felt with Lao Sai made her lose herself entirely. At this moment, all she wanted was for him to keep going deeper. Inside Lao Sai's abdomen, the urge to climb and reach heights caused him to struggle upwards like an overturned beetle. Finally, he reached his peak, sending both Xiao Kei and himself into a state of ecstasy. The thunderous thoughts in her mind triggered waves of sensation within her. Lao Sai was struck by wave after wave of lightning, trembling uncontrollably, and the elixir of life gushed out from him. The heat had subsided, and Xiao Kei, drenched in sweat, hugged Old Four tightly, murmuring, "Old Four, let's get married." Old Four gently ran his hand through Xiao Kei's hair and said, "What about your husband?" Xiao Kei sighed and said, "Divorce, anyway, his heart isn't here anymore." Old Four kissed Xiao Kei's face and asked, "Thought it through?" Xiao Kei nodded firmly, and La Siro smiled, his lips curling up like a mischievous fox that had just stolen some fish. Xiao Kei felt a chill run down her spine as La Sai's laugh suddenly seemed ominous. Just as she was about to snuggle up to La Sai, a streak of cold light suddenly flashed from the dimly lit table lamp. Xiao Kei felt a sudden chill as he choked. A gush of fresh blood surged from the side of his neck, spluttering onto Old Four's face. Xiao Kei stared at Old Four in disbelief, who was glowing with excitement and clutching an unfamiliar surgical knife in his hand. Xiao Kei couldn't make out what Old Four was mumbling. His brain, deprived of blood, rapidly lost clarity, and he only managed a reflexive breath. In a haze, I seemed to hear the creak of bicycles on the narrow street, gradually receding into the distance. The rider appeared all too familiar. Oh. Xiao Kei's last shred of rationality dawned upon her. That headless figure was none other than herself. She was wearing the same sleeveless top and ample hips encased in jeans. Xiao Kei's body tumbled backward and fell heavily onto the floor from the bed. Old Four pressed the quilt over Xiao Kei's major artery to prevent blood from spilling everywhere, making cleanup more difficult. He still had a cigarette between his lips, although it was already extinguished by Xiao Kei's blood. Xiao Kei's body continued to twitch as his round pupils dilated fully before finally widening. Only then did Old Four let go with a satisfied smile and blow a happy whistle. Old Four tossed aside the blood-soaked blanket and dragged Xiao Kei's legs toward the bathroom. She was surprisingly heavy, he hadn't noticed it at all while she was writhing on him. But Old Four didn't care, because his love for Xiao Kei had almost driven him mad. However, whether her insides matched her outward beauty remained uncertain to him, so he decided to take a look. Old Four dumped Xiao Kei's body on the bathroom floor and fetched a surgical knife. He muttered to himself, "My beauty, let me see if you are as pure on the inside as you appear." Old Four inserted the scalpel between Xiao Kei's breasts and gently dragged it downward. A line of blood appeared from Xiao Kei's chest to her upper abdomen. After putting down the scalpel, Old 4 inserted his hands on both sides of the bloodline and gently pulled them apart. "Wow, simply amazing," he exclaimed with genuine admiration as he looked at the organs in Xiao Kei's chest and abdomen. The Old 4's eyes emitted a fanatical light, as if he was examining a treasure, and he sighed sincerely. "It's so perfect, God's masterpiece." He kept flirting with the organs in Xiao's abdominal cavity in his hand. Old 4 became increasingly excited as he looked, and eventually almost danced with joy. After the inspection was complete, Senior 4 flexed his stiff neck and went to the kitchen for a large chef's knife. The sharp edge gleamed ominously in the light. With one swift slash of the blade across Xiao Kei's neck, SSSHH, blood spattered all over Senior 4's face. A warm sensation spread across his cheeks as he lapped up the fresh blood around his lips with his tongue. The smell of blood stirred an intense passion within him. "I love this feeling so much, it's almost better than sex." He repeatedly sliced off Xiao Kei's head, holding it in his hands for a closer inspection. Such exquisite artistry was never boring, and Senior 4 even began humming an old song by Feng Xian. "Reading you 1,000 times never fails to enchant me. The feeling of reading you is like spring." As he hummed, he took Xiao Kei's head into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. The refrigerator contained the heads of 2 people, their blackened eye sockets contrasting with pale, almost deathly white faces. 4 gently kissed little K's still open lips and placed its head inside the fridge. Smiling, he said to the other 2 heads with wide eyes, "Don't be jealous, you're all the greatest works of art." After a night of intense activity, Elder 4 was utterly exhausted, despite the constant excitement. With a mess of colorful clothes scattered about, he fell into a deep sleep on the bed stained with dark blood. By the time I woke up, it was already dusk, and I had to head to school for evening study sessions. Despite being extremely reluctant, I took a shower and put on a suit from my closet. By the time school was over, it was already dark. Old 4 wandered through various classes but didn't find any issues and then returned to his office. He leaned back in his chair, turned on his computer, and logged into the local chat room, looking for his next target. The chat room was filled with inexperienced teenagers, whispering sweet nothings to each other, and Old 4 wasn't particularly interested. He didn't spot any targets that caught his eye until well past midnight. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had learned through experience that good hunters needed patience. Liu Sai glanced at the time. It was 2 minutes shy of 12 o'clock. Heading home now would be too late, and he really didn't want to run there. Fortunately, he shared a dormitory with the other 3 out-of-town teachers on campus. Walking down the shaded path on campus, Laos's mind was still replaying Xiao Kei's flawless performance of internal organs from last night. Simply perfect, he praised sincerely to himself. He tapped his head and silently cursed his inadequate vocabulary. Apart from perfect, he couldn't think of any other fresh words to describe it. Whoosh! It seemed like something had zipped past Fourth Brother's face. He jumped in surprise. Looking back, it was a pitch-black night where not even the faintest glimmer of light could be seen, except for the chill in the air. Fourth Brother spat out and muttered, "Damn," before hurrying off toward his dormitory. I had been lost in the wonderful memories from last night, so I didn't notice anything amiss around me. It wasn't until I was startled by that strange noise that I realized it was exceptionally dark tonight. There wasn't a single star in the sky. What made it even worse was that the campus seemed to be without power. Not a single streetlight was on. Only a few faint glows from the windows of the distant staff dormitory added to the eerie atmosphere, making the night even more unsettling. Old Four never believed in ghosts or gods, so he didn't really care much about it. He started thinking about his first target, the principal's daughter. Old Four believed he was diligent at work, graceful and charming, well-versed and adept in social situations. Yet, he could not understand why the principal seemed to always have it in for him. The list for advanced studies clearly should have included him, but his name was missing when it was announced. This left Old Four feeling extremely frustrated and harboring intense resentment toward the principal. The original plan was to kidnap the principal's daughter and keep her at home for 2 days, giving that old guy a taste of anxiety. Who would have thought that this little girl had long harbored feelings for him? Even more worrying was that it seemed he might have developed some interest in her as well. As a result, they ended up engaging in passionate activities. When the little girl asked if they could get married after she graduated from university, an irresistible impulse suddenly surged within him. He wanted to dissect her and see inside. His wife had to be perfect, her appearance had to match her inner qualities exactly. So he called her into the bathroom for a hot tub session. As she was excitedly climaxing while leaning over the bathtub, he pushed her head deep underwater. She thrashed wildly with her hands, trying to grasp him from behind, but fourth brother's strength rendered all her efforts futile. Old Four watched excitedly as the blood gurgling up from her throat painted the bathwater a pale red. Finally, another wave of pleasure washed over her. However, the autopsy that followed was disappointing for Old Four. This girl's heavy smoking had turned her lungs into 2 blackened pieces of cloth. Her endless snacking habit had also left her stomach covered in ulcers. The only comfort he found was her head, so he severed it and placed it in the refrigerator to frequently admire. The principal was naturally frantic upon discovering that his precious daughter had gone missing. In just a couple of days, he was so stressed that his eyes were bloodshot and blisters appeared on his lips, making him look almost like one of the ghosts from horror movies. The police's inefficient detective work pushed the principal to such a state of distress that he ended up in the hospital. He hadn't come out yet. At this thought, Old Four couldn't help but laugh with glee. It must feel terrible for that old sinner now, making things difficult for me. This translation aims to capture both the urgency and emotional intensity of the original text while maintaining natural English flow and clarity. Suddenly, Old Four stumbled as if tripped by something soft under his feet. His body lost its balance and he tumbled to the ground head first. As he landed, he felt something with fur beneath his hands. Surprised, Old Four grabbed hold of the fur and yanked it up. With only a faint glow illuminating the scene, he realized that what he had pulled was the principal's daughter's head. Her dark circles around sunken eyes stared wide open at him without any life or emotion, causing Old Four to feel an intense sense of terror. Under the influence of extreme emotions, Old Four forcefully threw the head into the forest. With a resounding thud followed by an O. Then, the sound of rustling leaves could be heard, along with 2 quickly retreating footsteps. If it were any other day, fourth brother would have rushed in to see what was going on, fulfilling his duty as a teacher and checking if the students were laying the groundwork for their futures. But now, all he could think about was the wide-eyed gaze of Principal Zhong's daughter. even if the students were gossiping behind his back. He couldn't spare any attention. What in the world? Could it be that he had overexerted himself last night and was experiencing a hallucination? That must be it. Fourth brother turned around to take another look at what had tripped him up just now. As he took 2 steps toward the long object, his foot was suddenly grabbed tightly. He screamed in fear, losing control. Using his free foot, he fiercely stomped on the hand, gripping his own. After several dozen stomp attempts, the hand finally released its grip. Fourth brother was unwilling to linger any longer on this terrifying path. He would rather that someone discovered the bodies and heads here tomorrow than risk being snatched by evil spirits tonight. With a burst of speed, fourth brother dashed towards the dormitory building. His heart continued to race frantically, much like how Xiaokei's chest had trembled up and down yesterday evening. Finally, a sigh of relief escaped before the fourth brother felt his collar being gripped. He struggled desperately, his voice hoarse and dissonant, as if reciting Jay Cho's double-blade staff. Heng Heng Ha-ji. Let go of me quickly, Heng Heng Ha-ji. The muddled words sounded like alien language. Old Four felt the collar of his shirt tighten around his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. His hands instinctively grabbed at his throat, futilely trying to tear away the clothes that seemed to be choking him. Just as he was about to suffocate, fourth brother struggled fiercely, and with a sizzling sound, his collar came undone. He ran a few steps forward and turned around to see what was behind him. Instead, he saw a branch swaying up and down, with pieces of torn fabric hanging from it, pieces that belonged to his own shirt. Old Four was taken aback for a moment, but his lifted heart finally found peace. He wiped away a head full of sweat and muttered, F***ck. Before turning to walk toward the dormitory building. Old Four entered the dormitory building with a lingering sense of fear, and his frightened heart gradually calmed down. The dim lighting made the corridor in the dormitory seem somewhat eerie, but it was already immeasurably better than the fear of the darkness itself. The walls around the corridor hadn't been painted in a long time, and peeling flakes of paint were scattered everywhere, emitting a musty odor. Old Four looked at the areas where the paint had peeled off, revealing strange shapes. One particular flake formed what appeared to be a head with unruly hair, opening its mouth wide as if desperately trying to breathe, but failing to achieve its goal. The 2 small patches of undamaged wall seemed to be its eyes, staring intently at Old Four. Old Four shuddered as he felt the area where the wall paint had peeled off increasingly resembled little Kei's head, frozen in the refrigerator. It was a bit ominous, and he dared not pass near that spot. Worse still, the corridor lights suddenly went out. At that moment, the pitch-black hallway was illuminated only by faint glimmers of light seeping through several dormitory doors, and one of these beams just happened to cast a precise shadow on the wall panel shaped like a head. Liu Sai suddenly detected a familiar scent of blood. It was the kind of blood he loved, but now it made him feel nauseous. The shape on the wall that resembled Xiaokei's head began to wriggle as if trying to break free from its confinement. Lao Sai's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be true? The heads on the walls suddenly flew out, emitting a chilling scream that echoed through the dormitory corridor. Lao Sai shouted and tried to run, but his legs lost all control. Just as he took a step forward, he tumbled to the ground. Lao Sai mentally cursed his luck and looked up, only to see the heads right in front of him. Dizziness overwhelmed him as he could only clearly Make out Xiao Kei's pearly white teeth sinking towards his throat. Old Four's final consciousness boiled down to 2 words: it's over. And then he blacked out. I couldn't tell how much time had passed, but Fourth Elder's eyes were suddenly blinded by a strong light. He heard a voice shout, "Wake up! Wake up!" running his hand over the still sore spot on his head. Lao Sai opened his eyes and looked around. He was already in the dorm bed. With a sigh, he saw Luo Yang sitting on the edge of the bed with a concerned look on his face. "Can you get me a cup of water?" Lao Sai asked. Lu Yang hurriedly poured a glass of water for Old Four and placed it in his hand. Taking the cup, Old Four drank it all in one go. Lu Yang asked curiously, "Old Four, what happened to you last night? If Xiao Jijia hadn't brought her friend back to our dormitory and found you lying on the corridor, you might still be lying on the ground." Old Four said, puzzled. "Xiao Jijia's friends?" Liu Yang said, "Right," and pointed to a slender man reading a book on the bed opposite him. Upon hearing his name, the man turned around and smiled at Old Four. His sparkling eyes seemed to shoot out 2 sharp swords, nearly making Old Four gasp for breath. Four dared not to look and awkwardly avoided the man's gaze, saying with a smile, "Thank you." The man lifted the corner of his mouth in a smile that clearly carried mockery, while disdain flashed in his eyes. For some reason, the fourth brother felt a flutter in his heart upon seeing this man. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything. With just a casual glance, the fourth brother felt as if the other had already seen his naked bottom. Lu Yang was completely unaware of the unusual atmosphere as he introduced to No. 4, "This is Xiao Jijia's friend who came from out of town to see her." Lu Yang scratched his head sheepishly and said, "What's his name again? I can't remember it for the life of me." The man smiled slightly, showing no concern at all, and without taking his eyes off the book in his hand, said, "Lin Feng." Lu Yang grinned and said, Right, you see how bad my memory is." Suddenly, there were loud knocks on the door. A voice outside called out loudly, "Are you all dressed yet? I'm coming in. It's Xiao Jijia." Luo Yang didn't bother to get up from his seat and said, "Come in already, you're both practically naked." The door creaked open, revealing half of a slender face. Black eyes swept over the dormitory before the person fully entered. As soon as Xiao Jijia entered, she blurted out to Lu Yang, "You said you were born without a bottom, right? Show it to me." She then turned to the pale-looking Old Four and asked, "What's going on? Why are you sleeping in the corridor when there's a bed available? Is it comfortable?" Old Four chuckled twice without saying anything. Xiao Jijia turned to Lin Feng and said, "Hey, old classmate. Haven't these guys taught you any bad habits? Come on, let me show you around." Lin Feng put down the book in his hand and said, "It's an honor to have such a beauty as my guide." Then he greeted Lu Yang, fourth brother, and followed Xiao Jijia out. Lao Sai felt a wave of relief as he looked at Lin Feng, who was out of his line of sight behind the door. Dealing with this person gave him an intangible sense of pressure, making him feel restless and uneasy. "Hey Lin Feng, stop acting all serious and profound," Xiao Jijia said to Lin Feng, who had his brow furrowed. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "Why pretend to be profound with you? Simply put, none of the people in that dorm were good." Xiao Jijia chuckled and said, "Right, that Luo Yang practically turned his eyes green just at the sight of me. HMPH, he's been after me for a long time now." Lin Feng composed his expression and said, "I advise you to keep your distance from them." Yanlu has issues as well. Last night, old 4 collapsed in the corridor. If I hadn't happened to be passing by just then, I'm not sure he would have woken up. To be honest, I didn't even intend to help him. Xiao Jiju asked, puzzled. Why? The old 4 are pretty good. Lin Feng sighed and said, I can save him once, but I can't rescue him every time. Seeing that Xiao Jiju didn't understand, he explained. Further, he is being pursued by a vengeful ghost, with intense negative energy surrounding his body. As for Luo Yang, his eyebrows slant downwards, and so does the corner of his mouth, even when he smiles. It looks like a grimace. While one's appearance is innate, the black aura emanating from between his brows proves that he already has a death countenance. He won't live much longer. This translation aims to maintain the original meaning, while ensuring it flows naturally in English. Xiao Jie was startled. Lin Feng had dealt with many paranormal incidents during his university days, and she had even witnessed a few herself. Her heart gave weight to what he said, but she still couldn't help expressing doubt. How serious is it? Lin Feng said, this is 10 times worse than that. There's something wrong with this teaching building. Xiao Jie looked around the teaching building that stood prominently in the center of the school, but couldn't make out anything special. Lin Feng pointed to the teaching building and said, look at how this building is constructed. The 3 annex buildings branch off from the main building in 3 different directions. If you were to look down on it from above, what shape would it form? Xiaoji immediately clapped her hands and said, it's the character Ren. What's inappropriate about that? Lin Feng pointed to the walls surrounding the school and said, including this square wall. Xiao Jie blurted out the word prisoner in the prisoner. Lin Feng nodded and said, it's the word prison. And the gate faces north, facing the corpse land. There are so many locust trees planted in the school. The locust trees are ghost trees, which are easy to attract ghosts and gather in the dark, so there must be problems. Xiao Jie was scared by Lin Feng, even though the sun was shining brightly. She felt a bit chilly and instinctively leaned closer to him, saying, don't scare me like that. Lin Feng pinched a small tuft of soil on the side of the road and sniffed it in front of his nose and said, a rotten smell. Yes, your school is a big passage, but where is the exit? Lin Feng stood up and clapped his hands, looked around, and finally his eyes were fixed on the faculty and staff dormitory building that had just walked out, and whispered in his mouth, what a heavy energy. Xiao Jie shuddered in fright as she followed Lin Feng's gaze. The more she looked at the faculty dormitory building, the more uncomfortable it felt. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, do you have a class in the afternoon? Xiao Jie said, yes, I have duty tonight and need to check on the night study session. Lin Feng's face changed, and he said, I'll come with you tonight. From now on, whenever you need to take leave from the Institute's leadership, make sure you don't set foot in the school after 12 a.m. Xiao Jie's face turned pale and she said, you'd better not stay in that dormitory. Last night was too late, so I'll let you settle there for the night. Why don't you come and stay at my place tonight? Lin Feng pat the dirt off his hands and said, desired, but not obtained. He then smiled wickedly. With Lin Feng by her side, little Jie felt much more at ease. To be honest, if it weren't for Lin Feng's presence, she wouldn't have come at all. Even though the campus was brightly lit now, little Jie still couldn't help feeling nervous and scared. This feeling was particularly intense when she walked into the dark hallway. Lin Feng tightly grasped little Jie's hand and walked towards the second floor of the teaching building. The second floor housed the classes and the lights. Filtering from the classrooms gave Xiaojie a sense of relief. Lin Feng waited at the end of the corridor for Xiaojie to check each classroom. He opened the window at the far end of the hallway, letting in a warm night breeze. However, his view was obstructed by the lifeless employee dormitory building standing across from him, dark and silent. Lin Feng squinted his eyes to scrutinize the employee dormitory building. The place seemed shrouded in a dense black aura, and the warm night breeze that had just passed through felt unbearably cold. A shiver ran down Lin Feng's spine as he found himself standing beside a low thatched hut. Inside, a faint glow from an oil lamp and the cries of a child could be heard. Lin Feng was stunned, and a female voice from inside the house said, "Honey, if we keep going like this, the whole family is going to starve. You've got to think of some way to solve it." The room was filled with a rough voice in anger. "What kind of solution do you want me to come up with? They've stripped the bark off trees for miles around. Where am I supposed to find anything?" Lin Feng looked through the window and saw a woman sitting on the kang, a traditional brick bed inside, continuously soothing her child in her arms while furrowing her brow in worry. Opposite her sat a bearded man with an open shirt, revealing a gaunt chest. The woman sighed and looked sympathetically at the child. The man, his eyes glowing with a bestial light as he looked at the child in the woman's arms, muttered, "Damn, it's been ages since I had meat." The woman was startled and saw the man staring intently at her child. Her face turned as white as a sheet, and she hugged her child tightly, saying, "No matter what, you can't have any designs on my child. You are a human being, not a beast." The woman's single word sparked a hunger in the man, his bloodshot eyes bulging like copper bells. He fixed his gaze on the child's exposed arm and said, "Starved to such an extent that even mother and father would have to be cooked." The woman exclaimed in terror, "No." And the man pounced on her like a starving tiger. The woman wildly fought with the man, clutching her child tightly. The man slapped her twice, knocking her off balance. But she still held on to the child tightly. With a low growl, the man demanded, "Hand it over." The woman cried out pleadingly, "Honey, you can't do something so terrible. Eat what I eat instead." The man raised a wooden stick positioned at the head of the bed and viciously struck it down on the woman's head. A crimson flower bloomed on her forehead as she fainted. Seizing the child clutched in the woman's arms, the man's eyes ignited with greed as he stared at the crying infant. The man picked up the child and turned towards the kitchen in the outer room. The kitchen was immediately filled with the sharp cries of the child, piercing screams echoing through the night. The crying suddenly cut off halfway, leaving only the doo-doo sound of a knife chopping on the cutting board. The woman on the kang slowly came to her senses, while the man across from her smiled with satisfaction. As he picked his teeth, the man pushed a plate of meat in front of the woman and said, "Eat." She stared blankly at the meat on the plate, saying nothing. The man sighed and turned his head, soon emitting deep, steady breathing sounds. The woman's gaze was vacant as she sat motionlessly on the kang, a type of traditional bed. The wick of the oil lamp burnt down to a hiss, producing a faint puff of blue smoke before extinguishing. The woman shuffled off the bed and limped into the kitchen, fumbling around before returning after a while, standing by the side of the bed in silence, staring at the man who slept peacefully. The man, satisfied with his meal, turned over in the sleep center with contented ease. His wife raised the knife in her hand and hacked down mercilessly towards him. The man let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Ah! But before the sound had fully echoed through the room, the second blade cut his throat, silencing him. All the pain remained trapped in his chest. The woman's gaze was piercing, her hair disheveled, and her face streaked with blood from the sweat on her forehead, resembling a demon from hell. The man gradually ceased to breathe. The woman dropped the half-finished knife from her hand and slumped onto the cane, turning into a heap of mush. The man's head was almost cut off by the crazy woman, leaving only a little skin connected. His eyes were staring at the roof of the hut with horror. He didn't believe that the usually docile woman would be so crazy at this moment until she died. Outside, the forest wind trembled in the breeze, unable to move no matter how hard he tried, as if even his blood had frozen. He watched as the woman found a red string in the cabinet and hung it from the roof beam, tying a knot. The woman hung the rope and smeared the man's blood all over herself, bit by bit. In no time, she was completely covered in red. She emitted a meaningless laugh. Then she climbed onto the stool under the beam and put her head into the crimson rope. Muttering to herself, she said, "I want everyone to die. My child is gone. I want everyone to die." With one final effort, she kicked the stool over with a loud clang. Lin Feng was in a state of panic. He had no idea how this rural woman knew about such an ominous method of death, covering his entire body in blood and cursing with the most vicious spell, using his own life. Lin Feng suddenly found that he could move. He couldn't let this woman die like this, otherwise the people on this land would not find peace, and they would eventually all meet a violent end. He gripped the window frame of the house and, with one foot stepping onto the windowsill, turned his body to crawl inside. Behind her, someone suddenly hugged her tightly. Xiao Jijia's voice turned hoarse with panic. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Suddenly, the thatched cottage and the man's body had vanished. Only the woman's trembling figure and vicious eyes remained before Lin Feng's vision. He found himself hanging onto the window of the teaching building with both hands, 1 foot already on the ledge. Lin Feng quickly released his grip on the person in front of him. Everything just now had been an illusion, yet it felt too real for him to doubt its occurrence. Xiujia released her hand only after she saw Lin Feng coming down. Lin Feng turned around, his face drenched in cold sweat. Seeing the anxious expression on Xiujia's face and the tears welling up in her eyes, he could see her ample chest rising and falling rapidly, indicating that she had been quite frightened. Lin Feng let out a breath of relief, thinking how close he had come. Checking his watch, it was already 11 o'clock. He grabbed Xiao Jijia's hand and said, "Hurry up. And let's head home first." Lei Feng, sitting in the living room, took a drink from the fridge and drank it down in big gulps. Xiao Jiju asked, "What were you doing just now? Were you so frustrated that you wanted to jump off a building?" Lin Feng recounted the hallucination he just saw, still visibly shaken. Xiao Jiju asked worriedly, "What should we do about it?" Lin Feng gently tapped his head and said, "Can we find a record of your school's annals? I want to check what this place was originally used for." Xiao Jiju thought for a moment and said, "I'll give it a try." Lin Feng stretched and said, "That's settled. I'm so tired, I'm going to bed first." And with that, he walked into Xiao Jijia's bedroom and flopped onto the bed. Xiao Jiju instantly rushed in, grabbing Lin Feng by the neck and shaking him like a banshee, roaring, "Get out! Your resting place is the couch. When Lin Feng woke up, little Gigi had already gone to work. There was a note on the table that read, "Breakfast is in the kitchen." After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lin Feng helpfully himself to some fried dough twists and devoured them with gusto. After downing a box of breakfast milk, he felt invigorated, thinking about how he hadn't even had a chance to explore this place yet, only to run into such a troublesome situation. He decided to take the opportunity to wander around today. Lin Feng strolled around at his own leisure. Although this was a very unfamiliar city to him, he wasn't worried about getting lost. He had always been confident in his sense of direction. The flower beds lining the pedestrian path were blooming vibrantly, competing to bask in the sunlight. Lin Feng greedily enjoyed the lush greenery and vibrant colors before his eyes, only to find that the surroundings seemed slightly familiar. Suddenly, he looked up and realized that the school where Xiao Jijia worked was right on the roadside. Lin Feng was taken aback. How had he unknowingly walked here? Lin Feng sat down on the bench beneath the trees next to the school, once again staring at this peculiar institution that exuded oddities in every corner. A cough echoed beside Lin Feng, and an old voice said, "Young man, could I sit next to you?" Lin Feng took a look and saw a slender, tall elderly man. Although the passage of time had etched lines of hardship on his face, his spine remained straight and erect. Lin Feng quickly moved to the side and said, "Please sit down." The old man nodded approvingly and sat down next to Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng staring intently at the campus, surprise flickered across the old man's face. He asked Lin Feng, "Young fellow, what are you looking at?" Lin Feng said with a sigh, "Just browsing, nothing special." The old man smiled mysteriously and said, "Not really. Do you think there's something strange about this place?" Lin Feng's heart leaped. Could it be that he had encountered a master? The old man fixed his gaze on the campus, a look of profound disgust lingering in his cloudy eyes. He spoke slowly, "Young man, do you want to know what happened here?" Lin Feng nodded in agreement. This was exactly what he had hoped for. He never expected that by chance he would encounter a relevant informant. The muscles in the old man's face twitched involuntarily as he said, "That was 60 years ago. I was still a child then. I lived right here. Back then, this place was a village with just over 200 people. Years of famine and warfare had left the villagers destitute. That year of the disaster, Dog was 9 years old. Chronic hunger had emaciated the adults in the village, leaving them skin and bone, yet strangely enough, children under 10 were all plump and rosy-cheeked. One morning, the village chief went to Tsiju's house at the edge of the village to find him. He wanted to discuss with Tsiju whether it was possible to find some livelihood opportunities for the villagers. Tsiju was the only person within a 50-mile radius who had ventured out and worked outside for several years, so he might have some ideas. The village chief called out loudly outside Utsuza's thatched cottage, "Utsuzi! Utsuzi!" There was no response, just intermittent creaking sounds from within the house. The village chief frowned. People were nearly starving to death, and he shouldn't have been thinking about his wife at a time like this. The village chief's mind shifted, and he slipped quietly into the courtyard. He approached under the thatched cottage window. Second column's wife was famous for her lustrous beauty. Her large eyes seemed to ooze water, and her ample bosom had long piqued the village chief's desires. However, second column's wife never gave the village chief a chance, leaving him feeling thoroughly disappointed. Now, even if he couldn't get a taste of it, getting a glimpse would be nice. The village chief slowly poked his head into the window. And there hung over the beam of the ceiling was en-AU-'s wife, her entire body blood red as she swayed back and forth. The intermittent creak sound came from the beam. Under the strain of her weight, her tongue extended halfway out and her eyes stared directly at him in a fixed gaze. In his panic, the village chief knocked his head against the window. After a moment of hesitation, the village chief mustered his courage and pushed open the front door. en-AU lay on the bed with his body sprawled on the Kang traditional heated platform, his head hanging down, connected only by a small strip of skin to his neck. On the table beside him was an odd-looking bowl filled with red meat that he had likely been eating before his sudden collapse. The village chief swallowed hard as the sight of the meat completely stoked his hunger. However, looking at the devastation inside the house, he hesitated to take a step. After a moment's hesitation, the hunger and greed finally overcame his fear. The chief cautiously avoided looking at the woman's corpse and didn't dare to see the head of Azan drooping on the Kang, a traditional raised sleeping platform. He grabbed the meat in the bowl on the table and began devouring it greedily. The meat was so tender and flavorful that it wasn't at all greasy. After taking a bite, the village chief couldn't resist any longer and kept grabbing meat from the bowl to stuff into his mouth. He had never tasted such delicious meat before. As he ate, he praised the quality of the meat, wondering where en-AU found such a delicacy. Now that they were dead, there was no one left to ask about it. In an instant, the village chief devoured the last piece of meat in the bowl and greedily licked the remaining broth from the bowl. Feeling satisfied, he put down the bowl and turned around just to find that the woman hanging on the beam had turned her head and was looking at him with malice. The village chief's heart tightened and he was startled. In his shock, he knocked over the table, causing the bowl on it to shatter onto the floor. The village chief, who had just secured a meal, suddenly felt fear gripping his heart again and hurriedly ran outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he noticed that the door to the kitchen in the outer room was slightly ajar. A glimmer of hope sparked in his mind, perhaps there was still some uneaten meat inside that he could bring back for his wife and children to enjoy a hearty meal together. Pushing open the kitchen door, I saw wisps of faint blue smoke rising from beneath the stove. A savory aroma of meat mingled with a gentle steam wafting from the pot. The cutting board was stained with dark blood, and the floor was equally marred by it. The village chief was overjoyed and quickly lifted the pot lid. Inside, the head of a child under a year old had already been boiled until the skin peeled off, revealing severe gangrene. The eyes stared intently at the chief, and there seemed to be a hint of a smile around the mouth. The village chief finally realized what he had just eaten, and his stomach lurched as if he were going to vomit. He forcibly suppressed the urge to throw up and covered the pot with a lid. Walking out of the courtyard, the village chief stood there for a long while, still tasting the meat flavor on his lips. It didn't seem so disgusting anymore. Thinking back to the taste just now, the village chief stomped his foot hard and turned to walk back into en-AU's house. Taking advantage of everyone still being asleep, the village chief wrapped the body of en-AU's wife in a blanket and ran quickly back home. Seeing his wife and son devouring their meal greedily, the village chief couldn't help breaking out into a long-lost smile. The cellar held the body of en-AU's wife, whose leg was missing. It would last for several days, the village chief thought satisfiedly. Tujuzi's house had been reduced to ashes by his own hand, and no one would have guessed that too. Juzi's wife had fed her family with her own body. The village chief went to the vegetable cellar again the next day, only to find that the body of Atsuza's wife had vanished. The chief stood there holding his knife in shock. Could the corpse have walked away on its own? Or was it stolen by someone who had gotten too hungry? It must have been stolen by someone. Since then, the village chief began to scrutinize everyone in the village, seeing each person as a thief who had stolen a corpse. Every gaze seemed to contain an unsettling flicker of evil intent that made one feel uneasy. Days seemed to pass with no significant change, and hunger remained their constant companion. The village chief could not forget the taste of human flesh. Gradually, he noticed that the children in the village were unusually fair and plump. His own son was especially robust, even on days when he consumed less than a caddy, about 500 grams of food. The child would still be running around energetically and never complained about being hungry. Unable to endure the hunger any longer, the village chief decided to act on his own son. At 10 years old, the boy would provide enough meat to last the chief and his wife for many days. Once the village chief made up his mind, he decided to act that very day. If he killed someone else's child and the truth was discovered, he would be in serious trouble. Therefore, he had no choice but to kill his own children to satisfy their hunger first. The village chief led his son to the kitchen in the backyard. "Dad, why did you call me here?" "Son, I have something special for you. Go ahead and find it yourself. Is there meat for us to eat again?" His son's face flushed with excitement as he recalled the delicious meat they had eaten just a few days ago. "Yeah, you can have it first if you find it." The son happily searched everywhere. He rushed to the stove first, lifted the pot lid, no meat there, and then pulled open the cabinet under the sink, still nothing. Just as he turned to ask where the meat could be, a stick whipped through the air and landed a fierce blow on his head. The son fell to the ground at his father's command, confused about what mistake he had made that warranted punishment. "Dad," the son cried in despair as the cane landed on his head again. The son's forehead was splattered with fresh blood, while the chief's face was streaked with tears. He muttered, "Son, I'm sorry for you. For me and your mother, please go in peace." With a final blow of the stick to his head, the blooded flower bloomed on the son's forehead, and his wide-open eyes seemed unable to believe that their father had struck him dead with his own hands. The village chief pushed a bowl of meat in front of his wife and said, "Eat." The woman swallowed and said, "Give it to my son." The village chief suddenly became irritable. "Just eat what you're given. Our son has already had his share." This translation captures the abrupt change in tone and the villager's frustration with being told to eat something, emphasizing that their son has already eaten. The woman paused and asked, "Where is he?" The village chief sucked on his dried tobacco pipe, which was filled with withered leaves. The room was filled with a pungent smoke that enveloped him. He said, "He probably went to play at the village head, and he might come back later. Eat now, I called you first to eat." The woman believed the village chief and started eating greedily. Just halfway through, she suddenly froze in place. The woman picked out a piece of meat, which bore a dark brown and black mole. It dawned on her that she was eating her son's flesh. The frenzied woman then threw the remaining pieces of meat onto the chief's head, tearing at him like a mad tiger. The village chief endured the woman's beating, keeping his head down without making a sound. After a moment, the woman muttered, "I want a son. I want a son." The next morning, the village chief found that the men were all frowning with worry, but not a single one complained about being hungry. What frightened him even more was that there wasn't a child to be seen in the entire village. None had shown up at all. The men had gathered at the village entrance, and finally, the village chief understood what happened. Last night, all the men in the village had killed their sons for food. The only one to escape was Doja, who had gone missing in the mountains the previous day and didn't return until morning, thus avoiding the fatal blade. Why such a coincidence? The men, gathered by the village entrance, were all feeling a chill run down their spines. Doggy was playing alone outside the village today, while none of his playmates from yesterday showed up for some reason. He wanted to go back to look for them, but a Taoist priest, who was coming towards him with a dog, suddenly grabbed him. After examining the dog for a while, the Taoist asked the dog, "Are you willing to come with me?" "Why follow you? My mother is still waiting for me." The Taoist heaved a long sigh and said, "Repaying old debts indeed. Come with me, and I guarantee you'll have enough to eat. If you want to see your mother, we can sneak back to your village to visit her." Eating was an irresistible temptation for the dog, and the dog agreed with the Taoist. When the Taoist passed by the nearby mountain, he noticed an overwhelming aura of resentment emanating from the village. Although his Taoist skills were insufficient to resolve it, he decided to investigate further that night. Upon entering the village secretly, he discovered that every household had been sacrificing their own children for food. When he encountered Goa, he couldn't bear to see the boy fill someone else's stomach instead of his own. Dog returned after 8 years with the Taoist, only to find that all the women in the village were gone. The men had gathered beneath the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, their eyes glowing an eerie green and their bodies riddled with holes that oozed either red or green fluid. Their mouths hung wide open, revealing tongues abnormally long, and drool dripped from the corners of their mouths in a sparkling stream. Seeing Dog and the Taoist, all the men charged forward like wild beasts. Panicked, Dog saw that there was the village chief and his own father. The Taoist remained unfazed, mumbling incantations. As he flicked his hand and a talisman ignited, the men dared not take another step forward, only letting out low growls from the depths of their throats. The Taoist priest told the dog about what happened 8 years ago. Looking at the dilapidated village and the barren fields, the dog believed the Taoist priest's words. As for why the men have turned out this way, the Taoist said they had been cursed with a hungry ghost curse. At night, the dog and the Taoist priest slept in a broken ancestral hall. The dog, who was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, was awakened by the shouts of the Taoist priests. I saw the Taoist priest dancing with a peachwood sword and a fluttering red shadow fighting in a hurry. The Taoist priest's peachwood sword stabbed to the left and right, but it could not touch the corner of the red-shadowed clothes. By the end, the red shadow was spinning faster and faster, causing the Taoist to sweat profusely, his clothes drenched. The beads of sweat dripped onto the ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, the red shadow stopped spinning, leaving the Taoist exhausted and collapsing on the ground. Dogger got a good look at it. That red figure was actually Oju's wife. A chilling coldness had appeared on her pale face, making Dogger even more afraid. Moreover, he noticed that Oju's wife's feet were several inches off the ground. She was clearly a ghost, and this finally dawned on Dogger. The Taoist was rendered limp with exhaustion by the female ghost, who feared his cypress wood sword. Lying on the ground, he seemed about to collapse. The female ghost let out a long, mournful laugh and plunged her fingers, like knives, into the Taoist's chest. Puff. The ghost woman's hands plunged into the Taoist's chest, causing a sudden burst of glaring golden light around him. The light formed an 8-trigram pattern that tightly sealed the ghost woman in place. A smile appeared on the Taoist's face. It turned out that while defending against the ghost woman's attack, he had been stepping with the 9 Palace's 8-trigram stance, creating an 8-trigram formation on the ground beneath his feet. His sweat had formed a large circle there. As soon as the ghost woman entered this circle, she was caught in the Taoist's ghost-sealing circle of unity. The female ghost was tightly bound by the gossipy spirit, and in agony and anguish, she let out a piercing cry that turned into a streak of red light, vanishing outside the shrine. The men at the village entrance cowered beneath the locust tree like cowardly dogs hearing a wolf howl. Trembling with fear, Dog carried the near-dead Taoist, who handed over the peachwood sword and instructed Dog that the female ghost had only suffered severe injuries but was not completely eradicated. One day she would return, and it would be up to Dog to defeat her. After delivering these final words, the Taoist never regained consciousness. The next morning, after Dogger buried the Taoist, he paid a few respects at the grave before leaving the village. As he passed through the entrance, he discovered that all the men in the village were dead, their tongues extended abnormally long and their bodies covered in a greyish-white hue with no trace of blood remaining, as if it had been completely drained. Among them was both the village chief and Dogger's father. After investigating for some time without gaining any understanding, he could only leave, carrying the Taoist's peachwood sword on his back. Dogger roamed south and north, relying on talismans and exorcisms he learned from a Taoist to earn his living by driving away evil spirits. It wasn't until years later that he realized the village men had been killed by female ghosts who fed on their blood to heal themselves. After liberation, Dogger took off his Taoist robe, as he had learned to read and write from the Taoists, and went to work at a factory as a worker. When I returned to my hometown, it had been developed into a small city, with the original village transformed into a medical university. Dog watched meticulously and found that the medical university was strangely demonic. The place where it was built, from its inner to outer structures, exuded a sinister aura. After retirement, Dog would come here every day to observe. Finally, he noticed that the female ghost who had been injured by a Taoist and sealed away years ago was about to reappear. Perhaps this evil spirit chosen as the site for the university has been influencing people all along, leading them to build an institution meant for cultivating talents on a demonic site. After listening to the old man's story, Lin Feng finally understood the source of the grudge at medical university. The old man's eyes glinted with boundless concern. As he said, "I am already old, and it was fate that I met you today." Lin Feng, sensing that the elder had a serious request, hurriedly replied, "Master, although I do have some knowledge of exorcism and warding off evil, it's all minor skills. I fear I might not live up to your expectations." The old man smiled, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to spread out as he said, "Yes, I can see that your understanding of Taoist techniques is still limited. But you are one of the few, apart from me, who have noticed that this school is a gathering place for negative energy. With old man as good as dead, it seems this is fate." Lin Feng wanted to decline, but the elder gave him a phone number and said, "Do your best to investigate. If you can't resolve it, give me a call, an old man. We'll lend you a hand." Lin Feng quickly pulled out his phone to record the elderly man's contact information. The elderly man stood up, stretched his limbs, and tapped his lower back. "I'm getting old, I'm useless now, it's your young people's world." He straightened himself and slowly walked toward the edge of the forest. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked the old man's name and shouted loudly, "Old man, may she ask what to call you?" The old man said without looking back, "I'm John. Just call me Taoist John." Sitting by the storefront window of a burger joint, Lin Feng stirred the ice cubes in his Coke cup and said to Xiao Jijie, "How's it going? Did you find the school yearbook?" Xiao Jijie was struggling to finish her chicken burger and fries. After taking another sip of her cola, she said, "I found it. When the school was first established, this used to be an empty lot with very few people around. It seems that a plague had broken out here many years ago, which is why no one came. Later, the city government saw that the location was pretty good and decided to build the city's first medical university right here." Lin Feng nodded. Sure enough, the school history did not record what Taoist Zhong had said. This was expected. Xiao Jijie devoured the last bite of her hamburger like a whirlwind, then started dipping her fries in the ketchup. As she ate, she said, "But after the school was built, all sorts of strange things started happening. I think there might be some pattern to the years." Lin Feng said with a hum, and asked, "What strange thing happened?" Xiao Jijie said, "Firstly, almost 3 serial killers appear among the students every 3 years. The methods of murder are not specified, but the archives describe them all as horrific. The only year that doesn't fit this 3-year pattern is 2003, when there were no problematic students." Lin Feng nodded and said, "And the second one?" Xiao Jijie said, "Second, the teacher's dormitory is an old building, older than the school itself. But there's no record of who built it. Third, it's rather strange. According to the school history, the teacher's dormitory has a basement. However, I have never known about this basement since I joined the school. Today, I specifically asked Old 4 and Luo Yan. They only discovered the basement after they started living in the dormitory as students and later as teaching staff." Lin Feng said, "Hold on. You're saying that fourth brother and Luo Yang are teachers who stayed on campus to teach?" Xiao Jijie nodded and said, "Yes, is there anything wrong with that?" Lin Feng asked, "What graduating class were they from?" Xiao Jijie thought for a moment and said, "I remember. Luo Yan mentioned that both he and Senior 4 graduated in the class of 2003. This translation maintains the natural flow and clarity of the original Chinese text while ensuring it sounds fluent and accurate in English." Lin Feng nodded with a heavy expression and said, "Do you remember what I said? I told you that they are not good things. The fourth brother fainted was not a physical problem, but was plagued by extremely resentment. If I guessed correctly, he and Luo Yan must have a problem." Xiao Jijie sucked in a breath and said, "Are we actually going hiking? This is so exciting. I'm already buzzing with energy." Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and said, "Let's not discuss their issues just yet. I wonder if anyone has gone missing from your school recently." Xiao Jijie spoke without hesitation. "Yes, the principal's daughter has been missing for a month. The principal is so worried that she had to be hospitalized due to stress. She just came back to work yesterday. Lin Feng said, "That's right. It must be one of Luo Yang and the fourth brother." However, the fourth brother is the most suspicious. Because when I entered the corridor that night, I found resentment and pestered the fourth brother. Luo Yang had a very evil spirit, but I haven't figured out the problem there. The two of them were chatting when Lin Feng was suddenly hit hard on the shoulder. He jumped in surprise and turned around to see Luo Yang looking at him with a smile and saying, "You two are here for some fast food as well." Lin Feng forced a smile and said, "Yes, quite coincidental. We've just finished eating. Why don't we sit down and chat?" Zujiji and Lin Feng had just been talking loudly, enough for anyone in the vicinity to overhear. Whether Luo Yang actually heard their conversation, he couldn't be sure. Moreover, sitting next to someone imbued with evil energy made Lin Feng feel cold, even though it was June and the sun was shining brightly. Although Lin Feng had said those words politely, he desperately wished that Luo Yang would go somewhere else to eat so that he could slip away with Zujiji. Unexpectedly, Luo Yang replied straightforwardly, "Great, I was actually looking forward to chatting with you." Lin Feng almost regretted his actions to the core. He never expected that Luo Yang would really sit down beside the two of them. Xiao Jijia gave Lin Feng a silly face when Luo Yang wasn't looking. Luo Yang took a sip of cola and said, "Mate, do you know any magic spells?" "The other night, no. 4 was so heavy that old 4 and I couldn't budge him, but you showed up and burned some yellow paper, and he suddenly became light as a feather." Lin Feng modestly replied for a moment, then lowered his head to ponder how he could leave this plague as quickly as possible. He noticed that Luo Yang's feet were always on tiptoe, with the heels lifted, even when sitting down. While it was common for people to tap their feet while sitting, what Luo Yang did, lifting his heels high and keeping them still, was something Lin Feng had never seen before. LV Yang seemed to notice that Lin Feng had observed his feet. He quickly moved, lowering his heel but still lifting it slightly so that it was barely noticeable without a close look. Lin Feng raised his head and cast a glance at Luo Yang, who chuckled and said, "Haha, just a habit, just a habit." His smile was anything but natural. It looked like that of a child caught stealing candy by an adult. Jijia suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot. I left my lesson plan for the afternoon class at home." "Lin Feng, hurry and go back with me to get it." Lin Feng of course knew that Xiao Jijia was making an excuse to leave. He hurriedly bid farewell to Luo Yang and quickly went off with Xiao Jijia. Luo Yang watched Lin Feng's back, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth, and began to eat his hamburger. Leaving the fast food restaurant, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, grateful to finally be gone. Xiao Jijia smugly said to Lin Feng, "Aren't you going to thank me for saving your life?" Lin Feng laughed in disbelief and said, "Saving my life? Is it that serious?" Xiao Jijia said in a spoiled tone, "Never mind. You're buying me dinner tonight." Lin Feng surrendered and said, "Fine, fine. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, but no tomatoes that are red like human blood, okay?" Xiao Jijia was stunned, recalling the ketchup she had accidentally smeared on her French fries just now. The thought made her feel so queasy that she almost vomited. She picked up her bag and threw it at Lin Feng's back. The two were laughing and joking around when suddenly Xiao Jiji's phone rang with a pleasant melody. She hurriedly opened her bag, took out the phone, checked the number, and stuck out her tongue at Lin Feng, saying, "It's our boss." Pressing the connect button, Xiao Jijia said, "Hello. The director on the other end blurted out urgently. Come back to school immediately. Chu Yuan in your office has been killed by Senior 4. Her head was chopped off. Xiao Jijia's head spun, and she nearly fainted. She steadied herself and asked urgently, why is this happening? Where's fourth brother? Have they caught him? The director said, Old 4 has already been taken away by the police. Come back home quickly. Xiao Jijia said, I'll be back right away. After hanging up, she told Lin Feng, Old 4 went berserk and killed Chu Yuan in our office. We need to leave quickly. They hurriedly flagged down a taxi and rushed towards the school. By the time I reached the office door, the hallway was already crowded with people. The police had secured the scene and were questioning several teachers who were among the first to notice what happened. Director Liu, seeing Xiao Jijia return, promptly said to a police officer around 30 years old, that's the teacher from Chu Yuan's office. The police officer approached and shook hands with Xiao Jijia, saying, Hello. My name is Li Mingsheng. I'd like to ask you something. Based on what you know, did the deceased have any conflicts or disputes with the suspected criminal? Xiao Jijia shook her head in confusion and said, There shouldn't be any. Chu Yuan is usually very reserved and doesn't talk much. Fourth brother is generally quite amiable and gets along well with everyone. Lin Feng suddenly said to Li Mingsheng, Officer Li, can I go see the scene? Li Mingsheng glanced at Lin Feng and asked, You are? Lin Feng said, I am Xiao Jiji's boyfriend. If I take a look at the scene, maybe I can provide you with some clues. Li Mingsheng thought for a moment and said, All right. Come with me. He then instructed Director Liu to evacuate the surrounding crowd before leading Lin Feng and little Jijia to the office door. Lin Feng said to Xiao Jijia, Wait by the door. Don't go in, you might have a nightmare. Jijia nodded and stood outside the door as she watched Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng enter the office together. The office wasn't large, measuring about 10 square meters. Li Mingsheng pointed to the sofa and said, When we arrived, the suspect was sitting on the sofa with their arms around the victim's head. He then pointed to a large pool of blood and added, That's where the victim's body lies. Lin Feng nodded and carefully examined the blood stains on the ground. Did he resist when you caught him? Li Mingsheng said, Not at all, he should have already broken down mentally. Lin Feng said, Is there anything to say about that? Li Mingsheng said, Just repeating, cut you down and cut you down, let me have your grievance, I wonder if there might be some emotional entanglements. Lin Feng reached out and touched the blood instantly, feeling a cold and piercing chill spread through his entire body. Before his eyes, he saw a scene unfold in a house. Fourth brother was fervently chopping off a head with a kitchen knife under dim bathroom lights. After severing the head from its body, fourth brother hummed a tune while carrying it to the kitchen and placed it in the refrigerator, which surprisingly already contained 2 other heads. The 3 heads lay side by side, their wide open eyes glaring straight ahead with intense hatred. Lin Feng suddenly sank to his knees, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Li Mingsheng quickly supported Lin Feng and asked, What's wrong? Lin Feng stood up and said, I'm fine. There are clues in the refrigerator of his house, 3 heads. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Li Mingsheng interrupted him with excitement in his voice, How did you know? Do you have special powers? Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, Sort of. I know a bit about spirit arts. The information I sensed from her blood just now, assuming it's correct, suggests that Old 4 was actually treating her as someone else, specifically a ghost. Li Mingsheng stared at Lin Feng for a moment and said, I personally believe in you because although I haven't seen these things myself, I don't dismiss them either. But we handle cases based on scientific principles. Lin Feng interrupted Li Mingsheng and said, send someone to search his house. You'll know if what I'm saying is true once you've done that. Li Mingsheng thought for a moment and said, that's also fine. After all, we were going to search his place sooner or later. With that, Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng went outside together, then called the station and asked them to go search Old Four's home. Lin Feng walked up to Xie and asked, so how did it go? Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, hey, there's more to come. Xie gasped and said, it's not over yet. How do you know when it's finished? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't know either. Just wait and see, it never ends. Li Mingsheng came over and handed Lin Feng a business card, saying, please feel free to contact me if you make any discoveries. And could you leave your phone number as well? Lin Feng glanced at Li Mingsheng's business card and recited his phone number before saying, you want it to verify if what I said was true or false, right? Li Mingsheng smiled but remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Lin Feng and Xiao Jie headed home, with Xiao Jie expressing regret. Chu Yu usually doesn't say much, but she's actually a pretty nice person. Why did fourth brother do it? Lin Feng said seriously, from today onwards, if you want to switch offices, don't stay in that office anymore, got it? Xiao Jie said, I would switch anyway. Who can prepare lessons calmly in a place where someone has died? She then glared at Lin Feng and said, why are you speaking to me in that commanding tone? Aren't you just being insufferable? Lin Feng winked and smiled, commanding, I order you. In the name of my boyfriend. Xiao Jie immediately remembered that Lin Feng had told Li Mingsheng that he was her boyfriend just now. She picked up her bag and said, you pig. When did you become my boyfriend? Lin Feng blocked and said, help. Help. I didn't mean to say that casually at the time. Shijie said in an unpleasant tone, even casual talk is not allowed. Lin Feng said, fine, fine, is it really that big of a deal if I admit I was wrong now? Anyway, it will be like this in the future too. Xiao Jie made a dismissive sound and fiercely slapped Lin Feng, saying, stop being so vain. I won't get married anyway, and I definitely don't need a charlatan like you. Lin Feng exaggeratedly screamed in pain, oh. Help. Another tragic incident is about to occur if you don't stop. Xiao Jie persisted, I'll kill you to stop you from lying. They laughed and teased each other all the way home. Caught. Caught. Xiao Jie suddenly jolted awake, feeling something in the room. Desperately needing a bit of light, she frantically reached for the bedside lamp. But when she turned on the light, she found nothing. Xiao Jie let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of safety, or perhaps it was just a dream. The absence of what she didn't see did not mean that it didn't exist. Xiao Jie turned off the light and drifted back into a daze. That pair of blue hands managed to grab her again in the haze, but Xiao Jie struggled desperately, only to find that she couldn't even open her eyes. However, she could clearly sense that those were hands with a bluish-brown tint, with prominent veins and a layer of skin covering them. A freezing coldness from the depths of hell engulfed her, and piercing whistling sounds filled little Jie's ears. The sound was incredibly unpleasant and grating, making it increasingly difficult for her to breathe. unable to break free no matter how she struggled. She found herself unable to escape from this terrifying nightmare. The piercing scream in little Gigia's ears reached its peak as she suddenly felt herself sinking deeper and deeper, ultimately succumbing to a deep sleep. When I woke up, the sky was already grey with dawn. Gigia quickly turned on the desk lamp and saw a ring of bruising around her right wrist. Ghostly pinching was Gigia's first thought. She thought about Lin Feng, who was sleeping in the living room, and hoped that he might know what had happened. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, wake up quickly. I've been ghost-touched. Less noise, I didn't touch you. Saliva dripped from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, extending 3 feet long. Hurry up, I feel like I'm suffocating. How could I bear to strangle you? Lin Feng, you lazy bones, get up or I'll have to get rough. Xiao Jijia stood next to Lin Feng, making a chopping motion as if sharpening her knife for some pigs and sheep. Lin Feng continued to drool unmoved. Anger surged through Xiao Jijia, and she suddenly grabbed Lin Feng by the collar of his pajamas, shaking him violently. What's going on? What's going on? Do you want to rape me? Help. Stop it. Lin Feng woke up from a pleasant dream, not bothering to wipe the saliva from his mouth as he shouted loudly. Xiao Jiji said unhappily, I have no interest in groping you. Look at my hand. She then extended her flawless and snow-white right hand in front of Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng grabbed Xiao Jijia's hand and gently stroked it. So white. Oh, why did you hit me? It doesn't hurt, does it? Shijie really wished she could take a knife and stab Lin Feng, saying, why did you touch my hand anyway? Lin Feng said in confusion, then what's the point? Xiao Jijia pointed to the bruise on her wrist and said, look. Lin Feng carefully examined the situation, wiped his mouth with his wrist, and smeared some saliva onto Xiao Jijia's hand. Xiao Jijia was furious and hit Lin Feng hard, saying, you're trying to kill me. My hand just got smeared with saliva. Lin Feng cried out in protest, saying, it's just some bruising. Saliva can dissipate the blood stases. This has been proven through practical experience. Xiao Jijia wiped the drool off her wrist clean on Lin Feng's pajama and said, I dreamed last night that I was grabbed and couldn't move. When I woke up, my hand looked like this. Lin Feng got up and examined little G's wrist for a long time before saying, this is a ghost touch. Xiao Jiji yelped and retracted her hand, expressing shock with a frightened expression. What should we do? Lin Feng said in all seriousness, the solution is for me to sleep with you from today on. Ridiculous. Xiao Jai said angrily, you want to die. Lin Feng said, how about this, I give you a talisman tonight, and you put it under your pillow. That should solve the problem. Xiao Jijia said, I'm still scared. Lin Feng shrugged and said, well, in that case, I'm out of options. But could this have anything to do with the school? Lin Feng's head was finally starting to clear. Xiao Jijia blinked her eyes and spoke in a quivering voice, you mean to say that the dirtiness from school has come back with us? Lin Feng said, not us exactly, but you. I thought we wouldn't be bringing those things back. And besides, that thing is still in this house right now. Xiao Jijia gasped in surprise and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, shivering as she said, what do we do now? Lin Feng, she smiled like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken, saying, this time you were the one who initiated it. You can't blame me for taking advantage. Xiao Jijia suddenly snapped out of it, straightened her body, and blushed crimson. Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Rest assured. Those dirty creatures following you back are all low level. They will automatically disappear at dawn. Master will soon put a talisman on your door to ensure that you sleep just as comfortably as the pigs do at night." Xiao Zhizhi, Lin Feng, started to speak but then stopped halfway. She hurriedly asked, "But what?" Lin Feng said, "But you'll have to offer me a beautiful lady's kiss as a reward for the great mage." Xiao Zhizhi's arched eyebrows shot up, and she grabbed a pillow from the sofa, throwing it at Lin Feng. "You wish? You flower monk, I'll beat you to death." Lin Feng exclaimed, "I'm not a monk. I'm a wizard. It's all the same to me. You die, you damned flower monk." The sun finally leaped up from the horizon, and Xiao Zhai went out to buy breakfast and came back. Lin Feng complained while eating, "You woke me up so early this morning, and now I have to endure these carcinogenic foods all day. What bad karma have I accumulated?" Xiao Zhizhi glared at Lin Feng and said, "If you don't eat it, throw it out to feed the dogs." Lin Feng said, all right, I'm eating." He quickly devoured the oil noodles with 3 or 4 quick bites and stretched lazily before slowly making his way to the box he had brought along, opening it up. Xiao Zhizhi was drinking milk as she said, "What trick are you up to again?" Lin Feng took out a long strip of yellow paper from the box and pulled out a brand new wolf hair brush. Sitting beside the tea table, Xiao Zhizhi was drinking her last sip of milk. Lin Feng suddenly asked, "Are you still a virgin?" Xiao Zhizhi sprayed a cup of milk all over the coffee table, nearly spilling it on Lin Feng's head. She snarled, "You this boring person. You're itching again this early in the morning." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "I can write you a talisman to repel evil. Virgin blood works the best." Xiao Zhizhi glared at Lin Feng and said, "I don't know." Lin Feng mumbled, "That's no answer at all. Forget it, let's use cinnabar powder instead. It won't be as effective, but it'll have to do." He then reached into the box and took out a bottle of cinnabar powder. Little Zhizhi was seething with frustration. This guy had all the gear, clearly just for his own amusement. Lin Feng dipped a wolf hair brush into cinnabar and began to write or draw in flowing strokes on the yellow paper. Little Zhizhi couldn't make sense of what Lin Feng was writing. It looked both like writing and like painting. Lin Feng said proudly after finishing his work, "How do these talismans turn out?" Xiao Zhizhi immediately made a vomiting face, a college student writing like a 3-year-old. Lin Feng chuckled and said, "You don't understand. This talisman has to be written like this." He hummed a little tune as he stuck the talisman on Little Zhizhi's door. Tilting his head, he admired it for a while before exclaiming, "I'm so impressed with myself. I drew it so well. I'm truly a genius." Xiao Jie gave Lin Feng a white look and said, "Since I'm off today, want to go out for a walk with me?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Shopping is women's territory, I have no interest in it." Before Xiao Zhizhi could say anything, Lin Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and looked at the caller ID before telling Xiao Zhizhi, "It's from a police officer." Then he answered the call. "Is this Mr. Lin Feng?" "Yes, you are Officer Li, right? Anything I can help with?" "Well, it's like this. We did find 3 heads in the refrigerator of the suspect's residence yesterday. I was wondering if you could come down to the station. I'll send someone to pick you up." "Sure. We are staying at Building 13 on Garden Street. We'll be waiting downstairs for you." "Sure, I'll be right there." Downstairs, Xiao Zhizhi tightly squeezed Lin Feng's arm and said, "Why involve me? You could have gone alone. I'm so annoyed that you wasted my shopping time. On the way to the police station, Li Mingsheng, with bloodshot eyes, told Lin Feng the suspect died mysteriously this morning with no injuries whatsoever on his body. Lin Feng remained silent. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, and fourth brother's death was too sudden. Could it be that the vengeful ghost had already emerged? Xiao Jijie beside him was frightened and tightly clung to Lin Feng. Li Mingsheng looked at Lin Feng, who was silent, and asked, "What's your take on this?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Let's check it out first and decide later." Li Mingsheng nodded in agreement. None of this could be explained by science, forcing him to turn to Lin Feng for help. Looking at the heads in the 3 containers, Xiao Jijie forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit and turned away. Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng, on the other hand, carefully examined the heads. Li Mingsheng pointed to the first one and said, "This head has been confirmed to belong to the daughter of the president of your medical university." Lin Feng said while observing, "I'm sorry, I'm not from the medical college." Li Mingsheng said with an "Oh, according to the forensic examination, this head has been stored in the refrigerator for over a month." Lin Feng expressed surprise, saying, "What? A month?" It was June, and usually things would go bad in the refrigerator after just 3 days. Yet this head had lasted longer than a month. Li Mingsheng nodded and said, "It can't be wrong. The head has been there for more than 3 days." Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Could someone have placed a curse on it? After going through the heads, Lin Feng still didn't grasp the situation. Li Mingsheng then led the 2 to outside the morgue and said to little G, "If you're uncomfortable, you can wait here." Lin Feng intentionally scared Xiao Jijie by saying, "You're all alone here. What if some ghost comes to touch you? We might not be able to save you in time." Jijie looked around the empty corridors to her left and right and felt genuinely scared. She thought about it, realizing that although she would have to face old Four's body inside, it was, after all, a familiar person's corpse. Besides, Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng were by her side. With a fierce glare at Lin Feng, she said, "No need. I'll go in with you too." Lin Feng grinned wickedly, and Xiao Jijie, who was walking behind him, shoved him hard. "Go in quickly." Removing the white cloth from the body, old Four lay before everyone. His slightly open lips were pale, his face a sickly greenish-white, and the corners of his mouth turned up in what seemed to be a faint smile, giving an eerie appearance. A long gash ran from his chest down to his abdomen, clearly indicating that he had been dissected. Lin Feng pressed his hand on the muscle of Fourth Elder's arm and asked, "When did he die?" Li Mingsheng said, "We brought his family members in last night, and just as we were interrogating them, we received the news of this guy's death. Isn't that rather strange? Moreover, there was nothing out of the ordinary with him. After the forensic examination, all of his organs were intact. It's really perplexing." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, but the strange occurrences of these few days have been too numerous to be explained by common sense." Li Mingsheng hurriedly asked, "What are you doing with that yellow paper?" Lin Feng said, "This guy's death was rather strange. I'll burn a talisman to ward off evil spirits first. That way, if there are any dirty things following us back home, we won't be scared half to death." He then cast a glance at Xiao Jijie. Xiao Jijie puffed up with indignation but pretended not to hear. Lin Feng was about to light the match when the dead and dissected old Four suddenly sat up straight, grabbing Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng's 3 souls had left 2 and 7 bodies Only 6 remained. A shocked gasp came from behind, followed by the sound of someone hitting the ground. Xiaojijia had fainted. Only Li Mingsheng remained calm under pressure, a testament to his years of experience as a detective. Despite the fear, his first instinct was to deliver a side kick to the head of the sitting corpse. He had expected this blow to knock the body unconscious, or even send it sprawling, but instead, with a crack, the corpse's neck snapped and its head lolled to one side. Li Mingsheng drew in a sharp breath, but Lin Feng was already stunned. The corpse let out a sinister laugh from its mouth. Lin Feng snapped back to his senses and tried to affix a talisman to the center of the corpse's forehead. However, the corpse grabbed his hand that held the talisman with its other hand and spoke in a monotonous tone without any emotion, "All of you will die." Li Mingsheng punched the corpse, but to his surprise, the body suddenly fell backward and ceased breathing. After it spoke, Li Mingsheng had used too much force and couldn't retract his punch in time, so he ended up face down on top of the corpse. The door opened and a medical examiner came in to see Li Mingsheng lying on the body. He immediately said, "What are you doing, Inspector Li? Trying to defile the corpse?" The forensic expert seemed unaware of what had just happened and was joking with Li Mingsheng. Seeing Xiaojijia lying on the ground, the medical examiner said with surprise, "What's wrong? This girl really does get queasy just looking at a corpse." He then roughly pressed her acupuncture point. As soon as she opened her eyes, Xiaojijia let out a piercing scream that almost made the medical examiner fall off his chair in fright. This scream brought Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng back to their senses. Lin Feng quickly hugged Xiaojijia, who then calmed down and stammered, "The corpse scared me to death." Lin Feng comforted him, saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Everything is fine now. Look, aren't you okay?" While he said this, his heart was also filled with fear, fearing that the corpse might suddenly stand up again. As he spoke, he kept glancing at the corpse and fortunately, the corpse remained motionless throughout. Xiaojijia exclaimed in shock, "I don't want to watch. Let's just hurry and leave, okay? I'm really scared." The forensic scientist said oddly, "What's the matter? Are you decomposing or something?" Li Mingsheng was also drenched in sweat as he said, "I don't know if it's a reanimation corpse, but..." The body suddenly stood up and said something just now. The forensic expert had only mentioned it as a possibility, but he couldn't believe what actually happened. Corpse decomposition so sudden that it startled him into silence. Such an event is hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand, and even more so for legal professionals who rely on scientific evidence. The forensic expert expressed his doubts with disbelief in his voice. "This can't be possible." Li Mingsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The shock was indeed significant. Although he had weathered countless storms, such an event beyond his imagination was still tough to bear. While everyone has heard of jiaxi, a type of decomposed corpse, it's unlikely that anyone has actually seen one. Moreover, seeing a corpse with its abdomen already slit open was no less shocking than encountering live dinosaurs. Lin Feng was still comforting little Jijia. The forensic doctor walked over to examine old Four's body, which looked no different from the countless others he had seen. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about it. However, Li Mingsheng was known for his rigorous approach in solving cases and would not play jokes on himself so easily. As the forensic doctor examined the body, he said, "This can't be possible." Lin Feng watched as Xiaojijia gradually calmed down and released her, then he walked over to the body. He took out the talisman that he had just intended to apply but hadn't yet. The forensic doctor sneered and said, "What are you doing? You can't believe in these superstitious things." As the forensic expert was about to stop Lin Feng, Li Mingsheng beside him said, "Don't hold him back. Let him do it." He still felt a chill run down his spine from what had just happened. Lin Feng was fuming inside and didn't even bother to look at the forensic doctor as he said, "What you don't understand isn't necessarily superstition." With that, he slapped a talisman right in the center of the corpse's forehead. The forensic scientist shook his head and was highly disapproving of Lin Feng's actions, finding Li Mingsheng even more incomprehensible. However, what followed left him wide-eyed in astonishment as well. After affixing the symbol to the body, Li Mingsheng, who had been closely observing the corpse, noticed something amiss. He observed that the muscles on the face of the corpse were twitching slightly. Li Mingsheng tapped the forensic expert and said, "Look." By this point, the muscles in the corpse's face were convulsing violently, as if it was suffering immensely. The forensic examiner could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. The body began to tremble from head to toe, and a puff of blue smoke emanated from the areas where the talismans had been applied. The forensic expert stammered, "This is simply incredible." Xiao Jijia clung tightly to Lin Feng's arms, too afraid to look. Lin Feng was so nervous that his hands were drenched in sweat. Li Mingsheng also looked tense, staring at the corpse with anticipation, ready to spring into action at any moment to prevent it from suddenly attacking and harming someone. Fortunately, the body was shaking violently, but it never stood up like it did just now. The movements of the body gradually subsided, eventually ceasing to tremble. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The medical examiner was stunned and at a loss for words. This event in less than 2 minutes had completely overturned his scientific theories that he had revered for over a decade. After a long moment of silence, he managed to say, "What on earth is going on here?" Li Mingsheng spread his hands and said, "I hope you can tell me." Ring ring, Li Mingsheng's phone rang in his pocket. Li Mingsheng answered the phone and exclaimed after just hearing a single word, "What? What?" Then he responded with several nods, saying, "I'm at the morgue right now. I'll be there as soon as possible." Li Mingsheng hung up and told Lin Feng, "The head we retrieved from the suspect's home has rapidly decayed before the eyes of 2 officers just 2 minutes ago. Now it has turned into 3 skulls." The forensic expert let out an "ah" first. Lin Feng had experienced too many supernatural events. As long as it wasn't something extremely sudden, like what had just happened, he remained remarkably calm. Li Mingsheng said to Lin Feng, "How about it? Let's go check it out together." Lin Feng said decisively, "Sure." Xiao Jiju exclaimed, "No, I'm not afraid." Li Mingsheng said, "No problem. You don't have to go in for now, you can just wait for us in the office instead. There are more people there, so nothing will happen to you." Xiao Jijie was half dead with fright from the zombie revival just now and really didn't want to look at that terrifying skull anymore. Only after Li Mingsheng said this did she feel reassured. Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng entered the room where the secrets were stored, leaving Xiao Jijie in the office. 2 policemen said to Li Mingsheng as soon as he approached, "Boss, you just won't believe it. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't have believed it. We would have no way of explaining ourselves if it weren't for the skeleton's presence." Li Mingsheng sighed and said, "I just saw something even more unbelievable than what you're telling me." That suspect's body suddenly stood up straight, luckily. It didn't scare the living daylights out of me. The two police officers heard this and both showed expressions of fear on their faces. "Chief, look at how the head here is rapidly decaying." And the suspect's body suddenly went through sudden rigor mortis. Is there some kind of evil presence haunting our police force? Lifting the lid of the container that held the heads, an immediate and foul stench assailed them, nearly making several of them gasp for breath. Li Mingsheng asked Lin Feng, "What do you think is going on?" Lin Feng looked for a moment and said, "I think it's a good thing." Good thing? Li Mingsheng almost thought he had heard wrong. The heads, which had resisted decomposition for over a month, turned into skeletons in just 2 minutes. Li Mingsheng nearly thought that Lin Feng was losing his bearings due to the constant series of events. However, Lin Feng said solemnly, "It's a good thing, because I can no longer feel their resentment. It seems that they left naturally since the main culprit is dead." Li Mingsheng nodded and said, "That makes sense." Then he turned to Lin Feng and added, "You've really helped me out. How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Lin Feng laughed and said, "I couldn't be more pleased." The two officers beside them looked grim and said, "You two really have a lot of energy. Just smelling this odor is making us want to vomit. And you're still discussing going out to eat." Throughout the entire meal, Xiao Jijie could only take 2 bites before she couldn't eat any more. In contrast, Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng had an extraordinary appetite, devouring their food greedily. Xiao Jijie shook her head in disbelief as she watched them. She truly didn't know what these two had become, despite having just witnessed such nauseating scenes. They showed no loss of appetite at all. After satisfying his appetite, Lin Feng sipped his tea and said to Li Mingsheng, "I need to go to the school tonight. There's a dangerous person I need to deal with." Li Mingsheng was taken aback and asked, "Is there more to this? How can there still be dangerous people involved?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "We are far from out of the woods yet. The second dangerous person is Luo Yang, who shares a dorm with Old Four. In my opinion, he's a time bomb with explosive power. That could be quite devastating." Li Mingsheng couldn't help but try to connect these events, but fortunately, they didn't fall within his realm of understanding, so it wasn't too troublesome. Although these events were terrifying, they did pique his interest. Thus, he suggested to Lin Feng, "Why don't I go with you?" Lin Feng carefully scrutinized Li Mingsheng and said, "These aren't issues that can be resolved with bullets or fists. If you come with me, I can't guarantee your safety, because I no longer see Luo Yang as a living person within our consciousness." Xiao Jijie and Li Mingsheng said in unison, "What did you say?" Lin Feng thought for a while and said, "To be precise, he is already dead. When I first met him, he looked dead and lifeless. When I saw him again at a hamburger restaurant that day, I found that his heels were not touching the ground. Can you imagine what was behind him?" Lin Feng looked mysterious. Xiao Jijie was clearly very scared but also incredibly curious, asking, "What is it?" Lin Feng took a leisurely sip of his tea before saying, "It was a ghost. It placed its foot under his and held his pulse points with both hands, controlling him by manipulating his meridians. I'm certain about that." If Lin Feng had said this under normal circumstances, the two of them would likely have found it hard to believe. But after today's series of unexplainable events, they already believed him for 8 out of 10 chances. Li Mingsheng chuckled twice and said, "I don't care. If he's a human ghost, I want to meet him too." As killers in this line of work, we shouldn't have any issues. After sending Xiaojijia home, it was already well past 11 p.m. The dark sky loomed heavily overhead, making it hard to breathe and giving an ominous feeling that something was about to happen. Xiaojijia insisted on telling Lin Feng to come back early, even though a talisman was stuck on her door. She was still very afraid. Lin Feng almost swore it on Marx's grave before little Jijia tearfully allowed him to leave. Li Mingsheng parked the car in front of the school gate and peered inside, saying, "What a lively school has turned so lifeless." Lin Feng asked, "What's the matter? Aren't you afraid?" Li Mingsheng replied with a hey and said, "At least I'm a people's police officer. If you're not afraid, why should I be?" Lin Feng said, "All right, let's go. Our target is that staff dormitory building." Li Mingsheng followed Lin Feng's finger and saw a dimly lit, ominous two-story building. A single lamp on the roof made it stand out eerily in the night. For no apparent reason, Li Mingsheng suddenly got a chill and shuddered all over. Lin Feng sensed something amiss in Li Mingsheng and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Mingsheng cursed, "It's so hot today, but for no reason at all, I got a sudden chill." Lin Feng said in a low voice, "It seems he knows we're here." Li Mingsheng said, "Who?" "Luo Yang." Lin Feng said solemnly, "It's not just Luo Yang, but also this Yin Land, the initiator of this series of things." Li Mingsheng didn't say anything, as even if Lin Feng had explained it, he still wouldn't have understood much about these feng shui matters. Lin Feng took out a triangular talisman he had prepared and said to Li Mingsheng, "Put it on. It's blessed by a high monk and can ward off evil spirits." Li Mingsheng didn't hesitate to put it in his pocket. He knew that Lin Feng was more knowledgeable about such matters than he was, and naturally had a way to handle it. He was sure that he must have prepared for this earlier. The two of them walked toward the dormitory building, one behind the other. The entrance to the dormitory, wide open, seemed like the throat of a devil waiting for their arrival. Just as they reached the door, the lights on the roof suddenly went out. A chill swept over both of them. Lin Feng stopped and, from his chest pocket, took out the bagua he had prepared earlier, placing it on the steps by the door. He then signaled for Li Mingsheng to come in with him. The corridor was even chillier, and an eerie draft seemed to blow from some unseen source, creeping through their thin clothes and sending shivers down their spines. It was enough to make them feel profoundly uneasy. Several scraps of paper were lifted by the wind, swirling in midair before gently settling to the ground, as if an invisible hand was supporting their light descent. The visibility in the hallway was extremely low. Lin Feng took out a lighter, snapped it open, and lit it. The flicker of flame in the darkness significantly calmed their nerves. Lin Feng found Luo Yang's dormitory and was about to knock on the door when it suddenly creaked open. The two of them watched anxiously as the door slowly opened, revealing Luo Yang sitting on the bed with his head bowed. The moonlight cast a gentle glow on Luo Yang's lowered head, which remained motionless. Lin Feng tightly gripped the talisman in his hand and called out tentatively, "Luo Yang." "Come in." Luo Yang's voice remained entirely unchanged, devoid of emotion, as if it had come from the depths of hell. Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng had hardly stepped into the dormitory when the door clicked shut automatically. It felt like the house and the outside world were two different realms, as if closing the door also meant cutting off life and hope. Lin Feng gradually began to feel that this wasn't right and regretted his earlier rashness, which had put Li Mingsheng in a dangerous situation as well. With no better options now, Lin Feng could only muster the resolve to negotiate with Luo Yang in this inexplicably evil place. Lin Feng could still remember the first time he met Luo Yang. Back then, although Luo Yang already looked like a corpse, it wasn't as thoroughly dead as it did now. By their second meeting, Lin Feng could no longer feel any trace of his life essence, and this time he had become utterly non-human. Lin Feng calmed down, and he sensed an oppressive chill in the room, a chilling so intense it seemed to stem from someone's horrific death. The coldness permeated his nerves and seemed to emanate from deep within his heart, lingering in the tiny dormitory with a strange odor of blood. Are you not Luo Yang? Who are you, then? Curious about who I am. Luo Yang's voice carried a chilling tone, making the entire room feel even colder. Luo Yang turned slowly, gripping the back of his head with both hands and pulling hard. Under the moonlight, a face appeared prominently on the back of Luo Yang's head. The face was pale, the eyes deeply sunken, and the thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Lin Feng held his breath, and Li Mingsheng behind him was drenched in cold sweat. Luo Yang's body had been discarded to one side, replaced by this woman dressed in ancient attire, her blood-soaked clothes dripping with lifeblood. The woman looked at the two of them and softly said, "Have you seen my child?" This low whisper was like a thunderbolt to Lin Feng. He exclaimed in shock, "You're the wife of second Zhusu." Seeing that there was no shadow of the woman under the moonlight and only their breaths could be heard in the entire room, no third sound at all, he realized she had fully revealed herself. The coldness in the room almost made it impossible to stand. This wraith was clearly highly aggressive, his grudge over a long period of time preventing him from letting go. He was still struggling with the pain of losing his child. It was precisely because of her that Zhen Daoist had caused all the men in the village to be cursed by hungry ghosts and ultimately killed them all for his own healing. This translation aims to convey the shock, the supernatural elements, and the emotional context accurately while maintaining a natural flow in English. The woman spoke with dazed uncertainty. Am I Mrs. Zhuzi? Has she forgotten after so many years? Lin Feng held the Qinyuan curse talisman in his hand tightly and did not dare to slack off at all. Facing an evil ghost who has been in trouble for nearly 60 years, any small mistake can be fatal. Lin Feng regretted not calling Taoist Zhang. He might be able to compete with this female ghost with the help of both of them. It is still a question of whether he can save his life at this moment. He was not sure at all. The woman asked again, "Have you seen my child?" When Lin Feng and the other man did not respond, her voice grew louder and more forceful. "Have you seen my child?" Lin Feng took out a lighter and ignited the Qinyuan Zhou talisman. The chill in the room seemed to be momentarily halted. He shouted loudly at Li Mingsheng behind him, "Don't you realize you should run yet?" Li Mingsheng quickly pulled the door open, and the two of them stepped backward out of the door, relying on the faint light emitted by the Qinyuan spell talisman. Just as they stepped outside, the door creaked shut again. Even Lin Feng did not expect that this resentful spirit was the only one he saw in his life, and it was surprisingly domineering and powerful. The flame lit up a little yellow light in the darkness, burning from the outside to the inside. Soon, it had already burned to the edge. Although it had not completely extinguished, there was only a small red dot left. Lin Feng said to Li Mingsheng, "Let's go. I'll bring Zhong Daoist tomorrow." He thought about inviting Zhong Daoist along with him the next day. The one thing he despised most was that he had chosen to come at night in order to avoid drawing attention. If it were daytime, there would be no such hassle. At least he could have left more easily and calmly. The last bit of heat from the Qingyuan spell talisman burned out and then extinguished, leaving complete darkness around them. The afterimage on their retinas made the two of them still feel red dots flickering before their eyes. The two of them turned around and found that the door in the hallway had vanished. Looking around, they discovered that the surrounding environment had changed. The corridor, which was originally narrow and elongated, now took on a different shape. The air was filled with an unbearable stench, although they didn't feel cold. The suffocating sensation was particularly intense. Li Mingsheng whispered, "Ghost trap." Lin Feng grabbed Li Mingsheng's hand and said, "We don't know yet. Take out the flashlight." The two of them had made all necessary preparations for their nighttime exploration of the haunted shack. Li Mingsheng switched on the flashlight with a click, and both of them let out gasps in surprise. The flashlight revealed bones that glinted white and partially decayed corpses, their organs exposed in vivid hues, emanating an overwhelming stench. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he was in the basement of the dormitory building. Xiao Jijia had mentioned before that the school yearbook recorded the existence of a basement under the dormitory, but no one could find it. Now, for some reason, he found himself inside it. Lin Feng had no idea that when the municipal government constructed this school, this building was already standing here. The building looked rather decent and seemed sturdy enough, so it wasn't demolished. Instead, they planned to use it as accommodation for teachers in the future. When the construction workers initially tried to access the basement, they couldn't break through no matter what they did. Eventually, one of them managed to breach the door, only to die from blood gushing out of his ears and nose immediately after opening it, with a bluish-black face. The other workers found this extremely eerie and none of them dared to venture down further. After discussing among themselves, the construction team decided to fill up the entrance to the basement with concrete. As a result, later records only mentioned that there had once been a basement here but didn't provide any details about it. Li Mingsheng asked in a cold sweat, "How did we end up here?" Lin Feng grunted but did not answer. Heaven only knew how he ended up in this damn place. Suddenly, the two of them quickly scanned the scene and they found that the basement contained at least 100 skeletons, their origins unknown. Lin Feng took the flashlight and began to examine the area in search of an exit. However, after a thorough inspection, he was extremely disappointed. The entire basement seemed like a sealed box with no discernible way out. Li Mingsheng avoided the rotting corpses and forcibly endured the nauseating stench, knocking on all four walls. The sounds were dull and muffled, indicating that they were made of solid earth. Li Mingsheng looked disappointed at Lin Feng, who finally said after a long pause, "Close your eyes and put your hand on my shoulder. Follow me." Li Mingsheng didn't ask any more, turned off the flashlight, and placed his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng bit his index finger hard enough to draw blood, and the tip of his finger immediately began bleeding profusely. He continuously smeared his bloody fingers in all directions while shouting loudly, "Break!" The blood on his fingertips coagulated, but he still couldn't find a way out. With a grim determination, Lin Feng bit down hard on his pulse wrist. He shouted in rapid succession, "Break! Break! Break!" Blood spattered continuously in all directions. The massive loss of blood left Lin Feng feeling increasingly weak, as if his strength was draining away with it. Just when he felt all hope was lost, he suddenly noticed a faint flicker of light ahead. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The plan had finally come to fruition. He hurried forward, and Li Mingsheng followed closely behind, his eyes still closed. The light grew brighter, and it became clear that it was Lin Feng's 8 trigrams placed at the entrance. Just a step away from the 8 trigrams, he could step out. Behind them, a strange force suddenly emerged, pulling at the bodies of the 2 individuals with all its might, preventing their departure. Lin Feng turned and tightly grabbed Li Mingsheng. Li Mingsheng pushed Lin Feng forward with all his might, shouting, "Go!" As Lin Feng rushed out, Li Mingsheng was suddenly caught by something, unable to escape. Lin Feng tightly grasped Li Mingsheng's hand and said, "Come out quickly." Li Mingsheng strained every muscle to break free from the strange force binding him, but the strength behind him was extraordinarily powerful, dragging Li Mingsheng back 2 more steps instead. Lin Feng was in a panic and grabbed the nearby 8 trigram symbol, throwing it at Li Mingsheng's back. With a bang, the gossip seemed to hit something, and a fire broke out. Li Mingsheng felt his body lighter and rushed out. Suddenly, the 2 of them lay on the ground and found that they had emerged at the entrance to the dormitory building, where they had just come from. Just as the 2 of them were rejoicing their escape, the surrounding air suddenly grew cold and sharp. A voice spoke slowly, "Have you seen my child?" Lin Feng was virtually at his wits' end. With his severe blood loss, how could he have the strength to fight her? Lin Feng looked at the woman and cursed despairingly. F******. He waited in utter hopelessness for his impending death. Li Mingsheng was not willing to sit idly and await his demise. He leaped up with a forward flip, kicking towards the woman. This move was his specialty. During the day, he had once kicked through the neck of the 4th corpse, demonstrating its extraordinary effectiveness. But women are fundamentally ghosts, not something ordinary people can fathom. As Li Mingsheng kicked his leg quickly towards the woman's head, she merely brushed her sleeve lightly, and he tumbled to the ground like a rolling pin. Clearly enraged by Li Mingsheng's attack, the woman wore an angry expression. Before Li Mingsheng could rise, she shot out a long tongue that instantly wrapped around his neck. Li Mingsheng felt a wet and sticky thing wrap tighter and tighter around his neck. He desperately tried to pull the item off with his hands, but it was completely useless. Before long, Li Mingsheng could hardly breathe due to the tight constriction. Seeing the crisis, Lin Feng touched the talisman in his pocket and dipped it with his fingers on the blood stains on his wrist and quickly drew it on. He jumped up with all his strength, rushed to Li Mingsheng's side, and pressed the talisman on the tongue wrapped around Li Mingsheng's neck. The moment Fu came into contact with the woman's tongue, a puff of green smoke emerged, emitting an unpleasant stench. With a sudden flare, a burst of fiery light ignited the woman's tongue, scorched by Lin Feng's yellow path talisman, emitted a sharp cry. Eager to help, Li Mingsheng quickly placed his hand inside, inhaling sharply as he did so. Before he could free himself, the tongue tightened once more. The woman reached out her hand for no apparent reason and caught Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng struggled to wrench her hand away, but she did not let go. Dizziness overwhelmed Lin Feng's vision, and he felt a tightening in his chest as he began to struggle to hold on. Suddenly, an old voice barked out a single word, "Jour." A streak of red light entered the woman's body and emerged from her chest. She let out a cry, released her hand and tongue, and swung back to slash. The figure swiftly dodged. The woman split the peachwood sword that was embedded in her body with this swing, leaving the rest still impaled in her chest. Lin Feng relaxed upon realizing it was Daoist Zhong, who had come and then fainted. The Daoist wore a yellow robe and held several talismans in his hand, shouting loudly, "Wicked offspring! Matter returns to matter, and dust returns to dust. You already took 100 lives last year, yet you still refuse to repent now." The woman continuously emitted a hissing sound, much like that of a deflating tire. It turned out that the area where Zhong Daoist's peachwood sword had pierced her was rapidly deteriorating and rotting, emitting a foul stench. It turned out that Master Zhong lived nearby. One evening, he inadvertently noticed a surge in the school's negative energy to unprecedented levels. It seemed that someone had provoked the vengeful spirits, prompting him to rush over just as he witnessed Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng struggling for their lives on the brink of existence. So he waited for the opportunity and took advantage of the woman's distractedness to successfully attack from behind. He succeeded in one blow which severely injured the resentful spirit, causing the female ghost to be resentful. If it weren't for this, even though Taoist Zhong's Taoism was better than his master's at the time, it would still be insufficient to confront the female ghost head-on. The ghost let out a long howl in the cold moonlight. Zhong Daoist leaped forward with agility, completely unlike a 70-year-old man. Li Mingsheng, lying on one side, stared in astonishment at the elderly man's impressive skills. Zhong Daoist waved his hand, and the talisman flew straight toward the female ghost. She dodged with a gentle motion, and the talisman stuck to the tree behind her. After several rounds, the talismans in Daoist Zhong's hand were all used up. Li Mingsheng thought that was it, as the old Taoist had made quite a dramatic entrance, but he hadn't expected it to be over in just a few moves. The female ghost sneered and said, "Old fellow, have you run out of tricks so quickly?" She suddenly lunged at Zhong Daoist. I had just taken a few steps when suddenly a light screen appeared in front of me. The female ghost collided with it and let out a terrible cry, retreating several steps. Taoist Zhong laughed, "Ha ha," and it turned out that he had already set up a gossip at the door. The talisman just pushed the female ghost into the circle without realizing it. Li Mingsheng was amazed as the situation suddenly took an unexpected turn. The old fox had indeed outsmarted him without realizing it. He had trapped the female ghost and gotten her to fall into his trap. Zhong Daoist flicked his fingers, sending sparks flying. These sparks landed on the talisman that had fallen to the ground, immediately igniting it into flames. Surrounded by flames in the center, the ghost's expression was one of panic as it screamed and struggled frantically to the left and right. The ghost woman, suddenly no longer struggling, knelt in the middle with her head bowed, sobbing softly. Zhong Daoist sighed and said, "Alas, retribution indeed. If I had known it would turn out this way, why would I have started with all this?" The ghost raised her head, and the bloodstains on her face and body had vanished, revealing a clear and delicate features. She knelt in the center of the fire circle, bowed 3 times and said through tears, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. You have led this poor girl to a profound awakening." Zhong Daoist gave a respectful hand gesture and said, "Go ahead." The female ghost said, "This place is where you do and kill, and the resentment is gathered and entangled." The little woman used her own strength to transform this boundless resentment. Taoist Zhong nodded and said, "Go to yourself." If the resentment is not a sinister person, he may not have done anything. The female ghost bowed once more and said, yes. In the flickering firelight, she gradually became transparent before vanishing into thin air. The wind-blown flames completely died down, and Li Mingsheng no longer felt the icy chill. Instead, he found the warm evening breeze exceptionally refreshing. The Taoist behind him said, haven't you sent the young fellow to the hospital yet? Li Mingsheng exclaimed, only then realizing that Lin Feng had fainted due to excessive blood loss. After expressing gratitude to Taoist Zhong, I picked up Lin Feng and ran to the school gate, putting him in the car and starting it. Inside the car, Master Zhong shook his head and said, you two are really too reckless. Li Mingsheng said while driving, sorry, we never expected things to have gotten this serious. Zhong Taoist suddenly smiled and said, still, it's fortunate that you managed to draw her attention. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle her. Lin Feng kept mumbling in his delirium, Xiao Jijia. Third person. Li Mingsheng asked strangely, what third party? Zhao Taoist also said puzzledly, I have no idea either. Zhong Taoist realized there was an issue and asked, Lin Feng, speak clearly, what third party are you referring to? Lin Feng seemed to regain a bit of consciousness and tightly grabbed Zhong Taoist's hand, saying, please. Shou Jie is in danger too. He then collapsed unconscious. Zhong Taoist said in a hurry, this makes no sense at all. How am I supposed to handle it? Li Mingsheng said, don't worry, I know where he is. Let's take him to the hospital first. He accelerated and rushed Lin Feng to the hospital. As soon as they entered the hospital, Li Mingsheng produced his police officer identification and requested that the doctors do everything possible to save him, with all medical expenses covered by himself. Then, he got back into the car and sped off to Xiao Jijia's residence with Taoist Zhong. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road, and Li Mingsheng soon found enough space. Li Mingsheng was left speechless when he got to the bottom of the stairs, as he only knew which unit it was but not the specific apartment number. Unable to find the information, he had no choice but to go back to the office of the security guard at the entrance and check there. The security guard kept giving them odd looks. One was a police officer and the other was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. How did these two end up together? Curiously, the guard asked, what's wrong with the officer? Where are you guys headed? Are you going to catch a ghost? Li Mingsheng was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. But he responded casually, I am. Finally finding what he needed, Li Mingsheng and the Taoist broke through the door and ran out, leaving the stunned security guards standing there in shock. Xiao Jijia. Xiao Jijia. Li Mingsheng pounded on the door loudly, calling out Xiao Jijia's name. Li Mingsheng grew increasingly anxious as the door remained shut for what felt like an eternity. This was a state-of-the-art anti-theft door, one that couldn't be forced open even with brute force. The door opened silently, and Xiao Jijia, with her bleary eyes, said, come in. Without so much as glancing at the two of them or acknowledging their presence, she bent down and walked toward the living room. Li Mingsheng didn't see anything amiss with Xiao Jijia, but he sensed that something was different from the daytime. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but something felt off. Turning to look at Taoist Zhong, whose face was grave, Taoist Zhong led the way inside. Zhong Taoist whispered to Li Mingsheng, she is possessed. Before stepping into the room, Li Mingsheng was startled by what Patriarch Zhong had said, but having the Taoist monk by his side gave him some peace of mind. This case was broadening his horizons significantly. He had encountered all sorts of strange things in just one day, what were called sudden corpses, mysteriously rotting bodies that appeared out of nowhere. There was also a spooky dormitory building and a frightening underground cellar, none of which he had ever seen before in his life. Ever since Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng left, Xiao Jijia felt increasingly uneasy on her own. Not wanting to sleep, she ended up watching TV in the living room. As the sky grew darker, her unease became more intense. She turned on all the lights in the house, which helped calm her a little. But as soon as she looked outside at the pitch-black night, she felt a chill run down her spine. After watching TV for hours, Xiao Jijia's stomach started making protest noises. She went to the kitchen with the intention of opening the fridge and taking out the cold dishes she had bought earlier, planning to eat a package of instant noodles. However, as soon as she opened the fridge, she found that 3 pairs of eyes were staring at her intently. Xiao Jijia was so startled that she let out a gasp. To her shock, there were actually 3 heads inside the refrigerator. Xiao Jijia took a few steps back and realized that there was no head in the refrigerator, but all the food was neatly arranged inside. She heaved a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that the terrifying events from earlier must have had too great an impact on her, causing her to still be haunted by psychological shadows even now. Xiejia took out some cold dishes and then fetched a ham, peeling off its casing and placing it on the cutting board. She picked up a knife and began slicing the ham thinly, muttering as she cut, "Dead Lin Feng, stinky Lin Feng, leaving someone at home all alone and now not even bothering to come back." In her anger, she gave the remaining half of the ham a sharp chop with a fierce stroke. The sausages erupted with a gush of blood, splattering it all over Xiao Jijia. Screaming in horror, she dropped the knife and collapsed to the kitchen floor, sobbing in pain. Xiao Jijia could hardly believe the redness on her hands, panic setting in as she didn't know what to do. Before she had a chance to cry, however, the blood on her hands suddenly vanished. Xiao Jijia was surprised to see her hands, with their delicate and slender fingers, completely free of any crimson marks. On the cutting board, only sliced sausages lay neatly, along with the half-chopped, and that was equally clean, showing no signs of anything amiss. After Xiao Jijia gasped for breath for a while on the ground, she managed to stand up. She was terrified from the experience and had no appetite for food at all. Back in the living room, I picked up the remote control and flipped through the channels. Each TV station was equally dull, either a fake cutie hostess saying thank you all, or sappy love declarations with woeful men and women crying their hearts out. How disgustingly revolting. It was on par with those 3 heads. Bored out of her mind, Jijia forced herself to watch a dull TV show. Before she knew it, drowsiness overtook her, and she couldn't resist dozing off. In her dreams, Xiao Jijia felt a pair of hands gently caressing her. The hands were icy cold, and as soon as they touched her skin, she got goosebumps all over her body. She wanted to struggle, but found herself unable to move. This sense of helplessness left her both helpless and terrified. Chill permeated every inch of her skin, and fear surged through her like a tidal wave, assaulting Jingjijia's heart. She desperately told herself that this was just a dream, and she could escape from the nightmare by struggling awake. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even move her fingertips. At that moment, she suddenly heard a faint, sizzling sound and smelled a pungent burning odor. The external stimulus made her mind sharply focused, and she jolted awake with startling suddenness. All the lights in the house had mysteriously gone out at some point. This put her on edge, even though the host on the TV was cooing seductively. She adjective could not make out what she was saying because of the faint smell of burning that she detected. Xiao Jijia focused her gaze and noticed that the talisman Lin Feng had affixed to the doorframe above the bedroom entrance was no longer there. Only a small black burn mark remained. Xiao Jijia's heart skipped a beat. What did that signify? The events from her dream had been real, and she owed her survival to that talisman. So many times, similar scenarios had appeared in movies, TV shows, books, or others' accounts, but now they were happening to her. How could she not be panic-stricken? A chilling sensation enveloped her back, and Xiao Jijia shifted her body forward. Turning her head, she saw a black shadow standing above the sofa. Before she could even gasp in shock, the entire shadow lunged forward and enveloped little Gigi, its tendrils weaving into her body. In a moment, the black shadow vanished within her. Jijia suddenly sat up straight, feeling a tingling sensation throughout her body. She could hardly believe what she was seeing, a pile of cash on the table in front of her roommate. It seemed like someone had left it behind, as if waiting for her to find it. Her heart raced with excitement at the prospect of this unexpected windfall. Xiao Jijia sat quietly in front of the TV, motionless. Li Mingsheng appeared extremely uneasy. Any normal person would feel uncomfortable when they know that the person across from them is possessed by a ghost. Fortunately, years of experience as a detective had taught him to control his emotions under any circumstances. Jijia moved stiffly to serve tea to the two of them and said expressionlessly, "Help yourselves." Zhong Daoist remained unperturbed as he asked, "Did you know we were coming?" Little Gigi grinned in an odd way and said, "No." Zhong Daoist asked, "So you know who I am now?" Xiao Jijia still maintained her creepy smile and said, "No." "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I am the aggregate of all the vengeful spirits." Jijia finished and looked up. Li Mingsheng was startled when Xiao Jijia's face completely transformed into that of another person. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jijia's face rippled like ripples on a lake after a gentle breeze passed by, only to morph into yet another countenance. Over just a few minutes, Xiao Jijia's face changed into more than a dozen different appearances. Among them were both male and female faces, young and old, laughing and crying, appearing utterly bizarre and extremely terrifying. Zhong Daoist took a deep breath and said, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Xiao Jijia smiled and said, "I need the yin land in the school. It is the yin energy that has been gathering for a long time to bring us lonely ghosts together. It provides us with countless energy so that we can exist here to this day. Everyone is unaware of it. Only you. I cannot let you destroy the secret of my existence." Zhong Daoist suddenly understood and said, "Was it you who started it all by driving the entire village to eat their own children back then?" Xiao Jijia said, "Yes, you've lived on that land for too long and gradually discovered too many of my secrets." Zhong Daoist suddenly recalled that when he was young, people from all households had once hired others to drive away evil and dispel misfortune by paying them. It turned out that the original instigator of everything was none other than it, the conglomerate of resentful spirits. Jijia suddenly turned her head backward with a deep contortion, her eyes rolling back. Daoist Zhong knew this was Jijia's consciousness rejecting an external intrusion into her mental space. Weathered by many storms, Elder Zhong was not about to let this great opportunity slip away. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a bagua realm and muttered something under his breath, though it was unclear what. As soon as the bagua realm was shining on Xiao Zhizhi's body, Xiao Zhizhi let out a strange low growl. The sound was like a desperate breath of death, or a hungry ghost chewing on the corpse. Li Mingsheng felt a little nervous. Xiao Zhizhi's eyeballs were no longer rolling whites. With black irises rapidly filling her eyes, her entire eye turned black. Li Mingsheng was startled and took a few steps back, readjusting his stance to be ready to help at any critical moment. Zhong Daoist, seeing that Xiao Zhizhi was temporarily immobilized by the 8-trigram sealed array, hurriedly told Li Mingsheng, "Go to the kitchen and see if there's any glutinous rice or yellow wine." Li Mingsheng hurried to the kitchen, rummaging through everything in sight. Finally, he found a bag of glutinous rice in one of the cabinets and ran out to say to Zhong Daoist, "I found it." Zhong Daoist urged, "Throw it on her immediately." Li Mingsheng hastily grabbed handfuls of glutinous rice from the bag and tossed them at Xiao Zhizhi. With each hit, her neck twisted backward, causing the blackness in her eyes to fade slightly, revealing more white and allowing her pupils to become visible. No longer entirely black. Li Mingsheng saw the effect and hurried to sprinkle several handfuls of rice on Xiao Zhizhi's body in an attempt to drive the vengeful spirit out. Reaching in, he found that only a few grains remained in the bag. Flipping the bag upside down, Li Mingsheng scattered the last of the glutinous rice on Xiao Zhizhi and shouted at the Taoist Zhong, "The rice is gone." Zhong Daoist shouted, "Go find some Huangjiu." As soon as the words fell from her lips, little Zhizhi's eyes turned completely black once again. Before Li Mingsheng could act, she suddenly struggled and managed to break free from Zhong Daoist's bagua realm, rushing straight towards Li Mingsheng. Li Mingsheng hastily retreated as Xiao Zhizhi's slender, lustrous fingers had transformed into eerie ghost claws, narrowly dodging the attack. He immediately countered by sidestepping and moving to Xiao Zhizhi's side, delivering a hook punch directly to her eye. Xiao Zhizhi staggered backward but, like a spring, quickly bounced back up. She instantly grabbed Li Mingsheng's neck, pressing him to the ground with both hands. Li Mingsheng lay on the ground struggling to breathe, delivering several consecutive punches to Xiao Zhizhi's face. Her face immediately turned a deep purple, and her originally beautiful big eyes now resembled panda eyes, forming two large black circles. In this critical moment, Li Mingsheng had no time to be tender or protective toward women. Zhong Daoist bit his own finger and then drew a talisman on the 8-trigram ceiling with the blood. Zhao Zeng slapped Xiao Zhizhi's back, which was under Li Mingsheng, with the bloody finger. Zhong Daoist roared loudly and the bagua realm struck Xiao Zhizhi's back. Xiao Zhizhi let out a deep growl and, surprisingly, managed to grab Li Mingsheng by the hands with this strike, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The Taoist priest dashed forward, continuously striking little Gigi with the bagua mirror in his hand. He shouted as he struck, "Come out! Come out!" Xiao Gigi kept rolling on the ground, her already bruised face contorted in extreme pain as the muscles twisted violently. Li Mingsheng hadn't forgotten what he needed to do. He got up and ran straight to the kitchen to look for Huangjiu, a type of Chinese rice wine. It was placed on the windowsill in the kitchen, and Li cursed himself inwardly as a clumsy fool. Earlier, when Ji Daoshi mentioned glutinous rice, first, he had subconsciously focused only on finding the glutinous rice. Then Huang Lika rushed back to the living room. And Zhang Daoist was still slapping Xiao Zhijie. It seemed that Xiao Zhijie was extremely afraid of the blood-stained 8-trigram array rolling on the ground with her head in her hands, completely helpless. At 70 years old, Master Zhang must be winded by now, his forehead glistening with sweat. Li Mingsheng didn't wait for the Taoist Zhang to give the command. He unscrewed the cap and poured the wine over Xiao Zhijie's body. Zhang Daoist shouted loudly, "Stop! Who let you pour it on her?" Li Mingsheng was taken aback and asked, "What should we do then?" Zhang Daoist said while fighting, "Pin her down and pour it into her mouth." Li Mingsheng was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly recovered his composure. Damn it, this wasn't exactly an easy job. But as a veteran police officer, Li Mingsheng quickly pressed down on Xiao Zhijie and tightly pinched her mouth. With that squeeze, Xiao Zhijie opened her mouth, emitting only the sound of he. Li Ming forced the wine down Xiao Zhijie's throat, causing it to spill from the corners of her mouth. Forced to drink so much, she had yellow wine all over her mouth and down her throat, the pungent smell making her cough uncontrollably. Zhang Daoist said, "Done." Li Mingsheng finally got off little Zhijie, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long sigh. Xiao Zhijie emitted a cloud of white smoke from her entire body, which gradually condensed on the side. When Xiao Zhijie settled down, the white smoke had already formed a human shape. Li Mingsheng watched this indistinct figure with tense anticipation. If this spectral entity had been a person or in any recognizably human form, he might have leaped out and drawn his gun to shout, "I'm a police officer," and then fired shots without hesitation. However, now that it was hovering in the air, only vaguely resembling a human shape with its ever-changing state, it left him at a loss for what to do, making him extremely anxious. Zhijie's house was a complete mess. The coffee table was flipped over, and rice dumplings and yellow wine scattered all over the floor. On the TV, a woman was doing aerobics with a forced smile, shouting, "121, follow me." Under the TV cabinet lay Zhijie, unconscious and her face a deep purple. Li Mingsheng looked at the beautiful woman he had almost beaten to a pulp, feeling quite distressed. If Xiao Zhijie were to wake up and realize she was taken care of to this state by his own hands, who knows how crazy she would be. However, that could wait for later. The immediate priority was to help Master Zhang deal with whatever this unknown thing was. Taoist Zhang was much more nervous than Li Mingsheng. This was a massive resentment in a state of rampage, which had been causing trouble for nearly 100 years. Taoist Zhang held the Bagua realm in his hand tightly and looked at the human-shaped gas nervously, watching it slowly reveal its eyes, ears, mouth and nose, body like a human. He is a handsome young man, his face looks a little blurred, and he seems to have a strange luster flowing. Even Li Mingsheng cannot refuse to admit that this is a very charming face. If a woman is seen, wouldn't she be dizzy? Li Mingsheng was somewhat irked. Damn it, this brat is growing up and has chosen to have such a handsome face. Unexpectedly, the handsome young man smiled at him, as if he had read his mind. This friendly smile sent a chill down Li Mingsheng's spine. Although Li Mingsheng wasn't particularly timid, looking at this handsome young man gave him an inexplicable sense of fear that crept all over his body. Everything about the young man appeared normal, were it not for seeing firsthand that he was formed from pure energy. Any passerby would likely see him as just a friendly neighborhood kid. The young man looked quite weak and smiled at the Taoist, saying, "Not bad, managing to get to this point is really not easy." Taoist Zhong didn't dare to respond and instead shielded himself with the 8-trigram realm, looking at the young man with great tension. The young man suddenly flashed a smile at Li Mingsheng, causing his heart to tighten abruptly. He instantly felt as if an invisible giant hand were clamping around his throat, making it difficult to breathe. His feet left the ground. Li Mingsheng tightly gripped his own neck. He saw that the young man's pupils were red, a shade even deeper than blood, radiating an extremely peculiar light. Grand Taoist Zhong roared, "All of this is just delusion. Calm your mind." He then sat cross-legged on the ground, pressing his palms onto the 8 trigrams realm and murmuring incantations. Sweat dripped constantly from his forehead, tracing paths down to his snowy temples. Li Mingsheng noticed a flash of red light in the young man's eyes as Zhong Taoist sat down. He realized that he had fallen from the air, and upon looking down, he saw that it was because he had been holding his own throat with both hands without letting go, nearly choking himself to death. The young man turned to look at the Zhong Taoist, his eyes glowing with a bright red light. Zhong Taoist was drenched in sweat, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as if he was desperately resisting something. As Li Mingsheng felt a sudden surge of strength, he immediately moved with the agility of a cheetah toward the young man. Grabbing the half-filled bottle of yellow wine that had been left behind, this was his only known method for repelling evil spirits, so he took the risk and tried it. Master Zhong, having grown old, lacked the physical energy to continue this battle against the ghostly entity for too long. As for how exactly to pour the wine into the young man, he would figure that out later. For now, he couldn't afford to overthink it. The young man did not even glance at Li Mingsheng. When Li Mingsheng was almost right in front of him, the man reached out and grabbed midair instantly. Li Mingsheng was immobilized and could not move an inch forward. There was nothing Li Mingsheng could do but watch helplessly as the man continued to approach Zhong Taoist. The young man let out a grin and reached out to grab at Zhong Taoist's heart. Suddenly, Zhong Taoist opened his eyes wide as a mouthful of blood spewed from him toward the young man. The sky seemed to turn crimson as a rain of blood drenched the young man, who instantly let out a painful cry. The red in his eyes flickered and flowed, as if drops of it were about to spill out. It turned out that in the crisis, Taoist Zhong bit his tongue and used the Taoist mental method of both the enemy to severely hurt the young man, and at the same time he was also seriously injured. But at this crisis, how dare Taoist Zhong relax easily? He immediately stood up and grabbed it and pressed it between the young man's eyes with the Bagua realm. After the young man was severely injured by Zhong Taoist's mutually detrimental fighting technique, Li Mingsheng, now free, immediately leaped towards him and pinned him down with both hands. The young man immediately screamed, like a painful snake struggling with a dying struggle, and his whole body twisted like a snake. And the red in my eyes was really dripping. In the end, the red slowly faded and turned into tears. The young man who Li Mingsheng held down, the body of the young man was filled with wisps of steam and was gently taken away by the night wind. By the time the young people finally vanished, Taoist Zhong was nearly spent. The 8-trigram realm in his hand had shattered at some point, and he grimaced as he discarded it to one side. Zhao Taoist was truly drained of energy, especially after the last use of the piercing qi great method to injure the vengeful spirit, leaving him unable to move. He could only sit softly on the sofa with Li Mingsheng's help. When Xiao Jiejie woke up, she found her face in pain and her head throbbing. Looking around, she realized she was in the hospital. Straining to remember what happened last night, all she could recall was a dark shadow suddenly appearing on the wall before everything went blank. As for how she ended up here, it was even clearer. In a daze, Li Mingsheng walked in carrying a variety of fruits. He looked at Xiao Jijiji and said with a smile, "Hey, you're awake. The doctor said you don't have anything serious, so you can be discharged now that you've woken up." Xiao Jiju asked puzzled, "What's wrong with me? Did you bring me to the hospital?" Li Mingsheng smiled and said, "Yes. Thanks to Lin Feng's warning last night. When he passed out, he told us to come save you and mentioned a third person too. Although his words weren't very clear, we knew you were in danger and rushed over." Xiao Jijie heard that Lin Feng had fainted and said anxiously, "Where is he? Is he okay?" Li Mingsheng laughed loudly. "He lost too much blood yesterday and exhausted his energy, passing out. Now he's feeling great. Actually, he's in the process of fighting off a craving for food." Xiao Jijie let out a smile the moment she heard this, which instantly triggered a sharp pain across her face. Li Mingsheng saw Xiao Jijie's painful expression and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Hee, last night, in a moment of urgency, I went a bit heavy-handed." Xiao Jijie said, "What?" and then got the meaning, "Are you hitting me?" Li Mingsheng was taken aback and said, "You have no idea, someone possessed you and almost strangled me to death." Xiao Jijie said with lingering fear, "Is it really that exaggerated?" Li Mingsheng exaggerated his expression and said, "Yes, my humble life nearly ended up in dedication to the country." Xiao Jijie laughed and said, "Let's go see that guy, Lin Feng." The two of them entered Lin Feng's hospital room, where he was greedily devouring a chicken leg. Seeing them enter, he hastily mumbled something around his mouth and said, "Come over quickly." Upon seeing Xiao Jijie, he asked in surprise, "Who are you guys?" Xiao Jijie pinched Lin Feng's ear and shouted, "Do you want to die? Ungrateful guy. How can you not recognize your big sister?" Lin Feng touched his ears, which were still painful from being grabbed, and said, "Ouch. Let go of me already. Your face is as puffy as a pig's head." "Who the heck are you?" Xiao Jiju exclaimed, "You're the real pig head," and then ran to the bathroom to look at her reflection in the mirror. Not long after, Xiao Jiju ran back and immediately grabbed Li Mingsheng's ear, saying, "You really went all out. You turned a beautiful lady into something resembling a pig's head just by beating her. How could you have the heart to do that?" Li Mingsheng gritted his teeth and pleaded for mercy, saying, "At the time, I was on the brink of death, so there was no other choice." Lin Feng continued his struggle with the chicken leg next to him, munching away and saying, "I didn't fool you, did I? Your face is twice as big as usual. How can anyone recognize you? Why should I be blamed?" Xiao Jijie thought it was all Mingsheng's fault, so she tightened her grip with extra force. She squeezed Mingsheng until he howled in agony, before reluctantly letting go out of sheer spite. Li Mingsheng touched his ear and said, "Old Dao Zhong is still lying there now. You two are awake. I wonder if he has woken up." Lin Feng immediately replied, "Why didn't you say this earlier? Let's go to that ward right away." When I entered the ward, Master Zhong had already woken up. Despite that, he still appeared somewhat listless, due to his advanced age and frail health. Zhong Daoist said as the three of them approached, "Come over here." Lin Feng walked over to the bed and said, "Zhong Daoist." Zhong Daoist waved his hand and said, "No need for so much talk. I actually have a lot to thank you both for. I probably wouldn't be alive if it weren't for you. Then he glanced at Lin Feng's behind him, Xie and Li Mingsheng, and said, please step out for a moment. After Li Mingsheng and Xiao Jijie left as instructed, the Taoist Zhong carefully looked at Lin Feng and said, young man, with me being over 70 years old, this time I fear I will not be able to escape this calamity. Lin Feng said in haste, how could that be? You look great and are in fine health. Zhong Daoist shook his head and said, I had planned to teach you everything I know as a Taoist, but it looks like there won't be enough time. I'm planning to leave the hospital this afternoon. Lin Feng was still planning to give some advice when Zhong Daoist suddenly exclaimed, stick out your hand and let me take a look. Lin Feng had no idea what was happening and followed the instruction by extending his left hand. The Taoist priest carefully examined it for a long time before saying, when did this scar on your middle finger appear? Lin Feng looked at the red line on his hand as if it had been cut with a knife and said, I have no idea. It must be an injury from last night. After pondering for a moment, the Taoist Zhong said, I'll give you a piece of advice, go with the flow. It benefits both others and yourself. Otherwise, sigh. After lunch, all three left the hospital, naturally, with Li Mingsheng picking up the tab for a hearty meal at a restaurant. Although Zhong Daoist had been called to come along, he declined politely, and in the end, they saw him back home. Lin Feng and Xiao Jijie ate together and returned home, lying on the sofa. Pondering Zhong Daoist's words kept a strange feeling lingering in his heart. After tossing and turning all night, he couldn't come to any conclusion and decided to just ignore it for now, choosing to sleep instead. 2 days later, Xiao Jijie's face had swelling gone down, and she returned to school. Lin Feng walked with Xiao Jijie around the campus and noticed that all the locust trees and willows on campus had suddenly wilted and died. Lin Feng said, all of these are plants that easily accumulate negative energy. Since they are all dead now, there won't be any problems in the future. Xiao Jijie said thoughtfully, so how did you know I was in danger that day? Lin Feng said with satisfaction, me. I was just struck by a sudden whim. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Jijie interjected. Come on, you're at it again. After years of schooling together, Xiao Jijie knew all too well the true nature of this old classmate. No matter when, he would always have a few jokes to share. Actually, Lin Feng was not quite clear about why he knew of the third person on that day or why he sensed danger for Shao Jie. If one had to explain it, it might have been some kind of intuition. Holding my hand and seeing the red line that stretched from the base of my palm to my fingertips, it appeared like a fresh wound. Although it wasn't painful or itchy, its presence was still unsettling and bizarre to look at. Xiao Jijie saw the red line on Lin Feng's palm and said, oh. What does this mean? Lin Feng shook his head in confusion and said, I have no idea. Since I didn't know where Lin Feng was, I didn't bother thinking about him. After walking around the school with Xiao Jijie, I went back to the house. A handsome man gently wrapped his arms around the young and beautiful woman from behind. She turned her head with a gentle smile and said, Naughty, watch out for the heat. Everything's fine. The man pressed closely against the woman's back and buttocks, feeling the prominent curves beneath her skin. She gently blew on the steam rising from the pot, filling the air with a rich aroma. The steam from the pot enveloped the woman, filling the kitchen with a warm atmosphere that obscured her face. She stirred the soup in the pot gently with chopsticks. The man asked, "Why aren't you using a spoon?" "Used to eating with chopsticks. That's such a hassle." "Is that so?" The woman replied absent-mindedly. The rain outside drizzled softly, as if a lover's fingers were tapping continuously against the window, producing a pattering sound. The woman nonchalantly remarked, "What a heavy rain." The man seemed to ignore what the woman was saying, continuing to kiss her neck greedily. Her smooth neck glowed enticingly under his lips. A lightning bolt flashed outside the window, followed by a thunderclap. The woman seemed to shiver slightly. Her husband hugged her waist and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It's just thunder." "Well, yeah, just some thunder. How are you feeling? Is there something on your mind?" "No, not at all." "Then why are you distracted?" "No." The woman turned her head, still unable to be seen clearly, and kissed the man passionately. One of her hands rested on his neck, while the other tightly held onto a pair of chopsticks. After the passionate kiss, the couple finally pulled apart as another lightning bolt flashed across the sky. The man let out a startled "oh" and said, "Outside." But before he could finish his sentence, the woman suddenly raised the chopsticks in her hand and stabbed them viciously into him. The chopsticks pierced the man's eyes with deadly precision. Just as his horrific scream began, a thunderclap drowned it out. Blood sprayed from the eyes like an uncontrolled faucet, gushing forth in a torrent. The man suddenly pushed the woman with such force that she collided with the cabinet. The chopsticks remained stuck in his eye, and though he gripped them tightly, he lacked the courage to pull them out. The chopsticks dripped blood onto the pristine white tiles, forming a pattern like delicate peach blossoms, exquisitely vibrant against the floor. Shaken and unsteady, the man staggered towards the door. In retaliation, the woman picked up a pot steaming on the stove, drenched in steam, and mercilessly tipped it over his head, spilling scalding broth all over him. The kitchen still lingered with heavy steam and the fresh scent of something new, and the woman's face remained indistinct. When the man screamed and rushed to the kitchen door, he collapsed with a loud crash, like a fallen statue, lying motionless on the ground. The woman opened the drawer beneath the kitchen cabinet and fetched a roll of wide duct tape. She wrapped it around the man's hand several times, then secured his mouth with several more wraps that started from behind his neck. After some consideration, she dragged him to the bathroom and tied his feet together before tossing the transparent tape aside with a satisfied sigh. Taking the knife from the kitchen, the woman cut the wounds from the man's body in fine detail. The woman first applied cooking wine to each knife edge, then sprinkled with MSG, then sprinkled with chili powder, and finally applied with salt. The woman's face shines brightly and darkly, but she still can't see clearly. The woman turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. Why? Why couldn't he still see her face clearly? Lin Feng woke up from his nightmare drenched in sweat, still shaken by the fear. This dream had been haunting him for 3 nights. Now, every time he was about to wake up, he would see the woman's devilish eyes and smile, but he could never make out her face clearly. Lin Feng was thoroughly puzzled. He had never encountered anything like this before. Though he said it was a dream, it felt more real than reality at the time. The scene and details from that moment flashed vividly in his mind, but indeed, it was just a dream. Even though he was still shaken when he woke up, the sunlight told him that the present was the true reality. Lin Feng looked at the straight red line on his hand, wondering if it had anything to do with this. pulled back the curtains and it was already well past dawn. Xiaojijia heard Lin Feng's movements in the living room and said, "Laziness incarnate, time to get up." Lin Feng stretched and said, "More fried dough sticks." Xiaojijia said, "And there's hot milk." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "It's not your breast milk, so what's the big deal?" Lin Feng, are you trying to kill yourself? Jing Qian Di Liu, faster than thunder stealing bell. Xiaojijia burst out of the kitchen with a chopstick in her hand. Zhuangzi, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the chopsticks in the woman's hand from his dream. Xiaojijia held up her chopsticks and yelled at Lin Feng, "You're just talking nonsense. Bet I won't stab you with these chopsticks." Lin Feng didn't respond, just staring fixedly at the chopsticks in little Jijia's hand. Xiaojijia looked at Lin Feng in puzzlement. This usually smooth-talking fellow seemed off today. Xiaojijia said to the strangely behaving Lin Feng, "Are you okay?" She then felt his forehead and gasped, "You're sweating so much, it can't be that you're sick. Let me take a look." Lin Feng pushed aside Xiaojijia's hand and said, "What are you staring at? There's nothing wrong." Xiaojijia saw Lin Feng's lack of response and said indignantly, "May he die." Then she walked toward the kitchen. Lin Feng watched the graceful silhouette of Xiaojijia and found it didn't quite resemble the woman in his dream. The woman in his dream wore a floral off-shoulder top, whereas Xiaojijia hardly ever wore an off-shoulder top. Why? Scrooge, do you have any floral lace tops? Are you crazy? Why are you asking Auntie about this? Nothing, just asking. Missy never wears tank tops. Polluted air and harsh sunlight would ruin my skin. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The woman in his dream was not little Gigi. After having dinner, Xiaojijia went to work and said to Lin Feng as she was leaving, "Don't forget to pick me up after work this afternoon. Let's go out for dinner together." Lin Feng noticed that Xiaojijia's expression was rather odd, and he felt that there must be something she was keeping from him. However, he was too lazy to guess what it might be. Generally speaking, he never bothered guessing a woman's thoughts. If a man went to great lengths to try to read a woman's mind, he would probably be a fool. A woman's thoughts could change as quickly as the clouds in the sky, and endlessly guessing them would only exhaust his brain cells. Seeing Lin Feng remain indifferent, Xiaojia said with a pout, "Did you hear that?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Got it. I'll come to pick you up this afternoon." That's more like it. Xiaojijia beamed as she went over. After Xiaojijia left, Lin Feng, feeling rather bored, turned on his computer and went online. Opening QQ, Lin Feng saw that there weren't many people online, and those few who were online didn't seem to be chatting much. Only Li Mingxing's avatar was blinking. Lin Feng opened the chat window and left a message. "Lin Feng, where have you gone to? Your phone isn't turned on either. I need to find you about something. If you see this, give me a call." Lin Feng secretly smiled to himself, thinking that this fool must have dialed the wrong number. His phone had been on the entire time. He took out his phone and found that it was indeed turned off. Lin Feng felt a bit puzzled. Yesterday evening he had checked the time on his phone. So when did it get turned off? Could it be because the battery was drained? But no, the phone still had 3 bars of full charge. Last night. Lin Feng then looked at Li Mingxing's voicemail timestamp, which indicated that it was from the morning before yesterday. How could this be? The phone must have been on during that time. The only explanation was that Li Mingxing had dialed the wrong number. Lin Feng dialed Li Mingxing's phone number. After the usual beep sounds, a robotic female voice responded without emotion. The number you have dialed is shut off. Fucking hell. Lin Feng hung up the phone and continued browsing the news online. Playing until the afternoon, Lin Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. Seeing that it was from Xiao Zhizhe, he picked up and answered with a hello. You don't need to pick me up in the afternoon, I'll be meeting my friend to go shopping for clothes. Just head over to Aromatic Moments Western Restaurant, across from the Development Zone Committee, and we'll be waiting for you there. What's going on here? Why does such a romantic name go with Western cuisine? You dare to be 1 minute late, and I'll castrate you. Make sure you're at the place by exactly 7 o'clock. Do you hear me? Okay, got it. Do you have to be so forceful about it? HMPH. Xiao Zhizhe hung up the phone. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said into the phone, If you're that scary, you'll never find a husband. By 6 o'clock, Lin Feng tied it up and left the house. After being here for so many days, Lin Feng had a good understanding of the general layout of the place. He knew which bus to take for important locations. Bus No. 29 went to the development zone, and he could board it right by the entrance of the community. Lin Feng stood there and waited for the bus, which arrived at 6:20. Lin Feng got a bit stunned when he climbed into the vehicle. Apart from the driver and conductor, only 3 people were seated in the very last row. He found this strange. It was around 6 a.m., which should have been the peak hour for students to get off school. Why were there so few passengers on this trip? However, with fewer people, he could treat it as a private ride. When Lin Feng bought his ticket, he saw the female attendant with a gloomy expression and bones showing through her skin. He thought to himself, damn it, she must be suffering abuse at home. She's so skinny, looking like a ghost. If my nerves weren't somewhat steady, I'd be scared to death by her. Lin Feng picked a front row seat and turned to look at the 3 people in the back of the car. The 3 were all staring at him, with one person's eyes wide open as if in anger. The middle one had a dazed expression, like an idiot. The last one was looking at him, but his gaze seemed uncertain, as though he was preoccupied. Lin Feng thought to himself as he began to admire the scenery by the roadside, these 3 strange guys. To be honest, this city is truly well built. Despite being located in the vast northwest of our country and not being particularly large, it boasts lush greenery and vibrant flowers everywhere. Apart from a few main thoroughfares, there aren't many people on other roads. The air quality is exceptionally good as well. If he had to choose, he would be more than happy to work here. After sitting for 20 minutes, the bus arrived at the Development Zone Committee. The conductor said coldly, Sir, you have reached your stop. Lin Feng said, thank you, and got out of the car, looking around. Sure enough, directly across the street was a intense moment Western restaurant. Despite its modest size, the place was decorated with great elegance. The time on his watch was only 6:40, but Lin Feng still decided to go in. It would be impolite to make the lady wait during a date, even though Lin Feng wasn't particularly gentlemanly himself. He wouldn't let his friend down by being rude. Lin Feng found a seat by the window in the Western restaurant. Not long after, Xiao Zhizhe and a tastefully dressed companion entered together. Sitting across from Lin Feng, the 3 of them ordered their food and got a bottle of red wine. Xiao Zhizhe then boasted to Lin Feng, I bought a nice new piece today that you definitely wouldn't have guessed what it is. Lin Feng sipped the cup of wine, which looked like blood, and said nonchalantly, "You're so mischievous, who would have thought?" Xiao Jijiji unfolded a piece of clothing and asked, "Does it look nice?" Lin Feng's head spun as he took a look, and little Jian Jian had indeed taken out a floral off-shoulder top. Xiao Jijiji noticed Lin Feng's expression had become extremely unpleasant and quickly put away the clothes, saying, "What's wrong? I told you that you were sick, didn't I? You're still not admitting it with such a terrible face." Lin Feng forced a smile and said, "Nothing much. Why don't you introduce your good friend to me?" Xiao Jijie said, "Others actually seek you out just to meet you." Little Gigi's companion generously extended her hand and said, "Hello, I'm Chi Chi." Lin Feng shook hands with Chi Chi and said, "Hello." Lin Feng absent-mindedly sliced the steak on his plate, finding it unappetizing despite its delicious appearance. The taste was as bland as chewing wax once he put it in his mouth. His mind kept wandering to Xiao Jijie's sleeveless floral top. Could Xiao Jijie really be the woman from his dreams? Who was the man with bamboo sticks inserted into his eyes? Surely not him, right? Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Chi Chi ate the steak politely and said to Lin Feng, "I heard you have quite a bit of experience with some strange things." Lin Feng looked up and said, Don't listen to Xiao Jiji's nonsense." Xiao Jijie said with an air of being wronged, "What? That's exactly what happened. If it weren't for you and old John last time, I might not even be sitting here now." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I nearly lost my life before I made it to the hospital." Chi Chi opened her beautiful eyes and asked, "Do you believe in dreams?" Lin Feng's heart leaped as he said, "I don't fully believe it." Chi Chi said thoughtfully, "Is that so?" Such a familiar tone. Lin Feng trembled inwardly, realizing that when talking to the woman in his dream, it was an 8 out of 10 match. Could she be the woman from his dreams? Lin Feng almost drove himself crazy trying to figure it out. Chi Chi said softly, "Lately, I've been having the same dream over and over." Lin Feng looked surprised at Xiao Jijie and asked, "How many days has it been?" Chi Chi tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "About 3 days now, and it's been tormenting me so much that I can't sleep well every night." Lin Feng thought to himself, "This must be a coincidence. I've been having strange dreams for 3 days, and so has she." He then said, "Dreams are a reflection of one's daytime thoughts. Most dream content conveys a different meaning from what you actually see in your dreams." Chi Chi stabbed a piece of bloody steak with a fork and popped it into her mouth. Her rosy lips moved non-stop as she chewed. A trace of blood remained on the corners of her lips, making them look even more alluring. But Lin Feng found it strange, even slightly terrifying. If not for that dream lingering in his mind, Lin Feng would have been happy to admire Chi Chi's magnificent and sensuous lips. This translation aims to maintain the original meaning, while ensuring a natural and smooth flow in English. The description of Chi Chi eating and her lips are vividly portrayed, capturing the visual details mentioned in the Chinese text. The added detail about the lingering dream adds an element that affects Lin Feng's perception, enhancing the narrative. Chi Chi said, "I keep dreaming that I killed someone." Lin Feng interjected, "To be precise, you didn't kill him, you left him in the bathroom, marinating him with various seasonings." Chi Chi looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked, "How did you know?" Lin Feng silently cursed himself for letting the slip occur, wishing he could slap himself. He quickly added, I just guessed it." Dreams usually manifest in a rather absurd and exaggerated way. Chi-Chi clearly didn't believe Lin Feng's explanation. But she didn't press the issue either, just lowering her head to eat the food on her own plate. How Chi-Chi's dream unfolded, she didn't share it because talking about it during dinner would have been too gross for everyone. Little Jijia didn't notice anything amiss with Chi-Chi and carried on chatting away merrily. But Lin Feng felt uneasy inside. He was a bit scared to face Chi-Chi. He couldn't quite put his finger on why. Maybe it had something to do with that dream, but he wasn't sure if the woman in his dreams was really Chi-Chi. If it were, that would be terrifying. Should he try to stop her? What did Ji Daoist mean by letting things take their natural course? Did he expect him to just ignore this matter? Thinking of Ji Daoist, Lin Feng decided to visit him the next day and asked for his advice. Perhaps he could offer some insight. Innumerable questions tormented Lin Feng, making him feel like he was turning into a 10,000 questions man. As the three of them were finishing their meal, Xiao Jijia's phone rang. It turned out to be Li Mingsheng calling, naturally, to inquire about Lin Feng's whereabouts. Xiao Jijia handed the phone over to Lin Feng, who responded with just a hello, and then said, "What are you up to? You left me a message saying your phone was unreachable. But when I called you, it was turned off." Li Mingsheng said on the phone, "That's impossible. I've had my phone on the whole time." "Bullshit. I saw your message this morning and called you right away, but it showed that your phone was off. Mine has been on the whole time and hasn't been turned off. What happened there? Who knows? Are you there? We are literally eating dead cows in the development zone," Lin Feng said, glancing at the two beauties across from him. Xiao Jijia was looking at him with a murderous glare. And Chi-Chi had put down her fork and knife while frowning. "There. I'll come to pick you up by car. There's something urgent I need to talk to you about." Li Mingsheng seemed a bit anxious and eager. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Li Mingsheng said, "I'll be right there." He then hung up. Lin Feng looked at the phone in puzzlement, wondering what was so urgent that it made Li Mingsheng act like he had caught fire and needed to go immediately. Li Mingsheng arrived quickly. Xiao Jijiji introduced Chi-Chi to him, but Li only nodded in response before asking Lin Feng directly, "Come with me to the station. It's a favor." Lin Feng asked, "What's going on?" Li Mingsheng glanced at Xiao Jijia and Chi-Chi and said, "You'll see when you go." After seeing Xiao Jijia and Chi-Chi home, Li Mingsheng's expression turned serious as the car drove away. Lin Feng said, "Now that they are both gone, can you tell me what's going on?" Li Mingsheng said, "I have 3 bodies for you to examine. They died in rather unusual circumstances, wouldn't you say?" Lin Feng asked, "What's so odd about it?" Li Mingsheng didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, he said, "You'll know once you see it." The two of them entered the morgue alongside the forensic expert, where 3 bodies lay side by side on the tables. Li Mingsheng pulled back the white cloth, and the first corpse's eyes were wide open in anger, as if it was still furious. Lin Feng's heart leaped. That expression and posture seemed familiar. Li Mingsheng looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong with you? Is there really something off about this body?" Lin Feng suddenly remembered the 3 people he had been sitting among on the bus today. The one in the middle looked exactly like the person lying there now. Looking at the other 2 behind them, sure enough, it was the same trio. Lin Feng tried to calm himself down. Even with his brave heart, he was shaken inside and asked, when did they die? Li Mingsheng said, it's been 48 hours now. Lin Feng's head was spinning. How could this be? He had just seen them on a bus not long ago, after they were supposedly dead. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths and said, I met them on the bus today. Li Mingsheng and the forensic expert echoed, how could that be possible? Lin Feng felt his legs starting to give way as he said, but that was reality. I could never mistake it, and it certainly wasn't a hallucination. Li Mingsheng was relatively better, but the forensic expert just kept shaking his head. Although he had personally witnessed a reanimation case last time, he still couldn't accept things that went beyond scientific boundaries. Lin Feng calmed down and asked, how did they die? He couldn't see any wounds on the bodies. The forensic expert pointed to the first corpse with bulging eyes and said, he was watching TV at home with his family. Then he went to the bathroom. It took a while for him to come out. His family noticed that he hadn't come out after some time and called out to him from outside the door. But there was no response. When they broke down the door, they found him face down in the toilet, already dead for half a day. Based on our examination, his cause of death was a heart attack, but he had no history of cardiac issues. This was a sudden occurrence. Then what about those two? Lin Feng pointed to the two bodies behind them. The forensic expert said, in one case, his wife found him dead when she woke up in the morning. In another, he was discovered lifeless with his head resting on a computer in the office after a colleague pushed him. The cause of death in both cases was a sudden myocardial infarction without any previous history of heart disease. Lin Feng gently tapped his head. Strange things happen every year, but today they seem to be piling up one after another. Lin Feng vaguely felt that the deaths of these three people were somehow connected to him, otherwise he wouldn't have seen them on the car. He subconsciously looked at the red cut mark on his hand, which had turned even more vivid, as if it was about to bleed. Lin Feng checked his watch and saw that it was already 9 o'clock at night. He said to Li Mingsheng, let's go find Daoist Zhang. Maybe he can help us. After leaving the morgue, Lin Feng took out his phone, found Daoist Zhang's phone number, and dialed it. After a few seconds of distorted sounds, a woman's voice spoke up, saying, hello. Who are you looking for? The woman's voice sounded somewhat peculiar, making Lin Feng feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Feng asked, is Daoist Zhang here? The woman said, do you want him to answer the phone? Lin Feng said, no need for that. Just tell him we have something to discuss with him. My name is Lin Feng. May I ask where you are staying? The woman's voice said, no. 68, Taiping Street. Lin Feng said, great. Thank you. And the call had already been hung up on the other end. Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng raced to Daoist Zhang's residence. Upon arriving at Taiping Street, it was mostly comprised of small, dilapidated houses. Compared to other areas in the city, it appeared somewhat desolate and run down. The street was almost empty early on, with only a few flickering lights visible from the windows of the row upon row of houses. A shopkeeper sat outside his small store, fanning himself to cool off. The sparse business had him dozing off in his chair. Li Mingsheng parked the car at the street corner and searched room by room with Lin Feng for room 68. When they reached number 68, the two of them looked into the yard, which was pitch black and seemed to indicate that no one was home. Lin Feng stepped forward and vigorously rang the door knocker on the gate, calling out, Zhang Daoist. This is Lin Feng. Are you at home? No one responded in the house and Lin Feng called out a few more times, still receiving no answer. He wondered peculiarly if it had only been about 20 minutes since he called. How could there be no one at home already? Gently pushing the gate to the courtyard, which wasn't locked, it creaked open with a wah sound. In the darkening sky, it seemed as if an ancient incantation had been spoken. The two of them approached the door of the house, and Lin Feng gently pushed it open, saying, "Master Zhong." The house was quiet, the echo of Lin Feng's voice lingering. He reached for the light switch by the door and turned on the lights. The furnishings inside were simple. The living room consisted of a dining table, a coffee table, and a sofa set. The bedroom contained only a bed and a wardrobe. After searching thoroughly, Lin Feng confirmed that no one was home. Li Mingsheng suddenly pointed to the table and said, "Look." Lin Feng said, "What are you staring at?" Li Mingsheng wiped his hand across the table, leaving a streak of grey. A thin layer of dust lay on the table, but if Li Mingsheng hadn't been a law enforcement officer with sharp observation skills, most people wouldn't have noticed it without a closer look. Li Mingsheng said, "It seems like no one has been staying here for a few days. The table and coffee table are covered in dust." Lin Feng said oddly, "No, actually, when I called just now, it was a woman who answered." Li Mingsheng said, "Did you dial the wrong number?" Lin Feng said, "How is that possible? She told us the address herself." Li Mingsheng also expressed doubt. "Yes, what's going on here?" Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed Zhong Daoist's number again. The telephone by the bed in the bedroom rang with the long, unanswered tone. The phone number was correct, and Li Mingsheng carefully examined the phone as he brought it to his ear. It was covered in a thin layer of dust, clearly showing that no one had touched it in several days. The two of them wondered for a while, could it be that the caller was a ghost? They stepped outside and quickly headed towards the store at the corner after a brief discussion. "Auntie, have you seen Daoist Zhong lately?" "Zhao Daoist. Try 68th Street." The owner clearly wasn't pleased that Lin Feng had disturbed his nap. "We just went there and nobody was home." "It's not no. 68 here, but Red Mountain no. 68. Where is that?" Li Mingsheng suddenly chimed in, "You're talking about Hongshan Public Cemetery." The owner nodded and looked at the two of them. 3 days dead. "What?" Lin Feng couldn't believe it as he cried out in disbelief. Before his eyes was the erect back and vibrant appearance of Master Zhong. Just a few days apart, and Master Zhong had actually truly passed away. A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's voice was dry as he asked, "Does he have any relatives?" The store owner thought for a moment and said, "I haven't heard that he has any relatives. When he moved here over 20 years ago, he was just an old man on his own, and hardly anyone came to visit him." Li Mingsheng asked, "Who handled his funeral arrangements?" The shop owner said, "It's the community committee. Nobody at home would have known. If we hadn't found it in time, the body probably would have started to smell." Lin Feng felt as though something was choking him, making it hard for him to speak. Li Mingsheng gently patted Lin Feng and led him toward the car. Lin Feng asked, "Can I go see the Hongshan Cemetery?" Li Mingsheng nodded and drove the car to Hongshan Cemetery. As Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng got out of the car at the entrance to the cemetery, they walked towards the interior. From a distance, they could hear the sound of someone Sweeping, probably the groundskeeper cleaning up. The two of them walked towards the place where the ashes were kept. An elderly man was bending over, sweeping at the entrance. Finding Zhu-Dash's ashes, Lin Feng took her incense stick from the stand beside him and lit it. He then burned 2 pieces of yellow paper. After wiping the photo on the ash box clean, he put it back in its original place. Li Mingsheng took out 10 yuan notes of incense and paper money and gave them to the cleaner at the entrance. As we were leaving, a middle-aged man came out of the small room at the entrance and asked, "When did you guys go in?" Lin Feng said, "Just now. You weren't here when we arrived." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Have the incense and paper money been given?" Li Mingsheng said, "I did give it to the elderly person sweeping the floor." The middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, and he said, Where did that old man come from if it's just me here?" Lin Feng said, "Yes, it's right next to the door of the room where they keep the ashes." The middle-aged man seemed lost in thought as he said, "I've been here for 10 years all by myself. I handle cleaning and other tasks. No one else would be around except me." Li Mingsheng said, "Why don't you come and see for yourself? It's right over there. Let's go together so that you won't think we used the incense and paper money without paying for it and try to cheat us." The 3 of them approached the house only to find that there was no old man there. Instead, a broom lay horizontally by the door, with 10 yuan pressed underneath it. The middle-aged man glanced around, and the eerie atmosphere made him involuntarily take a step back. Li Mingsheng said in surprise, "Where did everyone go? Why are you here keeping the money?" He then approached and picked up the cash from under the broom, saying, "See, the money is right here. But I have no idea where that old man went." The middle-aged man's voice trembled as he asked, "What did the old man look like?" Lin Feng said, "We didn't examine them closely, but they both have hunched backs and aren't very tall." The middle-aged man said, "Hurry up," and then quickly headed towards the guard room by his door. Reaching the door, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and glanced inside with a shudder. "You must have encountered something unclean just now," Lin Feng said in surprise. "No, right? Why can't I feel it?" Lin Feng has always had a strong sense of mysterious things. If it was something unclean, he would have no reason not to feel such heavy in energy. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "You'd better hurry and leave. It's going to get completely dark soon." Lin Feng was still pondering whether the old man in Li Mingsheng's car was a ghost when he suddenly thought of the corpses in the morgue. He broke out in a cold sweat, and Lin Feng finally realized that something was wrong with him. First, there was that strange dream, then, on the bus, he saw 3 people who looked exactly like the corpses in the morgue, right down to their expressions. And now, there was this old man sweeping here. He could see them clearly, but he couldn't sense any ghostly aura, so he couldn't tell if they were human or ghosts. What could be wrong with me, Lin Feng wondered as he looked at the red line on his hand that was nearly bleeding. Could it all be because of this line? The situation had become far more complicated than expected, leaving Lin Feng in a state of constant headache. Throughout the journey, he appeared deeply preoccupied and was in rather poor spirits. He wasn't a reserved person. Usually, his feelings were evident on the surface. The series of events that unfolded truly left him at a loss for answers. Now that Elder Zhong is dead, he will have to rely entirely on himself for the future. Up until now, he has no strategy or plan in place, and everything feels too sudden and overwhelming. Xiao Liu, what are you having? Can you get me some noodle soup? In the surveillance room, Xiao Liu stared at the 8 monitors that covered the entire police station. He and Xiao Zhong were new intern policemen who had just been assigned there. As outstanding students in the police academy, they found it hard to take seriously the many paranormal incidents that had recently been swirling around the station. In particular, Li Mingsheng, the commander of the criminal investigation team, behaved like a charlatan, which was laughable. Moreover, some people at the station actually believed his recent claims about Jia Shi, a type of supposed zombie, and other superstitious statements. They found these people's lack of rigor in thought extremely amusing. After all, when investigating cases, everything must be based on science, hadn't they been taught that? Zhong Xiaojiao said, "Watch carefully, I'll be right back." Liu Xiao said impatiently, "I know already. Go ahead. I didn't have lunch today." Glancing at the screen, Liu Xiao wasn't very impressed with the installation of video surveillance in the room. Who had such nerve to run to the police station and act up? Didn't they think they were living too long? So, since it's arranged, I need to put my heart into it. After Xiao Zhong left, Xiao Liu leaned back in his chair and watched the TV screen. After a while, the unchanging images on the 8 screens began to strain his eyes. Xiao Liu rubbed his eyes and yawned. Suddenly, there was a flash on the 4th screen as if something had passed by at incredible speed, like a fleeting figure. Xiao Liu quickly sat up straight, wondering if he had just imagined it. Humans simply wouldn't move that fast. In the corridor on the screen, one of the doors led to a temporary morgue where the bureau stored bodies. Thinking about Li Mingsheng and his teammates' rumors he had heard, Xiao Liu couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Could there really be something strange? Although he didn't believe Li Mingsheng's oath to heaven that he had seen a Jia corpse with his own eyes, the thought still made him feel uneasy. After a flash appeared on the screen, it seemed to vanish without a trace. Little Liu let out a sigh. Perhaps he had just imagined it, or maybe he had been staring at the screen for too long and was starting to see things. After a little while, Xiao Zhong came back with some night snacks. At the table in the surveillance room, they began to eat and chat. Xiao Liu said, "Do you think there really are ghosts in this world?" He kept feeling uneasy about what seemed to have flashed by on the screen just now. "Are you out of your mind? What kind of ghost is that?" Xiao Zhong said while eating his noodles. "We may not have seen it, but others might have." "Are you referring to Li Mingsheng and the others?" Do you really think he's exaggerating? He's known for his meticulous investigative methods. There wouldn't be any such thing if he were lying. The chief would have dealt with him long ago. Don't you know if they've been mistreating anyone? They are the leaders. Even if they do mistreat someone, we wouldn't find out. That makes sense. Liu Xiaoliu took a bite of noodles and glanced at the monitor next to him. This glance almost choked him with his own mouthful of noodles. With his mouth still full, Liu Xiaoliu abruptly yanked on Xiao Zhong, who was enjoying his food, and pointed at the screen. Zhong Xiaojiao took a look and instantly felt his hair stand on end. On the 4th monitor, in that temporary room where bodies were kept, 3 people walked out. The 3 of them kept their heads bowed, following one another in a straight line with not a hint of disorder as they moved forward slowly. Their pace was extremely slow and each step seemed heavy and stiff. Xiao Zhong and Xiao Liu's jaws dropped in surprise, and the uneaten noodles fell from the corners of their mouths. These are 3 bodies, the ones kept in the morgue, that died suddenly of heart failure. Discolorations, either purple or red, can be seen on the skin. Xiaozhong knows these are signs of rigor mortis. Both of them were shocked and terrified, their limbs turning weak, and for a moment neither could utter a word. 3 corpses walked beneath the camera, and suddenly the first one looked up and gave a grin directly at the lens. The 2 of them were startled, with deathly faces filling the entire screen. The wide-open eyes were filled with rage, but the corners of their mouths seemed to be lifted upward, creating an extraordinarily bizarre and chilling expression. Once the body passed in front of the camera and they saw the empty screen, the 2 of them stood there in silence for about 10 seconds before they simultaneously exclaimed, "What do we do now?" Finally, Xiaozhong suggested, "We should call Team Leader Li. No one else would believe us, but since Team Leader Li has had similar experiences, he might be willing to come." Little Liu agreed. "Okay, you go ahead and do it." I managed to say 3 eyes in a row, but still couldn't get anything else out. He was just too nervous. Zhong Xiaojiao picked up the phone to call Li Mingsheng. His trembling hand dialed twice incorrectly, but on the 3rd attempt, the call finally connected, and the receiver began to play the standard wait tone. Xiaozhong breathed a sigh of relief and the phone was connected. Li Mingsheng over there said, "Hey." Xiaozhong was about to speak when suddenly a noise came from the phone, followed by a sinister voice. "Hey," and laughed twice. Zhong Xiao was startled. How could Li Mingsheng be laughing like that? But he didn't give it much thought and shouted loudly, "Squad Leader Li, the body in the morgue just walked out of the morgue by itself." A low voice on the phone said, "I haven't walked out yet." Zhong Xiao screamed, "Ah," and dropped the phone, staring blankly at Liu Xiao. Little Liu said nervously, "What's going on? Don't scare me." Little Zhong's eyes were filled with terror as he said, "I just called Lieutenant Li, and for some reason it seemed like the body answered the phone." "Ah." Xiao Liu's face had turned pale with shock. Li Mingsheng answered the phone with a "hello" and was greeted by a burst of noise before going silent. He checked the caller ID, which showed it was from the central control room at the bureau. He called out a few more times, but on the other end there was a momentary pause followed by a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha ha." The voice sounded like that of a demon from hell, sending shivers down one's spine with each word. Li Mingsheng realized that something was amiss and asked in a low, serious voice, "Who are you?" The phone suddenly echoed with a series of ding, 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 then the line went dead. Li Mingsheng said to Lin Feng, "Something might have happened at the bureau. Let's go take a look." Lin Feng nodded and said, "If something goes wrong, the issue might be with those 3 bodies." Li Mingsheng, while driving, dialed the central control room and had to wait for several minutes before someone answered. Li Mingsheng asked, "Hey, who called just now?" Little Zhong's sobbing voice came through the phone, saying, "Sergeant Li, hurry and come see. Those 3 bodies actually walked out on their own." Li Mingsheng slammed on the brakes and said, "What?" Zhong Xiao was about to break down and said, "Xiao Liu and I witnessed those 3 bodies walking out." Li Mingsheng asked, "Where have you been?" Zhong Xiao said, "I had no idea. We didn't dare to go outside to look. We saw it on the screens in the central control room." Li Mingsheng said, "I'll be right there. Wait for me." After hanging up, Li Mingsheng said, "Those 3 bodies walked away on their own." He then took out a police spotlight and placed it on top of the police car. The car sped towards the station with wailing sirens, as he was worried about the safety of the two new officers. As soon as we arrived at the control room, Xiao Zhong and Xiao Liu were sitting there in shock, their bodies still trembling. Upon seeing Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng enter, they looked like they had found a lifeline, describing the terrifying scene that just occurred. Li Mingsheng turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Why don't you go take a look?" Lin Feng hadn't even had a chance to respond when Xiao Zhong and Xiao Liu blurted out uncontrollably, "Zombies will kill people." Lin Feng gave a faint smile and said, "Then you two can stay here. Li Team and I will go." Li Mingsheng had decades of experience as a criminal investigator, having dealt with countless ruthless criminals and facing multiple life-threatening situations. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had extensive experience dealing with numerous paranormal events. Consequently, their ability to handle such matters was significantly greater than that of most people. The two of them walked toward the morgue, one in front and one behind. Upon opening the door, it was indeed empty. Under the cold, dim lighting, there were no signs of the three bodies. Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng looked at each other, their expressions betraying a shared silence. The night had fallen over the earth, and it was well past 2 a.m. Some streetlights were already off, while only those on the main avenues remained illuminated. Wen Liang cursed the heartless boss for making him work so late. Fortunately, his office was close to home, just a 7 to 8 minute walk. Thinking of the warm bed at home, Wen Liang felt as if his bones were about to dislocate with the desire to quickly lie down on that cozy and comfortable big bed. Beyond this narrow alley lies Wen Liang's bachelor apartment, which he bought by putting down a 50,000 yuan down payment and taking out a mortgage. It won't be fully his until 4 more years of payments. His hard work is all for the sake of securing a more comfortable future. Halfway through my walk, 3 people approached from the opposite direction. They looked somewhat odd in the moonlight. In fact, their walking posture seemed quite stiff. Could they be disabled people? Wen Liang thought. It was late at night, and their physical limitations were quite pitiable. However, he didn't have the time to help them. After working all day with that wicked boss, he felt like all his energy had been nearly squeezed out of him, leaving nothing left to spare for others. When they got close, the 3 of them suddenly blocked their path across it. Bandits, was Wen Liang's first thought. However, he had every confidence in his abilities. Having trained in Taisho, a form of Chinese martial art, 4 years and feeling capable of handling ordinary 3 or 5 people. "Guys, what do you want to do?" Wen Liang coldly regarded 3 men with gloomy expressions and tattered clothes. From his bag, he took out 500 yuan and said, "If you're short on money, take it and spend it." He waved the cash in his hand. It was better not to intervene if possible. The 3 people didn't say a word, but they stood in front of him, making him feel a chill down his spine. There was something eerie about these guys that left him feeling slightly tense. He stepped to the left, and the 3 of them simultaneously stepped right, blocking his path. Wen Liang was a bit irritated. He was backing down, but don't think he was scared of you guys. Wen Liang didn't bother to say much more. Suddenly, he kicked out with a beautiful front kick and struck the guy in the middle squarely in the face. The man flew backward straight away. Without even looking, Wen Liang followed up by delivering a vicious backhand slice with his left hand, severing the major artery of the guy on the left. At the same time, he executed a side kick with his Right foot, hitting the guy on the right square in the chin. 3 of them were lying on the ground, and Wen Liang felt satisfied, muttering under his breath, "Fucker. You asked for it." He bent down to pick up the bag from the ground. He shook off the dust from the package and, lifting his head, found 3 people standing before him. Wen Liang felt a chill of fear wash over him. These 3 individuals exuded an air of peculiarity. He hadn't even noticed when they began speaking, let alone how they had come to stand right in front of him. Wen Liang's thought unfinished, the first person he had kicked suddenly reached out and grabbed at himself. Wen Liang stepped back slightly and punched his elbow joint. This was a genuine instance of Jeet Kune Do. With a faint crack from his elbow, the man's arm shot upward as he was struck. His hand drew an arc through the air before clamping down on Wen Liang's arm when it came back down. Wen Liang was stunned. He had hit the opponent's joint first, but after being struck, the other person grabbed his arm with incredible speed, so fast that he couldn't even see how it happened. This reaction time alone was beyond anything he could match. Why didn't they block it earlier? Wen Liang suddenly realized that the 3 of them had remained silent until now. What was even more terrifying was that he noticed the person facing him wasn't breathing at all. Could it be that those 2 were also breathless corpses like him? Holding my own hand felt icy and stiff, with the fingers piercingly cold like 5 steel rods clenching my arm, causing a painful sensation. The searing pain left Wen Liang no time to think. His empty hand instantly readied itself for a counterattack. Just as he was about to raise his arm, however, he realized that this hand was also being held captive. Turning his head, he saw a pair of lifeless eyes fixed upon him, unblinking. Despite the proximity, he could still sense no breath from the other person. In an instant, fear engulfed Wen Liang. Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng, who had spent the entire night monitoring the screens in the control room, were just dozing off in their chairs when they were woken up by a phone call. Upon their arrival, the area was already cordoned off by police lines and a crowd had gathered outside. A few early arriving journalists were trying to find a good vantage point to capture shots of what was happening inside. Li Mingsheng waved his hand as soon as he arrived and said, "Tell those reporters to leave." He then walked towards the inner area of the perimeter. "Hey, I'm a friend of Li from the squad. Can you let me in?" Lin Feng was kept outside the security perimeter. Li Mingsheng turned around and signaled to his subordinates. "Let him in. He's my special advisor." It was only then that the police responsible for securing the scene allowed Lin Feng to enter. The scene was a mess, with blackish red, dried bloodstains scattered everywhere. Most of the body parts had been recovered, but a small portion had vanished. Who knew where they went? Li Mingsheng rubbed his nose. The pervasive scent of blood in the air wasn't quite to his liking. Several junior officers nearby were already leaning against the wall, retching. Li walked over and gave each of them a gentle kick on the backside, saying, "Save it for later. Don't mess up the scene." Approaching the medical examiner, he greeted, "Li. Team, you're here." Li Mingsheng nodded and said, "Ahem, how is the situation?" The forensic scientist shook his head and said, "I've never seen anything like this before." He then led Li Mingsheng over to where Baibu was covered and gently lifted the white cloth. As soon as the white cloth was lifted, a thick scent of blood assaulted Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng's noses, making both of them feel slightly dizzy. After taking a moment to steady themselves and look at the bodies, they both gasped in horror. What could no longer be called a body was more accurately described as a skeleton with bits of flesh still clinging to it. The head, relatively speaking, appeared somewhat intact. One could barely make out the contours of the eyes, nose and mouth. However, it was a gruesome sight, so horrific that they couldn't bear to look at it for long. Scumbag! Li Mingsheng spat angrily. The forensic expert next to him said, "These monsters really are monstrous. This victim was killed by bites. We found this on the body of the deceased." The forensic expert shook a small plastic bag in his hand, containing a bloody tooth. Li Mingsheng was surprised to say, "Could it be that someone bit him to death?" The forensic expert nodded and said, "It should be the case. Look at his neck, those marks on the trachea suggest it was indeed bitten through. But there's one thing I still don't understand." Li Mingsheng said, "What's the problem?" As the forensic expert said, he gently lifted the skull and the dead man's head came off. The forensic expert pointed to a large hole at the back of the head and said, "Look here." Mingsheng Li, true to his reputation as a professional police officer, remained unperturbed in the face of the red and white coloration in the rear cranial wound. Lin Feng, however, lacked such fortitude. He ran over to one side and vomited. Li Mingsheng glanced at Lin Feng and asked, "So the medical examiner says you can't guess how this hole was made?" Li Mingsheng shook his head and said, "Could it have been bitten open?" The forensic expert put down the head and said, "It's not a precise match, but it's close. It appears to be caused by a punch. The skull is fractured in multiple places, with all the brain matter removed. Assuming there are no surprises, it should now be digesting in the killer's stomach." As he spoke, he covered the body with a white sheet. Li Mingsheng walked up to the police officer who was collecting evidence at the scene and asked, "Have you found anything?" An officer came over and said, "There are 3 sets of footprints besides the deceased's, and they are very clear." Li Mingsheng responded with an "Oh," and said, "3 of them." He was quite surprised by the number of perverts involved, and it was particularly surprising that they all appeared at once. The officer pointed to a large pool of blood on the wall and said, "The victim was killed in a corner against the wall." Li Mingsheng suddenly interrupted the officer, asking, "Which direction did the footprints go in the end?" The officer pointed in the opposite direction of the street and said, "They went that way." "What is over there?" "It's a residential community, but due to its less than ideal location and somewhat unreasonable layout, not many people have moved in." Li Mingsheng said, "Find me 2 German shepherds right away, the faster, the better." The officer immediately understood Li Mingsheng's intention and called the station. Li Mingsheng patted Lin Feng, who looked like he was about to vomit, and said, "So, how do you feel?" "Not used to this kind of scene, I see. You are a medical student after all." Lin Feng said with a bitter smile, "Look at all this blood on the floor and walls. It's more than what you'd get from slaughtering a whole cow." Li Mingsheng lit a cigarette and offered it to Lin Feng. "Damn, he has quite an appetite too. With a guy weighing around 70 kilograms, there's barely anything left but some head and strips of meat." Lin Feng took a vigorous drag on his cigarette and said, "They must have had a dinner party." Li Mingsheng said, "We might take the leftovers home if we can't finish them all." Lin Feng shook his dizzy head and said, "If my guess is correct, these 3 ravenous individuals are the corpses who escaped from your station last night without permission to take a walk." Li Mingsheng was taken aback and said, "Could they have turned into zombies?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not quite sure. Recently, I've been feeling rather dull when it comes to sensing these things. I've seen these three guys on the bus before, and something tells me that this isn't as simple as it seems. Li Mingsheng exhaled thick smoke as he witnessed a scene that was both gory and brutal. He had dealt with numerous cases involving extremely cruel methods, but the events unfolding before him were anything but logical. Lin Feng's phone rang, interrupting Li Mingsheng's thoughts. Lin Feng answered the call. "Hello." That's when Xiao Jiji's voice came from the other end, saying, "Where have you been? Not coming back all night and not even calling to let me know. I thought you were kidnapped." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I've been kidnapped by Li Mingsheng." Xiao Jiji chuckled at the other end, saying, "Why tie you up? You don't have any money to extort, and you're not particularly attractive either." Lin Feng. Xiao Jiji said, "All right, no more jokes. Come home for dinner tonight and bring Li Mingsheng along too. That guy owes me a life-saving debt, and there's also a gorgeous lady coming over in the evening." Lin Feng was taken aback and asked, "Could it be Chi-Chi?" Xiao Jiji spit and said, "Pervert. Did your eyes light up just by hearing the beautiful lady's name, her?" "You got that right, but since someone else has taken her, don't even think about it." Lin Feng said, "Aside from plotting against you, I haven't plotted against anyone else since I started school." Xiao Jiji said with malice, "You owe me one, you." "No. All right, I'm hanging up now. Don't forget to come home for dinner tonight." Lin Feng acknowledged, and little Jiji hung up the phone. Lin Feng told Li Mingsheng, "We'll go eat at Xiao Jiji's place tonight." Li Mingsheng said, "I'm not sure if I can make it. This case is still pending." Lin Feng interrupted Li Mingsheng and said, "You'd better go. Little Jijia has a friend coming over, and I keep getting this feeling that there's something sinister about her. Facing her makes me feel cold, like how I felt when dealing with those three bodies yesterday. It gives me the creeps." Li Mingsheng said, "Is it that serious?" Lin Feng said seriously, "Yes, it was Chi-Chi from yesterday. She's quite peculiar." Li Mingsheng massaged his throbbing temples and said, "All right, I'll pay a visit in the evening to meet up with Chi-Chi." Lin Feng said, "Okay, let's head back early. I need to set things up." After Li Mingsheng finished his work in the afternoon, and Lin Feng went to Xiao Jijia's house, little Jijia had already prepared a delicious dinner. Chi-Chi was smiling in Xiao Jijia's room as she browsed the internet and waved at the two of them. Lin Feng fought off the urge to reach for the food in his stomach, his eyes fixated on a plate of braised ribs. Just as he was about to grab one, little Jijia, who was setting the table, smacked his hand with her chopsticks and said, "Go wash your hands." Lin Feng reluctantly glanced at the spare ribs in the plate and went to wash his hands. Li Mingsheng followed behind and said as Lin Feng washed his hands, "You've been looking at dead bodies all day, and you still have such an appetite." Lin Shui's face almost twisted as he said, "Can you not mention it? It ruins my appetite." Li Mingsheng chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. To me, I'm used to it. You don't feel like eating, so I'll just eat more for you." Little Gigi called out from the living room, "What are you mumbling? Come out to eat already." After the two of them took their seats, Lin Feng glanced at Chi-Chi and threw a glance at Li Mingsheng. Instantly, Li Mingsheng began to show his attentions towards Chi-Chi, leaving Xiao Jieji looking stunned. Xiao Jieji whispered to Lin Feng, "What's up with him today? Could it be that he likes someone else?" Lin Feng smiled but said nothing, focusing on devouring the ribs in front of him. Enraged, Xiao Jijiji gave Lin Feng a hard squeeze under the table and retorted, "Are the ribs more attractive than I am?" Lin Feng whispered to Xiao Jijia, "Don't worry about it. Just eat quickly, we have something else to do and need to make the most of our time." Xiao Jijia glared at Lin Feng and then fell silent. After dinner, the two beauties cleared the table and began chatting with Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng in the living room. Lin Feng continued the interrupted topic from yesterday and asked Chi-Chi, "Did your dreams repeat last night?" Chi-Chi blinked her big eyes and said, "I had a new dream yesterday." Lin Feng responded with an "Oh," as he puffed on his cigarette. "That's not bad. People can't keep having the same dream forever, it would drive them crazy." Chi-Chi shook her head blankly and said, "It's a continuation of that dream from before." Lin Feng frowned and asked, "What progress?" Chi-Chi's voice sounded ethereal as she said, "I dreamed that the man I left in the bathroom has disappeared." The conversation between the two left Xiao Jijia and Li Mingsheng utterly confused. Lin Feng asked Chi-Chi to recount her dream from start to finish. Chi-Chi spoke in a low, soothing tone that, despite its pleasantness, sent chills down their spines with an eerie fear. Under the white fluorescent lights, Chi-Chi supported her chin, her face appearing hazy and ominous, exuding a sinister aura. Li Mingsheng couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Chi-Chi finished speaking, and Lin Feng asked, "So, who was that man, then?" Chi-Chi said with her head down, "It's my boyfriend." Lin Feng said in surprise, "Did the dream not mention why you killed him?" Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "No." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry. Maybe it's just a manifestation of too much psychological suppression. Don't take it seriously, it should pass in a few days. You can consider seeing a psychologist if you have some free time." Chi-Chi nodded blankly and suddenly her phone in her pocket started ringing, startling everyone. She apologized with, "I'm sorry," before answering the call. After hanging up, she told Xiao Jijia, "You guys keep chatting, I need to go first." Jijia lingered for a moment, but Chi-Chi said, "My boyfriend is taking me to the movies." Only then did Xiao Jijia give up, teasingly saying, "Really, not even a day can pass without seeing you." Chi-Chi blushed as she said goodbye to a few people and stepped out. Li Mingsheng, seeing Chi-Chi go, turned to Lin Feng and said, "She was just dreaming, why do you think she's somehow connected to my case?" Lin Feng said, "It's hard to put into words, but my gut feeling tells me that your case must be related to her." After a brief chat, it started to drizzle outside. Before long, the rain fell in torrential sheets, and thunder rumbled one after another, lighting up the sky with flashes of lightning. Lin Feng looked at the heavy rain and suddenly said, "It's not good." Chi-Chi killing someone in her dream was during rainy weather. Xiao Jijia and Li Mingsheng looked at Lin Feng in surprise because earlier, Chi-Chi hadn't mentioned what the weather was like when she killed someone in her dreams, yet Lin Feng knew it so clearly. Chi-Chi and her boyfriend Xiao Fei had planned to go see a movie, but the heavy downpour put an end to those plans. Xiao Fei wasn't originally named Xiao Fei, in fact. His name has nothing to do with the character Fei at all. However, he likes to joke that someday he'll be able to earn a Fa, and this phrase became so common among them that everyone started calling him Xiao Fa. Upon returning to Xiao Fei's place, they changed into dry clothes. Chi-Chi dried her hair and said, "I'll make you some soup to warm you up." Fa turned on the TV and said, "Great. I love your silver ear soup the most." Chi-Chi smiled and walked into the kitchen. Xiaofa watched some TV, and the delicious aroma from the kitchen moved him to tears. He hugged Chi-Chi from behind and gently kissed her long, fair neck. Chi-Chi stirred the soup in the pot slowly with a chopstick, saying seriously, "Stop it, or you might get burned." Just as she finished speaking, her heart skipped a beat. A voice in her head suddenly spoke up, "You are not human, you are the daughter of a demon and have no heart. Kill him." Chi-Chi was in a state of confusion. Normally, she dreaded little Fa kissing her neck because it would make her itch terribly. But today, she didn't feel anything at all, only the faint voice by her ear kept repeating, "You're not human, you're the daughter of the devil. You have no heart, kill him." Xiaofa said, "Why aren't you using a soup spoon?" Chi-Chi snapped out of her confusion and said, "I'm used to eating with chopsticks. That's such a hassle." "Really?" Chi-Chi's ear began to hear that sentence that emerged from the depths of her mind again, "You're not human. You're the daughter of a demon." Chi-Chi wanted to struggle and scream, but she realized she was in a state of confusion and managed to suppress the terrifying thoughts. What a heavy rain. Little Fafa comforted her, saying, "Don't be scared. It's just thunder." Chi-Chi casually agreed, "Yeah, just some thunder." He noticed something amiss with Chi-Chi and asked concernedly, "What's wrong? Is there anything bothering you?" Chi-Chi replied hastily, "No, there's nothing." Xiaofa said, "Then why do you seem so distracted?" Chi-Chi tried to cover up, "No." Chi-Chi turned around and pressed her red lips against Xiaofa's mouth. One hand rested on Xiaofa's neck, while the other gripped the chopsticks tightly, shaking with anticipation or tension. Xiaofa noticed Chi-Chi's body trembling. He hugged her tightly, trying to comfort her with his embrace, thinking that she was anxious about the stormy night outside. Little did he know that fate had played a huge joke on him. The words seemed to be echoing in Chi-Chi's ears, and she couldn't help but tremble like a frightened rabbit in Xiaofa's arms. A voice in my heart kept telling myself, "Kill him. Prove that you are the devil's daughter." Another voice told myself, "He is the man you love deeply, you can't hurt him." The two voices kept entangled in my ears and churned in my mind. What should I do? Chi-Chi only felt her head confused. Gradually, the low and cold voice took over. She could no longer feel the warm embrace of Xiaofa. There was an uncontrollable desire in her blood. It was a desire for blood, a kind of wildness rushing in her special body. Xiaofa was still savoring his beloved woman's lips, which felt different today. Usually, her lips were hot and passionate, but now they were cold. Evil surged like a tide, filling Chi-Chi's entire being. Her eyes glinted with the wild light of an animal. Xiaofa sensed something different about Chi-Chi and opened his eyes. The flashing light before him momentarily stunned him. Gidge, who had completely lost herself, suddenly and without any warning thrust the chopstick she was tightly holding straight into Xiaofa's eyes. Xiaofa was utterly stunned by Chi-Chi's sudden action. He couldn't believe that the woman he loved deeply would hurt him. But he had no idea that the girl standing before him was no longer his girlfriend but a rampaging beast, desperately trying to tear him apart. The chopsticks pierced the girl's eye without mercy, making a soft thunk. Blood gushed out, splattering on the white-tiled kitchen floor and painting bloody blossoms everywhere. Smallfa's pain was unbearable, and the instinctive fear combined with the searing pain in his eyes caused him to emit a piercing howl. The roar of searing thunder outside the window drowned out Xiaofei's frightened and despairing cries. Xiaofa pushed Chichi forcefully, causing her to lose her balance and drop the chopsticks. The chopsticks remained stuck in Xiaofa's eye socket as she collided harshly with the stove. Xiaofa clutched at the wall, struggling to run towards the kitchen exit. Chichi's eyes glinted with a cold light and a twisted smile curved upwards on her lips. She suddenly picked up the silver ear fungus soup pot, which was bubbling away on the stove with a loud sizzling sound, and doused Xiaofei's head with it. Xiaofei let out a half-strangled cry and collapsed to the ground like a withered piece of wood, lying still without a movement. Chichi saw Xiaofei lying on the ground, and that thud seemed to awaken something dormant in her memories, making her gaze a bit dazed. But as those warm feelings began to surface, they were instantly replaced by an icy presence within her. With no expression on her face, she reached into the cabinet and took out some transparent tape. She quickly wrapped it around Xiaofei's mouth and the back of his head in several tight circles, then tied his hands behind his back with the tape. Chi-Chi held Xiaofei's feet under her armpits and lifted her forcefully into the bathroom. After placing Xiaofa's body on the toilet, Chi-Chi tightly bound his feet together before she could finally relax with a smile. Though her forehead was already glistening with sweat, she didn't seem to feel any fatigue at all. She turned and went to the kitchen, bringing in a sharp knife. Chi-Chi carefully carved into Xiaofei's flesh with a knife, much like fashioning a piece of artwork. Her eyes glinted with intense longing and desire. Xiaofei had long been awakened by the excruciating pain, facing the woman he loved as she methodically cut him. He felt a mix of shock, anger, and fear, but was powerless to move, only able to emit woo-woo sounds from his nostrils in agony. With each slice Chi-Chi made, Xiaofei's facial muscles trembled uncontrollably. By the time Chi-Chi finished, Xiaofei was left utterly vulnerable, his entire body covered with intersecting, varying depth wounds. Chi-Chi tossed the knife carelessly aside and left Xiaofa curled up in agony on the bathroom floor, writhing in pain. He would have preferred to die instantly rather than endure this endless torment. Chi-Chi returned moments later, holding several large and small containers of spices. Xiaofei immediately knew what Chi-Chi was up to and cowered in fear, looking at Chi-Chi with pleading eyes. Chi-Chi ignored her and applied the seasonings one by one to Xiaofa's body. When Xiaofa was being covered in chili powder, she lost consciousness due to a mix of fear and pain. The subsequent applications of seasoning were completely out of her awareness. As Xiaofa fainted, Chi-Chi scattered the spice box across the floor, first with a hee-hee chuckle and then into a raucous laugh. The mad laughter echoed in the confined space, sounding eerie and terrifying. Chi-Chi's once beautiful face was no longer that of an angel, instead, it bore a cruel and twisted smile, as if her entire facial features had contorted and twisted together. Anyone who knew her would find it hard to believe that the formerly beautiful, gentle, refined, and shy Chi-Chi could look like this today. After the laughter subsided, the cold and ominous feeling slowly began to fade. Chi-Chi regained her composure, and upon seeing everything in front of her, she was nearly stunned. Chi-Chi cried out as she cut all the tape off Xiaofa's body and held him tightly. "Xiaofa, what happened? Don't scare me like that. Xiaofa, wake up." Chi-Chi's sobs were already hoarse and she weakly fell to the ground. She gradually recalled what she had done just now. Chi-Chi suddenly forced a bitter smile. She had no idea where that voice came from, but she knew it clearly surfaced from within her mind. "Am I really heartless? Chi-Chi suddenly had a crazy thought, wondering if she should cut her body open to see if she truly didn't have a heart. Her gaze fell upon the knife lying in the corner of the bathroom. Just moments ago, she had used this very blade to inflict a series of wounds on Xiaofa's body. Chi-Chi picked up the knife and it shone under the dim red light of the bathroom. Outside the tiny window, lightning still flashed with thunderous roars and rain fell in a heavy mist. Chi-Chi lost the coldness she had just now, but her hand holding the knife was still cold. Looking at the chopstick stuck in Xiaofa's eyes, she didn't have the courage to help him pull them out. Chi-Chi sobbed. She didn't understand why she hurt her lover and why she became so crazy. She didn't know if she was really heartless. In her opinion, the only way to find the answer is to cut open yourself to see if she was heartless. Chi-Chi's eyes revealed a poignant despair, and she clung to the resolve to die. Having caused such harm to her beloved, she preferred death. The car raced through the rain, but Lin Feng was sweating profusely and furrowed his brow as he asked Xiao Jijia, do you know where her boyfriend lives, or not? Xiao Jijia looked at Lin Feng with a hurt expression and said, I've only been there once. Besides, it's such heavy rain, how could it be so easy to find? Her small mouth pouted, almost bringing tears to her eyes. To the contrary, Li Mingsheng remained cool and composed, saying, don't worry, nothing can be stopped from happening. Fingers crossed that we don't see anything, would rather not. Lin Feng recalled that the tragic incident in his dream had occurred on a rainy day, so he asked Xiao Jijia to call Chi-Chi. However, there was no answer. The group immediately decided to go out and look for them. They first thought of going to Chi-Chi's place because Li Mingsheng speculated that with such heavy rain, the two would not have gone to see a movie. So they headed straight to Chi-Chi's place. When they arrived at Chi-Chi's bachelor apartment, they knocked on the door for a long time but received no response. The three of them suspected that they had gone to Xiao Jijia's boyfriend's place. In the end, Xiao Jijia pointed out directions in the rain, but so far, none of them have been able to locate the exact spot. Looking out the window at the torrential rain outside, the three of them were all worry-worn. Suddenly, Xiao Jijia said, turn left into that building ahead. Li Ming turned the steering wheel with a swift motion, driving towards the residential area. The frenzied rain seemed to foreshadow something ominous, and the tense atmosphere oppressed the three of them, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Chi-Chi stroked Xiaofa's face tenderly and said softly, Xiaofa, I'm sorry. I'm coming to be with you now, and I won't leave you alone. She raised the gleaming knife, her expression as calm as a mirror. Closing her eyes, she plunged it fiercely into her own chest with not a hint of hesitation. With a splash of puff, blood splattered everywhere. And contrary to her expectations, Chi-Chi felt no pain. Her mind went blank as she realized that death itself was not frightening. What truly terrified her was the lack of courage to face it head-on. If we meet again in our next life, no matter what, we have to be together until death. This is the ringtone Chi-Chi just said after coming out of Jijia's room today. Shouldn't I be dead by now? Why am I still fine and have sensation after all this time? Could it be that I don't really have a heart? The grand entrance to the living room echoed with thunderous knocks, and outside, Lin Feng's barely recognizable, hoarse voice screamed wildly, Chi-Chi, I know you're inside. I heard the ring of your phone. Open the door quickly. Chi-Chi gave a sad smile and suddenly pulled the knife deeply into her heart. After dropping the knife, she opened up her chest. Inside, there was nothing but an empty cavity, with blood gushing from the ruptured arteries to flood her entire thoracic cavity. Bang! 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 The front door was kicked loudly. Xiao Jie was trembling inside the car, and the woman's keen intuition told her that something wasn't right. Whether it was too cold or she was just feeling anxious. Xiao Jie felt her body involuntarily shaking. Lin Feng didn't want Xiao Jie to be frightened if they went into the house, so he kept her in the car, insisting she wait until they came out. Even though she hadn't gone inside herself, she could sense that something was amiss. With a loud bang, the door finally gave way under the combined force of Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng's collisions. Chi-Chi looked at Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng, who stood wide-eyed in the bathroom doorway, and said with a sinister smile, "So, I really don't have a heart. I am the daughter of the devil." Looking at the bloodstain on Chi-Chi's chest, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb, his feet rooted to the ground like stakes, unable to take a single step. The bathroom was drenched in blood. Xiaofa lay nearby, head drooping, covered in wounds, with no sign of life or death. Fresh blood continued to gush from Chi-Chi's chest, her face showing despair, fear, helplessness, and an indescribable sorrow. Such a scene left Li Mingsheng, who prides himself on his broad experience and decades of forensic investigation work, speechless with shock and amazement. "Really, I have no heart, I am the daughter of the devil," Chi-Chi screamed loudly, her hair flying wildly around her as she looked like a fierce being from hell. Li Mingsheng was the first to regain his composure and quickly pulled out his phone to call the bureau, dispatching more personnel while simultaneously notifying an ambulance to arrive as quickly as possible. Jie felt her trembling growing more intense. She seemed to hear a faint howling sound in the distance. Looking out at the dark night outside, she unconsciously drew her coat tighter around herself. Chi-Chi looked coldly at Lin Feng, who was stunned, and Li Mingsheng, who was busy making a phone call, while still keeping an eye on her. Li Mingsheng hung up and coughed, saying, "Miss Chi-Chi, I would like to ask you to remain calm." As he said this, he felt a bit embarrassed by his own words. Even for a girl, let alone a professional killer, such an incident would be hard to handle. But there had to be some explanation, so Li Mingsheng continued, "I believe no one wants this to happen. I hope you can cooperate with us." Chi-Chi stared at Li Mingsheng coldly and interrupted him, saying, "Stop talking. I am no longer human, I am the daughter of a devil. If you don't want to die, get out." Her gaze conveyed to Li Mingsheng that she was not lying and that she would unhesitatingly put both herself and Lin Feng in danger if necessary. Li Mingsheng pulled Lin Feng behind him, and by this time, Lin Feng had also reacted, turning his head to look over Li Mingsheng's shoulder without being able to bear to see the horrific scene in the bathroom. Chi-Chi's eyes had lost all emotion, and the blood on her face and body made her resemble a horror movie ghost. Li Mingsheng kept a wary eye on her, ready for any sudden move that might result in an attack. Dealing with someone who could still be alive even if their heart was pierced by a blade and they had less than half of their blood remaining was no small challenge, and he felt unprepared to handle such a situation. He placed his hand on his waist and touched the gun handle, the cold sensation providing him with a sense of calm. Chi-Chi's lips curled into a malicious smile, and Li Mingsheng involuntarily swallowed hard as he said, "No matter what happens, we can help you." He almost regretted slapping himself twice. Now that she was like this, how could they possibly help? Was he seriously considering offering his own heart to her? Chi-Chi said with a melancholic laugh, "How could you help me? What kind of person are you? How could you possibly help me? How ridiculous." Li Mingsheng was sweating profusely with cold sweat. His eyes fixed on Chi-Chi in a state of heightened alert. He dared not take a single deep breath. He already knew that the Chi-Chi he faced now was no longer the same as before. She was merely a living corpse at best. As for the thoughts of a living corpse, no one could ever guess them. Chi-Chi slowly stood up, causing Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng to unconsciously take a step back, watching her with tension. Chi-Chi sneered and lifted Xiao Fei's body with one hand. With the other, she raised it to a thud that splattered blood across Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng's faces and bodies. Xiao Fei let out a tragic scream as she looked up, her head then tilting to the side as she fell silent. Her other hand pierced through Xiao Fei's back from behind, emerging from her chest with continuous thrashing. The bloody mess, mixed with chunks of flesh and exposed veins, dripped down her hand and hit the ground with a pattering sound. For a moment, the house fell into profound silence, punctuated only by Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng's heavy breathing and the terrifying plop sound. Chi-Chi pulled the heart out of Xiao Fei's body and said, "See this? This is what I need. Who among you can give it to me?" She then placed the heart she had forcibly extracted from Xiao Fei's chest into her own chest cavity. With her last glimpse of human-like gaze, she scanned Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng before slowly cradling Xiao Fei's corpse under her arm. The blood gushed out from Xiao Fei's chest, pooling on the ground and greedily being absorbed by the drainage grates beneath it. Li Mingsheng drew out his gun, disengaged the safety, and pointed it at Chi-Chi. "Stay calm," he said. Heaven knows if she would listen. After all, she was no longer within the realm of human understanding. Chi-Chi's pale face was stained with blood, showing no expression at all. Suddenly she moved violently, and Li Mingsheng didn't even have time to react. Chi-Chi had already passed by the two of them like a ghost. Then he heard the sound of glass breaking sounds. Chi-Chi walked out of the window with her little hare's body, which was so fast that it was unimaginable. Only then did they hear the sharp wailing of police sirens and ambulance alarms downstairs. They rushed to the window, pressed their ears against it, and peered outside through the broken glass. The cold rain pattered on their faces, and both felt as though they were strangers in a different world. The officers from the police cars and the medical personnel from the ambulances all rushed down, gathering together as the doctors and nurses prepared stretchers to save the injured. The residents in the building were already awakened by Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng's door crashing noise. Just now, though they were too lazy to get up and could only curse in their quilts. Now, there are deafening police sirens and everyone is waking up to lean out of their windows to see what's happening downstairs. Xiao Jijia watched the bustling medical police and realized that Chi-Chi's dream had finally come true. She didn't know what emotions this stirred up in her. While everyone was busy at work, a crisp crack of breaking glass echoed through the air as a figure plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on the roof of a Santana police car. With a thunderous bang, the vehicle's roof caved in under the impact. The dark silhouette disappeared into the cold rain, leaving everyone staring in astonishment. Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng walked down the stairs, stepping through the rain. The lead police officer ran over and said, "Captain Li, what was that thing that jumped down just now? It looked like a person." Li Mingsheng said with a bitter smile, "I hope she is still human." Have your people seal off the scene and call for an ambulance to come back. Don't let those female nurses go up there, it might scare them. The police officer, who was leading the team, glanced doubtfully at Li Mingsheng before agreeing. He turned around to arrange his subordinates. The two of them returned to the car, and Lin Feng hugged Xiao Jijia's shoulders, which were curled up in a ball out of distress. Little Gigi lifted her head and said, tears welling up in her eyes, did this really happen? Lin Feng sighed heavily and nodded, saying, the one who jumped down from upstairs just now was her. Xiao Jijia buried her head in Lin Feng's embrace and cried, sobbing as she said, she was such a good friend. How could things have turned out this way? Lin Feng didn't know how to comfort Xiao Jijia and could only gently pat her on the shoulder. Li Mingsheng took out a cigarette and offered one to Lin Feng, who lit it for himself. The car was filled with the smell of tobacco, while only little Jijia's cries could be heard. No one spoke. Li Mingsheng suddenly punched the steering wheel hard and swore, fucking hell. He was venting his fear and irritability. Lin Feng and Xiao Jijia entered the house. Lin Feng went to the window to watch Li Mingsheng drive away, feeling extremely guilty. He felt that everything was his fault for dragging Li Mingsheng into this situation. He shouldn't have allowed Li Mingsheng to endure so many bloody and bizarre events. Perhaps if they hadn't met, these incidents would have been treated as ordinary unsolved cases or random murders. But because of him now, everything has changed. He sank into the sofa in dejection, and little G, like a bird that had seen an arrow, leaned against Lin Feng's chest. After a moment, she lifted her head and said, Lin Feng, would you stay here for me? Lin Feng was surprised to look at Xiao Jijia. She had just fallen out of one vortex and into another. And in a sense, this second vortex seemed even more dangerous. Actually, he wasn't disliking Xiao Jijia, otherwise he wouldn't have made the effort to visit her during the long holiday from his workplace. However, he always felt that everything happening around him was nothing but a nightmare, making him feel like an omen of misfortune, like rotten meat that draws flies. Wherever he went, strange things would happen. He couldn't answer Xiao Jijia because he knew she genuinely liked him. Xiao Jijia looked at Lin Feng with anticipation and asked, do you like me, Lin Feng? Answer me. Seeing the innocent and pitiful little Gigi, Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he blurted out, I like you. Xiao Jijia rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder and said, starting today, you're my boyfriend. Don't think about any other women, and you have to protect me. Lin Feng said, little Jijia, listen to me. I like you, but don't you think I'm really inauspicious? Everywhere I go, strange things happen. You've only known me for a few days, and yet so many strange things have occurred. Xiao Jijia sighed and said, do you remember what happened back in college? Lin Feng smiled and said, so many things happened. How could I know which one you're referring to? In fact, he knew that Xiaojie was talking about the first time she met him. In university, Xiao Jijia and her 3 roommates would either study or play cards together every evening. In their dorm, the girl sitting in the northernmost seat was always Xiaoxi, who consistently occupied that spot. One day, while 4 people were playing cards and having a great time, Xiaoxi said, you know, every time I sit here, I keep feeling like something is touching the back of my neck. Other sisters joked, could there be a ghost behind you? There's nothing there. Xiao Jijia said, why don't we just call out to the Shendao Lin and see if there are any ghosts? Lin Feng was a well-known figure at the school back Then he spent his days either practicing talisman drawing or poring over strange books, earning him the nickname Spiritualist Lin. However, he gained this reputation not because of these interests but for other reasons. There was a small room on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory building, sealed with a plaque and locked. Many students would hear strange noises coming from inside when they played or read on the roof in the evenings, only to find nothing upon closer inspection. It turned out that this room had once been the scene of a fire where someone had died. The reason why the person perished in such an obscure corner was never fully explained. What was even more terrifying were the reports that students with weaker constitutions who spent time on that rooftop often fell ill, leading everyone to believe that there were some unclean spirits within. Since Lin Feng joined the school, someone noticed his keen interest in supernatural events and jokingly suggested he go to the small room on the rooftop to catch ghosts. It was just a joke, but surprisingly, Lin Feng actually went. That evening, Lin Feng bought cinnabar and used a brush to draw fierce eyebrows in the style of Zhong Kuei on his face. He went up with several classmates. Strangely enough, the room that usually emitted strange noises or mournful cries was unusually quiet today. When Lin Feng opened the door for everyone, there was nothing inside but dust everywhere. Only two purple human figures were visible at the corner of the wall. Lin Feng said these were the spirits of people who had died in fire, and by burning yellow paper and offering incense, they could leave. After that, no one heard any strange sounds from the house again. Some brave souls even sneaked inside to check later, only to find nothing but ashes left behind, with the purple figures on the wall completely gone. From then on, Lin Feng's reputation soared, making him a sensation among his peers at school. Jie was just joking when she mentioned that earlier. Everyone has heard about Lin Feng's exploits, but since no one has actually seen him, everyone tends to be skeptical and assumes there are more fictional elements than factual ones. However, Xiaoxi took Jie's words seriously because she always felt a bit uneasy inside. There might really be some sort of dirty thing lurking. So Xiaoxi secretly decided to ask Lin Feng to come take a look tomorrow. The next day, Lin Feng was reading a thick book on how to expel and capture ghosts in the forest. Xiaoxi found him and told him about her situation. After listening, Lin Feng immediately agreed to help Xiaoxi that night. Evening came, and Xiaoxi led Lin Feng to the dormitory. Seeing that Xiaoxi had indeed brought Lin Feng along, Xiajie and the others found it amusing and thought that this matter was a bit overblown. Lin Feng didn't immediately start taking any action upon arriving. Instead, he sat in Xiaoxi's seat for a moment and then asked everyone, "Has anyone else ever sat here before?" Everyone shook their heads and said, no, even if they did sit down, it was only for a short while. No one sat as long as Xiaoxi did. Lin Feng pointed seriously at the drain pipe that ran through the roof and said, "Someone was once hanged here." Several girls looked at each other in shock. Xiaojie, though, was a bit braver and said to Lin Feng, "Don't scare us like that." She had a bit of disdain for this guy who scared girls with ghosts. Lin Feng said nothing and poured a basin of clear water into the basin Xiaoxi had provided. He moved the table aside, placed the water underneath it, then burned some talismans beside it and said to the girl, "If you have the courage, come and take a look yourself." A few girls who had been watching and saw nothing unusual gathered around. Just as Xiaojie was about to say, "There's nothing here, let us have a look," something began to appear in the bucket. First, there were feet gently swinging back and forth, followed by legs, and finally, a face appeared. It was an expression of desperate attempts at breathing. But it couldn't catch any air. The face turned red. Long hair cascaded down, and the mouth opened wide, with a protruding tongue. Everyone understood immediately. Every time they found something around Xiaxi's neck, it was always this hanged woman. Several girls screamed in shock, but Xiaxi, who had already believed in Lin Feng beforehand, was the least frightened. Looking at the handful of girls huddled together on the side, Lin Feng smiled. He took out the prepared cinnabar and yellow paper, lit 3 incense sticks first, then drew a talisman. With the cinnabar on the yellow paper, he moved over to the table, added another chair, climbed up, and stuck the talisman onto the pipe. Afterwards, Lin Feng told everyone, "That's it, we're fine. This won't happen again." The girls sneaked a peek into the basin, and sure enough, they saw only a bowl of plain water on the surface. Later, when Xiaojiji and her roommates sat in the back seats, no one really felt anyone touching them. After this incident, several girls became good friends with Lin Feng, especially Xiaojiji. Lin Feng couldn't help smiling as he recalled past events. Xiaojiji could tell that he was deliberately asking. So she gave him a playful tap and said, "You're asking deliberately." Lin Feng reached out, hesitating over the red line in front of him as he considered whether to agree with little Jijia. With tears welling up in her eyes, little Jijia said, "You really are a tease. Now that I'm the one pursuing you, you're still being all wishy-washy. What's going on here? I don't recall seeing this before, do I?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "It started a few days ago. I don't know what the red line represents, but this entire incident feels bizarre and dangerous. If I managed to survive after resolving this matter, would it be possible for me to quit my job there and stay here with you?" Shirajia said, "Is it that serious?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "You tell me. You didn't see Chichi turn into that state just now. But we still have no idea what's really going on." Xiaojiji said, "I don't care. Just make sure you're okay. Remember what you said." She knew that Lin Feng was not one to heed advice, since he had already gotten involved in this matter. Her words would be useless. Moreover, she loved it when Lin Feng made decisive and headstrong decisions in the face of challenges. In the rain-soaked night, Chi-Chi ran against the heavy downpour, each step covering several meters. She let the cold rain hit her face, unable to distinguish whether it was tears or rain. She knew from that moment on she had lost her right to be human because she no longer had a heart and could not control her craving for blood. She had no idea where she was running to or where her ultimate destination lay. The voice in her mind, now and then reminding her, whispered, "Your demon's daughter." Chi-Chi looked at the dilapidated building in front of her without hesitation and climbed it effortlessly, using only one hand and 2 legs to reach the top. Upon reaching the rooftop, she laid down Xiafei's corpse in the rain and burst into tears, letting the tears mingle freely with the raindrops on her face. She gently caressed Chi-Chi's face, and the joyful memories of their past came flooding back. Chi-Chi sobbed uncontrollably and, with a firm heart, pulled out the chopstick still embedded in Xiafei's eye socket. Blood trickled down from Xiafei's eye socket, and Chi-Chi murmured, "Xiafei, I won't let you leave me." She then leaned down to gently kiss Xiafei's lips. The heavy rain pelted down on the two of them, but Xiaofei lay quietly, his face still showing an expression of disbelief. Chi-Chi felt her heartstrings tugged as she looked at him. Suddenly, something within her stirred, and through Her lips, a warmth slowly seeped into Xiao Fei's mouth. A surge of emotion hit Chi-Chi. What if, because she had survived by slicing open her own chest, she truly was the daughter of a devil and possessed some extraordinary ability that could bring Xiao Fei back to life and keep him by her side? Chi-Chi continued to channel that strange energy into Xiao Fei's mouth. Suddenly, a faint groan came from Xiao Fei's nostrils. Chi-Chi shook Xiao Fei's body excitedly and cried out, "Xiao Fei, wake up! Xiao Fei!" Small Fei indeed opened his eyes. Chi-Chi was so overjoyed that she couldn't find words to express her happiness. However, Small Fei's gaze was vacant and he kept emitting a continuous ho-ho sound. When his eyes met Chi-Chi's, they suddenly softened. But he still couldn't speak. Finally, Chi-Chi understood. Small Fei would never be able to return to his previous state, like herself. He no longer belonged to the human world. Sure enough, Xiao Fei's knees didn't bend and his legs didn't move. He suddenly stood straight. However, after standing up, he stopped moving altogether, just staring blankly at Chi-Chi. After looking at Xiao Fei for a moment, Chi-Chi sighed. She knew that this was all Xiao Fei could do. Still, the fact that he was able to stay by her side like this satisfied her somewhat. All the suffering she had endured was of her own making, and so she would have to bear it herself. Chi-Chi was wallowing in self-pity when suddenly she heard 3 light taps, tap, 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 from a distance. Although Chi-Chi was deeply grieving and her mind was in turmoil, her hearing and vision were exceptionally sharp at this moment. Otherwise, with such heavy rain, even if someone had approached behind her, she might not have noticed. Although Chi-Chi was tender and caring towards Xiao Fei, she wasn't so kind to others. The lack of care for herself had significantly changed her personality. Chi-Chi turned around and shouted angrily, "Who?" 3 figures could be vaguely seen in the rain. Chi-Chi was startled and couldn't sense any life energy from them, yet she felt an unusually familiar presence. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to let her guard down. If they weren't humans, they might be even more dangerous. 3 figures slowly approached and stopped in front of Chi-Chi. Startled, Chi-Chi saw that all 3 had dull, lifeless eyes, crooked mouths, and askew eyes, their entire bodies emanating a foul odor of decay. Suddenly, a flood of thoughts rushed into Chi-Chi's mind. Some she remembered clearly, while others were a blur. Standing there in the rain for a moment, Chi-Chi realized that these 3 people had also died because of her. Just now, she had remembered that it was her who entered their dreams and scared the 3 of them to death while they were asleep. At this moment, there could be no doubt that she was the daughter of the devil. All her lingering doubts had been dispelled by memories buried deep in her heart. These 3 were now at her disposal. After hearing Chi-Chi's desperate cries during the rainstorm earlier, they came here to find her, and she was their mistress. Looking at the 3 strange figures standing in the rain, the blood and mud were washed away by the water, revealing some areas that had already rotted to the bone. Their chests were even more disturbing, showing organs of various colors, with the intestines nearly hanging out. Chi-Chi stood up, let out a fierce howl, and made a silent vow never to cry again. With her tears dried, she gazed at the gradually diminishing rain curtain in front of her, followed by another long howl as she grabbed Xiao Fei's hand and leaped towards the bottom of the building, disappearing into the night. The heavy rain had turned into a gentle drizzle, and the city's air felt particularly fresh after the rain. Outside the city, Chi-Chi looked back at it with a sense of loss. She couldn't help shedding tears. She no longer belonged to this city, and she wondered where she would find a place to settle down in the future. Jia leaned against Lin Feng's embrace, and before he knew it, she had fallen asleep. He looked down at her innocent face with a tender gaze, letting out a sigh. Confused by the red thread in his hand, what did it signify, good fortune or misfortune, he couldn't predict its meaning. Before long, he too succumbed to sleep, after a tiring night's journey. The moment of confrontation with Chichi felt like an eternity had passed. The next morning, Lin Feng and Xia Jinjie were awakened early by Li Mingxing's phone call. Lin Feng complained into the phone, "You must have a steel body, since you didn't sleep well for several nights in a row. What could you possibly want to tell me so early in the morning?" Li Mingxing sounded anxious in his voice. "Hurry over, someone spotted Chi and Xiao Fei with 3 strange people outside the city last night. I think those 3 strange people are the 3 corpses we've been missing." Lin Feng sat up straight and said, "Wait for me, I'll be right back." And with that, he hurriedly gathered his things. Xia Jijie asked vaguely, "What's so urgent about it?" Lin Feng said, "I found Chi and the 3 missing bodies from the police station. Now they are probably all turned into zombies." Suddenly remembering something, he asked Xiao Jijie, "Did you sell that strapless shirt that day?" Xiao Jijie said, "I gave it to Chichi. The other day, you seemed to dislike me wearing a tank top, so I gave it to her. What's the problem? Is there something wrong with that?" Lin Feng said happily, "No problem, good delivery." Then he picked up the things he had packed from the box and put them in his pocket, lowered his head, and kissed Xiao Jijie, and ran out the door. Xiao Jijie blushed deeply and was about to scold Lin Feng a few words. However, she then thought that he was going to face something zombie-like. She said loudly, "Take care of yourself. I'll wait for you to have dinner tonight." Lin Feng responded and ran outside with great speed. By the time Lin Feng arrived, Li Mingxing had already taken charge of the team and was preparing to depart. Li Mingxing greeted Lin Feng and got him into the vehicle before starting it and heading towards the outskirts. As he drove, he said, "This morning, someone saw them on South Hill outside the city, and 2 people were killed. The armed police have already surrounded the area, so they won't be able to escape." Lin Feng was a bit surprised and said, "Do we really need to make such a big deal out of it?" Li Mingxing gritted his teeth and said, "How many lives have been lost since this incident occurred? If those 3 zombies were with Chichi, I suspect their deaths are definitely related to her." Lin Feng nodded and said, "There's no other way. I hope it won't cause too many problems." Although he said this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease in his heart. Soon they arrived at the outskirts of Nanshan. The armed police checked their IDs at the top of the mountain entrance and let them proceed. After driving about 5 kilometers into the interior, they found there was no more road. They had to get out of the car and walk deeper in. Li Mingxing met up with his 6 officers and the armed police monitoring the area. Li Mingxing asked, "How is the situation inside?" The team leader was an old friend of Li Mingxing, named Liu Long. Liu Long said, "There's nothing happening in that cave yet." Li Mingxing carefully examined the cave for a moment and said, "Could it be that they haven't noticed us yet?" Liu Long said, "I don't think it's there yet." He had hardly finished speaking when a hand suddenly flew out of the hole. Li Mingxing was immensely frustrated as he said, "I wonder which unfortunate soul has fallen victim to their plot again. Let's attack now instead, we can avoid any unforeseen complications if the night draws on." Liu Long thought for a moment and nodded. He motioned to the people behind him with a hand gesture, and then led 10 armed police soldiers quietly towards the cave entrance. Just as they reached the entrance, 3 figures suddenly darted out from inside. The armed police soldiers barely had time to react before those 3 were hit by the 3 figures, flying back like bundles of straw. With several dull thuds, the 3 collapsed on the ground motionless, clearly dead. Liu Long's eyes were about to burst from the strain. Those 3 zombies had been his constant companions, and they had just lost 3 of them in a single encounter with the enemies. Without hesitation, Liu Long raised his gun and fired at the 3 zombies. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets hit one of the zombies precisely. However, that zombie paid no heed. It lunged forward and struck another team member, stabbing its hand into their chest. The team member gritted his teeth in pain and let out a roar as he aimed his gun at the zombie's heart and pulled the trigger. All the bullets immediately pierced through the rotting chest of the zombie, causing it to resemble a beehive. In response, the zombie retracted its hand and forcibly extracted the other team member's heart, spraying blood all over them. It seemed that bullets were useless against them. Li Mingsheng and the others, who were watching the scene, immediately drew their guns when they saw the dire situation and fired at the 3 zombies. Liu Long's gun continued to spew out his fury with rapid shots. Suddenly, one of the zombies lunged at Liu Long. He rolled to dodge, landing on the ground. The zombie missed its target but instead kicked him in the ribs. Liu Long felt an intense pain in his ribs and could hear the cracking sound as a rib broke. His body lifted off the ground as if he were riding a cloud or flying, and before he could utter even a curse, he hit the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Li Mingsheng was about to charge forward when Lin Feng held him back and said, "Wait." Li Mingsheng glared angrily and demanded, "What are you doing?" He was already so consumed by rage that he could barely keep his composure. Lin Feng quickly took out the cinnabar brush he had brought from his pocket and said, "Drawing talismans on bullets might work." Li Mingsheng quickly removed the magazine and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng dipped a bit of cinnabar and drew a tiny trigram on each bullet, then gave it back to Li Mingsheng, saying, "Done." At this moment, 2 more soldiers had fallen, convulsing on the ground and clearly beyond salvation. Li Mingsheng raised his pistol, aimed at one of the zombies, and pulled the trigger. 3 crisp gunshots echoed, leaving the 3 zombies standing motionless. None of the surrounding armed police dared to approach. They held their guns pointed at the zombies. Lin Feng picked up the newly drawn Qiuanji talisman and walked over to the 3 zombies in large strides. He stuck the talisman on their foreheads. Instantly, a painful hissing sound came from the zombies' throats. The rotten face of Qinshan Baikong trembled violently, and a putrid smell of burning flesh assailed Lin Feng's nostrils. Lin Feng backed away 2 steps, covering his nose. Over there, Liu Long had already been helped to his feet and was groaning and cursing, "Damn, this is really overboard. They didn't even die from that beating." Then he turned to Lin Feng and said, "You couldn't take care of him earlier. You made us lose so many brothers." Lin Feng said unhappily, "How could I know you'd be so impulsive? The zombies moved so fast. I'm not a god, after all." Liu Long glared at Lin Feng with anger, but said nothing. He gave a kick to one of the zombies. When the zombie fell to the ground, a gust of wind blew off the talisman on its forehead. Freed from its bounds, it lunged towards Lin Feng like lightning. Before Lin Feng could react, he was pinned to the ground and had his throat tightly gripped. If that zombie hadn't been injured by his purifying origin spell earlier and still not fully recovered, his head might have already been twisted off. Everyone was shocked and quickly rushed forward to grab the zombie and drag it back, but the zombie refused to let go. Li Mingsheng, in a moment of desperation, picked up a stone from the ground and struck the zombie several times on the head. The zombie's skull cracked open, but it seemed completely unaware, continuing to hold tight regardless of what the others did. At that moment, a paramilitary police officer picked up the talisman and slapped it onto the zombie's back with a snap. Only then did the zombie collapse in defeat. Lin Feng climbed to his feet, coughing uncontrollably. The other two zombies were quickly reduced to ashes by the spiritual flames triggered by the talisman. And the one lying on the ground caught fire as well. Lin Feng looked fearfully at the burning corpse and glared at Liu Long, saying, F***CKU. You almost killed me. Liu Long shrugged his shoulders and said, How am I supposed to know that your talismans are so loosely applied and that the zombies move so quickly? I'm not a deity, you know. Lin Shui cursed, Go to hell, and ignored him. The armed police who went inside the cave came out and reported to Liu Long, Captain, there's only a partially eaten corpse in the cave. There's nothing else. Li Mingsheng and Lin Feng echoed in unison, What? On the way back to the police station, Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng were both silent, each lost in the same thought, where could Chi-Chi without a heart be, and where was the body of little Fa that she had taken with her? Chi-Chi, despite her changed temperament, did not wish to cause unnecessary harm. However, Xiao Fei would become agitated and could only survive for a day without drinking human blood or eating human flesh. In the countryside, Chi-Chi pondered that the only way to keep Xiao Fei by her side was to return to the city, where she could more easily find a suitable victim. Though she lacked a heart, everything else about her was like that of a normal person. As long as she remained cautious and kept a low profile, she should be able to avoid detection. Given that the three beings were neither human nor quite demonic, their presence was inconvenient. Moreover, they were bloodthirsty and cruel, posing a constant threat of sudden violence. After pondering for a while, I decided to abandon them. Consequently, I allowed the three creatures to go out and kidnap people, exposing their whereabouts. This strategy lured them into the cave, where they were ambushed and killed. Chi-Chi found a spot with standing water and washed her face. Looking at her reflection in the water, she carefully examined her delicate features. Apart from her slightly pale complexion, there were no other abnormalities. After finding a hidden spot in the mountain, she waited until midnight before sneaking back into the city with Xiao Fei. After sneaking back to her home, Chi-Chi took out the savings book and jewelry. She also packed a few sets of clothes. As it was already dark outside and she had nowhere to go, she decided to stay at home for the night. The next morning, she would find a secluded place to rent a room and look for some food for Xiao Fei. After a long wait, it was finally morning. Chi-Chi dressed up and went to the outskirts of the city, where she rented a secluded spot. She then spent several $100s on someone to make her some fake IDs via phone. By the time everything was done, it was already twilight. Thinking about Xiaofa at home, Chi-Chi decided to take him back with her. No matter what, she had to keep Xiaofa by her side, though he would never return to his original form. Thinking of Xiao Fei, Chi-Chi felt a wave of discomfort. She truly couldn't understand herself, why, even though she was heartless, her emotions were still so intense. Chi-Chi wandered aimlessly down the street, lost in self-pity. Before she knew it, the neon lights were beginning to flicker on. Finding a meal for Xiao Fei was causing her a great deal of trouble. She couldn't just snatch someone at random. If that were possible, given her current skills and exceptional physical stamina, it might not be such a difficult task after all. But doing so would inevitably reveal her whereabouts. And both the passionate police officer and the mysterious Lin Feng would find out about it. She didn't know how many more complications this would bring her. After considering various options and finding none satisfactory, I stood there silently staring into space on the overpass. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Miss, why don't you play around? How much do you want for it?" Chichi raised her eyebrows, about to fly into a rage. Behind her, a man reeking of alcohol was unsteady on his feet, looking at Chichi with a light and frivolous expression. Clearly, he had mistaken Chichi for a prostitute. She reached out and grabbed the man's hand, ready to give him a taste of his own medicine. Then she suddenly remembered that this guy was practically a free meal, perfect for feeding her little hairless cat. With that thought, Chi-Chi flashed him a seductive smile and threw him a flirtatious glance, saying, "How much do you want?" That drunkard was already lost in admiration the moment he saw Chi-Chi's exquisite features and fair skin, and, slurring his words, said, "Just say how much, it's yours." Chi-Chi smiled seductively and asked, "How about 300 for the night?" The men were practically bursting with impatience and exclaimed, "Let's go to the hotel already." Chi-Chi said with a lowered head, "No, it's not safe there. How about coming to my place instead? It's both safe and comfortable, and it'll be better for you too, just in case anyone sees us." The man's expression instantly turned into a beaming smile, his bones almost melting with delight. He had lost 2 of his 3 souls and 6 of his 7 essences, but he immediately said, "Good, good. It's rare that the beauty has thought this far ahead. Let's go quickly, an hour in spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Don't waste any more time, let's go." Chi-Chi snuggled up to the man, feigning a dependent posture like a dove. They walked across the bridge and flagged down a taxi, heading toward her place. We arrived at Chi-Chi's house soon. As soon as he entered the room, the man tried to kiss Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi pushed him away and said, "Hold your horses. Close the door first so no one sees us." The man hastily started undoing his clothes as soon as he closed the door. Just as he took off his shirt, he saw Chi-Chi give him a cold smile and say, "It's fine to take them off. It saves me the trouble." The man didn't understand what Chi-Chi meant and was about to ask when he suddenly heard a series of ho sounds from the inner room. He was startled and half woke up, saying, "Is there anyone else in the room?" Chi-Chi gave a cold laugh and opened the bedroom door. Xiao Fei, like a leopard, leaped out from inside. The man was in the process of undoing his belt and had barely enough time to react before Xiao Fei tackled him to the ground. Just as the man was about to shout, Chi-Chi had already reached his side and clamped her hand over his mouth. The man watched helplessly as the tiny fang opened its rows of gleaming teeth, lunging at him like a ghost. Before he could even struggle, it bit down on his jugular vein. A sudden pain shot through his neck, and all he could think was, "It's over, it's over." He tried to cry out but couldn't. Chi-Chi and Xiao Fei had him pinned down, leaving no room for movement. Before long, I felt dizzy and saw everything turn black before losing consciousness. Chi-Chi watched as the man had already lost consciousness and let go of him. She saw Xiao Fei greedily sucking on the man's blood, making his mouth red with blood, and felt a deep sadness well up inside her. A handsome young man was turning into something half-human, half-ghost right before her eyes. Unconsciously, tears gathered in her eyes, but she held back, unwilling to let them fall. Seeing blood unleashed a beast within Xiaofa. He grabbed the man's head and yanked it off with force, severing it from his body. Then, tossing the head aside carelessly, he tore open the man's chest with both hands and reached in to extract his heart. Placing it in his mouth, he savored it, teeth clacking against flesh as he devoured it with relish. Chichi lost her heart but wasn't afraid of blood yet. She still found it a bit uncomfortable to watch. Xiaofa had transformed into something that was hardly distinguishable from the other three zombies. After Xiao Fei had eaten his fill and was quiet, Chichi picked up the bag she had prepared earlier. Seeing that it was getting late, she dressed Xiao Fei in a large overcoat and put on a big hat before heading out. After moving into the new rented house, Chichi tidied up the place slightly and had Xiaofa sleep in the inner room. She lay on the couch in the living room, staring blankly at the moon. At midnight, Chichi grew agitated and went to the bedroom. Xiao Fei lay in a corner of the room, curled up with no sign of breathing. The moonlight made his face stand out even more, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Chi-Chi gently stroked the mottled, decayed face of her companion and wondered how much longer he could survive in such a condition. Was she destined to spend her life by his side, enduring this clandestine existence? Thinking back to all the happy times they had shared, a wave of sadness washed over her, and tears fell once again. After a long moment of deliberation, Chichi suddenly struck Xiaofa's head with all her strength. With one slap, Xiaofa didn't even make a sound as his head shattered into pieces. A wisp of dark flame emerged from her hand and instantly reduced Xiaofa's body to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. There was no sign of any burning around the area. Watching Xiaofa dissipate in a puff of smoke, reduced to nothing but ashes, Chi-Chi could not help feeling devastated. She collapsed onto the bed and wept bitterly. After all, they had shared so many years together. Their separation was final, and it broke her heart. Weeping for some time, Chi-Chi fell asleep on the bed without realizing it. The future held no thoughts or desires for this heartless devil's daughter. She did not wish to ponder what lay ahead. Lin Feng stretched lazily and opened the window to let sunlight bath his body, feeling very relaxed and content. For several days in a row, nothing out of the ordinary happened, which greatly eased his mind. As for the red thread on his hand, Lin Feng was too lazy to worry about it. Little Jijia called out from the kitchen, "Laziness person, time to get up." Lin Feng didn't respond. Instead, he ran into the kitchen and spun Xiao Jijiji around several times before saying, "You said someone was a lazy worm." Xiao Jijia hugged Lin Feng's neck and laughed joyfully, saying, "Say it, say it." After a while of playful banter, Xiao Jijia gently buried her head in Lin Feng's embrace and said, "It seems like this matter is coming to an end. Why don't you let go of that small newspaper editor position and come work somewhere else?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "No problem at all. I'll just give them a call and my friend can bring it over when they come." Xiao Jijia leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a sigh, "Alas, with my Xiao Jijia stunning beauty, I'm supposed to marry a divine priest in the future. How unfortunate." Lin Feng exclaimed, "What? Marry me?" Shijija said, "You're right. If I don't marry you, then who else would I marry?" Lin Feng said, I only said I'd be your boyfriend. Not that you have to marry me. Xiao Jijie heard this and was momentarily stunned. Then she fiercely pounded Lin Feng and exclaimed, You dare! Lin Feng suddenly hugged Xiao Jijie and pressed his lips hard against hers. Xiao Jijie softened instantly under Lin Feng's passionate tenderness, kissing him back enthusiastically. Jijie didn't have to go to work today, so after having breakfast, she played computer games with Lin Feng. After playing for a while, Lin Feng needed to log on to QQ to contact the newspaper office, and Jijie took this opportunity to log on to her own QQ account as well. After logging on for a while, a QQ avatar suddenly flashed with a message, Are you online? Xiao Jijie glanced at the name Monster Angel and a thought struck her. Her friend Chichi had used the nickname Angel before. Could it be Chichi? Xiao Jijie checked the number and said to Lin Feng, It's Chichi. Lin Feng immediately grew tense and said, Ah. Xiao Jijie replied, Here, are you Chi-Chi? Where are you? Chi-Chi said, Yes, is the Shendao Lin beside you there? Xiao Jijie asked Lin Feng, How should I respond? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, Answer honestly. Xiao Jijie said in her novel, Here, what's up? Chi-Chi said, Tell him I just want to live a peaceful life and hope you both leave me alone. Lin Feng took over the keyboard and said, As long as you don't harm the innocent, I promise not to bother you. Chi-Chi said, I can do it. Even though I don't have a heart, I'm not that bloodthirsty. I know how to control myself, and I still have my sanity. Lin Feng let out a breath. The situation was much better than he had anticipated. And he typed, I can respect your privacy, but I cannot guarantee that the police won't continue to investigate this matter. You need to be careful. Chi-Chi said, Thanks, I'll be careful. Lin Feng typed, I hope you are having a good day. He could only comfort her this way. For a girl who had undergone such a drastic change, he couldn't come up with better words of consolation. Chi-Chi said, Thank you, and I hope you can treat Xiao Jijie well. Then she sent another message, You seem interested in paranormal activities. If you ever find something particularly tricky or unsolvable, you can leave a private message for me. Maybe it could help unravel the mystery of my past. After this message, Chi-Chi's avatar turned grey, clearly indicating that she had logged off. Lin Feng sighed. He genuinely felt sorry for Chi-Chi. He was relieved that she could maintain such a state of mind. The only wish he could make for her was to hope that she could stay hidden and not be found by the police. Xiao Jijie felt a bit sad too. After all, Chi-Chi and she had been friends, but she couldn't do much to help. While the two of them were still marveling at their good fortune, Li Mingsheng called to invite them out for dinner. He also mentioned that there was an important person who specifically wanted to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked who it was, but Li Mingsheng refused to say anything, only providing the location and time for dinner before hanging up. Lin Feng was puzzled, as Li Mingsheng usually spoke freely, but today he seemed hesitant. However, since Lin Feng wasn't feeling any discomfort, he didn't worry too much about it. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng and Xiao Jijie arrived on time at the agreed-upon hotel. Li Mingsheng had been waiting there for a while, with a vibrant middle-aged man standing beside him. Introducing himself, Li Mingsheng said, This is Zhu Liang, my friend. He's heard some things about you from me and is very interested in meeting you. Zhu Liang extended his hand and shook Lin Feng's firmly, saying, It's a great honor to meet you, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng said, Not at all, it was Captain Li who exaggerated. Juliang smiled enigmatically and said, "No, I fully believe what Captain Lee said. This time, we summoned you for an important matter to discuss. Let's go inside and talk." And with that, he stepped into the booth first. Lin Feng glanced at Li Mingsheng, who whispered secretly, "It's definitely good news." As he said this, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder before stepping inside. A handsomely featured and dashing man was slowly savoring the drink in his glass, chatting amicably with a beautiful woman across from him. His witty remarks had the lady giggling, her head bobbing with mirth. "You won't believe it, but everyone at my workplace says I look like Andy Lau. Haha, you really do have some resemblance." Encouraged by the lady's words, the man continued with more enthusiasm. "During the last Unit Arts Festival, I performed the Qinghai Taiwan Highlands and left everyone astonished." The beauty widened her eyes and said, "Really? Singing that song in a male voice is quite challenging." He grinned confidently and said, "How else could I shock the entire audience?" The beauty was incredibly impressed and looked at the man with adoration, saying, "Next time you have free time, I really want to hear you sing." The man was about to speak when he suddenly felt his heart racing and his head swelling. He rubbed his temples. The beauty expressed concern, saying, "Are you okay?" The man wanted to maintain a bit of dignity in front of the woman and said, "It's nothing. I probably stayed up too late surfing the net last night and didn't get enough sleep, so my head feels a bit dizzy." The beautiful woman said with concern, "Look at you. You need to pay more attention to your health in the future." The man felt his head grow heavier but still shook his head and said, "I'm fine." The woman was surprised as she looked at the man and said, "Your face doesn't look quite right. Why are you blushing?" The man was surprised to say, "Is that so?" He could feel his heart thumping violently, as if all the blood in his body were rushing chaotically. A sense of panic washed over him in waves. Dizzily, he nearly slid off his chair and onto the floor. Clearly something was amiss. The beauty wanted to help the man up, but she retracted her hand when she thought about how their relationship wasn't quite that far yet. The man steadied himself against the table and managed a shaky smile. "I'm fine." Just as he finished speaking, there were two sudden pops. His eyeballs flew out of their sockets and landed right in the fries in front of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman let out an uncontrollable shrill scream, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Those with a weaker constitution fainted outright at the sight, while even the bolder ones found their legs trembling uncontrollably. After the man's eyeballs popped out, two streams of blood shot forcefully from his eye sockets without eyes, splattering the beauty all over her face and head. With a soft ying, she fainted and slid off the chair onto the table below. Then blood spurted from the man's nostrils, mouth, and ears, splattering even onto the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling glass. A female server stood frozen in shock, unable to scream. The gushing of blood grew more intense, showing no signs of abating. Just as the piano piece, Fate, reached its crescendo, there was a sharp crack as the man's head exploded. Blood and brain matter scattered everywhere, with one glob flying directly into the mouth of an astonished guest who had gaping jaws wide open in surprise. The man still maintained the posture of supporting the table, but his head was no longer on his shoulders. With his head gone, blood spurted out like a fountain. Everyone around him was drenched in the blood that sprayed everywhere, as if it had rained blood from the sky. After spraying for a while, it stopped under the pressure and began to ooze out in a gurgling manner. At that moment, the man's body slowly tilted to one sighed and thumped to the ground with a loud bang. The headless corpse landed right in front of the shocked waitress. The terrifying scene finally surpassed the waitress's psychological limit, and she didn't even manage to utter a whimper before collapsing to the floor. All the others scrambled for the exits, and chaos erupted in the restaurant as screams, shattering glass, and overturned tables sounded together. Lin Feng, just finished a class and heading toward his office, received a call from Zhu Liang. After answering the phone, he checked the time and left the school in a hurry. On his way, he sent a text message to Xiao Jijia. "We have a case tonight, I won't be able to come home for dinner." Turns out that Zhu Liang, who invited Lin Feng to dinner last time, is the head of the newly established Special Investigation Unit, SIU. The SIU is a new department with the full name of Special Event Investigation Unit, and it's a sister unit to Li Mingxing's team. They are responsible for handling various paranormal events and unusual cases. The unit has agents like Lin Feng, who use special means to blend into the general population. This makes them better able to interact with civilians and gain an understanding of the truth behind certain incidents. Generally speaking, most people tend to be somewhat resistant to interacting with individuals in uniform from the state. Lin Feng was placed at the same school as Xiao Jijia, teaching art cultivation. At a medical university, lecturing on art cultivation is generally not a path to a bright future. However, since he was teaching an elective and a course that anyone could substitute for when needed, this arrangement worked better for his work at the Special Investigation Bureau Special Reconnaissance Department. In fact, even if he had failed to attend classes unannounced, there would have been no one in the entire school who would have said anything. After all, when he arrived, it was widely rumored that he came from a powerful background and that even the principal gave him a smile upon their meeting. Of course, only Xiao Jijia knew Lin Feng's identity among the entire school. When Zhu Liang proposed adding Lin Feng to the newly established Special Investigation Unit, SIU, Xiao Jijia immediately knew that Lin Feng would definitely accept. She understood him very well. His resistance to beautiful women was 50, but his resistance to these strange and extraordinary matters was a mere 0. Sure enough, without much hesitation, Lin Feng readily agreed to Zhu Liang's proposal and became a member of the SIU team. That night, the group had a thoroughly enjoyable time. And the next day, Lin Feng went to collect his credentials. Zhu Chu then used his connections to coordinate various affairs and arranged for Lin Feng to teach at S Medical University alongside Xiao Jijia, who was also working there. During the arrangement, it became vaguely known that Lin Feng was a relative of someone important in a central department, which naturally led to him being given an easy position as a high-ranking official without much responsibility. If not for Xiao Jijia's presence at the same workplace, Lin Feng might have seen her only once a month or less. Since the incident with Chichi, Lin Feng hasn't experienced anything strange for nearly 2 months and has been enjoying his peace. He was genuinely excited when he received the phone call today. After Xiao Jijia sent him a text message warning him to be careful, Lin Feng hailed a taxi and headed directly to the Special Investigative Unit at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. When I arrived at the Special Investigation Unit, a group of people were already sitting in the office. Lin Feng said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Zhu Liang nodded and said, "Take a look. These are the case files and photos transferred from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Give me your opinion after you've had a look. We know you handle more supernatural cases. Lin Feng took the file and glanced through the photos. Dozens of shots were taken from various angles, capturing every corner of a restaurant. The photos were predominantly red, with streaks of blood everywhere, and one particularly disturbing image showed a headless body lying on the ground. Lin Feng reviewed the photographs before moving on to the statements from witnesses. According to the accounts, the deceased was named Wang Peng, and there were over 20 eyewitnesses who all reported that he had shown no signs of abnormality. Prior to his death, he suddenly bled from 7 orifices and exploded in a gory manner. The woman who dined with him was Li Ting, an employee at a mall, who is now admitted to a psychiatric hospital and exhibiting extremely disordered behavior. Lin Feng finished reading and said, "What does the forensic examination say?" Zulang took a drag on his cigarette and said, "We found that the heart was extremely active post-mortem, with faint signs of a heartbeat even after the body had been transported back. This suggests that the heart underwent intense activity right before death. As for why the head suddenly turned into a bomb, that's exactly what we need to investigate." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "I don't have much to go on right now. What do the rest of you think?" The few of us present had little to no actual experience with paranormal events. At most, we'd just watched a few horror movies. Of course, this meant we couldn't offer any particularly creative insights. Only Xiao Qian proposed the hypothesis that there might be a bomb planted on top of someone's head. But it was immediately met with ridicule from everyone else. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the psychiatric hospital to check on Li Ting first. He was in direct contact with the deceased, so he might have some valuable leads." Zhu Liang thought for a moment and said, "All right. Xiao Qian, you go with Lin Feng." Xiao Qian readily agreed, thrilled at the prospect. This kid had always been eager to experience various bizarre events, but the most unusual thing he had ever seen was a rooster trying to perch on a hen, which surprised him for quite some time before he finally realized it was just 2 birds fighting. How can he not be thrilled with such positive interactions? Now, on their way to the psychiatric hospital, Xiao Qian drove while saying, "You know, buddy, have you ever seen a ghost?" Lin Feng nodded, Xiao Qian said excitedly, "What does a ghost look like? Is it just like what we see on TV?" I also heard from the criminal investigators about several cases you assisted with, which included zombie-like JAG and other demonic places. Are all these things real? Lin Feng wished he could find a brick to stuff in his mouth. At the very least, he wanted to drag Chi-Chi over and tear off his clothes so this guy could get a glimpse of reality. "But for now," he said, "everything I said is true. As long as you stay in this department, you'll have plenty of opportunities to see more of this." Xiao Qian made some disapproving noises and expressed great admiration. "No wonder Juchu values you so much." The car soon arrived at the Oasis Psychiatric Hospital, and Lin Feng finally no longer had to endure Xiao Qian's incessant nagging. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Qian identified himself to the staff. The hospital management led the 2 of them into Li Ting's room. Lin Feng only needed a glance to realize that their hopes were slim, and he estimated that this trip would be for naught, likely lasting just a few days. Li Ting huddled in a corner of the hospital room, refusing to go to bed. When asked anything, she wouldn't say a word, but kept muttering to herself, "So much blood." As Xiao Qian approached Li Ting, the latter suddenly grabbed her shirt and screamed in terror, "Blood!" Her shrill cry was so horrifying that it nearly made Xiao Qian wet herself on the spot. She almost required a hospital bed just then. With the help of Dr. Lin Feng, Xiao Qian managed to free herself from Li Ting's grasp, turning pale as a sheet, breaking out in cold sweat and breathing heavily with her chest heaving up and down. Lin Feng greeted the doctor and then came out to say to Xiao Qian, "It seems we won't get any useful information from Li Ting." He then glanced at the doctor who was comforting Li Ting in the room. Suddenly, he heard Li Ting exclaim in terror, "My eyeball fell out. Blood is coming out." Lin Feng's heart raced as he exclaimed, "The eyeball fell out." This indicated that Li Ting must have seen something that others had not. Therefore, the eyeball must have fallen out first. Lin Feng straightened his thoughts and spent a while going over all the evil sect curses he knew in his mind, but none of them seemed to fit this condition. Back at the Special Investigation Unit, Lin Feng requested to visit Wang Peng's home for such matters in order to avoid causing panic. Investigations were typically conducted on a small scale within a limited scope unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Wang Peng was an orphan and his family wasn't large. He lived alone in an old apartment building in Dongcheng district. Accompanied by Li Mingsheng, the two of them came to Wang Peng's residence. After a bit of effort in opening the door, all three were left speechless for a moment. The living room was dimly lit, with the walls covered in a chaotic mess that suggested it hadn't been tidied up much. A copy of Freud's interpretation of dreams lay discarded on the sofa, indicating that this guy was also an enthusiast of mysterious events. What was most eerie was that the entire house, from ceiling to floor, was painted a dark red, giving it an exceptionally sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Xiao Qian only gave it a glance and felt a bit dizzy. Regretting coming with Lin Feng, Lin Feng looked around the living room and opened the door to the bedroom. Inside, there was a computer desk with a computer on it. Lin Feng plugged in the power cord and turned on the computer. After starting up the computer, Lin Feng opened the My Documents folder on his desktop and began to browse through the images. Li Mingsheng and Xiao Qian stood behind him, eagerly examining the contents as well. It turned out that this kid's image folder contained a large number of explicit pictures, each one shocking, and each display of techniques strangely unconventional. Lin Feng wasn't interested in looking at these images. Part of the reason was that he felt there was something off about Wang Peng. Someone who would choose such a color for the living room likely wouldn't be in great mental shape. The other part of the reason was that he had already seen enough of these online. Li Mingsheng was usually busy with work, and Xiao Qian hardly ever dealt with this kind of thing either. The two of them found themselves getting increasingly agitated as they looked through the images. Eventually, since Lin Feng wasn't particularly interested in these diagrams, he flipped through them quickly. As a result, both of them immediately protested loudly. Almost done, just one last picture left. Lin Feng clicked the mouse and suddenly the entire screen went dark. The final image wasn't a pornographic one, instead. It was a clown-like figure with a mischievous smile on his face. His tongue was sticking out incredibly long, almost reaching his nose. Although his eyes were narrowed, they seemed to emit some strange light that made you involuntarily want to stare into them. At the bottom of the image, there was a line of text. Dare to look at him for 30 seconds. Lin Feng was puzzled and kept noticing something odd about the jester's eyes in the picture. He couldn't help but take a closer look and asked, "Don't you guys think there's something strange about his gaze?" But nobody replied from behind him. Lin Feng turned around to see Li Mingsheng and Xiao Qian staring intently at the clown's eyes in the picture, their faces mimicking the clown's expressions. With great effort, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and quickly pressed the power button on the display to shut it off. The screen instantly turned pitch black. Li Mingsheng woke up first and said, "What happened to me?" At this point, Xiao Qian also reacted by saying, "Hey, how did it happen just now? The more I look at the picture, the more I want to see it." Lin Feng said seriously, "This painting has been cursed." The two behind him looked at each other in shock, breaking out in cold sweat. Lin Feng turned off the computer and immediately got to work, helping everyone disassemble the computer case and take it back to the station. Juliang was puzzled as he asked, "Where did you get that from?" He watched as the three of them clumsily carried a computer chassis back. Lin Feng said, "There are clues at Wen Peng's place." Juliang let out an "oh" and instantly became interested. Although he was the director of the Special Investigation Bureau, he had never actually dealt with any truly bizarre cases. Instead, he had a stack of old, strange incident files at his disposal, but it just wasn't as thrilling as experiencing such events firsthand. Besides, this was the first case since the establishment of the Special Investigation Bureau, and he felt he should face it personally. With everyone's help, Lin Feng connected the computer to the office. Before turning on the computer, he told all the people who had come to hear about it, "When you open the images, do not stare for more than 30 seconds. If anything seems off or if you find yourself wanting to keep looking, stop immediately. Do you understand?" Li Mingsheng and Xiao Qian had experienced it firsthand, so they naturally didn't agree without conditions. Juliang was more inclined to take Lin Feng's words seriously due to his relationship with Li Mingsheng. However, the other agents were mostly half believing and half doubting. They thought that Lin Feng might have made a mountain out of a molehill. After all, it was just an image. So what could it possibly mean? This translation maintains the context and tone of the original Chinese sentence while making it sound natural in English. Lin Feng opened the picture folder and clicked on the clown image. As soon as image 1 appeared, everyone held their breath and stared intently at it. Less than 10 seconds later, Lin Feng heard two people behind him breathing particularly heavily. Without hesitation, he turned off the image and turned to look at the two young agents behind Xiao Qian. "What's going on? Are you being too careless?" The two detectives pale and nod, saying, "We never expected it to be this terrifying." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, what I want to know now is, what images or thoughts does this picture evoke in your minds? It's not just a simple jester's face." Li Ming asked in surprise, "Don't you see it?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Probably because my sense is a bit stronger than yours. I only sensed an eerie power but didn't see anything else. But if I did see something else, it's likely that no one would have time to shut down this image. Everyone would be in trouble." Li Mingsheng nodded and said, "That's probably the case. When I was looking at the picture, what popped into my mind wasn't clear. It was just a vague white figure that seemed hazy and indistinct. However, it appeared to be slowly approaching me. But before I could get a good look, you turned off the image." Lin Feng asked Xiao Qian, "And you? Are you the same as him?" Qian said with a nod, "Yes, but I could see it more clearly. Based on the shape, it probably is a person, though I can't be certain. It's a person, and a woman at that, fully dressed in white clothes, holding a watermelon knife in her hand, the young detective said with a slight tremor in his voice. Oh? Lin Feng looked at the detective and asked, "Did you get a good look at what it is?" The two officers with the weakest resistance shook their heads together. "No." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let me take a look by myself. None of you watch, and we'll set a 1-minute timer. When it goes off, you can all help me close the image." Li Mingsheng thought about it and said, "A minute is too long. I think we should go with 30 seconds. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "No, just 1 minute. I want to figure out what information this image is trying to convey to us and whether it has any connection to our case." Li Mingsheng looked at Zhu Liang, who nodded slightly. Li Mingsheng then said, "All right, just 1 minute. Once the time is up, we'll turn off the images." Lin Feng took a long sigh and then asked Zhu Liang for a wolf hair brush. When Lin Feng requested some cinnabar, Zhu Liang searched high and low and could only find a bottle of red ink instead. Shaking his head, Lin Feng said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." He bit his pointer finger lightly and then drew an 8-trigram pattern on the palm of his hand. Several detectives watched Lin Feng draw the Biegua diagram with interest from behind. A few others, however, looked rather doubtful, thinking that Lin Feng was just trying to appear deep and mysterious. Lin Feng prepared himself and carefully examined the clown's eyes in the picture. Everyone else stood around the computer, smoking and chatting. Li Mingsheng looked intently at his watch. Lin Feng noticed an otherworldly glow in the jester's eyes, but it was because he had specifically focused on them. Instantly, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away despite wanting to do so. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's forehead as he watched a white figure emerge from the icy expanse, slowly making its way over. As she drew closer, it became clear that she was a woman in a white dress. Despite the bitter cold, she wore only a thin, single-layered gown, which flapped slightly in the harsh breeze. Her hand held a knife that gleamed like the clown's eyes. Blood, fresh and vibrant, continued to drip from the blade onto the snow. She stood barefoot on the snow, making a crunch-crunch sound with each step, which had an unsettling quality that made one's teeth chatter. The woman approached, lifting her head to meet his gaze, which appeared lost and bewildered. Lin Feng thought she had caught sight of him, but after a moment, he realized that this was merely an illusion projected by the clown's eyes. He felt grateful for maintaining a clear mind amidst all this madness. The woman held the knife as she walked towards several scattered houses in the icy wilderness, and Lin Feng's consciousness followed closely behind. A woman knocked on the door of a small house. A gruff voice from within replied, "Speak," and then opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, the woman swung her knife outward, the blade flashing in the midst of swirling snow. The man let out a howl before collapsing to the ground. Without emotion, she sliced through the huddled girl on the kang, a traditional heated platform bed, then stepped outside. 1 minute. Li Mingsheng said, glancing at his wristwatch. "Turn off the images." Qian Shao immediately turned off the image, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng still stared wide-eyed at the computer screen, showing no signs of waking up. Li Mingsheng gently shook Lin Feng, only to feel that in this hot September day, Lin Feng's arm felt icy cold. Li Mingsheng was startled and softly called out, Lin Feng, wake up." Lin Feng followed the woman as she entered house after house, killing each person she encountered. Just as she was about to finish, the last person in the house managed to croak out, "He Feng, what is Your true purpose. The woman's face was covered in a gloomy face and her white dress had been dyed red. The blood that had not yet solidified on his face dripped down his white face. There was a crazy flame in his eyes, as if the flames of hell were indecisive. The woman stepped out of the last room and stood in the blood-soaked floor, laughing up at the sky. Her laughter was as piercing as an owl's cry, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng watched as her eyes suddenly popped out with 2/3 from their sockets during her fit of laughter. She remained oblivious to this, continuing to laugh. As she laughed, blood spewed from every orifice. Finally, with a loud crack, her head exploded, spraying blood everywhere and covering the ground in a crimson mess. Lin Feng stared in disbelief at everything, finding it hard to believe his own eyes. Imagine the man from earlier must have had his head explode with shock as well. The woman's body didn't collapse but instead moved, advancing step by step toward Lin Feng. In Lin Feng's eyes, she seemed to be growing larger, as if she could sense his presence. Lin Feng found it difficult to breathe and could not move his feet at all. The woman suddenly raised the knife and swung it down towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng almost let out a loud cry, but the sound was stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. Lin Feng closed his eyes, expecting to meet his end. Despair washed over him as he shut his eyes tightly. However, after a moment's wait, he realized that the knife had not fallen. He opened his eyes and found the woman and the house gone, replaced by nothing but a wide expanse in every direction. How could he return? How could he regain consciousness? Now, it seemed his soul had transcended space, arriving at another place, leaving him utterly bewildered. Lin Feng reached out, but the palm reading had become a complete mess due to the cold sweat on his hand. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, "Great, now what do I do?" Li Mingsheng felt a little relieved when Lin Feng didn't react for half a minute and also didn't move. Randomly, he touched his chest, noticing that his heartbeat was still strong and his breathing through his mouth and nose was steady. This allowed him to relax slightly. However, suddenly, Lin Feng's body began to tremble, though not noticeably. Still, Li Mingsheng noticed it and was greatly alarmed. But he didn't know what to do about it. Lin Feng wandered aimlessly, realizing how careless he had been. Yet, being able to maintain his consciousness until now was quite rare. As Lin Feng gradually felt the cold, the icy and snowy environment made him shiver. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly sensed an intense heat in his hand. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and found that the red thread in his palm was emitting a dark red light. This surprised him, as he couldn't determine whether it was good or bad. Suddenly, the red light around the thread grew immensely strong, and Lin Feng instantly felt an overwhelming force of attraction pulling him up. Lin Feng cried out and woke up, only to hear Li Mingsheng's thrilled voice in his ears, "You finally woke up. That's great, we were really scared." Lin Feng involuntarily drew back, as if still feeling a chill. Reaching out to examine the red thread in his hand, he found its glow was fading gradually. He mentally sighed with relief, realizing that the very red thread that had long bound him had actually saved his life, a great fortune amidst misfortune. Li Mingsheng said, "How are you? Are you okay?" Lin Feng forced a smile and wiped the sweat off his face. "Nothing to worry about." Little Chen asked anxiously, "Bro Lin, what did you see? How's it looking?" Lin Feng went to get a glass of water and took a sip before recounting what he had just seen. Then, he said to Director Zhu, "Director Zhu, do we have any files on a woman named He Feng?" This translation maintains the natural flow while accurately conveying the original meaning. Juliang thought for a moment and said, I seem to have some recollection of it. However, I think it's huffing, not hafing. Let me get it for you to take a look. After a while, Juliang came out of the archive room with a file in hand and said, this should be it. Why don't you take a look? Lin Feng took the file and flipped to the first page, where a woman's photo was attached. It was identical to the one he had seen in his vision just now. Nodding, Lin Feng said, this must be the right file. It matches the woman I saw earlier. Looking at the woman in the photo, she gave off an extremely gentle impression, hardly resembling the cold-blooded killer who remained emotionless as she slew more than a dozen people without breaking a sweat. Lin Feng found himself staring at the woman's eyes in the photo, feeling an ominous aura emanating from them that made him feel as if he were in winter. Lin Feng opened the file. The woman's name was He Feng. She had been a sales manager at a marketing company with an impressive track record and a bright future ahead of her. For some reason, however, she returned to her hometown 2 years ago and massacred several families living by the village entrance, sparing neither elderly people in their 80s nor infants only a week old. After that, He Feng disappeared without a trace and has not been heard from since. Lin Feng went through the entire file but found no clues, feeling completely at a loss. Xiao Qian suddenly suggested, why don't we check his QQ? We can see who sent him that picture. Maybe we'll find a breakthrough. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and realized that this was a last resort. Li Mingsheng logged onto the internet and opened QQ. Seeing that the Remember Password checkbox was checked, he let out a sigh of relief. This was Lin Feng's speculation based on typical behavior for people who usually use the internet at home. If there were no remembered password, trying to break into it would be virtually impossible. After opening QQ, there weren't many friends listed. Only one avatar was blinking. Lin Feng opened the message from Tornado, which read, so, how is it? Did you check the pictures? What do you think? Li Mingsheng took a look and said, the picture definitely must have been sent by this person. Lin Feng also nodded in agreement and sent a message through Wang Peng's QQ, are you there? No more than 2 seconds later, the message came through. Of course I am. Have you checked the picture? Lin Feng said, I apologize. I am a friend of Wang Peng's and he passed away yesterday. Twister said, what's going on? Lin Feng said, can we schedule a time to meet and talk in person? The Tornado said, okay, you'll come to the Fengyun Internet Cafe on Sunset Red Street this afternoon. That's where I am, the owner here. Lin Feng, I'll be there at 3 p.m. on time. The Wind and Cloud Internet Cafe was located in the middle of Sunset Red Cafe Street in City S. The sign was particularly eye-catching, and Lin Feng, Li Mingsheng, and Xiao Qian found it with relative ease. Entering the internet cafe, Li Mingsheng showed his ID to the barista and said, could you please find your boss for me? The barista pointed to a man in his 30s leaning against the window and said, that's the boss. The three approached and Li Mingsheng asked, is it the Tornado? I'm Li Mingsheng from the Municipal Bureau. These two are my colleagues. He then extended his hand. The Tornado hurriedly offered, young dragon here. Please have a seat inside. It then led the three of them into its office and had them sit down. As soon as he sat down, Dragon Boss sighed and said, well, I never expected this to happen. How did Wang Peng die? Lin Feng did not directly answer Master Long's question. Was that picture sent to Wang Peng by you? Mr. Long said, yes. Is there anything wrong? Lin Feng asked, have you seen that picture? Boss Long said, I didn't look carefully. I just glanced at it and I felt that it was very novel. And stored in the computer. The computers in the internet cafes have been infected with viruses these days. I have never been in the mood to play with the computer. So I didn't watch it. Lin Feng nodded and said, better not to have seen it. There seems to be an issue with that image. Where did you save it? Mr. Long said, it's right here. And then he turned on the computer in his office. Dragon Boss found the image and opened it before Lin Feng could stop him. Lin Feng said anxiously, don't look. Boss Long glanced at him and said, no problem, I think it's okay. As he was talking, the picture suddenly seemed to be erased, slowly disappearing layer by layer. It was like it was crushed, forming a ball and dispersing. Like a very exquisite animation. Finally it turns into two words, split the head. And then it melts like wax, and the tears that turn into red disappear on the screen. A few witnesses were left speechless by this strange phenomenon. Lin Feng asked, did you download this image from there? Mr. Long was still stunned by the bizarre disappearance of the image just now when Lin Feng asked, that URL is saved in my browser. As he said this, he opened his bookmarks and clicked on the link, only to find it displayed page not found. Mr. Long shook his head and said, what's going on? This is really strange. Lin Feng always found things more complex than he imagined, so he asked, is anyone else aware of this website besides you? Dragon Boss said, yes, my friend Zhong Xiang gave me this website. He's always into these weird and wonderful things, just like Wang Peng. Oh? Lin Feng asked, can you get in touch with him? Mr. Long opened his QQ and said, I knew he was online. I think he should be at the office. As expected, Zhong Xiang's answer was at his workplace. After confirming Zhong Xiang's employer, Lin Feng instructed Long Boss to tell Zhong Xiang not to look at the picture and rushed off with Li Mingsheng to Zhong Xiang's workplace. Upon arriving at the company, Li Mingsheng explained his purpose. The manager was astonished and said, Zhong Xiang died in a car accident yesterday. What? Lin Feng almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. We saw him online just a moment ago. This translation conveys the surprise and disbelief in Lin Feng's tone, capturing the essence of his reaction to the unexpected situation. The manager said doubtfully, that's impossible, could it be that someone else is using his QQ? Lin Feng said, but he himself said he was at the office. We just came over. The manager shook his head and said, he works alone in his office, so no one else would be using his computer. His QQ must belong to someone else who is probably just joking around with him. Li Mingsheng called the bureau to request that they check if there were any records of Zhong Xiang's death over the past 2 days. The response came back quickly, there is a record. He died in a car accident yesterday afternoon. What's strange, though, is that his entire head was crushed, which is pretty unpleasant. But there are no scratches or bruises on his body at all. It's as if he deliberately placed his head between 2 cars to get it crushed. It's really odd. Li Mingsheng asked, and what about the driver who caused the accident? The person over there said they are still being investigated at the Urban Traffic Police Brigade. Lin Feng felt his mind had turned into a complete mess. His senses were telling him that Zhong Xian was suspicious. But the clues suddenly went cold again. After a few people left, Lin Feng touched his dizzy head with a look of frustration on his face. Li Mingsheng patted him and said, "Don't be discouraged. Let's go see the traffic police detachment first." Upon arriving at the traffic police brigade, Captain Wang and Li Mingsheng knew each other well, and they quickly brought the two drivers involved in the accident over. Li Mingsheng noticed that both drivers looked dejected, their spirits somewhat dulled. Lin Feng glanced at Li Mingsheng, signaling for him to ask. Li Mingsheng said, "I would like to hear the details of yesterday's car accident. However, we won't be taking any statements right now. If there's anything that seems unusual or hard to understand, you can definitely raise it." The two drivers had looked pale just a moment ago, but now they both lifted their heads to look at Li Mingsheng. One of them asked, "Really?" Lin Feng interjected, "It's true." The driver swallowed and then slumped back in his chair, saying, "No way. Nobody would believe us. We don't even know how it happened ourselves." Lin Feng said, "No problem, just speak your mind. We can accept anything." The two drivers glanced at each other and then started chatting back and forth. The tall driver spoke slowly. "Yesterday afternoon, I was delivering a load to W City. On my way back and feeling a bit hungry, I parked on the city road and went into a roadside restaurant for some food. Just as I was eating, I suddenly heard a screech of brakes followed by the sound of colliding cars. When I rushed out to see, my car had already been knocked into by his." He then pointed at the man with the thick beard. Lin Feng asked the man with a 5 o'clock shadow, "How did you hit his car?" The man with a 5 o'clock shadow looked at Lin Feng. His eyes filled with a lingering sense of fear. The man with a 5 o'clock shadow asked Lin Feng for a cigarette and said, "Yesterday afternoon, I delivered a truckload of coal to the cement plant on the outskirts. As I was leaving the city, I felt something wasn't right and became extremely agitated. At that moment, I thought about not making the delivery. But then I remembered my contract with the factory and decided to keep going. I thought it wouldn't be a long drive, just about half an hour, and as long as I stayed alert, everything would be fine." The bearded man couldn't contain his tears, appearing extremely agitated. After crying for a while, he calmed down slightly and said, "When I was driving on the City National Road, I kept feeling like there was someone next to me in the cab, but there was actually no one there. That made me feel quite uneasy. Usually, I don't believe in ghostly or supernatural things, but I was genuinely scared that day. Later, someone stopped my car by the roadside and asked me to take them a few miles, since there was only a cement factory in that direction. I didn't ask many questions and let them get in." Lin Feng asked, "Do you know what he's called?" The man with the 5 o'clock shadow said, "We talked for a few minutes on the ride over, and he said his name is Zhong Xiao." Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng exchanged a glance and said to the man with a beard, "Go on." The man with the 5 o'clock shadow had calmed down somewhat and continued, "Because I felt something was off at the time, I didn't say much more to him. There wasn't much conversation on the way either. Suddenly, I realized something was wrong. The car wouldn't obey my commands anymore and began speeding forward. At first, I thought there might be a problem with the vehicle, but I didn't dare tell anyone beside me for fear of causing them panic. However, when I turned around by accident, I noticed he was looking at me in an odd manner. I was startled, but tried desperately to regain control of the car. No matter how hard I moved, the steering wheel ignored My commands and the brakes failed completely. In the end, the car crashed into a parked vehicle on the side of the road. At that moment, the steering wheel worked again, and so did the brakes, but it was too late. I had to slam on the brakes as hard as I could, but we still collided. The man with a thick beard looked increasingly alarmed, as if he was terrified of a terrifying memory. Shaking, he said, after the collision, I asked the man next to him if he was okay, and he even smiled and told me he was fine. Then I got out of the car and saw this guy coming out of the restaurant. Pointing at the tall man, he continued, so I apologized to him and offered to cover his repair costs, telling him not to worry. The tall man next to him nodded, indicating that what he said was correct. However, when we walked up to the front of the vehicle to take a look at the damage, the result was the man with a thick beard couldn't utter a word. The tall man took up the story. We saw someone pushed between the fronts of two trains, sitting on the ground. Everyone knew it was Zhong Xian, but Lin Feng still asked, "Is that person Zhong Xian?" The man with a 5 o'clock shadow nodded and said, "Yes, his body was sitting on the ground and his head was perfectly sandwiched between the two cars, squashed flat. But when I got out of the car, he was clearly still sitting up just fine in it." After finishing his statement, the man lowered his head and buried his hands in his hair, rubbing away restlessly. Captain Wang listened patiently on the side, clearly not believing what he was saying. Li Mingsheng asked Deputy Captain Wang, "How is it going, old Wang? What did your scene investigation reveal?" Captain Wang said, "The two vehicles barely touched each other, they only bumped their bumpers. However, the victim's death was quite peculiar, as if he had intentionally placed his head in the path of the collision." Li Mingsheng nodded and said, "We are also investigating this matter with the Special Investigation Unit." "Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Captain Wang was surprised and asked, "Do you believe what they said?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "To believe with reservations." Captain Wang seemed a bit puzzled and said, "Although we are also pretty surprised, but..." Li Mingsheng patted Wang Captain on the shoulder and said, "No need to second-guess them. I believe they wouldn't go for such a clumsy trap. If they wanted to cause harm, even a fool could see through it." Captain Wang nodded and said, "That makes sense." Li Mingsheng said, "Thank you, Captain Wang. We will notify you if there's any progress on the case. If it turns out to be what they say, we would request that the case be transferred to the Special Investigation Unit." Captain Wang smiled generously and said, "No problem." After leaving the Municipal Traffic Police Brigade, it was already getting dark. The three of them were exhausted from traveling to so many places that day. However, Lin Feng still couldn't rest and decided to go to Wang Peng's house to check in, as he always felt like he had missed something there. Li Mingsheng was used to continuing work even after work hours, but Xiao Qian insisted on going to see his girlfriend. In the end, Xiao Qian got what he wished for and went off. The two of them got out of the car at the entrance to Wang Peng's apartment building. Only two of the apartments on the old, largely abandoned block were lit up. The dilapidated structure stood there alone, almost like a monstrous creature in the night, spreading its gaping maw wide. The two entered Wang Peng's home, and Lin Feng turned on the lights. The dim light illuminated an eerie atmosphere in the living room. Everything, red walls, red ceiling, red floor, seemed uncertain and mysterious. Lin Feng carefully examined the chaotic graffiti on the wall, his gaze intense and focused. After a while, Li Mingsheng found nothing particularly meaningful in it and felt the room oppressively stifling. Thus, he began to pace back and forth restlessly around the house. Lin Feng looked for a moment and said, "This is truly bizarre." Li Mingsheng asked, "What's going on?" Lin Feng looked at the scribbles on the wall and said, "These seem to be elements from a sect's voodoo curse, but I know little about voodoo curses and can't determine exactly what they are." Li Mingsheng spread his hands and said, "If you don't understand it, we're even worse off." Lin Feng smiled but said nothing, looking out the window to see that it was completely dark outside. Li Mingsheng said, "It's getting dark already." Lin Feng said, "All right then, let's go." The two of them walked toward the door. Surprisingly, the slightly ajar door was blown open by what seemed to be an invisible force, and with a loud asterisk bang asterisk, it slammed shut and locked itself. Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng immediately felt a chill run down their spines because all the windows in the room were tightly shut, with not a breath of wind to be found. Li Mingsheng pulled on the door with all his strength, but it didn't budge no matter how hard he tried. It seemed as though the handle was embedded in the wall, almost like there wasn't even a door there. A stream of sweat immediately broke out on Li Mingsheng's forehead as he turned around and muttered to Lin Feng, "Damn it, this is really weird." Lin Feng tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. He ran his hand along the doorframe and found that there was no gap at all between the door and the frame, despite the fact that old buildings typically have wooden doors with some gaps. Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The silence in the house was so profound that it made them feel anxious, except for the continuous ticking of the large clock in the living room. Lin Feng glanced around and approached the window. They were on the second floor, and if they could open the window, getting down would not be difficult. Pulling back the curtains, he found that it was pitch black outside, with not a glimmer of moonlight. Lin Feng tried to push open the window, but it seemed welded shut, showing no sign of movement at all. Li Mingsheng also checked the remaining windows, but none of them would open. This infuriated him, so he went to the living room and picked up a chair, shattering the glass in the living room window with a loud smash. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was indeed a desperate measure. The two men immediately realized something was amiss. There was no sound of shattering glass coming from downstairs. It seemed as if the glass had vanished suddenly, which completely defied logic. Li Mingsheng stood by the window, muttering to himself. Below was pitch black. The two of them exchanged a look and saw fear reflected in each other's eyes. From their vantage point on the second floor, they should be able to see something down below, right? But now, it seemed like an endless abyss, and they couldn't make out anything. They couldn't even discern the surroundings of the building. Instead, a thick, eerie mist enveloped everything around them. Li Mingsheng stared down for a moment, then threw the chair he was holding downward. The chair instantly vanished into the darkness with no sound at all. Li Mingsheng swallowed hard and cursed under his breath. What in heaven's name? Lin Feng pulled him back to the living room and sat down on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and smoking it. Just as the two of them were at a loss for what to do, sudden laughter came from the bedroom, startling both of them. They slowly made their way to the bedroom. Upon reaching the door, they could clearly hear the loud and chaotic sounds coming from inside. With a bold push, Lin Feng opened the door only to find that the computer monitor without a tower was still on. A movie was playing inside. As they stepped in, Lin Feng took a look and realized It was an unknown soap opera. Li Mingsheng crawled behind the monitor, pulled out the power plug, and showed it to Lin Feng. Damn it, even without electricity or a main case, it can automatically play movies, real high-tech. To his surprise, the monitor suddenly went black as soon as he finished speaking. Li Mingsheng stood there for a moment, dumbfounded, before uttering, "This is a bit over the top, right?" Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Don't look at me, right now I'm also full of disbelief." Just as they were talking, there was another sound from the living room. They rushed out to see that the TV had turned itself on again. Li Mingsheng nearly broke down and said, "You don't have to play like this with me." Lin Feng had unplugged the TV cable from the outlet, but the television continued to play its program as if nothing had happened. The two of them stared at the TV screen, not knowing what to do next. A horror movie was playing on TV, telling the story of a woman whose soul was trapped after death and used to do some wicked deeds. Lin Feng hadn't intended to watch it, but as he saw this film, he somehow felt something. When Lin Feng saw that the female ghost soul was finally saved, he jumped up excitedly and snapped his fingers. "I got it." Li Mingsheng was taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden action and said, "Damn it, what do you know?" Lin Feng said, "I remember now. The entire room is painted red, and the symbols on the walls are talismans. There's a ghost imprisoned in this room." But it wasn't his intention. He wanted to draw our attention and have us rescue him. That must be what happened. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the TV suddenly turned off, and the lights in the house flickered on and off. Lin Feng shouted, "If you want us to help, make the lights stop flashing." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the light ceased its flickering. Li Mingsheng forced a smile and said, "Although he didn't mean to harm us, how can we help him now in our condition? He can see us, but we can't see him." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "There's a way." Li Mingsheng responded with an "Oh," and said, "What's the method? Hurry up and tell me. I just want to get out of this damn place as soon as possible." Lin Feng said, "Even if we have a way to leave here, we need to gather enough people before we can do anything. With just the two of us now, we can't even get close to him." Li Mingsheng said ruefully, "Come on, that's the same as not saying anything." Lin Feng shouted, "I want you to hear what I'm saying. If you believe me, I can arrange for someone to perform a ritual tomorrow night to make contact with you. At that time, if there's anything you need us to help with, as long as we can assist, we will do our best. But I hope you'll release us now." After Lin Feng finished speaking, there was no change in the house. Just as Lin Feng thought that the ghost in this house didn't believe him, the door creaked open a crack with a bang. Li Mingsheng was overjoyed, pulling on the doorknob fearfully, afraid that it would suddenly close again. As the two of them reached the doorway, Lin Feng turned to the house and said, "Thank you for trusting me. I'll find enough people and come tomorrow night, I promise." Li Mingsheng started the car quickly as he got out of the building. Li Mingsheng said bitterly in the car, "Damn it, they locked us up for no reason, and we have to thank them for letting us go. This is just absurd." Lin Feng said, "It never hurts to show some respect to the ghost." Li Mingsheng said unhappily, "Then I've never seen you show me any respect." He paused and then added, "Aren't you planning to really meet up with him tonight?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "You have to come. A promise made to a ghost must be kept, otherwise he will haunt you for the rest of your life, making It impossible for you to live in peace. Li Mingsheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, if it's this serious, do I need to come in tomorrow? Lin Feng said, of course we have to go. My promise means your promise too, otherwise, he wouldn't let the two of us leave together. Li Mingsheng sighed and said, well, might as well accept it. Here we are. Then he asked, should I take you to the special investigative unit, or send you home? Lin Feng said, let's go home. Xiao Jijie will be worried about me if I don't return. I can just call Zhu Shu to let him know later. Li Mingsheng turned the car around and drove towards Xiao Jijie's house. Lin Feng returned and was first subjected to a vigorous ear-twisting session by Xiao Jijie. Only then did Xiao Jijie show some mercy and allow Lin Feng to eat his meal. The next morning, Xiao Jie woke up to find Lin Feng drawing his peculiar symbols in the living room. Xiao Jie went out to buy breakfast and gave Lin Feng a long lecture about being cautious and following instructions. She droned on for nearly half an hour before finally leaving. At the bureau, Lin Feng asked Zhu Liang to find a brave female officer for him. They needed someone to summon ghosts that night. However, since there weren't many female officers in the first place, and hearing that it involved summoning ghosts frightened them so much that none were willing to go. Despite Zhu Liang's repeated efforts to persuade them, these beautiful ladies shook their heads like rattle drums, refusing to agree. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to turn to Li Mingsheng for help. Li Mingsheng quickly brought over a young female officer. She was a college student assigned to the bureau and had played spirit writing games like medium seances during her university days. Upon hearing that there might be an expert who could summon spirits and interact directly with them, she became very excited and begged to join. In the end, Li Mingsheng selected her for the task. But those who weren't chosen were highly disappointed. Grumbling about his favoritism, Li Mingsheng had to use all his persuasive skills and sweet talk, even going so far as to almost swear a solemn oath, promising that next time such an opportunity arose, they would be given top priority. Only then did he reluctantly agree. The whole ordeal left Li Mingsheng sweating profusely and made him wonder if women were indeed fiercer than tigers. As soon as the beauty arrived, she turned a deep shade of red under Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng asked the beauty to sit down and said, first of all, inviting ghosts in the evening is somewhat dangerous. Women have weaker constitutions and are more prone to being possessed by ghosts. Oh no. Having that mental preparation is good. Second, do not wear red clothing, including undergarments and socks. Anything red needs to be changed. The beauty's face turned as red as if it were on fire, and she could hardly utter a word, her cheeks flushed. Lin Feng frowned and said, this is no joke. If an extremely vicious ghost were to possess you, I might not be able to save you either. Better to change into it immediately and get rid of it. The beauty nodded and ran out. Lin Feng asked Li Mingsheng after the beautiful lady left, what's her name? Li Mingsheng smiled and said, you know what kind of underwear she wears, yet you still ask me what her name is. Lin Feng said, go to hell. I was just joking. Who knew she'd really wear it? Li Mingsheng laughed loudly and said, that's pretty impressive too. Her name is Zhong Hong. Not bad, right? Want me to introduce you? Lin Feng gave him a sidelong glance and said, you hoping I get chopped to death by Xiao Jijie? For you, at your age, over 30, you should be thinking about settling down. Look, this one's perfect. The two of them were joking around when Zhong Hong came back. As soon as she stepped in, her face turned red after casting a glance at Lin Feng. "Have you finished changing?" Lin Feng asked. Zhong Hong nodded gently. However, Lin Feng's next question almost choked Li Mingsheng. Lin Feng asked, "Is it not during her menstrual period?" Zhong Hong shook her head and said, "No." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, then there shouldn't be any issues. Li Mingsheng, you and I will go in the afternoon. I'll make sure all necessary safety measures are in place, so we should be good to go." During the remaining time, Lin Feng wanted Zhong Hong to relax. Not only did he take her out for a meal, but he also took her on various outings around town. It wasn't until the afternoon that they returned. As the sky gradually grew darker, Lin Feng gathered everything and got into the car, heading towards Wang Peng's house. As they arrived, the three of them went upstairs and approached the door. With a sudden creak, the door automatically swung open on its own. Lin Feng entered with an expressionless face. Zhong Hong saw this situation and instantly felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed that the ghosts inside were already aware of their arrival and had opened the door for them. Zhong Hong entered nervously as Lin Feng had already begun making preparations. Lin Feng first took out a bowl of rice from his backpack, then pricked his own finger and let a few drops of blood fall onto it. He then inserted 3 incense sticks, which he lit. After that, he placed a red candle beside the bowl, and the flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow, making the faces of the 3 people look particularly strange. Lin Feng took out 2 more talismans, one posted on Zhong Hong's vest and the other posted on Li Mingsheng's vest. He is the one who instigates the soul, so he cannot post it. He gave each of them another talisman, sandwiched between the middle and index fingers. If the talisman burns, it means that the ghost wants to get on his body and immediately throw away the talisman in his hand. Lin Feng first explained that this session was primarily about communicating with a ghost, which might be far more dangerous than a simple seance. He particularly cautioned Zhong Hong to be extremely careful and to pay attention to the talismans in her hands. With that, the 3 of them sat around the rice bowl, holding hands tightly. Lin Feng asked everyone to keep their minds blank and let him handle everything. Li Mingsheng and Zhong Hong followed his advice to clear their minds. Lin Feng then focused his mind to attempt contact with the spirit. Before any of them could sit for even a minute, the lights in the house suddenly went out. Lin Feng could clearly feel Zhong Hong's body shiver slightly. He softly said, "Don't be startled, keep your thoughts clear." A chill wind swept through the house, causing the curtains by the window to flutter violently. All 3 felt an icy coldness. The bowl of rice, surrounded by the 3, levitated slightly, and then the furniture in the entire room began to shake gently. Despite the gentle tremors, they still produced audible sounds. Zhong Hong slightly opened her eyes. Lin Feng said, "Close your eyes. I will tell you when to open them, otherwise, there will be danger." Zhong Hong stuck out her tongue and closed her eyes. A chill wind blew, causing the bowl to fall from midair, with a loud crash, shattering into pieces and scattering rice everywhere. The flame of the candle was stretched out long by the wind, then extinguished with a whoosh. The only light left in the house came from several faint moonbeams filtering through the windows. The furniture in the house seemed to have stopped trembling, and there was no sound. Apart from the ticking of the clock, the room was filled with the heavy breathing of the 3 people, clearly indicating their restless minds. Lin Feng wondered why the ghost hadn't made an appearance by now, despite his efforts to contact it. He looked around suspiciously, but everything seemed normal. Only the rustling of the curtains in the breeze could be heard. Lin Feng was feeling puzzled when suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a white dresses, had a pale face, and her long hair was divided down the middle. Lin Feng exclaimed inwardly, "You must be healing." The white-robed woman nodded gently and said, "Yes." Li Mingsheng and Zhong Hong, who were nearby, both jolted at the sound and instinctively tried to open their eyes. He Ruosheng whispered, "Don't open your eyes yet. There's one more." Although He Ruosheng's voice was soft, it carried an air of authority. Li Mingsheng and Zhong Hong quickly shut their eyes even tighter, feeling increasingly uneasy. They never expected there to be a third person. Lin Feng was even more shocked and said, "Besides you, there's another one." Hafeng nodded and said, "Yes." As soon as the words left her mouth, a gust of cold wind blew towards Lin Feng. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, only to open them again to find a man standing beside Hafeng. Hafeng said, "All right, everyone can open your eyes now." Li Mingsheng exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, looking fearlessly at He Feng and the man beside him. Zhong Hong, on the other hand, initially opened her eyes just a slit to take a look, only letting out a sigh of relief when she realized that the two ghosts weren't as frightening as she had imagined before. Fully opening her eyes to scrutinize them closely. Here the breeze noticed Zhong Hong's cautious demeanor and gave a gentle smile. Far from being frightening, she looked more like an ethereal goddess. She softly said to Zhong Hong, "Little sister, do you think we look scary? This brother is named Wang Peng. Take a good look at us, we're not that scary, are we?" Zhong Hong hadn't had a chance to respond when Lin Feng exclaimed again, "Here's Wang Peng. My God, what's going on here?" Wang Peng didn't look like a ghost at all, his face was drooping with despair and helplessness. If not for the faint moonlight casting an unclear shadow on him, Lin Feng would have hesitated to be certain. Zhong Hong sat up from the ground, holding Hua Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected a female ghost to be so beautiful. She doesn't look anything like the ones in movies." Lin Feng and Li Mingsheng were both on the verge of spitting out blood. This little girl had guts. If it weren't for Lin Feng's assessment that Ho Feng had no malicious intentions, he would have been scared to the point of losing his wits. Who in the world has such a carefree attitude? How could she grab a female ghost's hand without even figuring out what was going on? Zhong Hong pulled He Feng's hand excitedly and said, "Wow, your hands are so cold and slippery. They feel really soothing. You look so beautiful, big sister." The lotus breeze gently pulled away and said, "Don't get too close to me, it might be harmful to your body." Lin Feng coughed and said, "I have a few questions. Could you tell me exactly what's going on? Why are the two of you locked up here? And I've seen your records, after you killed over 20 people by yourself, you went missing. How did you end up here?" Hafeng looked at the red paint around the walls of the house and said with a slightly alarmed tone, "We don't have much time. I'll give you a brief summary." Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, spit it out already. There are too many unresolved issues." Hafeng said, 2 years ago, I met a man who was eloquent and witty. I fell in love with him quickly, and he was very kind to me as well." Hafeng's eyes softened with tenderness, but they quickly hardened into pure resentment as her gaze shifted. Lin Feng realized that this man's feelings for her were not just love, there must be some ulterior motive. Sure enough, the tone of Lotus Wind's voice turned icy as she said with hatred, "Who knew that man didn't really love me? He was only interested in my body. Because I am a yin year, yin month, and yin day pure yin entity, people like me tend to be easily manipulated after death. So he knocked me out, sealed the Baihui point at the top of my head, and implanted a head-splitting command that forced me to kill over 20 people, sending me into an irreparable state." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Feng asked, "Who is this man?" Wang Peng, who had been quiet on one side, said, "It's Zhong Xian." Lin Feng had already guessed 8 out of 10. He always felt something was off about Zhong Xian. And even his method of death seemed suspiciously odd. Li Mingsheng asked Wang Peng in surprise, "Why would he kill you?" Wang Peng said with a lack of energy, "Because I usually have some interest in these kinds of things. I accidentally discovered his secret about killing Fei Feng. As a result, he cursed me or something, causing me to die on my wife's head. Sigh, ever since my death, I've been trapped here and can't get out. The dragon boss and I found his secret together. I wonder if the dragon boss is all right." Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. Boss Long has been busy with work and hasn't looked at the website or images he provided. They are still in good condition." Wang Peng sighed after listening and nodded with a relieved expression. Zhong Hong curiously asked, "How did he die from getting hit on the head?" "That sounds pretty scary." Wang Peng's eyeballs suddenly popped out of their sockets with a thud, followed by his head exploding in a loud asterisk boom star. Zhong Hong screamed loudly in terror, her eyes wide with shock. Hefeng said indignantly, "Why scare her? She's just a little girl." Then she turned to Zhong Hong and said, "Don't be afraid. He was scaring you, but that is indeed how he looked when he died." Zhong Hong steadied herself and looked at Wang Peng, who was standing there perfectly fine. The head on his neck was intact, it hadn't exploded at all. She blinked in surprise, utterly puzzled by what was happening. Previously, Wang Peng had influenced her brainwaves. Just now, allowing her to see the scene of her own death in that moment. Lin Feng frowned and said, "But Zhong Xiang suddenly died recently. Although the death was strange, he did disappear. Where do we look for him?" "Hefeishu, perhaps he is reincarnated as another person." Lin Feng was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Hefeng said, "I know he has a strange enchantment that can assimilate his own and others' appearances." Ah. Lin Feng was about to lose it. Today, he realized that compared to Zhong Xian, his own abilities were mere insignificance. There are actually spells like this. I've never even heard of them before. Lin Feng shook his head and said. Lin Feng felt a vague sense of fear towards the enigmatic Zhong Xian, a character wrapped in mystery. Even Yi Feng, who dated him, and Wang Peng, who had been friends with him for years, found it hard to describe him accurately. When Lin Feng asked what kind of person Zhong Xian was, both of them ended up stuttering and struggling for words, admitting that they couldn't figure him out either. It seemed like this person could change his appearance in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng asked Hu Feng, "How did he use you to commit murder? And how did you get trapped here?" Hu Feng's usually fair complexion had become even more pale, almost unnaturally so. In a low and somber tone, she said, "He stripped my skin completely and hid it, using it to cast a curse on others. He then used the painful soul spell to bring me here and trap me. Look at this whole house, it's red, with strange symbols painted all over. Those are individual musical notes. Lin Feng was surprised and asked, notes? Hafeng nodded and said, yes, the entire living room is of soul entrapment melody. It's an ancient method of soul entrainment, and we can't get out of here. Lin Feng pointed to Wang Peng and asked, what about him? Isn't this house his property? Wang Peng said sadly, I made a poor choice in friends. He came to my old house and the paint on the walls was peeling off. At that time, I was grateful enough and gave him the key to my place when I went out on business. But upon returning, I found it had been completely revamped into something I didn't recognize. I was so angry, every time I entered the house, I felt uncomfortable and a strong sense of oppression. And before I could find him to confront him about it, this bastard ruined me. Wang Peng spoke with increasing anger, his features contorting until Zhong Hong trembled uncontrollably. Huang Feng sighed and said, if we don't break this soul entrapment tune, we'll never be able to leave here. We will have to endure his torment forever. Zhong Hong opened her eyes wide and said, that's easy. We just need to scrape off the paint from the walls of this house and it will be considered broken. Right? Hafeng smiled bitterly and said, if it were that simple, just like you say. Go feel the wall and see for yourself. Zhong Hong looked at Feng skeptically and touched the wall with her hand. As soon as her hand made contact with the wall, it sank in, feeling like it was pressing against flesh. Almost warm to the touch. Zhong Hong was startled by this eerie sensation, which made her feel queasy. Hafeng said, now you know, right? Zhong Hong leaned closer to Li Mingsheng, trying to keep as far from the wall as possible. Lin Feng asked further, so why did you choose us to rescue you? After Wang Peng's death, aren't there many more people who have been here than just a few of us? Hafeng nodded and said, you know what? You're a really strange person. Lin Feng said in astonishment, what's strange about me? Compared to you all, I'm probably the most normal one. Hafeng smiled and said, when you first came here, I noticed a black aura surrounding you. Lin Feng looked at himself and scratched his head, saying, black energy. What does that signify? Hafeng said, deadly energy. Lin Feng exclaimed, auras of death. Does that mean I'm going to die? Feng said, this is exactly the part that puzzles me. Originally, someone like you, surrounded by suffocating death energy, should have already died long ago. You possess more than 5 times the usual amount of death energy in your body. Normally, death energy would only manifest when a person is on their last breath, but you are practically swimming in it and yet manage to live freely without any issues at all. I believe there must be something protecting you that keeps the death energy from invading your body despite its overwhelming presence. Moreover, this place is extremely bizarre. You can witness extraordinary things here with complete calmness and composure, completely unaffected by the environment around you. This alone is enough to show that you possess an extraordinary resolve. Zhong Hong suddenly interjected, you mean charisma? Not glass. Lin Feng really wanted to jump up and strangle her. But she was even making jokes at a time like this. Holly was laughing after being teased by Zhong Hong and said, what a cute little sister. Lin Feng glared at Zhong Hong and said, so, how can we save you guys? Feng said, firstly, I need to see what special abilities you possess that can keep you alive despite being enveloped by deadliness. I cannot allow you to recklessly court death. Lin Feng thought for a moment and suddenly remembered the red thread in his hand. He walked up to Helong and spread out his hand, saying, I think it might be because of this red thread, He Feng exclaimed upon seeing the crimson thread in Lin Feng's hand. This is a spirit body. Lin Feng wondered aloud, what ghostly spirit? I've seen ghostly spirits before, but none like this. How can a ghostly spirit even inhabit a hand? He Feng shook his head and said, you're not just an ordinary spirit. You are a person with profound Taoist cultivation, who has condensed their lifetime of magical power into your hands. Not only have they shielded you from the deadly energy, but this also helps you turn danger into safety. Lin Feng thought of Taoist Zhong. When Taoist Zhong was in the hospital, he was worried that he would let everything go. At that time, he knew that there was something wrong with him, so he used his lifelong magic power to condense his spiritual power and parasitize it in his hands to help him block disasters. Lin Feng was in a hurry and thought that maybe it was just to help him that Taoist Zhong died so early. Otherwise, according to Taoist Zhong's physical condition, he would not have died shortly after he was discharged from the hospital. Finally, I've unraveled the mystery of the red string on my hand. Although I can't confirm whether it was tied by Uncle Zhong, it's safe to say that it's probably true. Hui Feng said excitedly, that's great, with this protection you should be fine. Zhong Hong, who was naturally mischievous, couldn't help but joke, hey. Sister, you're already a ghost now. Why are you so worked up about it? He Feng smiled and said, little sister, you're right. Although He Feng said this, everyone could still see the tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. Hui Feng said apologetically, I'm sorry, even ghosts have attachments. Until these wishes are fulfilled, I can't transcend the cycle of rebirth. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, I've heard that ghosts who remain in the world are possessed of unresolved grudges or desires. Their spirits will wander endlessly on earth until they dissipate completely. The lotus wind lowered its head and said, I just want to get my skin back, or it can be burned instead. Lin Feng said, so you can advance by doing that. He Feng shook his head and said, that is my wish. Only if I can retrieve my skin or destroy it first can I ascend by breaking this soul entrapment melody. Lin Feng's head seemed to grow as large as a basin as he said, how on earth are we supposed to break this soul prison tune? He Feng shook his head and said, it all depends on you. However, I can tell you that the spirit entity in your palm is an extraordinary one, and using it will generate a great deal of power. I think Zhong Xian might not be your match either. But it all comes down to how you perceive and utilize it. Lin Feng said dejectedly, all this talk is like it didn't happen. Why would I need to ask you if I can use it myself? He Feng looked at him and said, is there an important question that you've overlooked? Lin Feng said unhappily, what's the problem? He Feng said, where is Zhong Xian now? Do you know where my code is? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I have no idea. He Feng said, hold out your hand. Lin Feng asked, what are you doing? But he still stretched out his left hand as he said. He Feng gently drew a few strokes on Lin Feng's hand and said, okay, I left my yin energy in your hand, and it will sense the yin energy on my skin. You can find it by following its guidance. If you find my skin, you don't have to look for it. Zhong Xian will also appear to stop you. My skin is the best thing to curse, and he must have taken it seriously. Lin Feng looked at his left palm doubtfully and murmured, seems like there's nothing special here. The moment the words left his mouth, a shrill sound rang out from the clock in the living room. Both He Feng and Wang Peng's faces paled as they turned to stare at the clock. Following their gaze, Lin Feng and the others saw that the old-fashioned clock on the wall was pointing to 10:30. All of them looked puzzled, wondering why He Feng and Wang Peng were so anxious. The Lotus Wind said in a hurried tone, "Hurry and leave. He has already noticed your presence here. The soul entrapment melody is about to be activated. You won't have time if you don't go now." After Hetong finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the door opened with a snap. She urged urgently, "Hurry up, hurry up. If you don't go now, it will be too late." Lin Feng saw the panic on her face and felt a bit uneasy, asking, "So what do you do about it?" He said, "You don't need to worry about us. We are already people who have died." As she spoke, an odd and piercing sound suddenly rang out. The entire house, from the red walls to the ceiling and floor, began to emit a ghastly green gas that appeared and disappeared intermittently. Although it seemed faint, it unmistakably caused a feeling of panic and unease in those present. Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently. Li Mingsheng and Zhong Hong were on the verge of collapsing, supporting each other by holding their heads to prevent falling down. Helong and Wang Peng's expressions were even more agonized. The faintly green aura kept infiltrating their bodies. Both had fallen to the ground, writhing in pain. Helong gritted his teeth and said tremulously, "You two must leave quickly. The soul entrapment song has already activated. If you don't go now, there will be no chance." Lin Feng understood that the soul shackling melody primarily targeted ghosts, spirits, and other necromantic entities, where its effects were extremely potent. For living people like themselves, however, the effects would be much weaker. He realized that if he didn't leave now, they might all die here once they were trapped. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and pulled Li Mingsheng and Zhong Hong towards the door to escape. However, just as they reached the doorway, green hands suddenly emerged from the floor and grabbed their feet one by one. Caught off guard, Lin Feng and his companions nearly fell down. Lin Feng cursed inwardly and desperately tried to free himself from those strange hands, but the more he struggled, the tighter they gripped him. The three of them felt pain in their ankles as a result. Zhong Hong's screams grew increasingly frantic, tears streaming down her face in desperation. However, at this point, she had not fainted, which greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The entire room was a chaotic mix of red and green, making it impossible to discern one color from the other. Everywhere exuded an eerie and desperate atmosphere. Lin Feng and his companions were still fighting their final battle. He knew that being trapped in this room equated to a death sentence. He was still a young man with his whole life ahead of him, just starting a relationship with the girl he had long admired. How could his promising life end here? Just as Lin Feng was in great flames, the Lotus Feng, lying on the ground, condensed his last power, waved his hand, and a faint spiritual energy flew over in a half-moon shape, dissipating all the green hands wrapped around the feet of the three people into wisps of green energy. Lin Feng could take this great opportunity and pulled the two of them up and shouted, "Go!" The three of them rushed out of the door at the same time and fell to the door. As the three of them rushed out, the door shut with a loud snap. In that instant before it closed, he caught a glimpse of He Feng's tortured and contorted body and her pleading gaze. The door not only blocked their view but also separated the sounds from inside from those outside. However, Lin Feng seemed to faintly hear He Feng and Wang Peng's pained cries even as the door shut. Lin Feng stood up and pulled Li Mingsheng and Zhong Hong with him. "Let's go." The two of them got up, and Zhong Hong, rubbing her sore arm, said, hurry up, hurry up. I'm so scared." This place is too terrifying, we won't come back next time. Without minding the pain in her arm, she sprinted down the stairs at what seemed to be the fastest speed of her life. In the car, Lin Feng remained silent, his mood heavy. He had not expected the situation to be so complex and troublesome, far beyond his expectations. If he couldn't handle this matter quickly, Zhong Xiang's actions at that point would certainly target him. Given his current level of ability, it seemed he wouldn't have any chance against Zhong Xiang. Just thinking about how Zhong Xiang could personally skin a woman made his blood run cold. Setting aside whether or not he loved Feng He, it was clear that she had once loved him deeply. For the twisted pleasure of causing her pain, to be able to kill someone who had loved him so profoundly was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, Wang Peng, his good friend, had been cursed and killed by Zhong Xiang as well, indicating just how cautious and ruthless Zhong Xiang truly was. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh. What should he do now? Zhong Xiang, this mysterious figure, was a puzzle in everyone's minds. Yet, it turned out he knew some absurd transformation curse which subtly influenced the people who spent a lot of time with him. Such an odd and insidious curse was unheard of, and it was nothing short of despicable. Lin Feng slept soundly, and when he woke up, the sky was already bright outside. Xiao Zhijie had already gone to work, leaving him a note. The note reminded him to have breakfast, not to overwork himself at work, and to call if anything came up. Although the words were a bit rambling, Lin Feng felt a sweet warmth in his heart as he read it. After breakfast, Lin Feng arrived at the Special Investigation Unit just in time to see Zhong Hong giving a vivid description of last night's events to several girls. The girls were raptly listening, almost holding their breath. Zhong Hong's expressions were exaggerated, and she gestured frequently. The girls would occasionally exclaim in amazement, then sigh with regret at not having had the chance to participate in such an exciting paranormal event. Lin Feng gave a bitter smile and shook his head as he walked past the group of girls. He hadn't expected to attract their attention, but it seems Zhong Hong noticed him anyway. Zhong Hong grabbed Lin Feng and said to the other girls, "This is the main character. He's so powerful that he attracts ghosts. And he has an incredibly powerful spirit entity on him, even malevolent, she can't harm him." She stretched out the pronunciation of the word incredibly to emphasize just how formidable the spirit entity was. The girls' eyes lit up as they asked in unison, "Really? That's so impressive." Zhong Hong opened Lin Feng's right hand and pointed to the jade pillar line covered in a red line from the mountain root to the tip of his middle finger. "Look at this red line. The pretty ghost sister said last night that this is the super powerful spirit entity shielding him from the negative energy. There's still a lot of potential left untapped." The girls exclaimed with envy, and Lin Feng said ruefully, "Do you know that I'm currently speaking to someone enveloped in death chi? Aren't you afraid that the death chi might taint your bodies?" At first, the girls were startled, but then they all relaxed and said with a dismissive shrug, "Fut. We are not scared at all. With your super powerful spirit body around, how could we be scared?" Lin Feng nearly fainted. He thought that girls these days were truly fearless. It seemed he had been defeated. Zhong Hong had complained endlessly about how dangerous it was yesterday and refused to be involved in such matters anymore, but today she had completely forgotten who had cried tears of fear the day before, almost shouting, "Oh my God!" out loud. Lin Feng was really uncomfortable dealing with such a situation. Faced with the endless questions from several girls, he almost wanted to flee. Although he appeared calm and composed when talking to Shoujia, now he seemed like a mute duck, stammering out, "Yes. I am. Okay." Lin Feng looked around only to see Li Mingsheng standing behind him with a grin on his face. He knew that this guy had already been observing his awkward situation for quite some time. Annoyed, Lin Feng thought, Li's squad leader is pretty tough too. Back then, he took out one zombie with a gunshot and handled the other two. Lin Feng turned around feigning surprise as he said, "Oh, you're here. Let him tell you about it." Without giving Li Mingsheng time to respond, he dragged him over and said, "Let him give you the details himself." After saying this, he quickly made a getaway without caring about Li Mingsheng's surprised face. Behind him, several girls started chatting away, insisting that squad leader Li should tell them all about it. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing inwardly. He thought to himself, "Now you get to watch me in this predicament." At the Special Criminal Investigation Bureau, Lin Feng reported to Juliang and briefed him on the situation from last night. Then, he requested a car and decided to go find Zhong Xiang and Huffing himself. After all, Zhong Xiang wasn't an ordinary person, and Lin Feng didn't want to involve Li Mingsheng or anyone else who would be at constant risk to their lives. Lin Feng was driving aimlessly in the city. He had been moving around for nearly 2 hours, but he had no harvest at all. The energy of the lotus wind in his hand was as quiet as a little sheep, and he even had a bleat sound. Before he knew it, Lin Feng drove to the red street of the sunset. Lin Feng thought to himself how he drove to the place. But anyway, I have already come. I went to Boss Long's Fengyun internet cafe to take a look. Maybe there may be any unexpected gains. Although the hope is not very big, I will still be blindly confused with myself. Lin Feng parked the car in front of the entrance and went up to the second floor. As soon as he arrived at the internet cafe, he paused in surprise. There were 2 paper figures standing on either side of the entrance. Lin Feng wondered to himself, why did this guy put 2 paper figures here? Is he not in business anymore and doesn't want anyone to come online? Lin Feng was puzzled when he suddenly felt a sudden pulse in his left palm. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the dragon boss had already come to this internet cafe? Last time, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about him. Could it be that the dragon boss had been influenced by Zhong Xiang? Lin Feng did not dare to think further and went straight into the internet cafe. Entering the room, Lin Feng looked around but didn't find any issues. However, he was suddenly startled when he spotted someone he hadn't seen in a long time, Chi-Chi, sitting beside a machine and playing online. Chi-Chi waved at him, and Lin Feng walked over with a mixture of unease and curiosity. He had no idea that the devil's daughter was still in this city. He always thought she had changed her identity and moved far away. It was unexpectedly surprising to run into her again here. He sat down next to Chi-Chi and whispered, "Why are you here?" Chi-Chi stared at the screen, where a sobbing soap opera was playing. It turned out to be Jin Lao Da's Demigods and Semi-Devils, with Ma Jindao from Taiwan portraying an utterly pitiful Zhong Wuji. To Chi-Chi's surprise, she found herself thoroughly engrossed in it. She whispered, "Why can't I be here?" Lin Feng nearly fainted at the thought of it. If the people in this room knew that there was such a heartless woman sitting here watching TV dramas, most of them would probably run out, and those remaining Might be too scared to move. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "There's something off here. Did you notice the paper figures standing by the door?" Chi-Chi said in a voice that Lin Feng could hear. Of course I saw it. I naturally know there's something off here, otherwise. Do you think I'd be interested in watching Ma Jintao's version of the smiling, proud wanderer *? If I wanted to watch anything, it would be Li Yaping's version. Chi-Chi's words nearly sent Lin Feng into a faint. What on earth was going on? Chi-Chi continued, everyone in this room has some kind of problem. The ghostly energy in this internet cafe is being concealed. I think the only living person in this cafe right now is you. If it doesn't bother you, I can count myself as 1. 2. Lin Feng was startled and asked, "What? They are all zombies?" Chi-Chi nodded. Lin Feng looked at the internet cafe, which only had 10 people, him and the network administrator among them, and a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, the faintly sinister energy in his hand suddenly jumped, as if trying to break free from his grip and fly away. As he looked down at the people on the computers, their faces were twisted into strange grins, staring at him. Lin Feng mentally cursed, realizing that Zhong Xian had clearly been preparing for this all along. Chi-Chi glanced at Lin Feng and then took a quick look at his left hand, saying, "Still, the sensing was okay. But you should do less of this kind of thing in the future. It doesn't really benefit you." Lin Feng glanced at Chi-Chi, a hint of confusion in his eyes. By all accounts, as the daughter of a demon, Chi-Chi should have been more formidable than many ghosts or vengeful spirits. After all, she was a genuine demon. Yet, apart from her slightly paler complexion, there was no other sign of anything amiss. Moreover, she seemed friendly toward him, a human. Chi-Chi saw what Lin Feng was thinking and gave him a white eye, saying, "Stop daydreaming. This place is full of dangers. The person you encountered is a skilled opponent. Your little tricks might not work. Be careful." Lin Feng glanced at her gratefully but said nothing. He knew that saying something like "thank you" would be entirely redundant. At that moment, the entire internet cafe went dark, with only the screens of the hundreds of turned-on computers glowing a faint blue. Lin Feng was taken aback, but then realized it must be daytime. Why would they turn off the lights and end up in complete darkness? Looking around, he noticed that all the windows were covered with thick floor-to-ceiling curtains. The computer screen cast a pale glow on the faces of the few people who were surfing the web, and they slowly stood up expressionlessly. Chi-Chi leaned back in her chair and said, "Be careful." Lin Feng had not yet replied when he heard the sound of applause. A person emerged from somewhere, clapping while laughing loudly. With a faint bit of light, Lin Feng could see that it was indeed Long Boss who had spoken. "Friend," Long Boss said, "I admire you for actually being able to escape from Wang Peng's shabby house. But I admire even more the young lady beside you. How composed she is in such an environment. She must also be a very extraordinary person. It's such a privilege to meet two exceptionally talented individuals all at once." Sure enough, Dragon Boss had been assimilated by Zhong Xian. Li Feng glared at Zhong Xian with cold eyes, seething with anger as he watched Zhong Xian exult in his success. With a wave of his hand, Zhong Xian caused the few people standing there to slowly approach Lin Feng. With a smug expression, he said, "Mr. Lin, you have some time to consider. I've always wanted to find a partner with both courage and wit like yourself. How about it?" If we collaborate, financial gains and beauties are all at your disposal. Look how effortlessly I acquired this internet cafe. With nearly 400 computers. What do you think? How is your consideration coming along? Those expressionless figures moved slowly but inexorably closer to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng were to agree, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Despicable." Zhong Xiang laughed loudly and said, "Despicable. If I have this ability, why shouldn't I make good use of it? Don't others' lavish spending excite you? Don't you envy their free-spirited and glamorous lives? Surrounded by beautiful women. Life is short, only a few decades, and we should think more about ourselves." Lin Feng looked at Zhong Xiang's ugly face and wished he could give him 2 slaps. He said to Zhong Xiang, "Our perspectives are on different levels, we are simply 2 different kinds of people. Those with different ways of thinking cannot agree." With that, he adopted an expression of indifference, coldly staring at Zhong Xiang. Zhong Xiang's smile froze and his face changed as he said, "You've given me a chance but don't deserve it. Don't blame me for being ruthless, you won't be leaving this internet cafe today." With that, he pulled out a small object and blew into it. The sound it produced was harsh and grating, almost unbearable. The few soulless, mindless individuals under his control transformed into Zhong Xiang's soulless corpses. The moment they heard that sound, lunging straight at Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng wasn't as agile as Li Mingsheng, he was still relatively young and active. His movements were fairly nimble. He knew that fighting Zhong Xiang wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be simple for him to surrender without a struggle. So, he had been prepared for this long before. Lin Feng lowered his head and quickly rushed past several soul corpses, unbuttoned his coat, revealing the vest inside. There was a big gossip on the vest, and Lin Feng threw his coat to the ground. "Take out 7 talismans from your pants pocket and hold them in your hand," and rushed up without any depression. Several Hunshi immediately charged at Lin Feng, reaching out to grab him. However, the moment they touched him, they let out a strange squeal like an electric shock, and their arms sprang back as if scalded by the 8-trigram furnace. Zhong Xiang snorted coldly, muttering to himself about it being a mere trivial trick. He blew harder on the 3-inch-long flute in his mouth, causing its melody to quicken even more. The soul corpse immediately went wild with rage and lunged at Lin Feng. One of the soul corpses clamped down on Lin Feng's chest, though its hand was scorched by the 8-trigram incineration technique, producing pungent smoke and strange cries. It managed to rip a large chunk out of Lin Feng's back and left several bloodstains across his chest when it pulled back. Lin Feng was shocked and quickly applied the talisman to the soul corpse's hand. As soon as the talisman touched its body, the soul corpse immediately stopped moving, standing stiffly, without any reaction, no matter how hard Zhong Xiang urged it on. The remaining soul zombies continued to lunge at Lin Feng, who darted around the computer for cover. Under its protection, he affixed talismans to several of the soul zombies. Only after they had quieted down did he breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng glanced at Chichi and felt a hint of irritation in his heart. He thought about all the effort he had put into persuading Li Mingsheng not to hold her accountable, yet she remained resolute and unmoving. With a frown, Lin Feng looked at Chichi. Chichi understood exactly what he was thinking and shrugged, saying, "I think you can handle those lowly soul wraiths on your own, so there's no need for me to help." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Plus, if a grown man hasn't asked me to intervene, how can I step in and steal the spotlight from you? Lin Feng's eyes almost rolled back in his head as Chi-Chi chattered on. He thought to himself, are you kidding me? You have the nerve to tell jokes at a time like this. For a moment, he nearly let loose with some harsh words, but he managed to bite his tongue. After all, Chi-Chi's friendliness was rather high. She kept reminding him one thing after another as soon as he walked in. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a bit more at ease with the unfairness inside him. Zhong Xian clapped his hands a few times after Lin Feng effortlessly broke through his spirit corpse. Good job, not bad. You do have some genuine skills. Not bad at all. But your little tricks are just that, little tricks. They might work on those lowly scoundrels, but they won't fool me. Chi-Chi sat on the chair and clapped her hands like Zhong Xian, saying, good job, not bad at all. But I want to tell you that even if he has no real talent or skills, I would still help him in dangerous situations. Second, what do you think about his rushing up now? With it hit the person before the ghost approach. This translation aims to maintain the original meaning and tone while making it sound natural in English. Adjustments have been made for smoother flow and clarity where necessary. Lin Feng knew this was Chi-Chi's way of reminding him, and he told himself to go ahead without fear. She would definitely come to his aid in a crisis, so there was no need to be scared. It seemed that Chi-Chi had also realized that Lin Feng wasn't this person's match. Lin Feng clenched his fists and the sound of bones cracking echoed. He had some confidence in using violence, after all. He was a key small forward on the university basketball team, so his physical condition couldn't be criticized. Moreover, Zhong Xiang's sissy appearance made him seem like no match for a few punches from Lin Feng. With a ha-ha laugh, Lin Feng thought that dealing with the ghostly hard to catch was difficult enough, but handling a human opponent would be much simpler. As Zhong Xiang turned to face Lin Feng, the latter lunged forward like a tiger. In the darkness, all he could hear was the sound of flowing fabric as Lin Feng approached. Then, his chest was struck with a solid impact, sending him flying backward. It turned out that when Lin Feng had lunged, Zhong Xiang had used his left foot as a pivot, twisting his waist and delivering an accurate kick to Lin Feng's chest with his right foot. This tiger tail kick propelled Lin Feng backward, knocking over several chairs in the process. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physical condition was good, and with his tough skin, he merely grunted a couple of times as he stood up. He thought to himself, damn, is this really that exaggerated? This kid actually knows martial arts. Chi-Chi, standing by, stifled a giggle and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng covered his chest and glared at Chi-Chi, who immediately stopped smiling. Zhong Xiang slowly retracted his foot. Standing on one leg, he dusted off the pants before putting down his foot and said, think you can take on me? With your magic spells, you're no match for me. And in a fight, you definitely aren't my opponent. Why don't you call that pretty lady over to join you? Listening to Zhong Xiang's ridicule, although the light was dim, Lin Feng seemed to feel his contemptuous gaze and mocking expression. Lin Feng is not a fool either, so of course he won't just fight. When he was in college, he had practiced some sonda and still had an understanding of basic fighting skills. But when it comes to practical use, he and Zhong Xiang are 1,000 miles apart and are no match for him at all, let alone in such light. Just kick that if you can accurately say that you can play that. Lin Feng picked up a chair and charged at Zhong Xiang, hurling it with all his strength. Zhong Xiang delivered a swift, swallow dive kick, slamming one foot into the chair with a loud "ah," and then kicked Lin Feng in the chest. However, this kick lacked the power of the first, only causing Lin Feng to stumble backward a few steps. Zhong Xiao's first kick hit the chair, and if it had been a wooden one, he probably would have broken it with a single strike. However, when Lin Feng fell to the ground just now, he felt that the chair was made of steel pipes. So he decided to use the chair as an attack. Zhong Xiao's first kick hit the steel pipes on the chair, and in pain, he let out an "ah." His second kick naturally lacked force, which allowed Lin Feng to barely manage to hold his ground without falling. Zheng Xiang's natural reaction to foot pain was to clench his foot in agony, hopping around. How could Lin Feng let this opportunity slip away? Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the pain, the fact that Zheng Xiang was a large person made it easier to distinguish between severe and mild discomfort. Ignoring the deformed chair that Zheng Xiang had kicked, Lin Feng charged forward and delivered a side kick to Zheng Xiang's shin. With a thud, Zheng Xiang fell to the ground, lying there in obvious pain, groaning repeatedly. Lin Feng swore, "Fuck," and pressed down on Zhong Xiang. Jesus, just because you know some kung fu, you think you're invincible? Do you think you're Charles an Avenger? See which is harder, your foot or the pipe? This translation aims to capture both the vulgarity and the combative tone of the original Chinese dialogue in a natural and fluent manner. As he was speaking, he didn't expect that Zhong Xiang was lying on the ground with Lin Feng's head directly above his own. Zhong Xiang lifted his foot and kicked Lin Feng right in the head. Lin Feng's mind went blank as he landed on his bottom. Zhong Xiang jumped up, rolled over, and ran off, disappearing into the same office they had visited last time. Lin Feng swore under his breath, seeing Chi-Chi laughing so hard that her face was in a mess. He said irritably, "Laughing now? You're supposed to be helping." Chi-Chi said in all seriousness, "How could I intrude on your martial arts duel to compete for the title of Supreme Martial Artist? But if you don't hurry and chase after that guy, he might pull out a machete and cause you trouble." Lin Feng grunted and didn't say anything more, running towards the office. However, he was genuinely worried that Zhong Xiang might bring a machete to use against him. Lin Feng kicked open the office door with one foot and found it eerily quiet. It seemed that Zhong Xiang was not inside. After staring for a moment, Lin Feng thought carefully, there shouldn't be any other exits here. He then cautiously peered inside. Before his head fully entered, he immediately felt a liquid splashed over his head. Some of the liquid had even leaked into his mouth. It tasted slightly salty but mostly carried an unpleasant, fishy smell that nearly made him gag. Instantly recognizing what it was, Lin Feng realized it must be the blood of some animal. Lin Chichi's head spun as he considered rushing in. Suddenly, a streak of flame burst out of the house and vanished just as quickly. In the darkness, a gust of wind rushed toward him, unknown to what had caused it. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped back and exited the office. He darted outside in a few quick steps and grabbed a chair as he went. Chi-Chi still sat there, intrigued by him. Lin Feng was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. His eyes fixed anxiously on the office door. Suddenly, a dark shadow leapt out from within, moving with astonishing speed and swooping down towards him. Although Lin Feng didn't know what it was, he immediately fell to the ground, turned his chair upright, and rolled away. The shadow instantly enveloped the chair, wrapping itself tightly around it. The steel pipe chair emitted a series of twisted sounds as it was contorted. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in the palm of his left hand as he sensed the yin energy that Hei Feng had left behind suddenly slipped out of his grasp. A faint, blue-green light disappeared into the dark shadow. Lin Feng shouted in shock, "Hei Feng's skin!" In the darkness, Zhong Xiang's voice rang out, "Not bad. This is indeed the hide of Lotus Wind. This particular hide comes from an individual born on a yin year, yin month, and yin day. After my refinement, not only can it be used to deadly effect, but it will also summon ghosts and demons within a 10-kilometer radius within a minute of being activated, all of them attacking you simultaneously. See if you can escape." Lin Shui shouted, "Cowardly scum, if you have the courage, come out and let's fight." Zhong Xiang burst out laughing, his laughter harsh and unpleasant to the ear, like an owl's cry under the moon, terrifyingly mournful. "Think I'm a fool?" he said. "Why would I go through all this trouble to get rid of you when it could be done so easily? Besides, there's someone helping you over there. But don't worry, after you're gone, I'll take good care of that little beauty. Go in peace." When Zhong Xiang spoke these words, Lin Feng seemed as good as dead to him. However, he must have sensed that Chi-Chi was different and harbored some fear for her, otherwise he wouldn't have said such things. Sure enough, after Chi-Chi heard what Zhong Xiang said, she raised her delicate eyebrows and let out a cold snort. Zhong Xiang was mid-answer when the howls and screams suddenly echoed from all directions. Lin Feng inwardly cursed, thinking it was all over now. Although it was a new society, there wouldn't be many vengeful spirits or evil entities within 10 li around them, though even if just 2 or 3 came, he couldn't handle it. Even if this were considered the best course of action among the 36 stratagems, he wasn't sure he could guarantee his survival. Moreover, that damned human skin was a tricky opponent to deal with as well. Lin Feng took out all the talismans from his pocket and looked at Chi-Chi for help. Chi-Chi still sat there, staring at him impassively, with a smile on her face. Lin Feng inwardly cursed, "Great, just wanted to watch me make a fool of myself. Really has no heart." However, coming to think of it, Chi-Chi never had any feelings in the first place, so he couldn't blame her too much. Zha with Macron and Ji Xian emerged slowly from the darkness, and it was unclear where he had been hiding just moments before. He held a bell in his hand and began to shake it. The sound echoed through the empty internet cafe. The human skin that had enveloped and wrapped around the chair suddenly expanded, like a person standing upright, and sent Lin Feng into a cold sweat with its sudden appearance. Looking at the chair that was previously covered by the human skin, it now lay deformed and twisted, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Before the human skin could be rushed over, Lin Feng felt the cold wind blowing his body behind him. Lin Feng quickly turned around and a talisman in his hand flew out. Unexpectedly, it was not a group of evil ghosts who had already started to burn before they even flew. In front of them, a little sparks light up in the darkness and then went out. Worse still, the human skin followed Zhong Xiang's urgent bell sound and flew back towards him with a whoosh. Lin Feng immediately darted behind a row of machines and shouted, "Chi-Chi, are you really going to let me die?" Chi-Chi still sat there motionless, smiling at herself. Lin Feng walked around, flicking through his computer, while throwing the talismans at the lone ghost. As soon as a spirit touched the talisman, it exploded into a pool of blue light and vanished, as if it had never existed. However, the human skin wasn't affected by Lin Feng's talismans at all. When he stuck them on, they were completely useless. He shouted, "Chi-Chi, if you don't help me now, I'm going to curse." Chi-Chi still didn't move. Lin Chi's heart was filled with anger. He thought to himself, "I've already done enough for you. Now that I'm in trouble, you're just sitting back and watching." It turned out he had accidentally bumped into the chair and exclaimed, "You damn woman. Why should I have let you go in the first place?" Ouch. Seeing Chi-Chi still hadn't reacted, he continued to curse, "You son of a bitch, you're now jumping on the bandwagon and looking down from your limited perspective." Hearing Lin Feng's curses, Chi-Chi sat there and giggled, saying, "Keep cursing." Lin Feng was practically ready to explode with anger. What could be more infuriating than the fact that she wasn't upset by his own insults, leaving him feeling half dead from rage? He jumped around like a monkey, but she actually found it amusing. The human skin flew around his head, nearly ensnaring him several times. Lin Feng had no time to curse, he could only frantically dodge the attack. As he looked on helplessly, a dozen or so fierce ghosts surrounded him, and the deadly skin hanging in the air was about to cover him completely. With a sigh, Lin Feng thought, "Well then, it seems I'll have to give up my life here today." He closed his eyes, preparing for death, feeling the sharp ghostly claws reaching out for him and the foul stench filling his nostrils. Just as Lin Feng closed his eyes to wait for death, he suddenly felt a sudden tightening at the back of his neck and was forcefully pulled out. Opening his eyes, he saw Chi-Chi smiling at him. The group of ghosts once again lunged towards the two of them, but Chi-Chi let out a soft exclamation and rushed forward. In her hand, a blue glow emerged as she swung both arms, slicing one ghost in half where the light passed. The other ghosts scattered, clearly showing their fear and urgency to avoid the attack. Lin Feng exclaimed, "Just how long have we not seen each other, and you've almost turned into a devil's mother? You're really something." Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Hey," and said, "Today, you'll get to see just how powerful my Bluetoother really is." It turned out that during this period when Chi-Chi was alone, she gradually realized the extraordinary strength within her. She struggled to overcome her desire for blood, and as a result, she slowly gained deeper insights, eventually discovering many new things. No longer was she the same ignorant person from back then. These few moves were already quite sharp. The Bluetooth that Chi-Chi uses involves concentrating the in-spirit energy within her body, forcing it into her hands to form a sharp blade. It is exceptionally effective against malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts. Besides, those things are not even on the same level as her. How can they compare to this yin spirit? Lin Feng felt his heart expand with delight as he watched Chi-Chi block the demon and the skinless creature. Is that supposed to be Bluetooth? It looks more like a blue claw to me. He then provocatively turned to Zhong Xiang and said, "Hey, didn't you just want to do something to us? Come on, hurry up. I'm waiting." Zhong Xiang had already shaken the soul-capturing bell in his hand as frantically as he could, but the ghosts were extremely afraid of Chi-Chi's Bluetooth. Despite their reluctance, they managed to advance, only to be scattered and driven away. The remaining fierce ghosts, seeing that the situation was not favorable, immediately disregarded the sound of the soul-capturing bell and fled in panic, vanishing without a trace. Lin Feng, standing by, was left speechless for a while before he said, "Wow, I never knew these ghosts were skilled in military strategy too. They really made good use of the upper stratagem from the 36 stratagems." Zhong Xiang's forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. Chi-Chi's appearance was entirely outside his plans. Initially, when he saw Chi-Chi enter and start casting spells, there were indeed no signs of any living beings present. He had no idea that Chi-Chi was the daughter of a devil, and could not sense any life signs due to her lack of emotions. Even as he began engaging Lin Feng in combat, he never gave much thought to this seemingly delicate woman. It wasn't until later, when he noticed Chi-Chi remaining calm and unflustered, that he started to feel some concern. However, his confidence in himself was unwavering. It wasn't until he discovered that his painstakingly crafted yin corpse skin and a mind control bell had no effect on her that he realized she was far more powerful than Lin Feng by a considerable margin. At that moment, the yin corpse skin enveloped Chi-Chi instantly, and Zhong Xiang burst out laughing. However, his laughter stopped after just a few seconds. The yin corpse skin tightened the second it wrapped around Chi-Chi, but to everyone's surprise, Chi-Chi seemed to have no substance and emerged from the skin as if it were empty. This left Zhong Xiang staring in amazement, while Lin Feng was dancing with excitement. However, Chi-Chi couldn't do anything about the yin issue skin. The skin seemed to have been treated with something by Zhong Xiang, as it was unaffected by the Bluetooth emitted from Chi-Chi's fingertips. This greatly angered Chi-Chi. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry either. He could see that the leather person couldn't harm Chi-Chi, so he might as well enjoy the show. He was enjoying the show when, out of nowhere, Zhong Xiang suddenly darted forward and leaped to kick him in the face. Lin Feng hadn't expected Zhong Xiang to have any spare time for a sneak attack at that moment, and only managed to curse half-heartedly "your mother" before he was kicked to the ground. Zhong Xiang frantically shook the bell in his hand and pointed it at Lin Feng. The innie skin that was already grappling with Chi-Chi suddenly flew over to Lin Feng. It happened too quickly for Chi-Chi to save him. The skin tightly enveloped Lin Feng, covering his head and body like a cocoon. Chi-Chi watched as Lin Feng struggled frantically below, but his mouth and nose were covered by the leather, producing no sound at all. She hurriedly rushed over and delivered several Bluetooth grabs to the leather, receiving no response. Turning around, Chi-Chi tried to find Zhong Xiang but realized that he had already run away. Actually, when Lin Feng was watching earlier, Zhong Xiang had already started scheming against him. The method to refine yin corpse skin was intricate and peculiar, but once it was refined, not only could it seal a person's life, but it could also slowly absorb one's physical strength even without covering the person. At the time, Lin Feng did not pay much attention when he felt his energy waning. He thought it was just from expending too much effort during their earlier fight, and that resting would help him recover. He actually wasn't unwilling to go and give Zhong Xiang a good beating, but at that time, he simply didn't have any extra energy. Otherwise, if Chi-Chi had continued fighting the shade skin, how could Lin Feng have missed such an opportunity? That's when Zhong Xiang struck, delivering a flying kick just as his opponent was weakening. After Lin Feng was kicked down, he found that the yin corpse skin was pounced towards him. I really had no extra energy to dodge, so I had to raise my hands to protect my head. Yin Zisho wrapped him with his head and hands, and he pulled in and out. The more he pulled, Lin Feng thought to himself that he had finished playing. But he didn't expect that Zhong Xiang was so cunning, and he could be said to be a complete mistake. Chi-Chi stood by, desperately using yin spirit energy to form a Bluetooth knife to tear at the yin corpse skin, but it was completely ineffective. She grew so anxious that she kept hopping on one foot. Eventually, she resorted to grabbing the human skin with both hands and pulling outward, dragging Lin Feng several meters along with her in the process, but still failed to pull off the skin. As Lin Feng's struggles weakened, Chi-Chi could only fret uselessly, unable to do anything about it. Lin Feng's breathing became increasingly difficult, and he thought that this time, it seemed his fate was sealed. Images of Xiao Zhijia's sweet and adorable face flashed through his mind, causing him great pain. Suddenly, he felt the red line on his right palm burning hot like a red-hot iron rod, causing him agony in his palm. With his mind focused, his right hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling red light. The moment the red light passed over it, the en-AU skin enveloping him immediately released an unpleasant stench. Then, with a sizzling sound, it split open. The skin around him loosened further and eventually fell off to the ground. Lin Feng quickly swept his hand horizontally and vertically, slicing the human skin into several pieces. Wherever his red light brushed against the skin, green flames ignited. These flames slowly spread towards the center and ultimately reduced the skin to ashes, filling the air with a pungent smell of burnt flesh. Lin Feng stared blankly at the lifeless leather skin, then looked at the faint red glow emanating from his right hand. At this moment, without swinging it, the light was merely a dimly crimson hue, much less luminous than when he had moved it just now. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. He knew for sure that it must have been the red string in his hand that had helped him, but how a red string could transform his right hand into a long blade was beyond his comprehension. Chi-Chi, who was next to Lin Feng, couldn't help giggling and said, "Fool, that's why I've never helped you before. Now you finally understand, right?" Lin Feng looked at the long sword his hands had transformed into and then skeptically looked at Chi-Chi, asking, "Did you really figure out that I have this weird thing early on?" Chi-Chi nodded and said, "That's not a strange thing. It's a spirit body blade. It's much more powerful than my Yinling saber. This is a weapon formed by someone with a certain amount of Taoist power concentrating their entire life force within your body. Ghosts and evil spirits would retreat at the sight of this, and it's particularly effective against some sect spirit controlling and corpse driving spells. All the negative energy in your body is shielded by this spirit body blade, otherwise you wouldn't be alive now. However, since the blade has emerged, all the negative energy has been absorbed by the blade. In other words, your blade is a combination of spirit, body and yin qi, making it even more powerful than a plain spirit body blade." Lin Feng was momentarily stunned but eventually understood Chi-Chi's point. Chi-Chi said, "How about it? Give the sword a name. Don't treat it like an inanimate object, it has spirit. Naming it will allow you to call on it whenever you need it, making things much more convenient." Lin Feng said, "What if I'm silenced, won't he come out then?" Chi-Chi nearly fainted from laughter upon hearing Lin Feng's words. She laughed loudly and said, "How could little Jingjing fall for you, this block of wood? You're just as wooden in your heart." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Your knife is named Bluetooth. How about mine being called Chihuahua? What do you think of that?" Chi-Chi said, "It's up to you, but the name is really outdated." Lin Feng gave her a sidelong glance but said nothing. Then instructed his right hand loudly, "Return to Crimson Flame." The dark red blade instantly transformed into a crimson thread imprinted on the palm of his hand. Finding this amusing, Lin Feng called out again, "Come forth, Crimson Flame." Sure enough, his right hand changed back into a long, dark red sword. Chi-Chi shook her head and said, she acts just like a child. Lin Feng called a few times and found it really convenient. In the future, he wouldn't just be a half-hearted Special Investigation Unit agent with this magic item in hand. What was there left to fear? Lin Feng looked around the already messy internet cafe and then opened the curtains to call the Special Investigation Unit and inform them of the situation, asking them to send someone immediately. After hanging up, Lin Feng saw many small black spots darting around in the sunlight. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that it must be because he had been in the dark for too long and his vision was adjusting. Chi-Chi noticed Lin Feng rubbing his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng said, "Nothing much. Just keep seeing those swirling black energies." Chi-Chi said, "That is the blessing of dragging your spiritual sword. You can also see the yin energy, which means that you have the yin eyes and you can see things in the dark world." Lin Feng was taken aback and asked, "Am I this powerful now?" Chi-Chi said, "Your blade is constantly capturing and absorbing yin energy, storing it within the blade. This is how it gains its power, just as you need to breathe air to survive. Normally, even if you summon him out, not attacking him will keep your energy at a low level. Once you do attack, a large amount of energy will be released instantly, without wasting a single bit." Lin Feng stood there in disbelief for a while before saying, "Turns out he's much smarter than me." Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Of course. I should be going now, or else your Special Investigation Unit guys will have trouble on their hands again." Lin Feng suddenly had an idea and said, "Could you accompany me to a place? There are 2 vengeful spirits there that we need to rescue. Could you help out?" Chi-Chi widened her eyes and said, "Can your ghostly blade not save it? Do you have some other ulterior motive?" Lin Feng scratched his head and said sheepishly, "He. You figured it out. Let's go together, and I'll tell you all about it on the way. I believe it will be beneficial for you too." Chi-Chi looked at him doubtfully and said, "All right. I guess you won't pull off anything fancy." Lin Feng gave a bitter smile and said, "I wouldn't dare to pull any tricks in front of you. Let's go and rescue them first, they've had enough suffering." Lin Feng let Chi-Chi get into the car first and waited for Xiaoqian and the others to arrive before giving them some instructions. Then he got in the car with Chi-Chi and headed toward Wang Peng's house. Arriving at Wang Peng's house, Lin Feng didn't need to summon the ghost to easily spot He Feng tied to the wall and Wang Peng. Needless to say, Chi-Chi naturally saw them as well. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Chi-Chi used Bluetooth to scratch the soul-binding song on the wall into a mess. He Feng and Wang Peng were both eager for freedom, and they felt deeply moved when Lin Feng came to rescue them as instructed. However, they seemed somewhat afraid of Chi-Chi and the others. Perhaps because they all originated from the dark world, they could sense the distinct aura emanating from Chi-Chi, waves of menacing ghostly energy that made them shiver involuntarily. Lin Feng saw the 2 of them looking at Chi-Chi with suspicion and said with a smile, "She's here to help me save you. You can completely trust her, she won't hurt you." Horfeng listened with a mix of skepticism and gratitude, saying politely, "Thank you both. We are finally free." The joy on his face was evident. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fortunately, she helped out, otherwise, I might still be trapped here with you guys, suffering together." The Lotus Breeze bowed slightly and said, "Thank you. I won't say any more unnecessary words. There will be a chance for me to repay you." Lin Feng quickly shook his hand and said, "Don't say It's so seriously. Before Lin Feng finished speaking, He Feng's shadow slowly faded away, and he kept a bowing posture. Lin Feng was very happy. His adventure was finally not in vain. He also unexpectedly knew how to use the spiritual sword, which shows that good people will be rewarded. Lin Feng was lost in his happiness when Chi-Chi behind him said, "All right, Lin Feng, you can tell me your plan now. I don't have time to waste on you." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Actually, my plan was." He smiled at Chi-Chi and deliberately left the sentence hanging, as if playing a tease. Chi-Chi frowned and said, "You really aren't being honest with me. Should I tell Xiaojijija that she dumped you?" As she said this, her expression darkened. Ever since the incident last time, she hadn't made any friends. She lived alone, like a solitary ghost, which was quite lonely. However, despite her solitude, her strong personality had kept her going. Lin Feng could tell from Chi-Chi's expression what she was thinking, so he quickly said, "Actually, I wanted you to join our special reconnaissance unit. What do you think?" After saying this, Lin Feng looked at Chi-Chi with great anticipation. Chi-Chi stared at Lin Feng for a long time and said, "I'm not human. Can you accept me? Moreover, I was involved in that blood case." Lin Feng smiled and said, "None of that should be a problem. As long as you agree, I think the Special Criminal Investigation Unit would greatly benefit from someone with your superpowers." Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll go with you to check it out. But can you promise not to tell your boss about this without permission?" She still seemed somewhat worried. Lin Feng said, "Let me handle it. I don't think our boss is someone who easily changes his mind." The two returned to the Special Investigation Unit, Special Task Force, and everyone looked at Lin Feng with a girl following him, her face cold yet strikingly beautiful. They were all surprised. Initially, they had wanted to ask them about it, but seeing Chi-Chi's aloof attitude, they decided against it. Lin Feng knocked on the door and entered the office. Seeing that both Zhu Liang and Li Mingsheng were present, he smiled and greeted them, "You're all here." Li Mingsheng rushed over and grabbed Lin Feng, saying, "You brat. You went out on your own to take risks. Look at you, what a state you're in. And you didn't even call me, that's really not cool." Lin Feng said, don't rush. I have a super talent to recommend for Ju Chu." Lin Feng mentioned this and both of them became interested, wanting to see what kind of superhuman could earn Lin Feng's praise. Zhu Liang hurriedly said, "Then don't wait any longer. Call them in." Lin Feng pulled Chi-Chi in, and Li Mingsheng's expression changed dramatically the moment he saw her. Instinctively, his hand reached for the gun at his waist. Lin Feng hurried to reassure him, "Don't be nervous. Chi-Chi agreed to help me with my work. I think having her around will make it much easier to resolve many issues. She's a rare talent." Li Mingsheng removed his hand from his waist but still maintained a high level of alertness. After all, Chi-Chi's performance left him with an impression that was too profound to forget. On that rainy night, Chi-Chi was covered in blood and muttered that she was the daughter of a devil. She then leaped off the balcony, vanishing into the rain in a few bounds. All of this played vividly before his eyes until now, leaving him still shaken by the memory. Zhu Liang also knew about Chi-Chi's situation, as the Special Investigation Unit had specifically kept a record of all related documents since its establishment. After a moment's thought, Zhu Liang said, "I would also very much like to have Chi-Chi join our group. However, this matter cannot be decided by me alone. I still need to make an application to my superiors. Lin Feng said eagerly, so, how much of a chance do you think you have? Zhu Liang drummed his fingers on the table incessantly. For a moment, then said, our special investigation unit is not very old and we handle all sorts of extraordinary cases. I think if our superiors can accept these cases, they can certainly accept her as well. After all, she's a rare super talent. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng and Chi-Chi with a smile that was both genuine and hinting at something more. Lin Feng was overjoyed and knew that Zhu Liang had agreed. He quickly said to Chi-Chi, don't you dare forget to thank the leader. Zhu Liang waved his hand urgently and said, don't thank me just yet. We still don't have an official green light. We'll discuss it once the higher-ups approve it. But she can start working for us right now. Chi-Chi, despite her aloof demeanor in front of others, felt grateful that Zhu Liang was open-minded enough to let her join the team. These days, she had been facing the darkness and white walls alone every night, finding it difficult to find someone to talk to when she was feeling down. She really couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. Now, with so many colleagues around, she at least might be able to regain some sense of normalcy in her life. Chi-Chi bowed to Zhu Liang and said, thank you, Mr. Zhu. I will definitely try my utmost. Please don't tell any other colleagues about my situation. It might cause them unnecessary worry. Zhu Liang nodded and said, sure, I'll keep this a secret for you. Starting from now, you're a reserve detective with the Special Reconnaissance Unit. Once we get approval, you can become an official detective. Chi-Chi thanked him again. Zhu Liang asked Chi-Chi about her living arrangements in a distant place and, to avoid all the trouble of moving around, arranged a dormitory for her. Tears welled up in Chi-Chi's eyes with gratitude. Chi-Chi originally wanted to leave, but Zhu Liang asked her to stay and share their thoughts on Zhong Xiang's abnormal Taoist. After a discussion, they didn't reach any conclusion. Moreover, after Zhong Xiang left the internet cafe, he seemed to have completely vanished from the face of the earth, searching among his relatives and friends. Turned up nothing. Zhu Liang grew restless as he lit a cigarette. He knew all too well the devastating potential of someone like Zhong Xiang, who was adept in Taoism, but had strayed from the righteous path. This person alone had claimed the lives of over 10 people this time around, and the number undetected could be even greater. What terrified them most was that this individual possessed some inexplicable secret arts, such as the transformation spell, which was their biggest headache. Who knew if he might appear behind you at any moment without you realizing it? Just as several people were sharing their opinions, Zhong Hong, who had joined Lin Feng and others in attempting to summon the dead previously, knocked on the door and entered. Since she became involved with that incident, she had been pestering everyone to allow her to intern at the Special Investigation Unit, SIU. There was no way around it. Li Mingsheng couldn't refuse her request, so he transferred her over. Zhu Liang had assigned her to manage the archive room. Zhong Hong brought over all the files on Chi-Chi. Thankfully, those documents were classified and only approved agents could access them, otherwise, the Special Reconnaissance Unit, SRU, would have been in a frenzy by now. However, word of Chi-Chi joining the SRU spread quickly among the unmarried men, who were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to make a move for her. If they knew that Chi-Chi was the daughter of the devil, they probably would have been too scared to even look at her, let alone try to win her over, as they are now with their eyes glowing green with desire. The case involving Zhong Xian was put on hold due to a lack of leads. However, Chi-Chi stated that because of her unique constitution, she could always recognize Zhong Xian no matter how he altered his appearance. She claimed that his life force would give him away. Furthermore, Zhong Xian was known for his insatiable greed and love for fame, fortune, and money. Consequently, when he assimilated others, he would likely choose wealthy and influential individuals rather than ordinary people. Lin Feng was itching to beat Zhong Xian within an inch of his life for his sudden disappearance. Touching the still painful face, he wished with all his might that he could grab Zhong Xian right now and give him a good beating. With the case temporarily wrapped up, Lin Feng had been working non-stop for so long that he naturally wanted to go home and spend some quality time with Xiao Jijie. However, Chi-Chi also followed him today and insisted on seeing Xiao Jijie. Jijie opened the door for Lin Feng and, upon seeing Chi-Chi at the doorway, stood there in shock for a moment before tightly hugging Chi-Chi and sobbing, "I knew you were fine. I just knew you were fine." Chi-Chi was moved to tears and embraced Xiao Jijie. Lin Feng felt relieved seeing that Xiao Jijie did not hold any grudges over what had happened to Chi. True friendship among women is rare, he thought. He quickly ushered the two of them into the house and loudly proclaimed his hunger. Only then did Chi-Chi wipe away her tears and head to the kitchen. Chi-Chi followed closely behind, telling jokes and sharing stories about her recent life with Chi-Chi. That night, Chi-Chi stayed at Xiao Jijie's place, while Lin Feng was permitted to sleep on the sofa. After being woken up by Xiao Jijie the next day, Lin Feng had breakfast and went to the Special Investigation Unit (SIU) with Chi-Chi. He wasn't planning on going, but Chi-Chi insisted that he accompany her, saying there might have been new developments in Zhong Xian's case. She convinced him to go along to check it out, so he ended up going reluctantly. Indeed, as Chi-Chi predicted, as soon as Lin Feng and Chi-Chi arrived at Zhu Liang's office, he informed them that he had sent Zhong Xian's photo and files to other sister units in a neighboring city yesterday. This morning, they received word that someone had spotted him in a remote village. Lin Feng immediately requested to go and challenge this perverted Taoist. Zhu Liang agreed readily, but added the condition that Chi-Chi should accompany him. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He knew well enough that Chi-Chi's abilities were far superior to his own. As she was not human, he quickly agreed to Zhu Liang's deployment. After calling Xiao Jijie, Lin Feng got into the car with Chi-Chi to head for the village. The village is called Yirenjuan. There is no such village on the map, perhaps because it is too small. Moreover, there is no direct car, only cars passing by, and it is more than 10 miles of mountain road. After getting off the car, so Lin Feng and the others went in and got in the car and got out of the car at noon. They would definitely be able to get there before dark at night. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng's thoughts were turbulent. He wanted to fly to the Yirenjuan and immediately saw Zhong Xian. Yesterday in the internet cafe, I was hit hard by him and I was almost suffocated to death by the ghostly, skinny refined. How could he not hate him? The car stopped at the edge of a small town, dropping off the two individuals. They looked around to their left and right but had no idea that this was actually the direction towards Righteous People's Village. Lin Feng asked an elderly man, "Uncle, do you know how to get to Righteous People's Village?" The old man sized him up from head to toe and asked, "Where are you going?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Oh, on official business." The old man nodded and said, "Just follow the small Path to the west. Keep going until you reach the end. There are no inns in the village, so it's better for you to head back to town before dark tomorrow morning. Lin Feng said, "Thank you, sir. We understand." The old man glanced at the two of them twice, as if about to say something, but ultimately decided against it and walked away. Lin Feng and Chichi immediately headed towards the small path to the west. They wished they could get to Iran Yard as soon as possible, leaving it to be decided later where they would stay for the night. After walking for over 2 hours, the sky began to grow dark. Lin Feng, in good physical condition, didn't feel particularly tired, and Chi-Chi was even more carefree, showing no signs of lagging behind Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng checked his watch and said, "It's been 2 hours already. They should have covered more than 10 miles by now. Why haven't we seen the righteous people's village yet?" Chi-Chi looked off into the distance and said, "Almost there. Just a little while longer, and we'll arrive." Lin Feng knew that his vision surpassed most people's, so he was probably already seeing something in the distance. He didn't say anything more and continued walking forward. As the sky grew dim, Lin Feng finally caught sight of a village with scattered, sparsely populated houses in the distance. Lin Feng was overjoyed and quickened his steps toward the village. By the time he reached the large tree at the entrance, it was completely dark. The tree loomed like a monstrous creature in the darkness, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Walking into the village, it was pitch black, with only a few dim lights flickering weakly in some courtyards, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Feng knocked gently on the door of a yard near the roadside. To his surprise, the door opened immediately. Seeing weak light emanating from inside the house, he called out, "Is anyone in there?" The house was silent, with no one responding. Lin Feng called out a few more times but still received no answer. He then shut the courtyard door and said to Chi-Chi, "What kind of village is this? Everything feels so eerie." Chi-Chi glanced around cautiously and said, "We have to be extra careful. There's something odd about this village. Not a single dog barks the whole time we're here, don't you find that strange?" Lin Feng listened carefully and sure enough, not a single dog bark or pig snort could be heard in the entire village. Furrowed his brow, Lin Feng said, "Let's go check out the front of the village." The two of them strolled from the village entrance to the end, yet they didn't encounter a single person. Though some houses had lights on, there was no sound at all. Lin Feng checked his phone and said, "It's not even 10 o'clock, why are everyone in bed already?" Upon a closer look at the signal on his phone, he found that it showed 0 bars. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. This village was too strange and eerie. Despite its size, it felt like an empty place. The two of them wandered around the village and eventually stumbled upon a small inn in one corner. The light at the entrance was dim, and the interior was pitch black and hard to make out. Lin Feng muttered, "Didn't that old guy say there were no inns here? How did this one end up appearing?" The two entered the inn, where they saw an old man dozing behind the registration desk. Lin Feng tapped on the table loudly and said, "Sir." The old man started awake with a start and looked up and down at the two of them. "Accommodation for guests." Lin Feng thought to himself that this was pretty much stating the obvious, so he said, "Yes, 2 clean, standard single rooms." The old man nodded and handed 2 keys to them, saying, "A deposit of 200 yuan each for rooms 10 and 11. Lin Feng took the keys and said, "Sir, I was wondering why everyone in this village goes to sleep so early. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. The old man suddenly sat up straight, his tone sinister. As he said, don't ask what doesn't concern you. If you keep asking, get out and don't bother staying here. Lin Feng was startled and muttered, what's wrong with you? If I don't say it, why do you have to pry into it? Chi-Chi gently tugged on Lin Feng, signaling him not to rush. They turned around and looked for their own room. Fortunately, there was only one row of houses and a single corridor, making it easy for them to find their room. Chi-Chi didn't go into her own room but entered Lin Feng's first and said, this inn is pretty strange. 2. That old man doesn't seem like he's a normal person. Lin Feng said, but I should be able to see a ghost with stronger energy now, right? Plus, your sensitivity to these things is much stronger than mine. You should be able to tell if it's a person or a ghost in an instant. Chi-Chi shook her head and said, this is the strange part. Logically, I should be able to easily distinguish them, but they might not necessarily be ghosts. Lin Feng was startled and said, if they are not ghosts, then what are they? Chi-Chi said, I have no idea. There seems to be some strange energy in the village that I can sense. It's incredibly strong, and I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Lin Feng sucked in a cold breath and said, if I can't even handle you, an undead that won't die, then I'm going to bury over 100 pounds of flesh here. This time. Chi-Chi glared at him and said, can't you just avoid it if you can't fight? Why provoke him in the first place? Just go find Zhong Xiang tomorrow morning and leave as soon as possible. Lin Feng scratched his head and said, the issue is that Zhong Xiang must have come here for a reason. Plus, he might have come specifically because of the energy you sensed. Chi-Chi tilted her head and said, that's also possible. Lin Feng asked, do you know what that energy is? Chi-Chi said with seriousness, it's yin energy, a massive yin energy enveloping the entire village. Lin Feng was sorting through the backpack in his hands. Hearing this, he almost dropped it, exclaiming, what? Such a heavy negative energy presence. Does that mean everyone in this village is dead? Chi-Chi shook her head and said, I don't know. But I don't think the old man is dead. Although the village has a heavy aura of yin energy, there's no sense of death here. Lin Feng said, ordinary people would fall ill after coming into contact with yin energy for just a little while. With yin energy strong enough to cover an entire village, wouldn't everyone be dead already? Chi-Chi said angrily, then I know so much. There are people like me who are not dead even if I have been pierced, and of course there are people who are not afraid of the invasion of yin qi. Lin Feng was so speechless that he almost flipped his lid when Chi-Chi said, it's a bit odd that no one in the village is afraid of ghostly energy. Even the strong elders and children can't handle it. They were talking when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lin Feng jumped and said, who is it? Only to hear an old voice say, guest, if you have nothing else, go to sleep early. Don't talk anymore, it might disturb other guests trying to rest. Lin Feng whispered, how could there be anyone else staying at a hotel in this damn place? Hell, that's as likely as a night in 1,000 years. But he still shouted loudly, got it. Time for sleep now. Chi-Chi said, remember to put the talisman on the door. It might help protect us in case anything happens tonight. I'll go to sleep now. She got up, picked up her bag, and went next door. After Chi-Chi left, Lin Feng organized the bed while thinking, this old man isn't an easy character either. He moved like a ghost, it was so quiet at night that he didn't make a sound as he got to the door. He pulled out a talisman from his bag and stuck it behind the door. Only then did he lie down on the bed, lost in thought. As his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, he eventually fell asleep without realizing when. The old man at the reception desk in front of the hotel wasn't dozing anymore, instead keeping his dull eyes fixed on the door. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew from outside and made the registration forms he had placed on the counter rustle noisily. The old man looked at the faint figure with a smile, then continued to doze off behind his registration desk. By mid-afternoon, Lin Feng was already exhausted from walking around and exploring the village for a whole day. His usually keen senses didn't detect the strong evil presence that had arrived at his room until he was fast asleep, still breathing deeply and soundly. Lin Feng rolled over in bed, the faint wickedness seeping through the crack by the door made him feel a bit chilly in his sleep, causing him to pull the blanket tighter around himself. Suddenly, the talisman on the door burst into a loud flame with a whoosh. Whatever was lingering outside seemed taken aback that there were defenses inside. After getting injured due to its carelessness, it let out an unpleasant growl before falling silent. Lin Feng sat up suddenly, as if he had heard the shout. Looking at the door, only a corner of the talisman was left after it had been burned. Sure enough, something strange was going on with this place, Lin Feng thought to himself. He glanced over to see Chichi peeking out and said, "Are you okay? Something just tried to attack us." Lin Feng shook his head and said it was fine, while Chichi replied, "Be careful and go to sleep quickly." Lin Feng pulled the door shut and affixed a talisman to it. However, he could not fall asleep despite lying in bed. As dawn approached, the sky began to lighten with a pale grey hue. At around 6 a.m., Lin Feng checked his phone, still no signal. After what felt like an eternity, the sun finally rose and Lin Feng waited for Chichi to finish getting ready before they went together to the registration desk. The young man behind him had already changed, and Lin Feng asked, "Where's the gentleman from last night?" The young guy looked puzzled and asked, "What, sir?" Lin Feng said, "The kind elderly gentleman who registered us yesterday evening." The young man was surprised and said, "We've never had an old gentleman around here. Yesterday evening, it was a lady who was here." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he asked, "So who checked us in last night?" The young man flipped through the registration form and said, "Is it Lin Feng?" Lin Feng said, "Yes." The young man said, "It must be that girl. Her name is on this list. She hasn't left yet, I'll go ask her for you." As they were talking, a young girl appeared from behind and asked, "What's going on?" The young man pointed at Lin Feng and Chichi and asked, "Were you the ones who checked these two in last night?" After scrutinizing the two for a moment, the girl shook her head and said, "No, they are not." The young man lowered his head in thought and said, "Who could it be?" The girl said, "Anyway, it wasn't me. There was nobody around last night, so I locked up early and went to sleep." Lin Feng and Chichi exchanged glances, thinking they would set this question aside for now. Then Lin Feng continued by saying, "Last night when we came here, it seemed like everyone in your village had taken a nap or something. We knocked on several doors but nobody answered. It's really strange." The girl had been offering incense to the Taoist immortal Laozi when she heard this, and her hand trembled, dropping the incense on the ground. She stammered, "What time did you arrive?" Lin Feng said, "I got there around 9 o'clock, and there wasn't a single person from the beginning to the end of the village." The young guy looked terrified and asked, "Did anything happen to you guys?" Lin Feng said, "What did I run into?" The strangest thing is that there's not a single person in this village. It really doesn't make sense. Everyone must have gone to bed much earlier. The girl said, no matter what brings you here, I hope you'll be back by 9 p.m. Lin Feng said curiously, why? The girl shook her head without saying anything. As long as I'm back before 9, that's fine. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi decided to leave the hotel after thanking the two people, as they couldn't get any useful information by asking them. Outside, the gloom of yesterday evening has been swept away by the sunlight. The red walls and green tiles radiate an energetic vitality everywhere. People on the streets are smiling from the heart, greeting their loved ones and friends. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard they thought about it. The place was lifeless last night, but this morning it was brimming with vitality. The contrast between the two couldn't be any greater. The crowd around them paid no mind to the two strangers, with few glancing their way. Lin Feng watched the bustling and kind people and always sensed something peculiar in their bright smiles. Suddenly, a woman behind Lin Feng said, "Oh my sister Wang. I heard your son passed away yesterday." Ha ha ha. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi turned around to see a woman in her 40s talking to another woman of the same age. Her face was radiant with joy when she mentioned, "Your son has died." Lin Feng looked at the woman in surprise. He thought she was definitely one of those people who couldn't keep their troubles to themselves when everyone else's son had died. She was smiling so happily that he suspected the woman known as Sister Wang would soon come rushing over to give her a good slap for her impertinence. Lin Feng quickly pulled Chi-Chi to the side, fearing that the battle about to begin might endanger them. That Wang sister's performance almost left the two gasping for air. She laughed and said, "Yes, finally dead, ha ha." Her expression was filled with joy as if she had won a 5 million yuan lottery instead of her son passing away. There was a gentle breeze of happiness all over her face. The woman hurriedly replied, "Congratulations." "Congratulations." Wang's sister said, "Ha ha, so what? Your son is probably close too." Lin Feng and Chi-Chi were left speechless. They couldn't tell if the two women were being sarcastic. Usually, when a family loses their son, they would wail and mourn to the point of exhaustion. Yet here, these women were actually offering congratulations. And their genuine smiles sent a chill down both their spines. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi stared at each other in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Just as Lin Feng was about to approach and ask, Chi-Chi grabbed his arm and shook her head softly. Despite his intense curiosity, Lin Feng restrained himself from asking and thought it would be better to inquire with the two men at the inn when they returned home that night. There was something strange about this village, leaving them with more questions than answers. Lin Feng took out Zhong Xiang's photo and showed it to Aunt Wang, saying, "Aunt, have you seen this person before?" Ms. Wang scanned the photo and her expression turned blank. "Never seen it before." Lin Feng put away the photo puzzledly, only to find that everyone around was looking at the two of them with extremely strange and off-putting gazes. There was a sense of guardedness, coldness, and even hostility in their eyes, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Lin Feng said awkwardly, "Thanks. Sorry to disturb you." Wang Ji didn't respond and turned to chat with the woman instead. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi had no choice but to hold on to the photo and ask others for help. As they turned around, all these people gathered around Wang Ji, congratulating her one after another. This made Lin Feng and Chi-Chi shake their heads in bewilderment. They thought it might be a local custom of some kind. However, this custom was rather peculiar, and the smiles on everyone's faces seemed genuinely heartfelt, which left them utterly puzzled. Lin Feng showed the photo to a few more people, but they all shook their heads, saying they had never seen it. The hostile looks in their eyes were particularly noticeable. This made Lin Feng too afraid to ask any more. Moreover, they discovered that the people in this village were quite xenophobic when selling things. To locals, prices were normal, but when selling to outsiders, prices were outrageously high. Lin Feng glared at the increasingly bright sun and cursed under his breath, "What a hellhole! Who the heck cares about us here?" Indeed, they were thoroughly frustrated with their current situation. After consulting with each other, they decided to go back to the hostel and ask the young man there. Back at the guest house, the young man was bent over a book, looking up as the two returned and greeted them with a friendly smile. Lin Feng let out a breath of relief. Perhaps this young man was the only somewhat normal person in the village. Lin Feng took out the photo and asked, "Have you seen this person before?" The young man took the photo and looked at it closely. "I've seen this before. It even stayed overnight with me." Lin Feng heard this and exclaimed, "Do you know where he went?" The young man shook his head and said, "I don't know. He didn't come to check out the next morning. When I went to the house, everything he had taken with him was gone. It looks like he left in the middle of the night without even returning his deposit." Lin Feng said with a "oh" sound, "Thank you." He frowned as he thought, Shi Young must have had some urgent matter, that's why he left in such a hurry. The young man put down his book and asked, "What do you guys do? And what does this person do?" Chi-Chi smiled and said, "We are police officers, and that guy is a fugitive." The young man uttered an "oh" and said with an enlightened expression, "So, he probably won't make it either." Lin Feng exclaimed, "What?" The young man said dejectedly, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Lin Feng realized that the young man must know something. So he probed further, "Bro, can you tell us what you know? Help us out, okay? We promise we won't say anything to anyone." The young man looked at Lin Feng and then at Chi-Chi, hesitating for a while before making up his mind. Chi-Chi gave him a charming smile and said, "Go ahead and say what's on your mind. We won't give you any trouble." The young man let out a sigh and said, "All right. You don't seem like bad guys. But you must keep this secret for me and don't let anyone in the village know it was me who told on it." Lin Feng and Chi-Chi nodded hastily. The young man said, "I'm not entirely sure about the details, but the people in this village would gather at some place outside the village after 9 o'clock. I used to consider going to check it out when my father was still alive, but he refused to let me go no matter how much I begged." Lin Feng asked, "So why aren't you going to attend in the evening?" The young man shook his head and said, "My sister and I returned after studying outside. They treat us as outsiders and no one has ever tried to socialize with us." Lin Feng nodded. The young man continued, "I once saw them leave the village at around 9 p.m. one night. Everyone in the village walked out toward the outskirts with expressions that were quite terrifying, almost zombie-like, their eyes staring straight ahead as if controlled by something." Lin Feng glanced at Chi-Chi and recalled what she had said the previous night about a very ominous aura in this village. He thought it was probably due to this aura. Then he asked, "So why aren't you affected by it?" The young man tilted his head and said, "In that case, I wouldn't know. But there used to be a wandering Taoist who came here. He said that the only ones who would survive in this village in the future would be me and my sister. Lin Feng then recounted the strange incident he witnessed on the street with Chi-Chi, asking, is it a local custom to offer condolences collectively when someone in the family passes away? The young man shook his head and said, what I can't stand is exactly this. When my father died, the whole village came to congratulate us as if we had hit the lottery. On that occasion, I was so furious that I chased them all away. I think it was around then that they started treating me and my sister like outsiders. Lin Feng shook his head. How could things have turned out this way? It seemed like everyone in the village had been possessed. But they didn't appear to have any issues during the day. Yet, everything was going against common sense. Chi-Chi said to the young man, thank you for your attention. The young man said, nothing much, just don't tell the villagers it was me who said it. Lin Feng said, that won't be necessary. You've been kind enough to help us and we don't want to cause you any trouble. And with that, the two of them went back to their room. In the room, Chi-Chi suggested, how about we sneak around tonight and see what weird stuff is hidden here? She then grinned mischievously. Lin Feng said, of course we can do that. What else could we do? For God's sake, to this day, I still doubt whether this village actually exists in the world or not. Chi-Chi said, stop overthinking it. The best way to get ready for tonight's surveillance is to get a good rest now. With that, she flicked her hair and walked out of the room, heading back to her own quarters. Lin Feng lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He was definitely not going to sleep at this moment. His mind was a mess, filled with all sorts of questions. Looking out the window at the scorching sun, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. It was already well into September, yet the weather was still so hot. Everything that had happened since he arrived in this village had given him a headache, and it was understandable that his mood was terrible. Lin Feng lay in bed all afternoon, unable to sleep. Around 7 o'clock, he went out to buy some food and returned. When he delivered it to Chi-Chi, she opened the door with half-closed eyes, clearly having napped for the entire afternoon. Lin Feng really admired Chi-Chi, she could fall asleep whenever she wanted. Back in his room, Lin Feng kept eating while continuously looking out the window at the fading daylight. As dusk slowly settled in, he couldn't help feeling a growing sense of nervousness, unsure what kind of situation he would have to face soon. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally dark. Chi-Chi had everything ready and made her way to Lin Feng's room. They turned off the lights and looked outside through the gaps in the curtains. The street was empty, everyone seemed to have gone back home. The visibility outside was still quite good, allowing them to see clearly what was around them. After staring at each other for a while, they suddenly heard 3 long, resonant sounds from outside, ding ding ding. The sound was deep and far-reaching, as if a large gong had been struck. Lin Feng checked his phone, and the time displayed was 9:05. Near the inn, several courtyard doors were open, emitting sounds that grated on the teeth. The people who emerged from within moved silently, stirring no dust on the dirt road and making not a sound, as if they were ghosts. As those people walked away at a leisurely pace, barely visible as small black dots in the distance, the two quickly pushed open the window and followed them out. The two of them moved swiftly and soon caught up to the group ahead. More people kept joining from behind, causing the number to swell. As they approached the village exit, no one else joined the group, suggesting that everyone who wanted to had already done so. Lin Feng estimated there were nearly 200 people in the group. Though he couldn't see their expressions, he could tell from their stolid, steady pace that all of them were walking at a calm and unhurried rhythm. The two followed the group out of the village. After walking about 2 li, they passed through a dense forest and stopped at the entrance to a cave. Lin Feng and Chi hid in the forest, peering outside. As Lin Feng watched the entrance, he felt something odd about it. It seemed to possess a life of its own, exuding an unusual rhythm that was orderly and rhythmic, much like a heartbeat. The clouds of white vapor spewing from the depths of the entrance had a foul odor, filling the air with a stench reminiscent of countless rotting corpses, making one's stomach turn. Chi whispered to Lin Feng, "There's something strange about this hole." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I see, it seems to be a living being." Chi then said, "Look, everyone is standing there, motionless. Let's go around and take a look." She pointed to the right side of the forest, from where their position just allowed them to see the expressions on those people's faces. The two of them quietly sidled around to the right side of the forest. Although the distance wasn't too great, with the sky now completely dark, Lin Feng couldn't make out the expressions on their faces. But the sight of more than 200 people standing motionless in the darkness was undeniably eerie. Chi said softly, "They are all with their eyes closed, their expressions so immersed and delighted as if they are seeing some vivid and joyous visions." Lin Feng was not surprised. Chi's eyes were sharper than those of most people. Chi pulled Lin Feng and said, "Let's go take a look." Lin Feng said, "Are they really okay? Won't they suddenly wake up?" Chi shook her head and said, "No, they must have been cursed by some strange spell, and it's a deep one at that. External disturbances can't easily affect them." Just as the two of them were about to leave, a person emerged from the crowd. They quickly stopped in their tracks and hid behind a tree to observe the newcomer. The man walked with blank, lifeless eyes, taking slow steps toward the cave. As he approached the entrance, he was suddenly enveloped by a cloud of white mist. "Deadly energy," Lin Feng said to Chi. He saw that the body inside the white vapor was wrapped in layer upon layer of deadly energy. Chi nodded and replied, "Yes, but it seems that the others don't have any." Lin Feng looked at the other people standing silently around him and couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, Chi next to him let out a low gasp. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Chi pointed at the crowd and said, "They weren't there just a moment ago. How did they suddenly appear now?" Lin Feng said, "What?" Chi said, "Deadly energy. Just now they didn't have any deadly energy, but suddenly everyone has it. It's really strange. Could it be that all of them are going to die?" Lin Feng carefully observed the crowd, and sure enough, an oppressive aura of death permeated it. Even he could see it clearly. Lin Feng whispered, "What should we do?" He had not finished speaking when Chi signaled for him to look at the entrance of the cave. The man standing there was showing a painful expression, as if he was desperately struggling but unable to break free. Then he leaped in all at once, and a mournful cry from a man echoed inside the cave. It seemed that he had woken up, but it was too late. As the man's voice grew fainter, it was clear that the cave entrance was deep. They didn't hear any sound of someone landing. Chi tugged Lin Feng towards the entrance stealthily. As they passed by the first few people, Lin Feng noticed that their expressions were exceptionally happier than before. However, the lingering death energy around them was becoming thicker and thicker, to the point where there seemed to be no saving them. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. How could he help them when he didn't even know how? Chi-Chi pulled Lin Feng towards the deep entrance, and the stench inside nearly made him black out. Despite feeling like vomiting, Lin Feng forced himself to look inside. The deepest part seemed to emit a faint red glow, though he wasn't sure if it was just an optical illusion. He softly asked Chi-Chi, "Do you see anything there?" Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Yes, it is glowing. But I can't make out exactly what is causing the glow." Lin Feng looked at the entrance of the cave. It wasn't particularly large, but it was very steep. However, as long as he was careful, he could manage to slide down. He just needed to use his hands and feet to support both sides. Lin Feng said to Chi-Chi, "I'll go down and take a look." Chi-Chi said flatly, "No, I don't know what's inside. The white air spurted out from this hole is full of resentment. It's not that simple. If there is any rashness, what should Xiao Jijia do?" Lin Feng scratched his head and said, "What should we do then?" Chi-Chi was about to speak when the white mist inside the cave suddenly thickened, wrapping around them without dissipating, as if it had a life of its own. Lin Feng immediately felt a constriction in his chest and hastily held his breath. Chi-Chi's constitution was different from most people, so she naturally didn't need to be as tense as Lin Feng, but the intense stench was still unbearable, even for her. The person who had been breathing calmly behind suddenly became agitated. Chi-Chi, with her exceptional senses, was the first to notice this and quickly turned around to look back. She saw that everyone behind had expressions of struggle on their faces. Chi-Chi immediately pulled Lin Feng back into the forest, where they crouched behind a tree, motionless. The white mist did not follow them, instead, it wound around the people from left to right before disappearing. Meanwhile, those outside the cave slowly calmed down, and once again wore expressions of rapturous delight. In the dead of night, their smiling faces gave off an eerie feeling. Chi-Chi whispered to Lin Feng, "Those wisps of white vapor might be what control those people's minds. Just now, they tried to control us, but you reacted faster and held your breath, so you weren't affected at all. As a result, because they wanted to deal with us, their control over those people weakened, which is why they almost woke up and didn't chase after us. I think there must be something in that hole, and they knew we were coming." Lin Feng nodded in agreement with Chi-Chi and whispered, "What should we do about it?" Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, "Let's go back to the hotel first." Lin Feng nodded. By now, if he tried to explore that cave, he might inadvertently draw out whatever was inside and could potentially endanger the lives of the entire village. The two of them slipped out of the forest quietly and retraced their steps back. The entire journey was eerily silent, with not a single sound to be heard. They now understood why the village was so quiet at night. Everyone had gathered at the cave entrance. Looking back at the mountain beyond the trees, it appeared like a coiled snake under the moonlight. Lin Feng felt something intangible, but couldn't grasp even a hint of it. He shook his head and still couldn't pin down that vague feeling. Deciding to give up for now, he quickened his pace toward the inn. Upon arriving at the inn, the two of them ran to look under the window, only to find that it was already shut. With no other choice, they had to enter through the front door. By the door sat the girl, who instantly stood up when she saw them enter. "You're finally back. Are you okay?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "What's the matter with that?" The girl asked in surprise, "Didn't my brother tell you not to go out after 9 p.m.? Lin Feng smiled sheepishly and said, "We were told Not to, but our curiosity got the better of us, so we still went around to take a look. The girls meant no harm when they said, "It's good that nothing happened." Lin Feng asked, "Why are you so nervous?" The girl said, "To be honest, my brother and I were curious and wanted to see what happened in the village at night, but as soon as we went out, we couldn't find the way. The road in the village seemed to be broken up by someone, and we couldn't come back if we turned around. Moreover, no door was opened in any of the village, which scared us. We had to sleep on the street all night, but when we woke up the next day, we found that we were sleeping in the woods outside the village. Are you scared?" Later, my brother went out several times and it was the same every time, so my brother didn't dare to go there. After 9 o'clock in the evening, we would never go out. Otherwise, we might not be able to come back. Lin Feng nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then why didn't you move out of this village?" The girl sighed and said, "We thought about it too. But our father wouldn't let us continue schooling after junior high. Without any skills, we couldn't survive outside. So we have to stick around and run this small store, saving up enough money to do some small business elsewhere. Besides, Dad has only been gone for 2.5 years, and we can't leave until we've waited 3 full years. This place is too creepy. It's not just the location that's scary, people go missing all the time without any trace. I'm genuinely afraid it might be our turn someday." Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had indeed seen very few young people in this village. It was mostly middle-aged and elderly folks along with children. He tentatively asked, "Do you know how they disappeared?" The girl shook her head and said, "I don't know. But every evening when that gong sounds, I get particularly scared, and as soon as I'm scared, I feel extremely sleepy. I often fall asleep right here without realizing it. Moreover, even though I'm lying down here, I always wake up on the small bed inside." Lin Feng said strangely, "Then why not let your brother stay here at night too?" The girl lowered her voice and said softly, "Every night when my big brother sleeps here, he always ends up falling asleep unintentionally. But upon waking, he's sore all over and covered in wounds. On a few occasions, his arms were even broken. I just change positions when I sleep, so it's not a big deal." Lin Feng nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Are you afraid of that?" The girl lowered her head and said, "Of course we're scared. Haven't you seen that we've all offered our respects to the primordial ancestor? We hope he'll protect us." Lin Feng smiled and said, "That might not work. Stick this on the door instead." He then took out 2 talismans from his bag and said, "Put one on each side of the door, it might help." The girl took the talisman and looked at it, saying, "Is it really true?" Lin Feng said, "I can't guarantee it with 100% certainty." The girl said, "Thank you," and put the 2 talismans away. Lin Feng said, "By the way, would it be okay if this big sister stays with you tonight?" The girl glanced at Chichi and saw that she looked timid and fragile, like a city-dwelling miss. She shook her head and said, "Forget it, it might scare her." Chichi didn't wait for Lin Feng to speak, and said with a grin, "Don't worry, little sister. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Ghosts should be scared of me." The girl looked at Chichi, who was speaking seriously, but still didn't believe her. After Chichi made 3 requests, the girl reluctantly agreed to let Chichi be her companion. After chatting for a few more minutes, Lin Feng took his leave and went back to his room. Only Chi-Chi and the girl remained at the registration desk, continuing their conversation. Lin Feng slept very soundly as his busy work schedule had left him without such restful sleep for quite some time. Given that Chi-Chi was watching over the door today, he doubted anything would disrupt his slumber. So, not long after lying down, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired and needed to rest properly. Chi-Chi was still chatting with the girl at the door. When two women are together, there's always something to talk about. They chatted about clothes, food, dramas, and even trivialities like their grandmothers enjoying themselves thoroughly in the conversation. Looking at the time past midnight, the girl said, "Strange things, something's different today. I'm not feeling sleepy at all. Normally, I'd be fast asleep by 10 o'clock. Chi-Chi smiled and didn't answer her, instead saying, "Little sister, could you stretch out your hand so I can take a look?" The girl asked, "Can you read palms?" As she said this, she extended her left hand. That small, delicate hand was pale and soft to the touch. But when Chi-Chi held it, it felt surprisingly cold. Chi-Chi carefully examined the girl's small hand and, intentionally or unintentionally, tightened his grip on her wrist. "What do you see? Did you notice anything?" the girl asked. Chi-Chi let go of her hand and said, "What are you talking about? I didn't say anything about reading palms." The girl pouted and said, "You're lying to me." Chi-Chi said, "Ha, you're the one who said I would read it. But I never said I would." The girl lowered her head and thought for a moment, then said as if it were the case. Just as she was about to say something, a sudden chill breeze entered from the door. She tightened her clothes and said, "Oh, how did it suddenly get cold?" Chi-Chi glanced and sneered, saying, "You dare to play tricks in front of me, missy." With a flick of her finger, a faint blue light shot out and stuck to the door with a zip sound. The girl said strangely, "What are you doing? What was that blue light just now?" Chi-Chi said, "Want to take a look?" The girl said, "But I can't see anything." Chi-Chi extended her hand in front of the girl's face, then pulled it back. A faint shadow was fixed on the door, with a small blue glow flickering at its chest. The entire shadow writhed in pain and rapidly dissipated. Finally, the blue light erupted suddenly and the shadow turned into wisps of black smoke that vanished into thin air. The girl grabbed Chi-Chi's arm and said in a trembling voice, "What was that just now?" Her voice clearly showed she was very frightened. Chi-Chi comforted her, "Don't be scared. That was just a regular undead entity formed by gathering negative energy, and it's quite low level. Usually, it feeds on people's yang qi to survive. But its ability to absorb is very limited. If you woke up with a really dizzy head or felt unusually sleepy the day after sleeping, that means an undead entity probably disturbed you at night." The girl nodded and said, "You're pretty impressive. Do you specialize in catching ghosts?" Chi-Chi tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "Not exactly. The older brother who went to sleep is even more powerful." The girl said, "Really? You'd never guess." Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Of course. We generally don't casually show off our abilities." The girl said with some concern, "Does that mean I fall asleep involuntarily every night because the corpse spirit drained my young energy?" Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "No, the wraith can't trouble you. From what you've described, it sounds like both you and your brother get lost at night, fall asleep, and wake up with injuries. I think something more than ordinary is behind this. You and your brother are different from the rest of the villagers. You have a resilient spirit that isn't easily swayed by illusions. Most importantly, both of you possess a spark within your hearts, which protects you and keeps you safe. Despite the dangers, however, there is still something that harasses you every night, gradually draining away your limited reserve of this inner light. The girl said half understandingly, "What should we do about it?" Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Aren't I helping you solve it?" The girl thanked Chi-Chi with a grateful glance and said, "Since our constitution is different from that of ordinary people, can we learn some protective skills from you?" Chi-Chi gently pinched the girl's cheek and said, "Knowing less isn't necessarily a bad thing. I've opened your yin eye for you, and by dawn it will return to normal, preventing you from seeing those strange things again. Before we leave, we'll do our best to help resolve the issues here. Perhaps that Taoist was right all along. Everyone in this village is weighed down by a heavy aura of death. Even this place itself is a desolate land. Only you and your brother were spared from this fate. If not for you, who would we save?" This translation aims to convey the original meaning, while making it sound natural and fluent in English. The girl's eyes widened as she said, "Really? Then that's not too scary, is it?" Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "Actually, there are still some things I'm not quite clear about." The girl looked at Chi-Chi's thoughtful expression and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend?" Chi-Chi suddenly thought of Xiao Fei as a zombie, and her heart ached. She forced a smile and said, "What beauty. I'm already an old lady." The girl pouted and said, "Overwhelming modesty is just another form of arrogance." Chi-Chi said, "There used to be one, but he died." The girl apologizing said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up your painful memories." Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Nothing much." For so long, she had learned to conceal her sadness, not showing it even to her best friend. The girl suddenly shook Chi-Chi and said, "Sister, look. There's such thick fog outside the door." Chi-Chi looked out and saw that there was indeed white air everywhere. She was in a state of chaos just now and didn't notice it. What a great yin energy. If Chi-Chi doesn't open her eyes to the girl, she will definitely not be able to see it. The door, which had suddenly shut on its own and then reopened in a repetitive cycle, finally stopped moving when Chi-Chi closed it. It was strange, the door, which had been acting up continuously before, became quiet after Chi-Chi shut it. The girl, who had been trembling with fear, hid behind Chi-Chi. The girl looked at Chi-Chi, who had returned to the registration desk, and said in surprise, "You have really guts. Are we going to be okay? What happened just now?" Chi-Chi said calmly, "There won't be any problems as long as I'm here." Seeing Chi-Chi speak with such certainty, the girl became calmer as well. The girl had just let out a sigh of relief when the tightly shut door suddenly flew open with a loud bang, seemingly struck by an immense force. The two door panels clattered to the ground with a clatter, and outside, nothing but white mist and empty space could be seen. Chi-Chi tightly watched the door, shielding the girl behind her. A faint blue glow emanated from her hands. Outside the door, there was complete silence. All Chi-Chi could hear were the girl's tense and labored breaths. Suddenly, a white shadow zipped into the room and shot towards Chi-Chi. After pushing the girl to the ground, Chi-Chi waved her hand to meet the white shadow head-on. Where Bluetooth passed, the figure was split in two, then dissipated into faint smoke, vanishing into thin air. A strong stench lingered behind. The girl covered her nose in horror and stood up, asking, "What is that? It smells so bad." Chi-Chi pulled the girl back and said, "Stand behind me, things aren't over just like that." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the entire house began to shake violently. Chi-Chi was just about to rush out when she hesitated, worried about the girl behind her. Just as she was indecisive, a figure suddenly dashed towards the door. It was Lin Feng. Apparently he had already woken up. Chi-Chi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. But after Lin Feng dashed out, he found nothing outside. The place was filled with swirling white mist, and the house stood firm as ever without any signs of shaking. Puzzled, Lin Feng looked around in all directions, but still came up empty-handed. Lin Feng came in and Chi-Chi asked, "What's outside?" Lin Feng shook his head in confusion and said, "Nothing at all, it was empty." Chi-Chi said with a shock, "How come?" The moment the words left her mouth, the house began to shake violently once again. Chi-Chi shouted, "Stay behind," and then stepped out of the house. Lin Feng watched Chi-Chi's retreating figure with increasing tension as nothing stirred outside. Sure enough, when Chi-Chi returned, she looked just as perplexed as before. What on earth was happening? Lin Feng sniffed the foul smell in the air and said, "Is that really Yang Chi outside?" Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment and carefully observed the door and said, "So that's the case. The outside is naughty in energy, but it's very similar to the inside. If I guessed it right, it should be these white mist that made us hallucinate, feeling that the house was moving, but it was actually not moving at all." After Chi-Chi finished speaking, she went outside and gathered a pile of fallen leaves, then said to Lin Feng, "Could you please lend me your lighter?" Lin Feng threw the lighter to Chi-Chi. She lit it and used the flame to set the leaves alight. The dry leaves quickly caught fire, filling the air with a pungent resin scent. As the flames grew larger, the white mist gradually dissipated. Chi-Chi looked up at the clear night sky above and took a long breath, saying, "This fog is coming our way. I guess it's emanating from that cave entrance." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I wonder what this could possibly be." Standing at the doorway, they talked to each other, while the girl peeked out timidly from behind it. Chi-Chi suddenly adopted a serious expression and said, "There are footsteps in the distance." Lin Feng and the girl leaned in to listen, but they couldn't hear anything. Lin Feng knew that Chi-Chi had exceptional hearing and quickly called the other two over. He then hastily propped up the door panel that had been knocked off and peeked outside quietly with the three of them. Sure enough, the footsteps became clearer after a while. It turned out that everyone who had gone to the cave entrance had returned. The footsteps of those outside were remarkably synchronized. Yet they carried an undeniable heaviness. There was no trace of the lightness they had exhibited when they first arrived. Their faces appeared weary to the point of collapse, but their eyes remained fixed and devoid of any luster. After a while, the footsteps had completely disappeared, indicating that they must have all returned home to sleep. Lin Feng finally let out a long sigh and said, "It's really bizarre. No matter how much I think about it, I can't figure out what's going on." Chi-Chi said, "Is that still unclear?" Lin Feng said, "What do you want me to understand?" Chi-Chi said, "From what I can tell, there's either nothing sinister in that hole, or some malevolent presence is causing the mist to emerge and bewitch people's minds." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I know that, but how do you explain the strange behaviors of the villagers during the day? You can't tell me that's just their custom." Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, "I think it works like this. The white fog confuses people's minds and makes them see some incredibly beautiful things. For example, they might see their deceased loved ones living happily on the other side, waving at them, or something similar. Once someone jumps into that cave, the mist controls them to return home. When they wake up in the morning, they have no idea what happened last night. But lingering memories of their loved ones in heaven still remain, and over time, they might start believing that their loved ones are communicating with them through dreams, telling them that they are living well. As a result, after some time, people would gradually lose their fear of death. With everyone sharing the same memory, they would think that death isn't scary at all, it's actually something to be celebrated. And outsiders who observe their behavior will surely find it astonishing, so they strongly reject outsiders out of fear that they might uncover their secret. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "You make a valid point." Chi-Chi said, "It's not because I said it as merit. It had merit all along." Lin Feng asked, "So, what's inside that hole?" Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "I have no idea either. Why don't we check it out during the day?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "That's the only way." The girl suddenly asked, "What hole?" Lin Feng said, "It's a cave. Everyone should gather there after the gong sounds." Chi-Chi suddenly said, "By the way, does your village have a large gong?" The girl shook her head and said, "There isn't one. My brother and I looked for it during the day, searching every corner of the village, but we didn't see any large gongs." After a while, seeing that nothing was happening, Chi-Chi told Lin Feng to go to sleep first and she would stay here and keep the girl company. Lin Feng, feeling the tension from just now easing off, found himself very tired and went back to his room. Chi-Chi told the girl to go ahead and sleep. She stayed behind at the registration desk to keep watch. The whole night passed with nothing happening. The girl slept like a kitten, furrowing her brow and twitching occasionally in her dreams, indicating that she was still not getting much rest. After all, having gone through such an alarming experience overnight, most people would have been unable to sleep at all. It was only because she trusted Chi-Chi beside her that the girl managed to drift off to sleep. The young man stood stock still upon entering, seeing Chi-Chi standing behind the registration desk. His face suddenly turned pale as he cried out excitedly, "Where's my sister? What have you done to her? You devils!" He appeared extremely agitated. Chi-Chi said in a hurry, "Your sister is fine, she's sleeping inside." The young man swung his fist and said, "I don't believe it. You must have hurt her." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl walked out from inside and said, "Brother, what are you doing? It's so noisy so early in the morning." The guy ran up to the girl and grabbed her shoulders, asking, "Are you okay?" The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "It's okay. Thanks to this sister last night, or I would have been absolutely terrified." The young man glanced at Chi-Chi and said apologetically, "I apologize for just now. I was really worried about my sister. You can understand how strange this village is. I was genuinely afraid something would happen to her." Chi-Chi gave a comprehensible smile and said, "It's fine." The guy asked the girl, "What did you do last night?" The girl recounted what had happened that night, and the guy's face showed an expression of disbelief. After she finished speaking, he turned to Chi-Chi and said, "I really appreciate what you did to protect my sister." Before Chi-Chi could say anything, she heard someone exclaim, "You should thank me too." Lin Feng had already gathered a small bag and walked over. Chi-Chi smiled and said, "You're still acting like a child, always needing praise. Besides, didn't someone just say thanks to us? That us includes you too." Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Just joking around. Chi-Chi, we should go." Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Okay." Then she walked away from the registration desk. The girl grabbed her arm and said, "Sister, are you coming back at night?" Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, "We'll definitely come back tonight." The young man suddenly said, "Are you still going to look for that foreign bad guy?" Chi-Chi knew he was talking about Zhong Xiang, so she said, "It's just for convenience. Actually, we wanted to solve the strange happenings in your village. It would be even better if we could find that guy." The young man cast a worried glance at the two of them and said, "If outsiders wander around aimlessly, they are bound to vanish in this village. If you don't find him during the day, come back here at night. I think that if the villagers catch the guy today, you'll be able to see him tonight." Chi-Chi said, "Oh," and asked, "Why?" The young man shook his head and said, "You'll know if we can't find it tonight." Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you." Then she turned to the girl and said, "Little sister, I'll come by in the evening. Make sure to get plenty of rest during the day." The girl smiled and nodded back, saying, "Okay. I'll be waiting for you." Lin Feng had been waiting impatiently by the side for a while before Chi-Chi came out. As soon as she did, he said, "Women can be such a hassle. It's not like it's a matter of life and death, they go on and on for so long." Chi-Chi just smiled and ignored him. The two of them walked side by side through the village, heading towards the forest. They made a point of choosing less crowded areas to walk in, so that no one would notice they were going to that strange cave. Leaving the village behind, we soon arrived at the forest ahead. Entering it, a mixture of lingering mist and the refreshing scent of dew greeted us. The aroma invigorated our spirits, making us feel exceptionally comfortable. Unknown flowers bloomed everywhere, releasing sweet fragrances in waves. Above, tangled branches crisscrossed, casting the forest into deep shadows. Occasionally, patches of sunlight filtered through, illuminating the path with a play of light and dark that was strikingly beautiful. Lin Feng looked around and said, "Such a large forest, with not even a bird call to be heard. Despite the lush trees, it feels lifeless, just like the village." Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Yes, this whole area seems to be affected by that hole." As they walked and talked, they soon crossed the forest and reached the mountain that lay coiled like a snake. Below the mountain was the entrance to the cave. The entrance during the day appeared no different from any other, deep and dark. It no longer emitted wisps of white vapor, nor did it give off the nauseating stench that had previously permeated the air. Chi-Chi peeked inside and said, "If my guess is correct, this guy is sleeping. It looks like that man from last night filled his stomach and made him feel very comfortable." Lin Feng picked up a stone and threw it into the cave. The stone slid down along the walls. He noticed the sound of the stone rubbing against the wall. It wasn't the crisp sound of stones striking each other, but rather sounded dull and heavy. The noise was also not particularly loud. It seemed as if the walls weren't made of stone at all. Lin Feng touched the entrance and his hand sensed a slight warmth. It wasn't completely dark inside, there was a soft feeling as well. Without thinking, he retracted his hand and took a few steps back to examine the entrance more closely. Chi-Chi noticed Lin Feng's expression seemed a bit off and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Feng said, "This opening doesn't seem to be made of stone, it looks more like a mouth." Chi-Chi was taken aback and said, "A mouth?" Then she reached out to touch it herself. Upon touching it, Chi-Chi took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "Heavens, he's alive! This hole is alive!" Lin Feng said, "Can you feel it?" Chi-Chi said, "He's a great mimic." I couldn't tell he was even alive if I didn't touch him. However, his body language and expressions showed that he is indeed sleeping. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That makes it easier. I'll go down to take a look." Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, "I'll go down with you," Lin Feng said as he pulled out the flashlight from his bag. "I don't think we need it. After all, I'm not a child who can't take care of myself." Chi-Chi insisted, "Who knows what's down there? Since the hole is alive and unpredictable, nobody can anticipate what might happen below. It's better for two people to have each other's backs." Lin Feng had no choice but to agree, and the two of them walked into the interior hand in hand. The walls of the cave were sticky and damp to the touch, so the two tried not to rely on them for support. The cave wasn't particularly tall, they had to bend over slightly to navigate its interior. The ground beneath their feet had a certain elasticity, making it uncomfortable to walk on. The flashlight beam illuminated the path ahead, but no one knew how far it extended. Due to the steep incline of the cave walls, both individuals had to use their legs with great force to avoid falling. The stronger they ventured inward, the more pronounced the rotten stench became. Eventually, Lin Feng was on the verge of vomiting. His stomach was in a state of constant spasms, making him drenched in sweat. Chi-Chi managed to hold it together better, as her constitution was far from that of an ordinary human and her endurance was significantly greater than average. The two of them had walked quite a distance into the interior, and the entrance behind them was nothing but a faint glimmering speck. Crack! Li Feng seemed to trip over something and hurriedly shone his flashlight down. It was a human skeleton with bleached white bones, where the mouth hung open wide, as if it were screaming for help. However, its screams would never be heard. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi stopped in their tracks, shining the flashlight around them. They found themselves in a circular space that wasn't particularly large, perhaps 10 square meters at most. The air was permeated with an odor of decay and dampness. The walls were lined with grotesque flesh protrusions in a pale pink hue, which continuously secreted mucus. This substance would occasionally drip to the ground, producing faint drip-drip sounds. Right in the center, skeletons were scattered everywhere, numbering at least 100 or more, creating an atmosphere akin to a battlefield of gods. These bone frames adopted various postures, some sitting and others standing. Chi-Chi suddenly tugged at Lin Feng and said, "Look over there." Following Chi-Chi's finger, Lin Feng shone the flashlight in that direction. There lay a figure, emitting weak moans from time to time. It hardly resembled a person, its entire body was stripped of skin, revealing pink flesh and black-red veins weaving through the muscles. The body was covered in bright white mucus, and its mouth hung open with no lips visible. Its eyelids were gone, leaving only terrifying eyes fixed on the two, radiating a pleading gaze. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi walked up to the person, and Lin Feng couldn't help turning his head to vomit. After expelling everything in his stomach, he felt much better and asked, "Can you still speak?" From the look of it, he should have known that the man couldn't speak. The man's mouth opened slightly a couple of times, and his throat made a gag-gag sound, but no complete syllable could be formed. Lin Feng could clearly see the muscles and tendons in the man's throat contracting as they moved the larynx. The two of them didn't know what to do, and seeing the man's painful expression, Chi-Chi said to Lin Feng, "I think we should just give him a quick end. It's too cruel to torture him like this until he dies." The man struggled to emit a few strange sounds, his eyes showing signs of gratitude. Clearly, he no longer wanted to endure this torture. and hoped that Chi-Chi would end it soon. Lin Feng looked at the man and knew there was no point in trying to save the situation. He then hardened his heart and nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi pulled out a dagger from her waist and slowly approached the man, who kept his gaze fixed upwards. Without looking at her, the pinkish muscle on his faceless skin twitched incessantly. Chi-Chi raised the dagger in her hand, about to stab it down, when suddenly numerous red tentacles emerged around the man's body, wrapping him tightly like a squid's arms. The man let out a loud moan and opened his eyes, pleading with Chi-Chi with a piteous look. Lin Feng shone the flashlight on those tentacles, and the tentacles that were directly illuminated by the strong center beam retracted. The suction cups attached to them tore off a large piece of flesh from the person's body, with broken blood vessels continuously spewing out blood. The person emitted a hoarse and unpleasant sound from his throat, clearly in great pain. Chi-Chi couldn't bear to see him suffer any more and, with a determined grit of her teeth, prepared to stab the dagger into his heart. After a few convulsions, he ceased moving altogether. After impaling the man with the dagger, Chi-Chi took a few steps back. The red tentacles still clung to his body, greedily feeding on him. With the flashlight, Lin Feng shone it on them, although the tentacles in the center retracted from the intense light. New ones emerged at the illuminated spot and held on tightly without letting go. Lin Feng said with disgust, "What in the world is this? It's so disgusting." Chi-Chi said, "It must be the creature's digestive system. The entrance is its mouth, the passage it just walked through is its esophagus, and this area here is its stomach." Lin Feng drew in a cold breath and said, "Just how big is this guy? With the esophagus alone measuring over 200 meters, could this entire mountain be him?" Chi-Chi said, "Let's just retreat for now. All these skeletons are of people that guy lured in with illusions and devoured. If he wakes up, we'll be in trouble. You also saw those tentacles, they cling tightly to their victims as soon as they make contact, and even try to tear a piece of flesh on the way out." Lin Feng looked warily at the tentacles still wriggling on that person and said, "Let's get out of here quickly. Going down is easy, but getting back up is incredibly difficult, especially with such a steep slope." The climb left both of them gasping for breath. After climbing for more than half an hour, they had worked up a sweat and their clothes were drenched. Stepping out of the cave entrance, Lin Feng greedily breathed in the fresh air outside. The stale air inside had truly ruined his lungs. He felt as though he had never before tasted such pure and refreshing air. Chi-Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Let's go. We can figure it out when we get back to the hotel." Lin Feng turned around and glanced at the hole, then spat into it. "Do you think this is a monster or a malevolent spirit?" Chi-Chi said, "It could be both. This opening is the monster's mouth. The people who were eaten by it can't ascend, and instead turned into evil spirits under its command. They come out at night to confuse people, luring them to willingly enter its mouth and become its delicious meal. Of course, this guy isn't lacking in spiritual power either. Otherwise, controlling just 100 or so restless souls might backfire, with vengeful ghosts turning against him, potentially leaving him not only dead, but also severely injured." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's the case." The two of them took out their backpacks and headed toward Lin Feng, planning to head back to the inn. Lin Feng didn't say a word when he returned to his hotel room. Instead, he went straight to bed. The scene from the cave had been particularly shocking. Although he had seen headless, gutted, and maimed bodies before, this was the first time he had witnessed Something completely naked, literally not referring to stripping clothes. The moving eyeball in that unblinking eye left a particularly deep impression on him. The sunlight streaming in through the window warmed Lin Feng all over, making him feel cozy. He squinted his eyes and tried to pull his thoughts away from the pink corpse. When was the last time he had such a leisurely sunbathing session? Perhaps it was during his college days or when he worked as an editor at a small newspaper. He couldn't recall exactly. Since joining the Special Investigation Unit, he hadn't allowed himself this kind of relaxed enjoyment. Lin Feng suddenly wondered why he was thinking about this now. His thoughts diverted, and the image of the pink corpse flashed before his eyes once again. Damn it! He shook his head hard on the bed, trying to rid himself of that sight. There were 2 knocks on the door, followed by another 2. The person knocking seemed cautious. Lin Feng didn't feel like getting up and said lazily, "The door isn't locked. Come in." The door was pushed open ajar, revealing the girl from the inn. She poked her head in and said, "Big brother Lin, you must be hungry after being out all morning. Come eat something with us." Lin Feng felt a bit hungry after the girl mentioned something. He thanked her and said with a smile, "Great. Is Chi-Chi still outside?" The girl said, "I've been here the whole time. I just finished cooking with you." Lin Feng nodded and followed the girl out. Arriving at the small dining table behind the registration desk, he found 4 exquisite light dishes already laid out on the table, emitting an enticing aroma. At this moment, Lin Feng had completely forgotten what had happened earlier. All his eyes could see were steaming hot meals. Once that hunger was piqued, it wasn't easy to suppress it again. Lin Feng approached the table, and the first dish that caught his eye was the sweet and sour spare ribs. The sugary glaze on the meat looked exceptionally vibrant and appealing. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would have eagerly dug in, but now the steaming chunks of meat seemed to be pink muscle twitching endlessly on a corpse. Lin Feng nearly threw up immediately and had to pat his chest several times before he managed to hold it in. Chi-Chi noticed Lin Feng's expression was grim and painful, so she asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "It's all right, you go ahead and eat. For some reason, I suddenly don't have much of an appetite." Chi-Chi saw Lin Feng's bitter smile and knew what the problem was. She didn't force him to say anything, so she said, "Then you should rest for a while. We still have to go there in the evening." The girl blinked her big eyes and said, "What's wrong? Brother Lin, don't you think I cooked a bad meal?" As she said this, she pouted and feigned indignation. Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Don't stop him. The incident this morning left a deep impression on him, so he's unlikely to forget it that easily." She even went as far as to deliberately pick up a piece of beef tenderloin and put it in her mouth. Lin Feng glared at her fiercely before turning to walk out. Lin Feng, with his head down, had just stepped out of the registration desk when he nearly bumped into someone coming towards him. Lin Feng quickly stepped back a few steps. As he said sorry, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Immediately, Lin Feng sized up the person standing at the door. Chi-Chi also seemed to have sensed that cold aura just now. She was now standing behind Lin Feng, cautiously watching the newcomer. The man's attire was somewhat peculiar. Although it was September, the weather in Xinjiang remained quite hot. Yet, he was wrapped tightly in a large overcoat, and his leather shoes were thick military boots. Anyone's jaw could be shattered with just one kick from him. The collar of the overcoat stood up, concealing most of his lower face, leaving only a pair of cold eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled as the person's pupil was vertically oriented, forming a thin straight line, staring fixedly at him like a snake. The entire body exuded an eerie and evil aura. The moment Lin Feng made eye contact with the man, he felt an inexplicable panic in his heart. The pressure from this person was so intense that it immediately gave Lin Feng a taste of submission. The two siblings sitting at the table were struggling to breathe under the overwhelming pressure. Only Chi-Chi, standing behind Lin Feng, remained calm and watched the man with composure. The man stared at Lin Feng for a moment, and his pupils, aligned vertically, swayed slightly from side to side before settling on Chi-Chi. Lin Feng could clearly feel his aura hesitate, while Chi-Chi maintained her usual composed demeanor. Chi-Chi's eyes swept over the person, and she smiled and said, "Are you staying at the inn?" He looked at Chi-Chi, who was motionless, and shook his head. Chi-Chi asked, "Oh. Then what brings you here?" Then, barely concealed by the windbreaker, came a faint sibilant, hissing sound as he said, "I've come to tell you something." His speech was stuttering and awkward, with an extremely peculiar intonation. His pronunciation was very inarticulate, with not a hint of variation in any syllable. Chi-Chi still wore that charming smile as she asked, "What is it?" The man made a faint hissing sound. This time, Lin Feng could see clearly what happened. As he emitted the sound, a streak of red quickly darted out from the collar of his overcoat and flashed twice. Lin Feng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He thought of snakes. With its eyes standing upright, it was hissing with its tongue, and that bright red forked tongue, it could be a snake demon. Over the years, Lin Feng had encountered many ghostly spirits, but none were demons. Then the man stammered again, "You'd better stay out of my business next time. If you go to that cave again, I won't be so polite." The emphasis in his tone seemed to shift slightly to the last word as he emphasized the seriousness of the situation. Chi-Chi frowned and said, "That's not necessarily something you can decide on." A cold gleam flashed in the man's eyes, and he did not answer Chi-Chi. Instead, he turned to the brother and sister who were sitting dumbfounded behind the table and said, "You'd better leave this place. Considering our ancestors' acquaintance, I've never actually harmed you before. Why didn't you heed my repeated warnings and choose to stay here?" The two siblings exchanged glances, completely unaware of what he was saying. Chi-Chi and Lin Feng stepped forward in front of the registration desk, afraid that the strange guest might harm the two siblings. They stood facing this odd visitor. The man glanced at the two of them and let out a hiss. The sound was loud, as if he had already been provoked by Lin Feng and Chi-Chi. Although Chi-Chi remained vigilant on the inside, she still appeared quite relaxed, unlike Lin Feng, who seemed to be in a state of constant threat, breaking out in a sweat. Chi-Chi said with a smile, "May I ask your name? And why don't you want us to go into that cave? If your reason is valid, we can stay out." The man emitted a series of hissing sounds, as if he was furious beyond measure. However, he seemed to be rather cautious around Chi-Chi and didn't dare to provoke her easily. He began to pant heavily and took a long time to say, "The cave I mentioned is very important. Ordinary humans cannot go there, and even if you're from the magic race, you're not allowed either." Lin Feng said, "What? You named it kidney. Dog kidney or pig kidney?" He roared indignantly, "I am a sea dragon, not some dog kidney or cow kidney." After talking with Lin Feng and the others, his Speech had gradually become more fluid. Lin Feng read out Shenlong Shenlong twice before suddenly looking up and saying, "You are a Shenlong." The Shenlong from Legends who specializes in creating illusions. Seven was very satisfied with Lin Feng's astonished expression and nodded smugly. In Legends, the Mirage Dragon is a type of dragon that can create pavilions and towers by exhaling vapor from its mouth. Ancient Chinese people believed that travelers stranded in deserts would suddenly see vast oases filled with majestic structures only to find themselves unable to catch up as they were overwhelmed with joy and exhaustion. This was the Mirage Dragon's masterpiece. There are also accounts of large pieces of land suddenly appearing in the sea with leisurely cattle and sheep grazing, which were attributed to the Mirage Dragons handiwork. Chinese classical works such as Shan Hai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, Shui Chuanji, search for the supernatural by Gan Bao and Liao Zhaiji. Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio by Piyu Songling. All have records of these phenomena. Modern explanations attribute these to optical illusions caused by light refraction under certain weather conditions. However, the activity locations of mirages are generally in large deserts or vast oceans, so how can they appear in this small mountain village? Lin Feng looked at this guy who called himself a mirage in confusion, and mirages were all made in creating illusions. If it weren't just a large area of land oasis or a towering palace and pavilion. But this guy specializes in controlling people's spirit and makes people fall into trouble. Is it just because of greed? And judging from his strange eyes, this guy was completely like a snake, not the imaginary dragon. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's doubts, the phantom was extremely annoyed by his suspicion. It slowly folded and pressed down the collar, revealing its lower half of the face. After looking at the lower half of his face, Lin Feng's idea of thinking that he was a snake rather than a dragon. His upper chin was exaggerated and his lower chin shrank in an arc to his neck. In folk words, this guy is a heavenly and earth with basically no chin. Shen stared at Lin Feng with his eyes, and then his forked tongue shot out with a hiss, resembling a sharp sword that struck Lin Feng's throat without warning. Lin Feng was greatly alarmed and instinctively took several steps backward before colliding with a registration desk and stopping there. This sudden attack left Lin Feng feeling thoroughly embarrassed and disheveled. Although Lin Feng was somewhat intimidated by Shen's oppressive aura, this only fueled the anger and determination burning within his heart. He muttered to himself, "Red flame," and his right hand instantly manifested a streak of dark red light. The brother and sister who had never seen Lin Feng's spiritual sword immediately opened their eyes wide and looked at the dark red light on Lin Feng's hands. It seems like the characters in martial arts novels, which can gather energy into a sword. In fact, Lin Feng's spiritual sword is essentially different from their imagination. The spiritual swords emitted by Lin Feng can only target ghosts and resentful ghosts. These things with heavy in energy and spiritual energy are useful if it does not harm people at all. Chichi's Bluetooth has the same effect on people and ghosts, but it is one level lower than Lin Feng's spiritual sword. But Lin Feng was not entirely sure if his spirit body sword would be effective against a creature like Phantom. However, given how this guy was frantically consuming people and controlling the vengeful spirits of the wrongfully dead, it seemed that his yin energy wasn't particularly weak. When Shen saw Lin Feng's right hand transform into a crimson glow, he was also greatly surprised. He had never taken Lin Feng seriously from the start, considering him merely an average level 2 spirit user. What he didn't expect was that there was actually a spirit body sword hidden within his body. The faintly flowing and undulating dark red light on the blade indicated that its spirit energy was astounding. In his shock, there was also great joy, thinking that he could consume such a high-level spirit user and absorb his spiritual energy, which would be equivalent to consuming hundreds of ordinary people or cultivating for 1,000 years. Overjoyed, Shen lunged at Lin Feng. As he opened his mouth, a tongue-like projection shot towards Lin Feng again. This time, Lin Feng was prepared, and with a wave of his hand, an immediate light curtain appeared before him. The phantom snake was extremely wary of Lin Feng's spirit body sword. Before the vine could touch the light screen, it hastily retracted. Just as it was about to launch another attack, a streak of blue light flashed by, heading directly towards it. The phantom snake was greatly surprised. So many powerful experts had appeared here, and one even used a spirit body sword. Although the power of this spirit body sword was weaker than Lin Feng's, its yin energy was extremely heavy, and he would surely be severely injured if it panicked. It quickly flipped backward out of the house to avoid this silent ambush. Shen, upon looking outside the house and seeing that the sneering magical race girl was the one ambushing him, grew furious. He thought to himself, as a creature of the magical race, you shouldn't be helping humans to attack me, even if you can't help me yourself. Thus, he said to Chichi, why are you, as a magical race member, helping humans? Chi-Chi gave a casual smile and said, what magic race? I'm human. She didn't want Shen and siblings to discover that she wasn't actually human, so she immediately denied it. Shen glanced at the scorching sun in the sky and silently cursed at it, pointing at Lin Feng and Chi-Chi. You two damn guys. If it weren't for my phantom dragon pill being stolen, you would both be dead already. The Mirage Dragon pill mentioned by Mirage is the inner elixir he has practiced for hundreds of years. And it is the inner elixir stored in his own essence. As a result, he was stolen 3 days ago, which made him very angry. With my own sense of the Mirage Dragon pill, I can certainly catch up with this guy, but it is very dangerous for me who have lost most of my spiritual energy to walk in the sun. So these days he has been picking people with strong spiritual power, but the spiritual power of ordinary people is limited. He has been absorbing for 3 days before he can absorb enough spiritual energy that can appear in the sun. Originally, he wanted to catch the thief as soon as he came out, but he thought that the 2 men and women who had harassed him twice in a row were quite weak in spiritual power. If he absorbed it, it would be very beneficial to him, so he came to Lin Feng and Chichi first. I thought I could handle these 2 guys with ease, but I didn't expect that I almost suffered a big loss if I was careless. Seated under the influence of his anger, Shen's expression was particularly unpleasant, a distended redness, as if he had overeaten. With a fierce look, Shen ripped off his windbreaker and tossed it aside in frustration, glaring at Lin Feng and Chichi. To be clear, under the scorching sun, Shen would consume spiritual energy at a much faster rate than usual when using his own powers. However, weighing the pros and cons, if he could absorb the spiritual energies of these 2 individuals, not only could he replenish his own depleted energy, but also significantly enhance it. Therefore, failing to launch a successful sneak attack, he immediately planned to strike them down. The tattered coat spun strangely in midair, slowly descending to the ground. Lin Feng couldn't help glancing at the wind jacket lying on the ground. After a brief moment of distraction, Shen had already rushed forward and struck Lin Feng with a fist as large as a bowl, while simultaneously shooting out his tongue. Lin Feng's Kai Hu mercilessly slashed at Shen's wrist, and his body simultaneously shifted to the side, avoiding the snake-like red tongue. At the same time, Chichi's Bluetooth pierced into Shen's body. The ease with which they succeeded left both of them feeling rather astonished, and even the brother and sister peeking behind the door were wide-eyed in surprise. They had expected a fierce battle between dragon and tiger, but it turned out that Shen, who appeared so formidable, was actually easily felled. However, Lin Feng and Chichi immediately realized something was wrong. For some reason, his red flame had passed right through Shi's wrist without any tearing sensation of a successful strike. Chichi had been so forceful that she had charged at Shi head-on, only to find herself passing straight through her body, turning out it was just an illusion. No wonder this guy specializes in creating illusions. Lin Feng instantly thought back to the wind coat he saw lying on the ground and immediately turned his gaze towards it. The windbreaker was gone. Both Lin Feng and Chichi were thoroughly puzzled. They had just left it on the ground, but in a blink of an eye, it seemed to have vanished. Just as they wondered about this strange occurrence, they suddenly felt the ground slowly sinking beneath them. Looking down, they realized that it wasn't the ground itself that was descending, instead, their own feet were gradually sinking into the earth. The two people were greatly alarmed and hurriedly tried to pull away, but they found that the more they struggled, the faster they sank. Lin Feng shouted at the brother and sister hiding behind the door, "Go get my backpack from my room quickly." The young man didn't wait for Lin Feng to finish speaking. Instead, he quickly ran to the room and fetched Lin Feng's backpack. He shouted at Lin Feng, "Catch!" and threw it towards him. The distance from the doorway to where Lin Feng was stuck was only about 3 or 5 meters. Naturally, Lin Feng reached out and caught the backpack. Lin Feng frantically opened his backpack, took out several talismans and examined them. He picked one and used a lighter to ignite it. Then, clenching his teeth, he bit his tongue and let the blood spurt onto the talisman. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Break!" The moment the blood hit the talisman, the flames exploded. The surrounding area seemed to tremble, but there was no significant change. What was different was that the corporeal body of Shen vanished, and Lin Feng and the other person found themselves still standing on solid ground, not sinking into it. Finally breaking through the guy's illusion, Lin Feng wiped the blood from his mouth. But where exactly was that guy? Before Lin Feng could find an answer, he heard whispering sounds coming from all around him. The sound grew closer and faster until it turned into a synchronized rhythm of footsteps. Figures appeared on the other side of the street, moving towards him with stiff and unnatural movements, just like those people they had seen being led astray by the illusions that night. Holograms popping up in broad daylight. It seems the Shen is cornered. But what about these people? If we fight, these unresponsive individuals probably won't fear their own fists. And if we talk about killing them, we can't possibly kill enough of them before they regain consciousness and overpower us, dragging us down with them. Besides, we wouldn't be able to bring ourselves to make such a harsh decision anyway. Lin Feng cursed under his breath, realizing that this guy was cunning and had trapped him in a difficult situation. Chichi suddenly said, "I think the creature's true form is still in that cave. Why don't we go there? We might be able to eliminate it by targeting its true form. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to think too much at this moment. So he told the brother and sister by the door, close the door properly. These villagers who have lost their minds will likely target us too. You should be safe if you stay inside. The brother and sister hurriedly closed the door and hid inside the shop. Lin Feng and Chi Chi hurriedly ran towards the village entrance. Just as they reached the main road, they found it already crowded with villagers. They had no choice but to turn around and take a shortcut. Although there were people on the small path, only about 10 of them, and although they targeted Lin Feng and Chi Chi, their disoriented state made it impossible for them to keep up with the two. Lin Feng grabbed Chi Chi and dodged past the dozen or so creatures with bloodshot eyes, bared fangs, and constantly drooling at the corners of their mouths, more dog-like than human, as they quickly ran towards the forest. Finally breaking into the forest, the villagers behind him disappeared from sight. However, Lin Feng didn't believe they were out of danger so easily. He knew that as soon as he stopped, those mindless creatures would catch up to him. The two of them raced through the forest without pause, arriving near the cave entrance. Curiously, as if sensing their approach, the cave entrance had shut tightly, leaving only a narrow slit. This left both Lin Feng and Chi Chi in awe and astonishment. Lin Feng cautiously approached the entrance. Before he could get close, the cave emitted a deafening, ear-splitting roar that sent him nearly staggering to his knees. The sound was so intense it caused the leaves in the forest to rustle and fall from the branches. Lin Feng and Chi Chi didn't expect the power of their roar to be so formidable, and they both stumbled in surprise. Just as the two of them regained their composure, the mountain in front began to shake violently. The earth on the hillside was thrown into turmoil, creating a cloud of dust and mist. They hurriedly retreated into the forest, watching the shaking mountain body. After the mist had completely dissipated, the two were left dumbfounded by a monstrous creature standing proudly at the foot of the mountain. The beast was clad in thick scales that shimmered with a faint blue glow under the sunlight. Its long tongue rapidly retracted, and its forced out claws continuously scurried back and forth, creating a cloud of dust and smoke on the ground. This is Shen's actual form. It seems that what we saw just now was just his distant spirit or some sort of mental body, Chi Chi said to Lin Feng beside her. Lin Feng looked at him for a while and said, "No matter how I look at this guy, he just seems like a cunning four-legged snake. There's not the slightest hint of a dragon." Chi Chi expressed her concerns. Whether it's a snake or a dragon, how are we supposed to deal with something so big? Lin Feng simply told Chi Chi one word: run. Chi Chi rolled her eyes and said, "Run where? Even if we could get away, do you think our speed can outstrip him if he finds us?" Lin Feng sighed and said, "Then what should we do?" While the two of them were strategizing, Shi Chen's eyes kept scanning around, searching for their hiding spot. After a while of fruitless searching, he became angry and raised his tail to strike forcefully against a rock, splitting it into pieces with the immense force from his powerful tail. Lin Feng was a bit on edge. To claim he wasn't afraid would be pure deception. In the face of such a massive monster, no normal person could remain completely unafraid. It was just that Lin Feng didn't show it as much in front of Chi Chi. Besides, there was no point in being scared now. The most important thing was to come up with a strategy first. Otherwise, today Chi Chi might be able to escape thanks to her indestructible body, but he himself would likely end up as she snack, turning into filth and excrement to nourish the beautiful nature in just a few days. Worse still, the villagers, whose movements were stiff and who seemed to have lost their minds, had already caught up with them. While the two of them were caught between a rock and a hard place, Shen suddenly gathered all its breath to blow toward the forest. There wasn't much cover nearby except this forest. The airflow emitted from Shen's mouth seemed like a typhoon sweeping through the trees, and the smell was even worse, so bad that it surpassed the stench of rolling 3.5 somersaults into a manure pit. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi made a face of unbearable disgust, only to find that the leaves on the trees around them were rapidly turning yellow and falling off. The once vibrant trees suddenly wilted and dried up, as if their life force had been drained, withering and dying quickly before their eyes. Chi-Chi only realized then that the gas emitted by Shen Diver was heavily laden with yin energy, which could be deadly. She hurriedly told Lin Feng, the gas Shen Diver exhales contains a lot of yin energy, it can kill people. Lin Feng almost fell off the ground when he heard this. It's over, it's all over. With my 100 or so pounds, today I'll be leaving them behind here. Poor little Shijie, beautiful, kind, gentle, generous, and refined, will have to remain a widow even before we get married. Chi-Chi glared at Lin Feng and said, you haven't changed your ways. Even pickled vegetables have made an appearance. Do you have a spirit body protection? You shouldn't be afraid of that. Lin Feng perked up at that and said, then there's no problem. Why didn't you say so earlier? It made me give a farewell speech, and you must have scared a few of my brain cells to death. Chi-Chi was at a loss for words regarding Lin Feng, who couldn't resist making jokes even now. He didn't realize that the more dangerous the situation became for Lin Feng, the more he would seek ways to relieve his tension. He knew that being tense could only lead to disaster, blocking his thoughts and making it highly likely that he would meet with trouble. Chi-Chi sighed and said, I mean those villagers who are chasing us can withstand such heavy yin energy. With this squirt, I think it will be scattered. Lin Feng's expression changed. Although he had detested this village immensely since arriving here, after all, those were over 200 lives. Chi-Chi understood what Lin Feng was thinking and said, actually, it's better this way. If the dead elephants continue to be controlled by the Shens, they'll eventually turn into mere walking corpses. It's more satisfying this way. This translation maintains the original meaning while ensuring a natural flow in English. Lin Feng sighed sorrowfully and said, so how do we deal with this giant quadruped snake? We can't leave it here. This translation maintains the original meaning while ensuring it flows naturally in English. The use of giant quadruped snake is a more natural way to describe a large four-cornered snake in English, compared to a direct translation that might sound less idiomatic. While the two were still in the midst of their discussion, Shen had already erupted into a rage. Swinging its tail, it knocked down numerous trees, and the cold, sinister mist continuously spewed from its mouth. Even Lin Feng and Chi-Chi could feel the icy chill. Chi-Chi thought for a moment and said, there's a method that's simple and effective. Lin Feng said in a hurry, what method? Chi-Chi said, I'm immortal. As long as I throw myself into his mouth, I'll destroy his internal organs. Lin Feng firmly stated, no way. He's covered in thick scales on the outside. If you kill him, what if he closes his mouth? Are you going to live inside there forever? Chi-Chi smiled with great confidence and said, no problem. These monsters all have weak spots that are the most vulnerable points. Just stab them a few more times with my Bluetooth, and you'll find it. Lin Feng looked at Chi-Chi and asked, "Are you really sure there's no problem?" Chi-Chi nodded vigorously. Lin Feng said, "Okay, but I have one request." Chi-Chi said, "What requirements?" Lin Feng said seriously, "Go take a bath as soon as you come out, otherwise, that guy's body odor might make me unable to eat for 3 months. Chi-Chi nearly fainted with anger, unable to believe that this guy still had no sense of seriousness. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then turned her attention to Shen, who was opening his massive mouth and emitting oppressive darkness. Chi-Chi mastered the pattern of Shenua's breath attack. As Shenua exhaled a cloud of yin energy, Chi-Chi leaped out at incredible speed and dove straight into Shenua's mouth. As Chi-Chi swallowed, she transformed the Bluetooth and sent it flying into Shi's throat. When it entered, Chi-Chi thrust the Bluetooth harshly against the back of his throat. As Chi-Chi slid down further, Shi's throat was torn open, revealing a long gash from which blood gushed out in large quantities, splattering Chi-Chi with it. As Shen swallowed Chi-Chi into its mouth, it realized that things weren't going to be quick. It had seen the Bluetooth of Chi-Chi before and knew that it could completely pierce its soft abdomen. As Shen tried to spit out Chi-Chi, the tiny entity had already slid down its throat, accompanied by a searing pain that tore through Shen's body. The mirage opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of blood. It happened to be spraying against Lin Feng's hidden tree, and Lin Feng seemed to be scared of a bloody rain. The dense blood drops could not hide, and they were all over the face. However, Lin Feng had no time to take care of these things at this time. The blood spurt proved that Chi-Chi had succeeded. How could he not be overjoyed? At this moment, Chi-Chi was already making full use of the space inside Shim's belly. The Bluetooth in her hand boldly greeted the numerous undigested bones in Shim's stomach. After practicing 2 sets of sword techniques, which she assumed were either 9 saber techniques of lone vigilance or evil expelling sword play, Chi-Chi suddenly stabbed downwards and found a faint light seeping in. Chi-Chi couldn't help letting out a joyful cry despite the horrid stench inside. With several swift movements, she slashed through Sheng's defenses, creating a large gap that revealed the outside world beneath. Overjoyed, Chi-Chi leaped out of the hole, knowing Sheng was doomed. She couldn't believe this guy would survive such torment. Chi-Chi ran out just as Shen was nearly drained of all her strength. Her body was so large that rolling was extremely difficult, and she could only lie on her side, convulsing violently. Before long, the stream of blood gushing from her mouth had formed a small river, and life was slowly ebbing away from her body until she ceased to move altogether. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi cheered loudly and lay down exhaustedly to rest on the ground. After they took a brief rest, Chi-Chi looked up at the mist slowly rising above Lindsay. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she jumped to her feet in one fluid motion, much like a carp leaping out of water. This startled Lin Feng, who asked, "What are you doing? What's wrong? Why so tense?" Chi-Chi pointed to the fog above the woods and said, "Look, that's the poisonous gas released by Shin after its death. If the wind blows it this way, the 2 siblings in the store probably won't be able to escape." Lin Feng's mouth dropped open in surprise as he said, "Then what are you waiting for? Go tell them right away." They ran back to the store in a panic, only to find corpses littered along the way, their faces a sickly blue and their deaths gruesome to behold. After running all the way to the store, Lin Feng was already panting like a bull. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, still had her usual expression. Both siblings were overjoyed to see them return. Chi-Chi called for them to quickly pack up and leave. Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. The siblings were shocked and immediately went about packing their belongings. Taking advantage of their time to gather things, Chi-Chi and Lin Feng roughly washed themselves, changed into new clothes and discarded their blood-soaked garments right where they stood. By the time they came out after washing up, both siblings had already finished packing. They each only carried a small backpack. As they departed, the brother and sister cast one last glance at their home, tears welling up in their eyes. After all, this was the land where they had lived for so many years, and choosing to leave in such a manner truly felt like they had no other choice. As the four of them stepped onto the road outside the village, they looked at the village shrouded in dark mist and ominous clouds. There were myriad emotions swirling within their hearts that they couldn't express. With just 2 people left out of a village of over 200, this once living village had become a ghost town. Lin Feng took out his phone and found that the signal was back. He guessed that the lack of signal at that time was due to Shen's energy interference. He dialed the number for the Special Investigation Unit, SIU, and after 2 short rings, he heard Zhu Liang's anxious voice on the other end. Lin Feng. Where are you? Why can't I get through? Lin Feng gave a brief explanation of the situation over the phone and then instructed Zhu Liang to secure the scene here to avoid frightening anyone who might come from elsewhere. Zhu Liang sighed in relief after listening to Lin Feng's report and said, "It's good that you're both okay. Chi-Chi has come looking for me a few times already. She almost throttled my neck just to get information about you. You'd better call her back right away to reassure her. Otherwise, she might turn the Special Investigation Unit upside down tomorrow." Lin Feng chuckled a couple of times before hanging up and then called Chi-Chi. The call ended with the two exchanging a few endearing words. The overly intimate conversation made Chi-Chi and the siblings secretly chuckle. Reluctantly ending their chat, the 4 of them set off towards the town. On the road, Lin Feng said to Chi-Chi, "Do you see who that guy is who stole Shinshin's essence core?" Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and said, "Needless to say, I think there's an 80% chance it was Zhong Xiang who did it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I think the same way. That guy understands Taoist techniques and has excellent skills, so only he could steal that inner core. But where do you think he might go?" Chi-Chi didn't respond to Lin Feng's question and asked the young man instead, "Are there any other villages around here?" The young man shook his head and said, "No, just our village." Chi-Chi nodded and then said to Lin Feng, "I suspect he'll return to our city. You thwarted his plans, so given his ruthless nature, he's bound to seek revenge on you." Lin Feng sighed and said, "I can't get a good night's sleep as long as this guy is around. I swear." Chi-Chi let out a laugh with an ha sound. Lin Feng said somewhat irritably, "What's so funny about that?" Chi-Chi smiled and said, "You have something you're afraid of too." Lin Feng said with worry, "He already has strong Taoist techniques. Now that he stole the Mirage Dragon pill, even if I don't know what it's for, he must have his reasons for taking such a risk. How can I not be worried? I value my own 100 or so pounds quite a bit." As the 4 of them walked and talked, it was already around 5 p.m. when they finally reached the town. Lin Feng took out over 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the brother and sister. They refused repeatedly, insisting that they had brought all their savings with them, 7,000 plus yuan. I didn't expect Chichi to come back with more than $2,000 and say, use our $3,000 to make up $10,000 and start a small business. The siblings insisted on not taking it, but Chi-Chi eventually became so insistent that they had to reluctantly accept it with tears in their eyes. Lin Feng and Chi-Chi said they would head back to the city first, leaving their contact information for the brother-sister pair so that they could reach out in case of future needs. They promised to help whenever possible. After saying goodbye to their siblings, the two of them went to the dilapidated bus station in town. Only after asking around did they find out that there were no more buses leaving today and they would have to wait until early tomorrow morning. The two sighed unluckily and returned to the spot where they had just been. The brother and sister were nowhere to be seen. They could only find her in and were about to enter when a woman with a pale face, bright red lips, and dark circles under her eyes suddenly darted out from inside. She bared her yellow teeth at Lin Feng and asked in a snarl, "Sir, do you want special service?" Lin Feng fled in terror at the sight of Chi-Chi's horrendously made-up face and lamented his bad luck. After a great deal of effort, they finally found a reputable inn that looked clean. They walked in, and the receptionist greeted them warmly. Lin Feng ordered 2 rooms, and after paying the deposit, the receptionist called for a floor attendant to arrange their stay. The floor attendant guided them up to the 2nd floor and opened the door to their room. Lin Feng's first task upon entering the room was to take a bath, washing his entire body clean. Afterward, he turned on the TV and lay down, thinking, "After all these days, I finally get to sleep well. As for Zhong Xiang, he can go jump in a lake, right? Now, I need some good rest." Lying in bed, Lin Feng couldn't calm his mind no matter how hard he tried. His thoughts were in a whirl and he couldn't make sense of them. Before he knew it, he fell asleep while still pondering. And the gradually sinking night seemed to be brewing something. Zhong Xiang hummed a tune all the way, feeling incredibly light-hearted. Ever since Lin Feng and Chi-Chi had ruined his plans and chased after him like a tail, it had genuinely made him furious for a while. But now, things were better. Those 2 guys were probably still fighting magic in that mysterious village with that big guy. He had heard from his master that there was a huge snake living outside the village, which had been around for hundreds of years. This snake could captivate one's soul and inhale and exhale clouds and fog. Obtaining its internal organs would greatly benefit his own incantations. Now that he finally obtained the inner core, but as for its usage, that old bastard hadn't told him anything. To be precise, he hadn't even had the chance to speak before he was impatiently killed by Zhong Xiang. Back then, he didn't think much of it. He went and stole a snake's inner core. Come on, don't tell me I thought I would live longer. Who knows if that guy might have treated me as a snack instead. The only thing he regrets now is that he let that old guy die too early, so he doesn't know how to use this inner alchemy now. But he didn't care much. Anyway, he could always know how to use it with his intelligence. So he is drinking beer and eating barbecue now. Still, the skewered meat in Xinjiang is the real deal, Zhong Xiang thought as he ate. During his time at university, when he was learning incantations from that old guy, none of the roasted meat was particularly enjoyable. The lamb was so strongly flavored with gamey aroma that it was hard to believe anyone could find it tasty. Zhong Xiang ate the grilled meat while searching for his target. After stealing the essence core from the village, he realized that this small town was an ideal hiding spot. The two guys who were chasing him would definitely not think to look for him here once they returned to the city. They'd head back there first. He still needed to refine Yin Corp's skin, which was quite handy, so he kept looking for his target. What would be the best targets for him to strike? The alluring madams in the town's pinklit massage parlors at night, along with the women who wore revealing clothing and sat wide-legged outside the inn. There were also those flirtatious ladies darting about under streetlights in the evening. If they died, nobody would really care, right? He decided to target them. Zhong Xiang finished his barbecue and wiped his mouth. Then called out, "Boss, bill please." Zheng Xiang walked towards the streetlight, and a woman with an okay-looking face but noticeable wrinkles around her eyes approached him, saying, "Boss, want to play?" Zhong Xiang took a look and found that this woman was unsuitable. Her yin energy wasn't strong enough, and her spirit energy was also quite lacking. Such a woman would at best produce yin zombie skin, capable of dealing with some insignificant trash. But it wouldn't be enough to handle experts like Lin Feng and Qi Qi. Zhong Xiang smiled at the woman and said, "No." Then he turned around and left her. The woman, unwilling to let go, grabbed Zhong Xiang and said, "Boss, just play around. It's very cheap, just 100 for a time, or 300 for the night, right?" Zheng Xiang turned around and said, "No need." The woman was startled by Zhong Xiang's cold expression and let go of his hand, allowing him to walk away. After a moment, she turned around and gave him the middle finger, swearing under her breath, "Fuck." Zhong Xiang walked past several flirtatious young men without finding a suitable match, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had been looking for 2 days, and it didn't matter if he found someone today, since people born on a yin year, yin month, and yin day were quite rare to come by. Approaching a hair salon, he was greeted by pink-hued lighting. Several women were standing there with revealing tops that exposed their cleavage and mid-thigh highs, gazing at him. Their eyes seemed almost to be begging for attention. However, Zhong Xiang wasn't in the mood to admire the legs. Instead, he carefully examined the women inside. The boss's wife pulled open the door and dragged Zhong Xiang in, pushing and pulling him along. "Boss, look at all these girls, there must be one you find appealing. Choose the one you like and take her." Zheng Xiang looked at a young girl whose appearance was unremarkable, but she was precisely the person he needed. A smile spread across his face as he walked toward her and extended his hand. The women, seeing that they no longer had any part in the scene, stopped their attempts to entice Zheng Xiang and instead began flirting with other passing men. Zhong Xiang held the girl's hand and asked, "How much for the night?" The girl shook her head and said, "We don't go to nightclubs." Zhong Xiang said nothing and pulled out his wallet, showing 5 100 yuan bills to the girl. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately took the money and put it in her bag before following Zhong Xiang out of the door. The girls inside looked enviously at the two as they walked out and shouted, "Xiaoqing, remember to bring us breakfast tomorrow morning." Xiaoqing waved at the people inside and said, "Got it." She then got into the van with Zhong Xiang and headed towards his destination. Zhong Xiang rented this standalone house for convenience. The property is detached from its neighbors on both sides, so even if there's any noise, no one next door would notice. As soon as Zhong Xiang turned on the light upon entering the house, Xiaoqing pressed herself against him, rubbing her thigh against his inner thigh. Zhong Xiang grunted and his breathing became heavier than before. He never expected that bitch to ignite his desire. Zhang Xiang picked up the woman and carried her into the bedroom, where he deposited her on the bed. The woman wriggled like a snake, leaving only a naked, trembling form. Unable to resist the physical temptation, Zhang Xiang pressed himself against Xiaoqing's body. Instantly, Xiaoqing clung to him like an octopus that has caught its prey, wrapping her limbs tightly around him. Who is preying on whom? After releasing his excess energy, Zhang Xiang lit a cigarette and lay down to smoke. Xiaoqing hugged him like a lover. She knew that men who paid for the night wouldn't just come once, since they had already spent the money. They would make sure to get their fill. Now he was simply building up for the next storm. ZHA with Macron and G Xiang puffed out a cloud of smoke and asked, "How old are you?" Xiaoqing said with seductive eyes, "Can't you see it?" Zhongsha said, "How am I supposed to know?" Xiaoqing rubbed her perky breasts against Zhang Xiang's body and said, "See how big it is." Zhang Xiang was taken aback for a moment, realizing that Xiaoqing had once again been trying to entice him. If he could get it over with sooner, he could go to bed early. After all, such matters were generally the work of men. Poor men worked themselves ragged in the sack their entire lives, yet the total pleasure they gained from exerting themselves for so long added up to less than 2.5 hours. Zhang Xiang exhaled thick smoke, hiding himself within it. Xiaoqing placed her arm on Zhang Xiang's chest and gently traced circles on his chest with her index finger. Zhang Xiang ran his hand through Xiaoqing's hair and asked, "Tired at all?" Xiaoqing nodded gently and said, "A bit tired." Zhang Xiang said softly, "Then you should get some rest." Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Xiang in surprise. Generally, men who paid for the night would be insistent about it. The last time Xiaoqing had a client was an elderly man of 60 who never stopped touching her all through the night. He was still trying to do so just before dawn, nearly drooling from exhaustion. Xiaoqing almost feared that the old man might suffer a heart attack due to overexertion. Men like Zhang Xiang, who paid for the night but only wanted it once, were too rare. In fact, she secretly hoped that Zhang Xiang would ask for it again. After all, he was still quite handsome and his performance was satisfactory. She had experienced an orgasm, which was a rare occurrence in her line of work. Xiaoqing said hesitantly, "You're not coming back once more?" Zhang Xiang shook his head, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray. He drew Xiaoqing into his arms and gently patted her while placing another hand on her neck. Xiaoqing looked at Zhang Xiang gratefully. He treated her with a tenderness that was almost romantic. Zhang Xiang's hand wandered over Xiaoqing's beautiful neck, making her feel a little itchy. It seemed that he particularly liked touching her neck. Hearing about pedophiliacs and manic handlers was nothing new, but no one had ever heard of someone having a preference for the neck. However, this wasn't something to be overly concerned about. Xiaoqing even somewhat enjoyed his touch on her. Note: the translation provided deals with adult themes that may not be suitable for all audiences. Please let me know if you need any other assistance or have different content in mind. Xiaoqing closed her eyes, feeling the roughness of the hand transmitting a sense of temperature. The hand stopped at her throat and suddenly tightened. Xiaoqing immediately struggled to breathe. Opening her eyes, she saw that Zhang Xiang's eyes were ablaze with a mad flame. Her mind flashed through various news reports from newspapers, scammers who tricked prostitutes into revealing their locations and then extorted money From them, psychopathic killers who dismembered women. Just recently, there had been a report about a university professor who murdered 3 women and chopped off their heads, storing them in the freezer. She couldn't remember the name of that murderer now. Xingqing struggled desperately, her hands gripping the hand that was choking her, trying to pry it loose. But how could she possibly move Zhong Xiang's strong hand, given that she couldn't even lift a bucket of water in normal circumstances? She felt as if she were dying, unable to draw a single breath. She desperately wanted to shout at Zhong Xiang, "If you need money, just take my card and password. I have 50,000 yuan on it. Just don't hurt me." But her attempt was in vain. She could only open her mouth, making a hissing sound, yet no words came out. Xiaoqing's vision gradually darkened. Her nails left several marks on Zhong Xiang's arm. However, his grip tightened even more. Finally, Xiaoqing relaxed and her body began to twitch a few times before going still. She opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue. Zhong Xiang wasn't concerned with her current state. He released his hold and flexed his arms. The exertion had left them feeling slightly sore. Zhong Xiang carefully examined Xiaoqing's body and found no injuries. He was satisfied. The human skin practiced with en-AU must not have any breaks. He got out of bed, opened the cabinet, and took out a large jar from inside. The jar was filled with mercury, which he had bought for a pretty penny just a few days ago. Zhong Xiang then produced a small silver knife. He spread a sheet of oilcloth on the ground and dragged Xiaoqing's body down onto it. Peng Xiang turned over Qia Xiao's body and used a knife to make a long cut starting from the baihui acupoint at the center of her head, all the way down to her waist. The cut was straight as if measured with a ruler. He couldn't help feeling a bit proud. Most people wouldn't be able to make such a straight cut. Zhong Xiang carefully peeled away the flesh and skin around the wound with a small knife. Then, he opened the container and slowly poured mercury through the blade's entry point at the top of the body. The heavy mercury flowed down along the gap between the skin and flesh, gradually separating them. After pouring an entire container of mercury, the upper half of the body was already detached from the flesh. He then stood up the corpse, allowing the mercury to continue flowing downward until it reached the feet. Zhong Xiang blew a satisfied whistle, pulling the hide off with the knife behind his back. The entire hide came away without any damage. All that was left on the ground was Xiaoqing's body, now stripped of its skin, with blood dripping from the oilcloth and pooling onto the floor. However, Zhong Xiang had no time to admire the crimson form at this moment. He was carefully examining the hide under the light, as if appraising a beautiful landscape painting. It reminded him of the hide he had removed many years ago. That woman's skin was better and more attractive than this one, but it lacked the same spirit and didn't carry such intense resentment. Because that woman was a kind person, even though he killed her, she harbored very little thought of revenge against him. He carefully laid out the hide on the empty ground and took out a small bottle, carefully sprinkling the powder over it. The area treated with the powder dried quickly. After covering the entire hide with the powder, he picked it up and shook it, then pulled on it hard. Its flexibility was excellent. Zhong Xiang brought the human skin close to his nose and gave it a deep sniff. The lingering scent of fresh blood made him exhilarated. Zhong Xiang set the skin aside and dragged the body without skin with an oilcloth into the living room. He then grabbed a kitchen knife and began chopping it up. If Senior Four were present, he would certainly ridicule Zhong Xiang for not understanding how to properly Dismember a body. In Senior 4's eyes, dismemberment was an art where every cut had to be precise, especially when making incisions at the joints or slicing open the chest cavity. However, Zhong Xiang merely hacked away with the knife, without caring about the artistic aspect of it. He chopped the body into several pieces and then put each piece into a garbage bag. Zhong Xiang held 4 garbage bags in his hands. He couldn't carry any more. When the 4 women had been draped over him, she'd felt like a snake, but now that she was dead, she seemed as heavy as a pig. Simply holding her legs and arms was enough to make him feel the weight press down on him intolerably. Near the old outhouse in the small town, Zhong Xiang looked around to make sure no one was around. He found a large rock by the roadside and tied all 4 bags to it. He then picked up the rock and threw it into the toilet. Zhong Xiao clapped his hands contentedly. By the time anyone noticed, there would only be bones left. He decided to discard what was remaining the next evening. This year, he felt thoroughly exhausted and needed a good rest. Back at the house, Zhong Xiang felt too lazy to clean up the remaining carcasses and collapsed onto the bed in the bedroom. The air still carried Xiao Qing's faint scent of perfume, mixed with a heavy stench of blood which invaded his nostrils. He took a deep breath, turned over, and fell asleep instantly. In his dream, Zhong Xiang vaguely sensed that something was watching him in the house. He suddenly sat up straighter, and the feeling of being glared at intensified. But when he looked around, there was nothing out of the ordinary. What's going on? Could it be that I'm just imagining things? Zhong Xiang thought to himself. Zhao Xiang looked at the body fragments on the ground, where the blood had already congealed. Disturbed by the feelings from just now, he couldn't fall asleep either. He decided to clean up first. He found several large garbage bags and wrapped all the body parts carefully. Then, he went to the kitchen to fetch some water, using it to wash away the remaining blood stains on the floor. Suddenly, he felt a chilly sensation on his back. He turned around sharply to look behind him, but saw nothing. A sense of fear began to rise in Zhong Xiang's heart. How many years had it been since he felt such dread? Human fear stems from the unknown. Things we don't know always fill us with unease. It's like the darkness at night, tapping into an innate fear that lurks within our bodies. However, Zhong Xiang was different. From a young age, he could see things in the dark world. Initially, he was both afraid and uneasy about it. As he grew older, he gradually got used to the creatures that roamed in the darkness. By the time he graduated from junior high school, he accidentally met a sage who saw his exceptional talent and unique physical constitution. The sage took him as a disciple, teaching him Taoist spells and rituals while also training him in martial arts. It wasn't until he had completed his university education that this mentor tirelessly continued to guide and teach him. Zhong Xiang once helped a classmate who was tormented by a vengeful ghost when they were in university. Grateful for his assistance, the classmate not only treated him to a lavish meal but also gave him a substantial sum of money as a reward. From then on, he realized that he could make a living from what he had learned. His master took him deep into regions among minority groups in Yunnan and Guizhou provinces, where he acquired a set of esoteric skills. When he felt that his abilities surpassed those of his master, the first person he turned to was his own teacher. No wraith or evil spirit could provoke him, and over time he lost his sense of fear. But when did this feeling return to his body? Perhaps it was from the moment that damn Lin Feng appeared. The first time he met Lin Feng, he knew something wasn't right about this guy, surrounded by a lingering aura of death, yet he still moved as if nothing were wrong. What was even more terrifying was that the woman who aided Lin Feng, those wraiths actually fled from her presence. This made him reassess Lin Feng, a mere novice in Taoist practices. But now, why be afraid? That damned Lin Feng isn't here, nor is that woman. The house is quiet, and there's nothing to hide in the dim light. He couldn't let it continue like this, he thought. Zhong Xiang rummaged through the cabinet to find some talismans. He wanted to see what exactly was causing trouble. He turned off the lights, lit a red candle, and took out a peachwood sword. He sprinkled water around the living room and placed the candle in the exact center. He then hung a long talisman on the wooden sword and ignited it. After that, he began to circle around the candle with his eyes closed, muttering under his breath. After spinning a few times, he placed the sword at the center of his brow and abruptly opened his eyes. Although there was no wind in the room, the flame of the candle suddenly stretched out unusually long and darted to the left as if something invisible were pulling it. Zha with Macron and Ji Xiang looked to his left in a hurry, and there stood a person. Those eyes, those eyebrows, truly, they belonged to Xiaoqing. Seeing it was Xiaoqing, he let out a sigh of relief. It was normal for some recently deceased souls that had not yet coalesced, thus, he couldn't see them initially. Typically, after 7 days when they gather there, 3 souls and spirits, he would be able to see them. But something didn't seem quite right to him. His gaze fell on Xiaoqing, and he was instantly shocked. Xiaoqing's oppressive aura was gathering and failing to disperse, showing no signs of dissipating. It shouldn't be this way, either the soul would scatter immediately upon death or wouldn't disperse at all when dying. If it didn't disperse during death, he would have noticed it back then. Even if the soul did scatter, it shouldn't gather so quickly within just over 2 days. The clock was precisely at 12 o'clock. How could she find everything so fast? Zhong Xiang felt sweat trickle down his forehead, dripping onto the ground with a faint sound. It was then that he realized how intensely nervous he was, to the point where he was even breaking out in cold sweat. Xiaoqing slowly lifted her head and stared at him intently. She only raised her head, there were no other movements, her smallest finger didn't budge either. Yet Zhong Xiang could feel his heart racing with panic. He tried to steady his mind, but his pulse only accelerated. Why? Why was he asking himself over and over? It was a dangerous sign, but after all these years, he had never been afraid of ghosts. Why was he so terrified today? What could have gone wrong? He searched his memory frantically. Suddenly, he recalled that before skinning her, he had carefully examined Xiaoqing's body and noticed a small mark on her right arm, resembling an odd shape. Now, it seemed to resemble the kind of jade ghost head charm often worn around one's waist for protection against evil spirits. What does that mean? Zhong Xiang searched his memory. He recalled what his master had once said, those were women chosen by ghosts. Damn, things are really bad. I actually let a ghost wear the green hat and killed the woman he was interested in. Anyone who gets their partner cheated on is unhappy. Even if it's a ghost, maybe he would be displeased too. Despite the fact that this woman is just a prostitute, I'm still not happy about it. Xianzhong cast a quick glance around him and found nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, the chilling sensation grew stronger with each passing moment. He had realized that the threat wasn't coming from this woman but from somewhere else. Perhaps it was even the unlucky husband who had been cuckolded. However, whether he was the unlucky one or the ghost, he no longer felt like delving into which was truly unfortunate. Because he was facing someone he couldn't see, and given that this person could leave marks on a woman's the expression suggested that he wasn't just a recently deceased ghost. On the contrary, it indicated that he was quite formidable, capable of concealing his ghostly aura to avoid detection by those with yin-yang, a term for individuals who can see ghosts. He was a dangerous entity hidden in the darkness, always ready to take someone's life at any moment. Zhong Xiang wished he could slap himself across the face. At the time, he was so excited to find that this woman's skin was suitable for making en-AU-WilliamNeural a type of leather that he completely forgot what his master had said. The woman remained motionless, and so did Zhong Xiang. However, he felt as if his organs were exposed to the air, chill and devoid of warmth. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, sticky and uncomfortable. Xiao Qing's continued immobility only added to the pressure, along with an inexplicable sense of oppression that seemed to well up from nowhere. This won't work, Zhong Xiang thought to himself. It would be better to strike first. As he raised his peachwood sword to charge forward, much to his surprise, he felt a hand grab his neck and lift him up out of nowhere. He couldn't see anything in front of him and only felt his throat tighten. The sword in his hand weakly stabbed forward, but it all landed in empty air. Zhong Xiang felt a trickle of strength being squeezed out of his body. His vision went dark in patches, and suddenly two words flashed through his mind: retribution. Just moments ago, he had strangled Xiao Qing to death, and now someone else was going to strangle him. And they hadn't even met each other, utterly miserable. Of course, who would have thought that by failing to recognize a person he couldn't provoke, he had ended up getting his own comeuppance. Just as Zhong Xiang thought he was done for, his throat relaxed, and he landed on the ground with a thud. Though his body ached from the fall, the inexplicable sense of survival left him relieved yet increasingly uneasy. "Who are you?" Zhong Xiang shouted, his voice hoarse. The scratchiness made him barely recognize it as his own. In extreme fear, his voice had become dry and unbearable. There was no sound around, and it was not much different from before. Zhong Xiang swallowed hard, and a fear he had not felt in a long time was now fully unleashed upon him. It washed over him wave after wave, striking the deepest part of his heart. "Who in the world are you?" Zhong Xiang's voice trembled uncontrollably, now laced with tears. The terror had rendered him unable to control his emotions. The air around suddenly dropped in temperature, turning icy cold as if winter had suddenly arrived in this tiny room. Zhong Xiang shivered as he looked around nervously. The fallen peachwood sword leaped up with a sudden thud and then snapped with a loud crack. With his hands supporting the ground, Zhong Xiang slowly retreated backwards. He could feel that thing right in front of him, facing him directly. Amidst a light mist, a faint shadow appeared beside Xiao Qing, who had remained motionless. Xiao Qing's facial muscles twitched suddenly, almost like a smile, but to Zhong Xiang's eyes it looked more ghastly than a cry. Her expression was utterly bizarre, as if something flickered in her eyes, making them shine like two distinct stars in the dark. The window that had been open slammed shut with a loud bang. Xiao Qing slowly lifted her right hand, and the white Figure raised an arm as well. Their hands seemed to meet in a graceful embrace, like two lovers about to enter a dance floor. Then they both approached Zhong Xiang silently, making not a sound. When it reached Zhong Xiang, the white figure had become clear. A handsome and delicate face, pale with an unhealthy tinge of green, stared out from a gaunt visage. His hand was clasped in Shaoqing's, and under normal circumstances, one might think they were a pair of ethereal beauties. However, the man's pallor contrasted sharply with the eerie smile on the woman's face. Zhong Xiang had already collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. If he still had any strength left, he would have taken off at top speed, employing the first strategy from the 36 stratagems. The scene before him was anything but a romantic encounter between lovers. The man sneered and said, "You have quite the boldness. Considering you seem to have some standing, it's rather daring of you to touch a woman upon whom I've cast the Ghost King seal." Zhong Xiang trembled and stammered, I. Fumbling for words in his nervousness, he couldn't say anything coherent. The man's face turned cold as he said, "What's your problem? Dare to touch my woman and you're afraid I'll come looking for trouble? You looked tough just now, but what happened then?" Zhong Xiang suddenly reached out and pointed at the man, saying, "You're the Ghost King." The man said with a smug grin, "Not bad." Zhong Xiang was on the verge of collapse. He had somehow angered the Ghost King, and he found himself thoroughly unlucky. Dropping to the ground in utter despair, he no longer harbored any desire to resist. He knew the Ghost King's formidable strength. Even with his own abilities, he might not be able to stand against him. Resistance would only infuriate the Ghost King and ensure a more painful death for himself. Looking at Zhong Xiang, whose complexion was pale as ash, Ghost King seemed to read his mind and said, in a somber tone, "I won't kill you. You're still quite useful." Zhong Xiang couldn't believe his ears. He had actually managed to escape with his life. However, upon a second thought, how could the Ghost King, being cunning and cruel, spare him so easily? There must be even more terrifying methods in store for him, making him wish he had died instantly instead of enduring such suffering. Zhong Xiang thought about this and closed his eyes. Ignoring the Ghost King, he took a long breath and said, "Why torture me like this? Can't you just finish it quickly?" The King of Demons chuckled and said, "Do you know what I need you for?" Zhong Xiang shook his head. The Demon King said, "I see that you are ruthless and efficient. One member of my 7 attendants has stepped down. I wonder if you would consider joining me." Zhong Xiang looked blankly at the King of Demons and forced a sad smile. "Just kill me already. Do I even get to be your follower? And it's 7 lords in attendance too." The Ghost King said with an "oh" sound, "If you join the 7-man imperial presence, I will let bygones be bygones. I have always been very cherishful of talent." After saying this, the Ghost King revealed a meaningful smile, and a hint of color appeared on his pale green face. Zhong Xiang spat and firmly said, "No." The King of Demons wore an angry expression, his eyebrows raised as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're really not joining? Do you know what happens to those who refuse me?" Zhong Xiang closed his eyes and said nothing. The King of Demons suddenly laughed loudly, saying, "You have courage. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't agree, nothing can stop what I am about to do. Even if you fail to join the 7 members, you will still be forced in." After a brief pause, the King of Demons continued, "Didn't you like this woman very much? You seemed so engrossed just now, so I'll arrange For her to marry you. You should thank me for bringing you two together. With that, he burst into laughter. The laughter kept rolling and assailing Zhong Xiang's eardrums, leaving him completely stunned. He knew all too well what the consequences would be if he were to marry this woman. Zha with Macron and Ji Xiang knew that whether he was to join the seven-man Imperial Guard or marry Xiao Qng, a ghost, the outcome would be the same. He would never rise from his eternal subordinate status. Imperial presence originally refers to omens or signs that precede significant events or disasters. It denotes subtle supernatural phenomena that appear before major occurrences. For instance, walking alone on the street at night and suddenly feeling an indescribable sense of dread or a chill. This is known as encountering the court wind. The court takes on the form of a wind when it appears. Although the court is fundamentally a malevolent spirit, its presence inevitably brings about significant curses, which has led to its long-standing fear and reverence. So, the imperial presence became a group of seven, known as the Seven Imperial Presence. Those familiar with manga or Japanese history know that Seven Imperial Presence has appeared in Tripped City, Yamaguchi Prefecture, and there are records of sightings of seven monks dressed as Imperial Presence in Takamatsu City, also in Yamaguchi Prefecture. It is said that anyone who sees the Shikinen no Odushi will die, especially those known for abducting women and children. This has caused great fear among people, making them extremely reluctant to venture out at night. One supposed method to avoid encountering the Shikinen no Odushi is to walk with your thumbs pressed together in your fists, but this method varies in effectiveness. Apart from trying to minimize nighttime travel, there are no other reliable ways to stay away from them. But few know that seven samurai of the court first appeared in ancient China long before Japan. Originally, the term seven ministers referred to the seven killing stars. Another interpretation suggests it refers to the Big Dipper, associated with death, killing, and other ominous matters. When the seven killing stars scatter, they become seven. When they gather, they form a single entity. The most famous example from ancient times is Zhong Xianzhong, a notorious bandit leader during the Ming dynasty. He erected a seven-kill stele with the inscription, "Heaven has created all things to nurture humanity. But humanity shows no one virtue in return: kill, 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 kill." This stele was meant to be shocking and intimidating, and Zhong Xianzhong himself became a symbol of the seven-kill concept. The seven lords before the emperor can be traced back to the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Kaiyu. Kaiyu was, in fact, the first seven killers in ancient China. This guy had extraordinarily strong combat abilities and was cruel and tyrannical. Moreover, he is credited with creating not only one of the earliest known instances of zombies in ancient China but possibly even in the world. The first recorded zombie in Chinese mythology is Huangdi's daughter, the Daxia. According to legend, this transformation was due to a curse placed on Huangdi by Kaiyu before his death. The exact nature of the curse is unknown, but given that Kaiyu was severely beaten by Huangdi at the time he uttered the curse, its power was likely weak. As a result, Huangdi's daughter became a zombie only after her death. From then on, any zombie generally had Daxia's bloodline. Now that Ghost King has allowed Zhong Xiang to join the seven killings, it's like sentencing him to a life of perpetual suffering, neither truly dead nor able to live. How could he dare agree to this? And the ghost marriage is equally terrifying. Also known as a marriage to the dead, it still occurred occasionally in modern China. Typically, one party in the marriage was a ghost, while the other was human. Xiang Zhong's resolve crumbled, and he determined to bite off his tongue to end his suffering. However, as he opened his mouth, the king of demons grabbed his chin with one hand, preventing him from closing it no matter how hard he tried. There was no way he could even consider biting his tongue. The demon king chuckled and said, "Do you fear such a person? Do you fear the torment in hell after death? What you've done is enough to deserve suffering in hell for 100 lifetimes." Zhong Xiang had completely broken down. His upper and lower teeth chattered involuntarily, but they didn't touch each other. The sight was comical, and tears and nasal discharge streamed down uncontrollably from his eyes. The Ghost King chuckled, and even before the sound faded away, Zhong Xiang suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He couldn't even raise a single finger. Instantly realizing his situation was hopeless, he felt his consciousness grow vague, and then everything went black. Zhong Xiang had collapsed lifelessly on the ground. The Ghost King smiled contentedly and waved his hand lightly. Little Qing, who had been standing by his side, suddenly vanished like a puff of smoke. Then, the Ghost King himself disappeared as well. The house fell into complete darkness, as if nothing had happened at all. When Zhong Xiang woke up, he found that he was still unable to move, but his consciousness was clear. He could feel a rhythmic bouncing as if he were seated on something. Next to him, the mournful sound of swan horns reverberated in the deep night, and upon closer listening, it turned out to be a funeral procession tune. He forced his head to move, and found himself dressed in a full set of bright red attire, clearly the outfit for a bridegroom. Beside him, a blue and white decorated sedan chair stood silently, being carried by 4 henchmen with lifeless eyebrows, terrifying faces, and tattered clothes. However, he was seated on a horse. The horse seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly turned its head to look at him, startlement evident in its presence. Zhong Xiang was startled by the horse. Its eyes were blood red, as if they were dripping fresh blood, and the air it exhaled carried an odor of decay. Desperate, Zhong Xiang finally realized that he had started a ghost marriage. Looking to his sides, he saw 2 more grotesque figures, missing noses and eyes, shabbily dressed, following him. The deserted street was chilly and desolate, with a gust of wind sweeping by and swirling pieces of trash paper across the ground. Zhong Xiang wished there was someone around now, even if it was Lin Feng or that witch. Perhaps this is what comes around goes around, he thought in despair. Behind him, the Ghost King's sinister voice echoed with an oddly inflected tone, "How does that matter to me? Nothing I intend to do will ever change because of some trivial reason." At that moment, Zhong Xiang couldn't utter a sound. Even if he could speak, he likely wouldn't be able to say anything. Scenes of his past actions flashed before his eyes. One by one, the look in Master's dying eyes, the resentful expression on Hefeng's face, and the faces of those who had died or been harmed at his hands, all came into view. It was too late for regret now, everything only served to blame himself for being overly greedy. If he hadn't harbored so many desires, perhaps this wouldn't have happened today. Or maybe getting caught by Lin Feng back then would have been better than the situation he found himself in now. Unfortunately, it was too late by now, and Zhong Xiang tightly closed his eyes. He didn't know where he would finally stop, but he knew that he would never be able to turn things around. He would have to endure and survive at the mercy of Wang Wang, the king of ghosts. Neither a man nor a ghost, he had no place in this world to call his own. The night was cold as water, and Zhong Xiang's heart slowly sank. All hope was gone, and he nearly gave up any struggle. No miracle would appear. The oppressive night seemed to suffocate him, and the mournful sound of the swan pipe further tore at his heart. Zhong Xiang, who had given up all hope, looked up at the sky with a desolate expression. Perhaps because he had done too many bad things in this life, he didn't feel overly sorrowful about his fate, yet, to his surprise, it was unexpectedly harsh. He couldn't help but shed tears as long-buried emotions were stirred by these tears. He realized that his heart was not as cold as he thought. The warm hand of his master and the passionate kiss from Helong were all so distant, yet within reach of the two people he had wronged most in his life. Even the right to be reborn had been taken away, leaving him with no chance to make amends. Zhong Xiang couldn't help thinking of He Feng's beautiful face and whispered an apology in his heart. "I'm sorry." Facing an endless, dark night that seemed to be engulfing him, with his eyes closed, he shed the last tear of despair and no longer held any hope for the future. In the dead of night, rustling sounds of garments sounded, followed by 2 gusts of wind. The king of ghosts roared, "Who dares to be so bold to cause trouble in front of me?" Zhong Xiang quickly opened his eyes to see 2 figures darting past like wind. A red beam and a blue beam of light interwove, standing out brilliantly against the dark night sky. The arrival was so breathtaking it almost took one's breath away, as 2 beams of light streaked past Zhong Xiang like lightning in the night sky, followed by the dull thuds as heavy objects hit the ground. His eyes widened almost to the point of shouting. The 2 men who had been trailing him lay sprawled on the ground, their heads and bodies separated, quickly turning into wisps of green smoke. Before he could react, Ghost King en-AU appeared in front of him with a swift leap, immediately separating from the duo that had arrived before retreating back. It was clear that these newcomers were no pushovers, as they hadn't gained any advantage. Standing calmly in front of him was Lin Feng, looking lazy and carefree, and Chi-Chi, whose gentle beauty fixed its gaze on him without a blink. Lin Feng got a clear look at Zhong Xiang's face and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, it's you, scum. I should have left you to rot." Zhong Xiang shouted loudly, "Just save me, and I will teach you all about full body spirit presence right in front of your eyes. Just don't let me fall into his hands." Lin Feng glanced at Zhong Xiang and then carefully examined Ghost King. He said to Zhong Xiang, "It's rare indeed to see someone make you so afraid. This guy is not that simple. Truly, retribution is unpleasant. Do you have it coming today? Who is this guy? He looks as if he thinks himself superior, like $1,000,000. The King of Demons made a cold humming sound, as if he was disdainful of talking to Lin Feng. In fact, when he had just clashed with Lin Feng and Chi-Chi earlier, his crimson fire almost hit him. Though he wasn't injured, it still left him feeling agitated. He secretly marveled at the presence of these 2 formidable figures. Zhong Xiang sighed and said dejectedly, "He's the Ghost King." "Ghost King?" Zhong Xiang exclaimed in surprise. The Ghost King was delighted to see Zhong Xiang jump in surprise, and a trace of satisfaction played across his face. Zhong Xiang continued, "I've seen all sorts of ghosts, but none of them have the audacity to call themselves a king. Today, I'm seeing one." The usually pale face of the Ghost King turned slightly red. Lin Feng clicked his tongue twice and said to Chi-Chi, "Look, it even knows how to turn red." This translation captures the essence and tone of the original Chinese sentence, maintaining its natural flow and accurate meaning in English. Chi-Chi said with a knowing look, "I bet these other mafia from the ghost world. Look at them, they are as vicious as can be." Lin Feng immediately looked as if he had just realized something and said, "I knew it. Why else would there be such disruptive noises at this hour, both wind and thunder awakening one from their slumber? Nowadays, even gals have organized into criminal gangs." He then shook his head repeatedly and sighed dramatically, expressing great sorrow. The Demon King could hardly contain his anger as the two continued to banter and tease him, almost making his nose smoke with frustration. He said not a word, but lightly clapped his hands twice. Instantly, the four bearers of the sedan chair shifted their postures and set down the chair before simultaneously surrounding the two individuals.